Fairy? A mere tool for my empowerment. Witness how Chen Jinyou captures one celestial maiden after another from the heavens above. Chapter 1. Sudden Death and Rebirth, tormented by a scoundrel. A throbbing pain enveloped his head, akin to a dull axe methodically cleaving through his skull, each strike resonating with a heavy echo and an agonizing sting. Chen Jinyou struggled to pry open his eyelids, but they felt as though they were weighted down by an insurmountable burden, each attempt sending sharp pangs through his temples that a pungent, musty odor clung to his nostrils, mingled with the stench of decaying straw mats and the oppressive scent of sweat, churning his stomach violently. His last coherent memory remained anchored in the confines of his dormitory, where the computer screen glowed softly with the unfinished code, and dawn's light began to creep through the window. Suddenly, his heart raced uncontrollably within his chest, followed by an engulfing darkness and a suffocating sense of freefall. Had he died? Had he met an untimely end? This chilling thought slid through his chaotic consciousness, imparting an absurd sense of unreality. Ugh. A pained groan escaped his cracked lips, uncontrolled and harsh, sounding utterly foreign to him. With great effort, he pried his heavy eyelids apart, his vision initially clouded by a thick darkness and swirling golden specks, gradually sharpening into focus. Before him lay a low, dim ceiling, with crooked rafters exposed, adorned with cobwebs, and dust cascading down like a gentle rain. Underneath him was a hard, unforgiving bed, covered by a tattered, discolored straw mat that barely revealed its original hue. In the corner, a pile of indistinguishable objects emitted a long-standing, rancid odor. The air felt damp, cold, and stagnant, suffused with the unique chill of a dank cellar that seeped through his thin clothing. This was not his dormitory. The unfamiliar surroundings struck him like a bucket of icy water, instantly extinguishing the remnants of his stupor. Chen Jinyou inhaled sharply, the frigid air choking him and triggering a violent coughing fit that reverberated through his aching bones. He struggled to sit up, but his limbs felt weak and unresponsive, as though this body did not belong to him at all. As he endeavored to untangle his disordered thoughts, fragments of chaotic and disjointed memories, utterly foreign to him, surged into his mind like a flood breaking through a dam. Jinyou sect, a lowly servant disciple, chopping wood, fetching water, sweeping the mountain paths, the humbling drudgery day after day, enduring disdain and bullying. In a name, Chen Jinyou, just like his own, transmigration. This term, once encountered in online novels, detonated within his muddled thoughts like a thunderclap. He, a university student from the 21st century, had perished from an all-nighter spent coding, only to have his soul transmigrate into the body of a servant disciple. Sharing his name in the Jinyou sect? Damn it, he muttered under his breath, his voice raspy like sandpaper. The overwhelming absurdity and the deep-seated weakness and hunger emanating from within him conspired to tempt him back into slumber, to escape this ludicrous dream. However, a raucous commotion, drawing closer, brutally shattered the brief silence. Ha, Brother Zhao is formidable. That brat is certainly still lying in this doghouse. A lowly servant dares to obstruct Brother Zhao? He deserves it. Exactly. He should take a good look at himself. The coarse laughter and malicious remarks, mingled with hurried footsteps, rapidly approached his dilapidated servant quarters. A strong, greasy scent, infused with cheap perfume and sweat, surged in as the door was violently kicked open. The sudden noise and repugnant odor jolted Chen Jinyou, causing him to instinctively turn towards the source. Light was blocked by several figures crowding the entrance. The forefront stood a burly youth, his face adorned with excess flesh, dressed in a noticeably more polished blue outfit than the other servant disciples, a cheap jade pendant clanging against his waist with each step. His hair was slicked back meticulously, and his face bore an unmasked, mocking disdain. His narrow, slanted eyes surveyed Chen Jinyou, who lay upon the rickety bed, with an expression of contempt. Zhao. The name, along with the fear and humiliation it represented, surged from the depths of his original self's memories, imbued with a chilling dread. He was the nephew of a steward from the outer sect, wielding his connections to dominate the servant disciples, a principal source of the original self's nightmares. Chen Jinyou's heart sank. A primal, rooted fear instinctively seized him, yet it was quickly replaced by a fierce discomfort and aversion belonging to his own soul. Zhao's gaze raked across Chen Jinyou's pallid face before settling on his tattered, mud-stained shoes, scrunching his nose in exaggerated disgust, as if he had caught a whiff of something foul. Chen Jinyou, you've got quite the resilience. After taking a couple of kicks from me yesterday, you've woken up so soon. Zhao crossed his arms, stepping forward, his slick hair nearly brushing the low ceiling. His entourage squeezed in behind him, filling the already cramped space with a stifling pressure. Their faces wore the same nauseating, sycophantic smiles, their gazes scanning Chen Jinyou as if he were mere refuse awaiting disposal. Chen Jinyou remained silent, gritting his teeth against the pain and dizziness, propping himself up on his elbows in an attempt to sit straighter. He could feel this body trembling slightly, a manifestation of both its lingering injuries and the deep-seated fear embedded within. But he, Chen Jinyou, had never been a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. TSK. Look at you, looking like you just crawled out of a grave. Zhao Hu's gaze roamed over Chen Jinyou's tattered garments, ultimately resting on his dust-covered, bloodless face, his tone dripping with malice. What's wrong? Lost your tongue? Where's that bravado from yesterday? He deliberately raised his voice, glancing towards the door. Just then, a slender figure momentarily blocked the light at the entrance. A girl clad in a simple outer sect disciple's attire appeared, seemingly drawn by the commotion, hesitating to fully enter the filthy room, merely standing at the threshold in the shadows. Her figure was graceful, her features strikingly beautiful. Even from a distance, the dim light revealed a beauty that transcended the ordinary. Yet at this moment, her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, and her clear eyes held a hint of discernible concern, darting between Zhao Hu and the prostrate Chen Jinyou. Su Wanqing, the original self's memory of a crush, as radiant as moonlight, yet forever out of reach. Zhao Hu clearly noticed her too, his brutish face lighting up with a fervor akin to bloodlust, his malicious intent now blended with a desperate eagerness to display his might. Before her, rendered even more intense and distorted. Hey, Wanqing Jr.'s sister has come too? Zhao Hu flashed a self-satisfied grin towards the door before abruptly turning, his expression morphing into a vicious scowl. Chapter 2, Su Wanqing. He stepped forward to tower over Chen Jinyou, his gaze akin to that of one observing a mere insect, ready to be crushed at will. Chen. Zhao Hu's voice escalated sharply, laced with a theatrical ferocity. You soiled my new boots yesterday. How do you intend to settle this score? He raised his right foot abruptly, revealing a pair of new, glossy black boots, the surface marred by a few indistinct specks of mud. In the midst of the surrounding filth, this slight stain appeared trivial, even somewhat ludicrous. Yet Zhao Hu, as if presenting a rare treasure, extended his foot before Chen Jinyou, nearly brushing against his lowered nose that a pungent scent of inferior leather mingled with foot sweat assaulted Chen Jinyou's senses, causing his stomach to churn violently. Have you taken a good look? I just had this bought from the market at the foot of the mountain. Zhao Hu's voice brimmed with exaggerated fury and an undeniable command. Lick it clean. Now. Immediately. The final 4 words were nearly a roar, spitting droplets onto Chen Jinyou's face. Simultaneously, the newly donned boot, accompanied by a gust of malice, came crashing down mercilessly. Bam! The heavy sole, laden with Zhao Hu's entire weight and malice, forcefully pressed down on Chen Jinyou's chest. Ugh! An indescribable agony erupted instantaneously, as though his entire ribcage had caved in under the impact. Darkness enveloped his vision, a metallic taste surged in his throat, and he felt warm blood rising. The little strength he had mustered to sit up was brutally cast back onto the icy bed, the back of his head striking the unforgiving edge with a dull thud. Dizziness and excruciating pain washed over him like a tide. The sensation of suffocation gripped his throat. Each labored breath was accompanied by a groan from his ribs, strained from yesterday's hidden injuries, sending spasms throughout his body. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his thin clothing, clinging to his skin in a sticky chill. Humiliation. A searing, lava-like humiliation that scorched his very soul. This was not merely a foot planted on his chest. It was a complete obliteration of his dignity as a human being, trampled into the mire. Before all, especially before Su Wanqing. Zhao Hu's face, twisted in excitement and arrogance, the piercing laughter of his lackeys, and Su Wanqing's gaze, tinged with pity yet helplessness, all converged into a suffocating net that ensnared him. The cowardice and fear inherent in his former self ignited a fierce defiance, rooted deep within Chen Jinyou's soul, a spirit unyielding and indomitable, an uncontrollable rage, a primal instinct for survival, erupted like a dormant volcano. Lick your ancestors. Each word was wrenched from his bloodied throat, rasping with a ferocity that sent shivers through the air. Chen Jinyou suddenly turned his head, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, and spat out the coppery, sweet-tasting blood mingled with fury and disdain. Splat! A thick, dark red spray, propelled with resolute force, landed squarely on Zhao Hu's pristine, glossy boot. It left an incredibly glaring, filthy, and humiliating stain upon the inferior leather. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Laughter abruptly ceased. The sycophantic smiles of Zhao Hu's lackeys stiffened, their eyes wide with disbelief at the unfolding scene. From the shadow at the door, Su Wanqing instinctively covered her slightly parted lips, her clear eyes brimming with shock and astonishment. Zhao Hu's expression of smugness and ferocity shattered like ice, piece by piece. He slowly, and with great rigidity, lowered his gaze, fixated on the glaring stain of blood on his shoe. That was not merely blood. It was a resounding slap to his face, a blatant trampling of his authority and superiority. especially as he sought to impress Su Wanqing. After a brief stillness came the heart-stopping calm before an eruption. Zhao Hu's face transitioned from red to green, then to purple, ultimately culminating in a hue resembling that of a bruised liver. Veins bulged like twisted worms on his forehead and neck, pulsating violently. The mockery and arrogance in his triangular eyes vanished, replaced by a feral and frenzied rage. Bastard! A roar, filled with unrestrained fury, erupted from Zhao Hu's throat like the roar of a wounded beast, saturating the air with palpable tension. Without any warning, the foot still pressing on Chen Jinyou's chest was suddenly lifted, and with all his might and overwhelming fury, it came crashing down again. Bam! Crack! This time, a sickeningly faint sound of bone fracturing accompanied the dull thud. Chen Jinyou's body was propelled upwards by the force, only to crash down heavily once more. His vision was engulfed by darkness and the bursting of golden stars. All sounds faded away, leaving only the agonizing pain within his chest, as if it were grinding his very soul into dust. But this was merely the beginning. You want to die? Beat him. Beat him to a pulp. Zhao Hu had completely lost his mind, roaring as he was the first to charge forward, his massive fists, infused with spiritual energy, raining down like hail. Fists, heavy fists, imbued with Zhao Hu's wrath, fell relentlessly upon Chen Jinyou's head, face, and torso. Each strike resonated with the dull sound of flesh colliding. Feet, the hard soles, laden with malicious intent, mercilessly kicked and stomped at his ribs, abdomen, and legs. With every kick, the sound of bones succumbing to pressure and the dull pain of displaced organs accompanied the assault. A few lackeys, after a brief moment of shock, joined in, their snarls adding to the bloody melee. Fists and feet descended from all directions, unrelenting. They dared not use spiritual energy as Zhao Hu did, yet their raw physical strength, unleashed in madness, proved lethal enough. Bang, 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 splat. The thuds of flesh meeting force, the crack of breaking bones, the splatter of blood, and the stirring of dust and debris mingled with the overwhelming scent of blood, permeating the foul air. Chen Jinyou lay like a broken doll, battered repeatedly upon the bed by relentless force that he curled his body, attempting to shield his vital points, but under the torrential assault, all defenses proved futile. Agony surged through him like countless red-hot needles, stabbing at every corner of his being. He could no longer feel his limbs. Every breath felt like swallowing molten blades, and each heartbeat thudded heavily, as if ready to explode. Warm liquid streamed from his mouth and nose, thick and sweet, coating his chin and neck in a sticky coldness. His vision was consumed by swaying shadows, a filthy ceiling, and a whirlpool of crimson. Waste. Despicable scum. Dare to spit on brother Zhao. You've got a death wish. Beat him. Beat him to death. The blurred, venomous jeers pierced through his agonized eardrums, intermittent and cruel. At the doorway, Su Wanqing's figure seemed to sway slightly. She appeared to want to intervene, but her lips moved soundlessly, tightening into a thin line, her clear eyes veiled by a deeper sense of powerlessness and a chilling detachment. Silently, she averted her gaze, unwilling to witness the bloody spectacle any longer. Zhao Hu's maniacal laughter and his lackey's raucous shouts gradually faded away. Chapter 3. Awakening. Capturing the fairy system. The frigid stone slab pressed against Chen Jinyou's cheek, the earthy scent mingled with the metallic tang of blood assaulting his nostrils. Each arduous breath tugged at the deep-seated agony within his chest, as if countless searing needles were relentlessly agitating his insides. The previous scenes flickered in his blurred vision. Zhao Hu's sinister grin oscillating before him. The muddy boot, emblematic of a victor's scorn, rose slowly and heavily within his line of sight, not merely treading upon his face, but crushing his very heart. Clean it up, scum. Clean it up, and I might spare your life. Zhao Hu's voice droned, laced with a cruel delight reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. Chen Jinyou bit deeply into his lower lip, the briny liquid spreading in his mouth. Indistinguishable whether it was blood or tears. Unyielding defiance surged within him. Why should this be? Why should he, having just freed himself from the shackles of an ordinary world, be thrust into the mire of another? Why must he, like a dog, debase himself by licking the soles of others' shoes in plain view? Why must that girl, Su Wanqing, whose eyes once held a glimmer of compassion for him, become the backdrop for this humiliation? This fervent indignation, as molten as lava, threatened to consume his battered form. He yearned to trample Zhao Hu's grotesque visage into the mud. He wished for all who scorned him to grovel at his feet. He desired to seize everything, to command everything. Just as the boundless darkness and boiling resentment threatened to engulf the last remnants of his consciousness, a chime resounded. Ding! Strong resentment and a thirst for conquest detected, meeting binding conditions. Capturing the ultimate fairy system, binding successful. The instant the voice echoed, the oppressive darkness that seemed poised to crush him lightened abruptly. An indescribable coolness, imbued with an absolute force of order, coursed through his crumbling body and spirit. The pain persisted, yet it felt as though it were separated by an invisible barrier, no longer capable of easily shattering him. In the following moment, a gentle yet strikingly vivid azure light screen unfolded before him without warning. This screen was not perceived by the eyes, but projected directly into the deepest recesses of his consciousness, revealing every detail with clarity. At the center of this screen, lines of cold, authoritative golden text appeared like a brand. 1. Capture. The system identifies the target as the ultimate fairy, compelling her to willingly sign a master-servant contract. 2. Reward. Upon successful capture, the heart of the target fairy can be obtained. 3. Points. The target's beauty rating, which can be exchanged for points. 1 beauty point equals 1 point. 4. Shop. Points can be consumed to exchange for myriad treasures of the universe. The rules surged into Chen Jinyou's mind like a torrent. Each word bore an undeniable power, etching itself deeply within. Capturing a fairy? Beauty ratings? Points? Exchanging for all things? This surreal information caused his dying consciousness to tremble violently, akin to a drowning man grasping a piece of driftwood. The words thirst for conquest struck precisely at the most ferocious and defiant howl within the depths of his soul, almost simultaneously with the completion of the regulatory imprint. The interface of the luminous screen underwent a sudden transformation, an expansive and boundless virtual realm, seemingly encompassing the myriad stars of the heavens, unfurled within his consciousness with a thunderous resonance. The system mall was filled with countless orbs of light, each glimmering in various hues and assuming diverse forms, with every orb representing an item available for exchange. Beneath each orb, a clear inscription indicated its name and the requisite points. Chen Jinyou's consciousness was akin to being cast into an infinite galaxy, instantly submerged by the grandeur of this unimaginably vast display. His gaze was that of the most parched traveler, fervently sweeping across this dazzling treasury. In the realm of cultivation techniques, 9 transformations of the dominant body refinement, 2,000 points, thunderous step, agility, 1,500 points, soul-devouring technique, secret art, 10,000 points. Deeper within lay names that exuded an ancient and terrifying aura. Chaotic divine demon visualization diagram, great sun incineration scripture, with a string of despair-inducing zeros following the required points. In the realm of elixirs, body refinement pill, low grade, 500 points, foundation establishment pill, 3,000 points, life creation pill, reviving the dead, 50,000 points. A resplendent diamond crystal, shimmering with a dreamlike spectrum of colors, floated quietly, its label glaringly marked, revival token, single use, 1 million points. In the divine weapons and talismans section, azure edge sword, common iron, 10 points. Explosive talisman, single use, 50 points. Low-grade spirit weapon frost, sword 5,000 points. Formation disc, illusory destruction array, 4,000 points. A talisman, radiating a devastating dark red light and resembling a fawn, was labeled blood of a pseudo-divine beast. Brief surge of golden core strength, 8,000 points. In the section for rare materials, century-old blood ginseng, 100 points. Millennium-old vermilion fruit, 5,000 points. Scarlet sunfire lotus, main ingredient for breaking through pill, marked as obtainable. There was even a stellar gold mine, shimmering with a metallic luster, marked for point exchange. A cornucopia of wonders, encompassing all, from the most rudimentary mundane weaponry to the legendary artifacts capable of reversing life and death. With sufficient points, it seemed one could even purchase and alter the very laws of the world. An uncontrollable surge of ecstasy and ambition welled within him. With this, why should he fear Xiaohu any longer? Why endure such humiliation? He even envisioned the possibility of eternal life and dominion over the universe. However, this fervent zeal was doused in an instant by a cascade of cold reality. His gaze unconsciously drifted to the top of the luminous screen, where his status was clearly displayed. Host, Chen Jinyou. Realm, none, severely injured and near death. Points, 0. Capturable targets, none. Insufficient scanning range, 0. A number laden with profound irony pierced through his recently ignited fantasies. Points, 0. This signifies that the vast treasure before him, as magnificent as a sea of stars and capable of driving even deities to madness, is merely a mirage, visible yet unattainable. The divine techniques, the life-restoring elixirs, the invincible weapons, all exist merely as ephemeral illusions. The overwhelming sense of disparity crashed upon him, nearly dispersing the mental fortitude he had just gathered. To possess a mountain of treasures, yet be barred from entry, is a despair more profound than never having possessed anything at all. Ding! Just as this profound sense of loss threatened to drag him back into the abyss of darkness, a melodious notification chimed, akin to celestial music. Host's initial binding detected. Status critical, granting beginner's package. Minor healing pill 1, Breath Concealment Technique 1, Auto-Comprehension. In the instant the notification ceased, Chen Jinyou felt a gentle, cool stream of information surge into his mind, an elementary method for concealing one's presence and reducing visibility. It imprinted itself upon him instinctively. Simultaneously, a slight weight pressed into the palm of his right hand, conjuring a pill the size of a longan, perfectly round and exuding a faint aroma of herbs. The pill radiated a warm, jade-white hue, enveloped in a delicate veil of ethereal energy. The minor healing pill, without a moment's hesitation. The overwhelming instinct for survival and the thirst for power eclipsed all else. Chen Jinyou summoned the last remnants of strength within him and swiftly consumed the pill. The moment it touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, devoid of the expected obstruction associated with solid ingestion. Rather, it flowed like a warm, sweet current that slid down his throat, reaching deep within his organs. Boom! A tremendous wave of warmth erupted within his exhausted, frigid body. This surge, imbued with vigorous life energy, rushed through his limbs and bones like a torrent breaking free. A slight cracking sound emanated from his fractured ribs as the broken fragments, propelled by the pure medicinal force, were compelled back into place, mending at a visibly rapid pace. The injured internal organs were enveloped in the warmth of the medicine, and the intense pain ebbed away swiftly, replaced by a tingling sensation of healing. The wounds on his skin, torn open by blows, began to twitch and close, forming a thin layer of scabs along the edges. In mere moments, the agonizing pain that had nearly extinguished his consciousness vanished, as if an invisible hand had swept it away in an instant, though his body remained weak. With lingering discomfort at the sites of bone fusion and internal injuries yet to heal, the heavy sensation of imminent death had dissipated. His heavy eyelids, no longer burdened as if filled with lead, flung open. No longer was his vision clouded and dim, for although the scene before him remained that of his dilapidated, musty servants' quarters, with corners cluttered with clothes reeking of sweat, every detail appeared distinctly vivid. The light filtering through the window seemed to shine even brighter. Strength flowed anew within his battered body. Though faint, it was a tangible essence of life. A breath, imbued with a potent metallic tang, was exhaled from Chen Jinyou's chest, as he struggled to prop himself up against the frigid earthen wall with his still somewhat feeble arms. Lowering his gaze, he beheld his hands, marred with blood and dirt. In disbelief, just moments prior, even the slightest movement of his fingers had seemed an unattainable luxury. Little healing pill, he murmured to himself, his voice hoarse and parched, yet brimming with the profound shock and trepidation of having survived a harrowing ordeal. This was merely the most rudimentary healing elixir from the novice package, yet it wielded such immediate and nearly miraculous efficacy. What formidable power must the true elixirs, marked with astronomical point values in the depths of the marketplace, possess? Instinctively, he activated the breath-concealing technique he had just intuitively grasped. With a subtle shift of thought, an almost imperceptible wave of energy emanated from his being, quickly retracting and settling. His presence diminished significantly, blending seamlessly with the pile of filthy clothes in the corner, rendering him far less conspicuous. Though it was only the most rudimentary level, this ability to obscure his presence was undoubtedly what he needed most at this moment, to evade the clutches of Zhao Hu and his brutish minions. The relief of having survived, the awe of the system's might, and an insatiable yearning for the vast marketplace surged within him. Zhao Hu's sneering visage, the boot that had trampled upon his face, and the indifferent, mocking gazes surrounding him burned into his soul like a scalding iron. This overwhelming, almost all-consuming hatred threatened to incinerate the fleeting joy of his newfound life. He yearned for strength. He desired to make all who had humiliated him pay 1,000-fold. He craved points, an abundance of points, to exchange for the power within that marketplace that would allow him to trample all beneath him. This thought ignited like wildfire, consuming his entire consciousness. At that moment, a flicker from the system display in the upper right corner caught his eye, revealing a new prompt. Novice guidance. Please locate and capture your first exceptional fairy to acquire initial points and commence your path to ascendancy. Would you like to immediately scan for nearby eligible targets? Radius, 100 meters. Eligible targets? Exceptional fairy? Chapter 4. The plan to capture Su Wanqing with bloodshot eyes. Chen Jinyou reignited with a terrifying glimmer of determination as he fixated on the prompt. Scan. He silently, yet resolutely roared within his mind. A wave of invisible energy, imbued with a peculiar filtering power, radiated from him, swiftly penetrating the crumbling earthen wall, sweeping through the raucous courtyard of the outer disciples, and brushing past the faces, some numb and others obsequious. The wave continued to extend. Suddenly, a new, even more striking interface box erupted in the center of the display. Scan complete. Capture target detected. Target, Su Wanqing. Identity, outer disciple of Qingyun sect. Estimated beauty score, 85, potential points, 8,500, current status, 1. Feels intense disdain towards Zhao Hu's public humiliation of her fellow disciple, the host. 2. Encounters a bottleneck in her own cultivation, stuck at the 3rd level of qi condensation. 3. Her family's merchant convoy was recently attacked, suffering significant losses, causing her great distress. Beside the interface frame, a vivid half-figure of a young girl appeared. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, simply tied up with a wooden hairpin, with a few strands gently falling upon her fair neck. A delicate oval face exuded an ethereal charm. Her skin as flawless as fresh snow, yet now slightly tense, revealing an inescapable trace of worry and faint anger. Her bright eyes, clear as water and originally meant to sparkle with life, were now veiled by a subtle melancholy born from familial turmoil and cultivation setbacks, adding a layer of poignant beauty. Her nose was elegantly straight, her lips a soft pink, pressed together slightly, embodying a blend of external gentleness and inner resilience. Even clad in the ordinary outer disciple's robe, her graceful figure could not conceal her innate elegance. This was indeed the Su Wanqing from his memory, standing amidst the crowd, frowning slightly in dismay as Zhao Hu tormented him. A score of 85, 8,500 points. Chen Jinyou's breath hitched, his heart gripped as if by an invisible hand, then surged wildly. That staggering number was like a colossal magnet, instantly capturing all his attention and desires. Disdain for Zhao Hu, a bottleneck in cultivation, and the crisis facing her family. Su Wanqing's image, imbued with worry, along with the 3 clearly marked predicaments she faced, appeared before Chen Jinyou like 3 keys. A soft sigh escaped his lips. The first quarry, Su Wanqing. Chen Jinyou was not unfamiliar with this girl. Not long ago, in that humiliating courtyard, when Zhao Hu's foot ground against his face and the surrounding lowly disciples snickered derisively. His blurred vision had caught a glimpse of her face in the crowd. In that moment, her eyes held no mockery, only unmistakable compassion and a hint of anger. Although that emotion was fleeting, quickly submerged by the surrounding atmosphere, the heightened sensitivity of his imminent demise allowed him to remember that flicker of light. Now, the system had accurately captured and magnified her condition. Strongly dislikes Zhao Hu's public humiliation of her fellow disciple, the host. A cold smile curled at the corners of Chen Jinyou's mouth. Excellent, a naturally opposing stance. Her disdain for Zhao Hu implied that she bore no malice towards him. Chen Jinyou, and perhaps even felt a twinge of sympathy or guilt. This presented a point of leverage. Encountering a bottleneck in her own cultivation, stuck at the 3rd level of qi condensation. Chen Jinyou's gaze sharpened. A cultivation bottleneck. The crux of every cultivator's existence. Did the information scanned by the system suggest that there might be something in the marketplace to resolve her bottleneck? Or could he leverage the knowledge from his previous life? A bold thought began to take root. The recent assault on the family caravan has resulted in devastating losses, leaving Chen Jinyou in a state of profound concern. This piece of information ignited a flame of determination in his eyes. Distress over the family crisis. A significant predicament. This was undeniably a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon him by fate. Delivering aid in times of need resonates far deeper than mere embellishments. An impressive score of 85. An exquisite visage. A staggering 8,500 points. A substantial capital that could alter the course of his destiny. A loathing for Zhao Hu. The bottleneck in his cultivation. The family crisis. The 3 clearly delineated dilemmas confronting Su Wanqing shone like radiant keys before Chen Jinyou. He slowly raised his gaze. The eyes that had recently appeared weary from the effects of the minor elixir now gleamed with extraordinary sharpness. All feelings of frailty, pain, and confusion paled into insignificance in the wake of the allure of those 8,500 points and the 3 evident pathways for breakthrough. In his vision, the dilapidated roof, the drafty windows, and the accumulated refuse in the corners faded into obscurity. Only the worried yet beautiful visage of Su Wanqing and the resplendent 8,500 points remained as the sole clear and significant focus in his perception. An overwhelming sense of purpose surged through him like a tidal wave, submerging all of his senses and thoughts. The air in the crumbling abode seemed to stagnate, leaving only the sound of Chen Jinyou's labored and oppressive breaths. Leaning against the cold earthen wall, his chest rose and fell slightly. The medicinal essence of the minor elixir coursed through his limbs, mending his fractured sinews and dispelling the chill of mortality, yet it could not extinguish his yearning for those points. Su Wanqing, 85 points. 8,500 points. These 3 pieces of information were etched into the depths of his mind like the most fervent of brands. A disdain for Zhao Hu. Excellent. A cultivation bottleneck. A splendid opportunity. A family crisis. A perfect avenue for breakthrough. Concealment technique, he murmured softly. The rudimentary method imparted by the novice gift package now serving as the foundation of his impending actions. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into the sea of awareness, meticulously grasping the essence of the concealment technique imparted by the system. Slow the breath. Restrain the fluctuations of vital energy, turn the spirit inward, and diminish one's presence within the environment. Simple and rudimentary, yet sufficient for his needs. He endeavored to put it into practice. With focused intent, the chaotic energy within him, a remnant of his recent injuries, was forcibly restrained and settled by an invisible force. His breathing became elongated and faint, almost merging with the mournful wail of the wind passing through the broken window. Even his accelerated heartbeat, stirred by excitement, seemed enveloped by an unseen membrane, muted and distant. He rose to his feet, moving slowly and cautiously, feeling a twinge of pain in his recently mended ribs. Yet he suppressed it resolutely. Approaching the rickety wooden door, he paused before stepping outside, inclining his ear to listen. Outside, the courtyard was still rife with the clamor of the attendants. A cacophony of coarse laughter pierced the air, as they gossiped about how young Master Zhao who had dealt with the unfortunate Chen Jinyou, their words dripping with schadenfreude and sycophancy. Among the voices, two stood out distinctly to Chen Jinyou. They belonged to Zhao Hu's lackeys, whose sole purpose was to gather information and run errands, often abusing their power in the process. Brother Hu said that the kid has quite a hard head. After spilling so much blood, we can't let him die in here. It's bad luck. Later, have Wang Mazai from the servant quarters take a look. If he is still breathing, toss him to the wolves behind the mountain. One voice sneered, laced with malice. Huh. He deserves it. How dare he talk back to Brother Hu? He should take a good look at himself. Another coarse voice chimed in, accompanied by the sound of spitting. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Jinyou's eyes as he forcefully suppressed his rising fury. Now was not the time. Channeling all his energy into his breath-holding technique, he became as inconspicuous as a stubborn stone in the corner. Gently, he pushed open a crack in the door and scanned the courtyard. Confirming that the two lackeys were turned away, boasting loudly, he slipped out like a shadow, silent and swift, utilizing the clutter around him as cover. He deftly darted down the narrow path leading to the medicinal herb garden, disappearing in a matter of moments. The two lackeys remained engrossed in their banter, completely oblivious to the specter that had just slipped past them. The path to the medicinal herb garden was secluded and tranquil, flanked by knee-high weeds that exuded the fresh scent of earth and greenery. Chen Jinyou suppressed his aura, his steps light, while his mind raced with thoughts. His target, the medicinal herb garden frequently visited by Su Wanqing. His objective, to orchestrate a chance encounter. His means, to present bait that would unravel the crucial information needed to break through her third-tier qi cultivation bottleneck. As he hurried along, Chen Jinyou frantically searched his memory. In his previous life as a modern university student, though his major was not in biology or medicine, he had encountered a plethora of obscure remedies and curious tales during the information explosion of the digital age. Particularly, he recalled various folk theories regarding herbal combinations that could unlock potential, which now surged in his mind like an activated database, rapidly filtering, comparing, and correlating. In the initial stages of qi cultivation, where spiritual energy misted like fog, the focus lay in accumulation and navigating the bottleneck of the meridians, often due to stagnation or imbalanced spiritual energy. He recalled the descriptions from the foundational breathing techniques of the Qingyun sect, aligning them with the discourse he had previously encountered about qi sensation and meridian flow. Suddenly, an obscure combination sprang to mind: cold smoke grass and red beard root. These two spiritual herbs were quite common in the Qingyun sect, of modest rank, and classified as basic materials. Cold smoke grass, with its cooling properties, offered slight sedation and could help untangle chaotic spiritual energy. Red beard root, being warm in nature, provided a mild stimulation to blood flow, aiding the circulation of spiritual energy. Used alone, their effects were rather unremarkable, even dismissed by some alchemical apprentices. However, Chen Jinyou distinctly recalled that in a certain tome discussing the principles of traditional Chinese medicine, it was mentioned that certain herbs, which seemed to possess conflicting attributes and modest efficacy, could yield a remarkable harmonizing and guiding effect when utilized together in specific proportions and methods, such as being crushed and blended with morning dew, rather than being refined in an alchemical furnace. This was particularly effective in alleviating energy stagnation or initial bottlenecks. Was this theory applicable in this realm of cultivation? Chen Jinyou harbored no absolute certainty, yet he was aware that Su Wanqing's bottleneck was undeniably real, as was her anxiety. That was sufficient. His aim was not to resolve the issue immediately, but rather to present a key that was unique enough, attention-grabbing, and tinged with a hint of mystery, to pry open the door to her curiosity and the hope buried within her despair. This was it. A glint of determination sparkled in Chen Jinyou's eyes as he quickened his pace. The medicinal herb garden was situated at the fringe of the outer sect area, enclosed by a low stone fence made of azure stones. Within, It was divided into plots of varying sizes, cultivating an array of herbs of differing ages, each emanating a unique spiritual radiance. The air was thick with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs, soothing to the senses. At that moment, with the sun dipping toward the west, few disciples from the outer sect were laboring in the garden, lending an air of tranquility to the surroundings. Chen Jinyou stealthily infiltrated, employing a technique that allowed him to blend seamlessly into the backdrop of the herb field. His sharp gaze swept across the area, and soon, near an irrigation ditch within the garden, he spotted a slender figure amidst a small patch of delicate blue, star-like flowers. It was Su Wanqing. She crouched beside the field, her delicate fingers cautiously brushing over the leaves of the dew-laden herbs, inspecting their growth. Her dark hair was secured by a simple wooden hairpin, with a few strands dampened by sweat, clinging to her smooth forehead. The fading sunlight cast a golden hue over her graceful form, yet it could not dispel the deep-seated sorrow and profound exhaustion that lingered in her brows. The clarity in her eyes was dimmed, replaced by an almost numbing focus, with an undeniable hint of anxiety and helplessness. Clearly, the upheaval within her family and the stagnation of her own cultivation loomed over her like two heavy mountains, suffocating her breath. This herb garden might be the only sanctuary where she could momentarily escape reality and seek a fleeting sense of tranquility. Chapter 5. Su Wanqing's breakthrough. Chen Jinyou did not approach her immediately. He moved like a patient hunter, using a few robust iron vine plants as cover, stealthily positioning himself in another patch of herbs not far from Su Wanqing. In this plot, there happened to be several plants of the cold tobacco, whose leaf edges bore minute serrations and exuded a faintly refreshing aura, alongside some blood-red root herbs. He crouched down, feigning an act of tidying the mixed weeds in the garden, his movements natural, as if he were merely a diligent, ordinary disciple. The moment had arrived. He cleared his throat, his voice neither too high nor too low, perfectly pitched to reach Su Wanqing's ears a few steps away, without sounding abrupt or contrived. He spoke in a tone laced with curiosity, as if pondering aloud. The growth of the cold tobacco is quite commendable, interspersed with a few roots of red beard. It is worth noting that the nature of the cold tobacco is rather cool, while the red beard root leans towards the contrary, being overly warm. The alchemists in the refining chamber tend to eschew this peculiar pair, deeming their medicinal properties incompatible and unsuitable for inclusion in elixirs, thus wasting their potential. His voice, though not loud, penetrated clearly into the ears of Su Wanqing, who was currently engaged in pest control on the dew grass. Su Wanqing's movements momentarily faltered. Cold tobacco? Red beard root? Incompatible medicinal properties? Such foundational knowledge of spiritual herbs was well within her grasp. With a hint of confusion, she slightly tilted her head, her gaze sweeping over the figure of a lowly servant squatting in the herb field nearby. He appeared both unfamiliar and utterly ordinary, his attire speckled with dirt and dried blood, which Chen Jinyou had deliberately left partially uncleaned, presenting the image of a laborer who had just completed a strenuous task and was casually tending to the herb field. A mere servant disciple discussing the low-tier spiritual herbs that the alchemists in the refining chamber disdain? Su Wanqing instinctively furrowed her brow, a flicker of annoyance at being interrupted coursing through her, accompanied by a faint disdain for the audacity to critique alchemy. She retracted her gaze, intent on returning to her own dew grass. The troubles of her family and her own stagnation were already enough to weigh heavily on her mind. She had no desire to entertain the lofty musings of a mere servant. However, just as her fingers were about to touch the next leaf, that earthy yet peculiarly tranquil voice resonated once more, akin to a second pebble cast upon a still lake. Yet, I have heard from a wandering old alchemist that under certain special circumstances, these two seemingly conflicting elements, if handled properly, could yield unexpected benefits without the need to refine them in a furnace. For instance, in cases of spiritual power blockage, imbalance, or when one finds themselves stuck at a minor threshold, they might serve to facilitate some remarkable alleviation. The words spiritual power blockage, imbalance, and stuck at a minor threshold struck Su Wanqing like arrows with barbed tips, piercing through the calm facade she desperately maintained, burrowing deeply into the most anxious, helpless, and untouchable corners of her heart. Her body stiffened abruptly, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. The leaf of dew grass she had been holding was crushed in her unconscious grip, its verdant juice staining her fingertips. She even forgot to breathe. All her attention and senses were locked onto the figure still squatting in the herb field, his back turned to her, as if merely engaging in casual chatter. Spiritual power blockage, imbalance, stuck at a minor threshold? Wasn't this a description of her predicament? At the pinnacle of the third layer of chi condensation, despite having accumulated sufficient spiritual power, she felt as if she had collided with an invisible wall. No matter how she charged forward, progress was utterly stalled. Each attempt to break through left her internal energy in a state of turmoil, difficult to control, and even hinting at possible backlash. This was her greatest source of distress. A burden she had never disclosed to anyone. How could a lowly servant possibly know? Was the wandering old alchemist he spoke of real or mere fantasy? A profound shock, an incredulous absurdity, and an instinctual yearning akin to glimpsing a faint light in the depths of despair collided and churned violently within her heart. The once melancholic clarity of her eyes suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. That radiance was imbued with curiosity, urgency, and an unrecognized flutter of hope, akin to grasping a lifeline. No longer could she afford to consider her modesty or the lowly status of a servant. Su Wanqing abruptly rose, inadvertently toppling a small water pot at her feet, oblivious to the chaos. The clear water soaked the hem of her dress and her shoes. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the retreating figure of the servant, her voice tinged with an urgency and tremor she herself had not perceived, exclaiming, "Stop! What did you just say? What else did the old alchemist with the cold smoke grass and red beard mention?" Her voice bore an unintended sharpness and urgency, its pitch wavering uncontrollably. Those clear eyes were locked onto Chen Jinyou, swirling with astonishment, disbelief, and an intense yearning akin to a drowning individual clutching at driftwood. The insignificance of her servant status and any semblance of restraint paled in comparison to the insurmountable bottleneck that had plagued her for months, nearly driving her to despair. Chen Jinyou halted abruptly. He slowly turned, his expression reflecting just the right amount of astonishment and a hint of bewilderment at being suddenly summoned. The golden light of the setting sun fell upon his face, illuminating the mud-streaked and blood-stained contours, clearly reflecting the innocence in his eyes and a flicker of timidity born from being interrupted. "Senior sister?" He lowered his head slightly, his voice imbued with the customary timidity and caution of a servant disciple addressing an outer sect disciple, as if the astonishing words that had just escaped his lips were not his own. "Are you asking me?" This timid and almost shrinking demeanor starkly contrasted with his earlier astonishing statement, momentarily alleviating Su Wanqing's doubts. Perhaps he had merely overheard it by chance, rather than having spoken with intent. "Yes, it's you." Su Wanqing stepped forward, disregarding the chaos at her feet, her gaze piercing and filled with undeniable inquiry. "What you mentioned about the cold smoke grass and red beard, as well as the words of that wandering old alchemist, what exactly is the matter? Repeat it." Not a single word must be omitted. Her tone bore a commanding quality, yet it could not conceal her urgency. Chen Jinyou chuckled coldly within while his outward demeanor grew increasingly anxious. He rubbed his dirt-stained hands, seemingly striving to recall. "A few days ago, while foraging for herbs on the back mountain, I encountered a scruffy old man, dressed in tattered clothes, leaning against a rock, basking in the sun, muttering something about the harmony of water and fire and achieving balance or some such strange sayings. He deliberately adopted the clumsy dialect of a lowly servant, speaking slowly as if he were painstakingly organizing his thoughts. I thought he looked famished, so I shared a bit of the coarse bread I had. The old man, perhaps seeing my kindness, engaged me in idle chatter." Chen Jinyou surreptitiously cast a glance at Su Wanqing, whose anxious demeanor was palpable, and continued. "He spoke of alchemy, asserting that at times it adheres to the principles of hierarchy and order, yet at other times, one must embrace unconventional methods. Take for instance the cold smoke herb and the red root. One is as frigid as ice shards, while the other burns with the intensity of glowing coals. Logically, these two elements should be irreconcilable, and combining them would surely result in disaster." He paused, noticing the noticeable quickening of Su Wanqing's breath, then continued. "However, that old man claimed that precisely because one is intensely cold and the other intensely hot, their opposing natures could be harmonized if one could evade the tyrannical flames of the alchemical furnace. Instead, a gentler approach is warranted, perhaps employing the dew of the early morning, ideally infused with the ethereal essence of moonlight. The dried cold smoke herb and red root must be ground into an exceedingly fine powder, and then..." Chen Jinyou furrowed his brow, seemingly straining to recall the crucial ratios. "And then?" Su Wanqing could not help but inquire, leaning slightly forward, her fingers instinctively gripping the hem of her garment. "I believe it was 3 parts cold smoke powder to 1 part red root powder?" Chen Jinyou replied uncertainly. "Yes, exactly 3 to 1. This mixture should be combined with the cold dew to form a paste, not to be ingested, but rather applied at the meridian points where one's spiritual energy is most vibrant during daily cultivation, such as, perhaps the Qi point, or the Tanzhong point." The old man spoke vaguely, yet it was essentially around the heart or lower abdomen area. One must apply it there, allowing the medicinal properties to permeate naturally with the flow of spiritual energy. He mentioned something about embodying the furnace, balancing yin and yang, to alleviate the blockages caused by turbulent and unbalanced spiritual energy. His description was halting, occasionally muddled, interspersed with the old man's cryptic ramblings that seemed almost otherworldly. In his retelling, He embodied the doubtful state of an underling who had chanced upon such esoteric knowledge. Yet, these fragmented accounts, imbued with a lower-class perspective, resonated in Su Wanqing's ears like thunder, the harmonious interplay of water and fire, evading the furnace's fierce flames, embodying the furnace oneself, alleviating the turbulence and blockages of spiritual energy. Each word struck with precise accuracy at the very core of her bottleneck at the third layer of qi condensation. This was no mere fabrication that an ordinary underling could conjure, especially that notion of embodying the furnace and balancing yin and yang, which was unprecedented, exuding a peculiar allure that was both heretical and profoundly insightful. Su Wanqing's heart raced like a drum. A singular thought surged within her mind, fervently proclaiming, this could indeed be true. Perhaps this was the breakthrough method she had long sought in vain. That old alchemist was undoubtedly an extraordinary figure, steeped in the arcane arts. A monumental hope ignited within her heart like a wildfire, momentarily banishing her familial troubles, leaving only the seemingly humble yet divinely inspired underling before her. Is what you say true? Did that old alchemist truly say so? 3-1, mixed with morning dew, applied at the meridian points? She bombarded him with questions, her voice trembling with excitement, even imbued with an unrecognized hint of desperation. She completely disregarded the bloodstains and the humble status of Chen Jinyou. At that moment, he appeared to her as the sole bridge to a mysterious destiny. Was that not so? Chen Jinyou shrank back, seemingly startled by her urgency, his gaze evasive. After the old man finished speaking, he swayed away. And I dared not inquire further with my senior sister. I was merely a laborer and implored her not to take me too seriously. If it proves to be of no use, do not blame me for his timely display of concern and desire to dissociate. No, it is useful. It must be. Su Wanqing exclaimed almost instinctively, her eyes shining with remarkable brilliance. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the tumultuous emotions within, striving to make her voice sound more composed, though the excitement and urgency were undeniable. She gazed at the filthy, evasive servant in front of her, hesitating briefly. The family caravan had been robbed, resulting in significant losses of spirit stones and elixirs, and her resources were quite limited. Yet at this moment, the seemingly trivial information held far greater value in her heart than spirit stones. Swiftly, she rummaged through a plain storage pouch at her waist, retrieving 2 low-grade spirit stones. The stones emitted a warm glow, exuding pure spiritual energy, which constituted a considerable fortune for a servant disciple. She pressed the spirit stones into Chen Jinyou's hands, her tone imbued with unprecedented seriousness and a subtle hint of gratitude. Take these. This is to thank you for sharing this information with me. If it proves to be of use, I, Su Wanqing, will surely reward you handsomely. Chen Jinyou, taken aback, accepted the 2 spirit stones still warm from her touch, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement as he hurriedly bowed. Thank you for your generosity, senior sister. You are too kind. I was merely speaking nonsense. All right. You may return to your tasks. Su Wanqing was now entirely preoccupied with that peculiar method, eager to return and experiment, with no further attention to spare for this servant. She waved her hand, her gaze already impatiently scanning the medicinal field for the cold smoke grass and red whisker roots. Chen Jinyou, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, quickly bowed again, his expression a blend of trepidation and covert delight, and hurriedly departed the medicinal garden, his figure swiftly vanishing at the end of the path leading to the servant area. It was only after his silhouette disappeared that Su Wanqing abruptly withdrew her gaze, unhesitatingly crouching down to delicately pluck several of the finest cold smoke grass and red whisker roots from the medicinal field. Her movements were gentle yet swift, her fingertips trembling slightly from excitement and anticipation. That evening, within her outer disciple abode, with doors and windows securely shut, Su Wanqing meticulously followed the method relayed by the servant. She ground the dried cold smoke grass and red whisker roots into a fine powder, adhering strictly to a 3-to-1 ratio for the mixture. Then, she procured her treasured cold dew, collected from the edge of the cold pool on the back mountain, imbued with the essence of moonlight, blending it into a light green ointment that exuded an extraordinary fusion of coolness and warmth. Having shed her outer robe, she donned a simple white inner garment and seated herself cross-legged upon a mat, the clear moonlight cascading through the window, with her fingertips coated in the slightly cool ointment. Infused with a sense of determination and boundless anticipation, she gently applied it to the positions of her heart's center and the sea of qi in her lower abdomen. As the ointment made contact with her skin, an extraordinary sensation, both icy and warm, permeated her being. She did not dare to hesitate and immediately began to circulate the foundational breathing techniques of the Qingyan sect. Suddenly, as the spiritual energy commenced its flow through her meridians, an anomaly occurred. The ointment applied to her vital points seemed to come alive. A refreshing breath akin to a babbling brook promptly merged with her slightly agitated and congested spiritual energy, bringing an indescribable sense of relief and clarity wherever it flowed. Simultaneously, a gentle yet resilient warmth arose from another vital point, acting as an invisible impetus that perfectly propelled the refined spiritual energy towards an unseen barrier, launching an assault against it. No longer was it the reckless collision and heart-wrenching backlash of the past. This time, the spiritual energy appeared to be endowed with a peculiar lubrication and guidance, becoming unprecedentedly docile yet resilient. It transformed from a chaotic mist into a cohesive force, gentle yet robust, akin to a meandering stream that had discovered its rightful course, naturally cleansing the obstructed passage. A faint sound, reminiscent of a bubble bursting, resonated within Su Wanqing. The impregnable wall that had troubled her for months, under the onslaught of this extraordinary force, intertwined with both ice and fire, began to loosen silently. Like snow melting in the spring, a surge of spiritual energy, far more refined and pure than before, instantly broke through the barriers, flooding into new meridians. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of clarity and strength filled her limbs and bones, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted, rendering her entire being light and transparent. She had attained the 4th level of Qi condensation. Chapter 6. Sister Su, it seems you need assistance. She had truly achieved it. Su Wanqing abruptly opened her eyes, her clear gaze bursting forth with a dazzling brilliance. Ecstasy, like a surging tide, overwhelmed her. She trembled with excitement, nearly unable to restrain her joy. The bottleneck that had plagued her for months had indeed been surmounted by that seemingly absurd method she had heard from a servant. The wandering alchemist was undoubtedly a reclusive master. The servant named Chen Jinyou was her fortunate star. A profound joy washed over her spirit, and the accumulated gloom of many days was swept away by the light of her breakthrough. Immersed in the fresh experience and sense of power brought by her advancement, she felt an illuminated path ahead, her heart brimming with ineffable fondness and gratitude towards the servant who had brought her hope. However, this elation did not endure for long. Just a day later, on the following morning, having just stabilized her 4th level of Qi condensation and still feeling the surging spiritual energy within, her gratitude towards Chen Jinyou had yet to dissipate when a hurried and panicked footstep approached, shattering the tranquility of the outer disciples' quarters. Sister Su, something terrible has happened. An outer disciple, pale-faced and breathless, rushed to her door, his voice trembling with fear and despair. A heavy sensation suddenly enveloped Su Wanqing's heart, an ominous premonition coiling around her like a venomous snake. Struggling to maintain her composure, she opened the door. What is the matter that brings such panic? The disciple, upon seeing her, appeared to find a source of reassurance, yet was also overwhelmed by the dreadful news, his voice trembling uncontrollably. It is your Su family's merchant convoy. The news just arrived. They have been attacked again in Falling Eagle Gorge. What? Su Wanqing felt as if struck by lightning, her complexion draining of all color, turning as pale as a ghost. The joy of her recent breakthrough was shattered by this sudden calamity. This time, it is even worse, senior sister. The disciple's voice quivered with a sob. Filled with terror, the bandits were ruthless. Head of the guard, Wang, Uncle Li, Brother Zhang, they are all dead. Not a single one survived. The goods have been completely plundered. Even the transport beasts were slaughtered. Su Wanqing could no longer hear the rest of his words. All dead, goods lost. These phrases struck her heart like a heavy hammer. Darkness enveloped her vision, and the world spun around her. The merchant routes that sustained her family had been relentlessly ravaged, and the loyal guards had met a tragic end. This was not merely a substantial financial loss. It was a catastrophic blow to the very foundation of the Su family. It was a calamity for her parents, for her entire lineage. A profound fear and helplessness surged over her like a cold tide, drowning her far more deeply than any prior cultivation hurdle. The little strength and hope from her recent breakthrough to the 4th layer of Qi condensation felt insignificant and laughable in the face of such overwhelming disaster. Her legs weakened, unable to support her any longer, and she staggered back a few steps, leaning heavily against the cold doorframe to avoid collapsing. Her nails dug painfully into her palms. The sharp pain a mere whisper compared to the depths of her despair. Tears flowed uncontrollably, like beads from a broken string, mingling with immense fear and helplessness, cascading down her pale cheeks. What should I do? What will happen to the family? What about my parents? The crushing despair gripped her throat like a cold iron hoop, nearly suffocating her. The world around her seemed to lose all color, leaving only an endless expanse of gray and chill. The entire universe felt as though it had crumbled in that moment. Just as the abyss of despair threatened to engulf her entirely, a figure, not particularly tall and somewhat disheveled, appeared at the entrance of her courtyard like a specter, silent and ethereal. Chen Jinyou, still smeared with dirt and grass clippings. Held a medicinal hoe caked with fresh soil, as if he had just returned from laboring in the herbal garden. He stood at the doorway, his calm gaze sweeping over the terrified face of the reporting disciple before finally settling on Su Wanqing, who leaned against the doorframe, tears streaming down her face. Exuding an aura of despair, he stepped forward into the courtyard, his voice not loud, yet piercing through her desolation and the disciple's frightened sobs with an unusual, compelling strength. "Senior Sister Su, it seems you are in need of assistance?" A voice, calm to the point of being chilling, pierced through the despairing sobs and the terrified whimpers of the messenger disciple, reaching Su Wanqing's ears with unsettling clarity. Bewildered and almost stiff, she lifted her head, her tear-blurred vision settling on the figure by the courtyard gate. It was the servant, Chen Jinyou. He was still clad in the coarse, soiled garb of a servant, his hands grasping a hoe smeared with fresh mud, as if he had just returned from laboring in the herb garden and fortuitously passed by this place. The fading sunlight outlined his modest silhouette, half of his face bathed in warm light, while the other half was cloaked in the shadows cast by the doorframe. His gaze was profound, devoid of the usual fear or obsequiousness expected from a servant in the presence of senior disciples. In the desolate depths of Su Wanqing's heart, this calm inquiry and those indifferent yet seemingly potent eyes became the sole anchors she could cling to. "Help me," she murmured, her voice hoarse and parched, laden with a heavy undertone of weeping and overwhelming helplessness. The caravan guards had all vanished, their goods ruthlessly seized in Luoying Gorge. Her words tumbled chaotically. The immense sorrow rendered her nearly incapable of coherent expression. Luoying Gorge? Chen Jinyou's brow furrowed slightly as he advanced with the hoe, his gaze sweeping over the terrified face of the messenger disciple before settling back on Su Wanqing. Once again, Luoying Gorge? What was the precise location? Near the mouth of the gorge or deeper within? How many bandits were there? What methods did they employ? Was it a direct assault or an ambush? Did they leave any distinctive traces? His barrage of questions was rapid fire, clear in structure and rigorous in logic, each query piercing straight to the heart of the matter, embodying a professionalism that seemed incongruous with his status as a servant. Su Wanqing found herself momentarily dazed by his relentless line of questioning. The messenger disciple, equally taken aback, appeared astonished that a servant would pose such detailed and critical inquiries. It was at the bend beneath the Eagle's Beak cliff, on the northern side, the disciple instinctively replied, his voice still trembling. "I couldn't see how many there were. They wore masks and moved too swiftly and brutally. It was as if they had been lying in wait. They first used a horse-tripping rope to bring down the lead cart, and then a flurry of arrows followed. Instructor Wang and the others attempted to form a defensive line, but those arrows seemed to have been poisoned. The brothers struck down quickly. They charged in, killing indiscriminately, seizing what they could, and then fled deep into the gorge, leaving behind a scene of corpses and scattered remnants of goods. Horse-tripping ropes? A flurry of arrows? Poisoned? Ruthless tactics, precise objectives, and a decisive retreat into the depths of the gorge." Chen Jinyou repeated the key information softly, no longer looking at Su Wanqing. Instead, his gaze lowered slightly, his fingers unconsciously stroking the rough wooden handle of the hoe, as he fell into a state of rapid contemplation. In this moment, there was no trace of the servant's usual timidity. His focus and composure, akin to one meticulously unraveling a tangled mystery, sparked a flicker of unexpected astonishment in the despairing Su Wanqing, as if a drowning person had seized a resilient vine, unaware of its destination, yet instinctively unwilling to let go. The bend at Eagle's Beak Cliff, with its limited visibility, was indeed an ideal ambush point, creating chaos with horse snares, suppressing enemies with a barrage of arrows, and dismantling resistance with poisoned projectiles epitomizes a classic ambush strategy. The objective is unmistakable: to kill and plunder. Their choice of the falling Eagle Gorge, coupled with their success on 2 consecutive occasions, indicates 2 crucial points. First, they possess an intimate knowledge of the merchant caravan's movements, suggesting the presence of informants or remarkably accurate intelligence within their ranks. Second, their lair, or temporary stronghold, must be concealed in some deeply hidden, defensible location within the gorge. Otherwise, they would not dare to venture into such treacherous terrain, rife with malevolent beasts, burdened with a significant haul of stolen goods. Informants within their ranks? A hideout deep within the gorge? Su Wanqing abruptly lifted her head, tears still clinging to her lashes, her eyes igniting with a spark of incredulity and a flicker of awakened fury. She had never considered the situation from this perspective. However, the numerous branching paths within the depths of the falling Eagle Gorge, coupled with its intricate terrain and the presence of numerous beast lairs, made the task seem akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The convoluted landscape, paradoxically, served as the optimal cover. Chen Jinyou's words resonated with an unspoken certainty. Carrying a considerable amount of goods, They could not afford to delve too deeply into the caves. Nor would they choose to approach the lairs of powerful beasts and invite trouble upon themselves. Thus, there must exist a location suitable for concealing a substantial number of personnel and stolen goods, sufficiently hidden from prying eyes. His gaze shifted toward the distant, mist-shrouded silhouette of the falling Eagle Mountain range, resembling a slumbering behemoth, and he declared with unwavering conviction, Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. It can only be there. The gorge's base harbors natural caverns, their entrances obscured by cascading waterfalls, rendering them exceedingly discreet. The narrow gorge is easily defensible, requiring only a small number of individuals to maintain control. More importantly, an underground river flows at the gorge's base, allowing for the swift disposal of cumbersome stolen goods or even bodies. Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. Su Wanqing and the informant exclaimed in unison. That location is perilous. Perpetually veiled in the mist of the waterfall, treacherous and difficult to traverse, seldom approached even by herbalists. How do you know? Su Wanqing blurted out, her eyes brimming with astonishment and curiosity. Just a guess, Chen Jinyou replied succinctly, a hint of nonchalance in his tone. Robbers are human too. They require sustenance, a place to hide their loot, and a sense of security. By eliminating all impossibilities, what remains, however improbable, must be the truth. He paused, refocusing his penetrating gaze on Su Wanqing, his eyes sharp enough to pierce the soul. Senior Sister Su, do you wish to remain here in tears, waiting for your family to crumble entirely, or do you desire to take a gamble, reclaim what was stolen, and avenge the fallen guards? Reclaim? Avenge? The flames of hatred and hope ignited in Su Wanqing's eyes. Yet, she was soon engulfed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. But the enemy is ruthless and cunning, their strength unknown. What can we possibly use to reclaim or avenge? As a newly advanced outer sect disciple at the 4th level of Qi condensation, along with a 2nd level disciple conveying the message, charging into the bandits' lair would be tantamount to courting death. Who says we must go ourselves? The patrol team from the sect's law enforcement hall passes by the western side of the falling Eagle Gorge at precisely the 3rd watch of the day, routinely inspecting the safety of the mines. The distance from Wind Howling Ridge to Eagle Sorrow Gorge is merely 5 miles, separated by the soul-breaking cliff. However, there exists a remarkably concealed underground ravine path connecting the two, known only to a select few veteran miners extracting rare minerals. His speech was steady, yet it seemed as if he were painting an invisible chessboard. The mention of the Rift Valley path left Su Wanqing utterly bewildered. These revelations were entirely foreign to her. Chen Jinyou did not elaborate on the source of this information, but continued. What we need to do is merely guide the patrol team to stumble upon the robbers' trail and lead them to Eagle's Cry Gorge. The rest will be handled by the blades of the enforcement hall. Led them there? How? Su Wanqing felt as though she were listening to a fantastical tale. Chen Jinyou's gaze swept over the unadorned storage bag at her waist, glanced fleetingly at the disciple who had come to relay the message, and finally returned to himself. Calmly uttering 2 words, resources, he paused, lowering his voice to convey an undeniable tone of command. Senior Sister Su, I require all the low-grade spirit stones in your storage bag, as well as anything of value on this junior disciple. Even a subpar talisman will suffice. Additionally, I need a few items: saltpeter, sulfur powder, and the juice of fire fluff grass. Quality is irrelevant. There should be some in the corner of the servant's storeroom. The sooner, the better. Also, find me the coarsest thick oilcloth available for wrapping items. His demands were peculiar and urgent. Although Su Wanqing was engulfed in confusion, the icy yet powerful sense of control emanating from Chen Jinyou compelled her to instinctively trust him. Without hesitation, she unfastened her storage bag and poured out the mere 10 or so low-grade spirit stones it contained. The disciple, too, flustered, hastily removed a dull brass talisman from around his neck and dug out several inferior spirit stone fragments. Hurry, go to the servant's storeroom and fetch the items as he instructed. Su Wanqing urged the disciple. The disciple, intimidated by Chen Jinyou's imposing presence, nodded rapidly and stumbled out. Before long, the items were gathered, a heap of low-grade spirit stones and assorted trinkets, a small pouch exuding a pungent odor of saltpeter and sulfur powder, a bottle of murky fire fluff grass juice, and a large piece of thick oilcloth reeking of tung oil. Chen Jinyou squatted down, deftly mixing the saltpeter, sulfur powder, and fire fluff grass juice in a specific ratio, carefully wrapping them into a fist-sized sphere with the oilcloth, leaving only a small fuse hole at the top. He then stuffed several spirit stones and some worthless debris into the crevices of the oilcloth ball. The entire process was swift and precise, imbued with a peculiar rhythmic quality. What is this? Su Wanqing could not help but inquire. A little gadget that will create quite a commotion. Chen Jinyou did not look up, twisting a grass rope soaked in fire fluff grass juice into a fuse and carefully inserting it into the reserved hole. I hope the patrol brothers have keen ears. He tucked the seemingly crude oilcloth sphere into his bosom, turning to Su Wanqing and the recently returned disciple. Let us go to Wind Howl Ridge. Remember, we are merely enthusiastic disciples who have inadvertently discovered the robber's trail, understood? As darkness fell, the three, led by Chen Jinyou, navigated swiftly through the rugged mountain forest. Avoiding the main road, Su Wanqing was quietly astonished by Chen Jinyou's intimate knowledge of the terrain. He always found the most concealed and expedient paths. Much like an experienced hunter, as they breathlessly ascended to a broad rocky platform atop Wind Howling Ridge, they indeed spotted a group of patrolling disciples clad in the black attire of the Qinyun sect's law enforcement hall, their presence exuding an air of grim authority as they ambled along the ridge, mere moments before the final hour approached. Now is the moment. A glint of icy resolve flashed in Chen Jinyou's eyes as he swiftly retrieved an oilcloth sphere from his bosom, igniting the fuse. He swung his arm in a wide arc, channeling all his strength, and hurled it with ferocity toward the opposite side of the cliff of Soul Severance, aimed at the Eagle's Cry Gorge. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The fuse ignited, tracing a faint fiery trajectory through the air. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion erupted against the mountain face across from the cliff of Soul Severance. Flames surged skyward, accompanied by billowing clouds of smoke. The resounding blast echoed through the mountains, deafening in its intensity. Countless stones were tossed into the air by the ferocious shockwave. An enemy attack. An ambush. Over there, toward Eagle's Cry Gorge. The law enforcement hall's patrol team atop Wind Howling Ridge was instantly roused by the sudden explosion. The commanding officer's gaze sharpened, instantly pinpointing the source of the blast at Eagle's Cry Gorge. Form ranks. Stand guard. One team, follow me to investigate. The rest remain alert, prepared for a feint. The captain responded with remarkable swiftness, his voice steady and resolute, imbued with an iron will. With a swift motion, he led 7 or 8 fierce disciples of the law enforcement hall, akin to arrows released from a bow, racing toward the explosion site at Eagle's Cry Gorge. Their movements were rapid and their coordination seamless, unmistakably indicative of a well-trained elite. Concurrently, at Eagle's Cry Gorge, chaos ensued behind the curtain of the waterfall due to the sudden explosion. What happened? Where did the explosion occur? Have we been discovered? Quickly, grab your weapons. Let us investigate. The sounds of disarray and clashing weapons faintly emanated from behind the waterfall, filled with doubt and alarm. Several masked figures, armed and fierce, nervously peered from the mouth of the cavern behind the waterfall, choking on the dust and smoke stirred by the explosion, casting wary glances around. They could never have imagined that this earth-shattering assault was merely a ruckus created by a lowly servant using the most inexpensive materials, several miles away atop Wind Howling Ridge. Ironically, just as they were nervously exposing their positions, the squad of patrolling disciples from the law enforcement hall charged toward the edge of the cliff of Soul Severance, gaining a vantage point from above, revealing the entrance to the cavern behind the waterfall and the few anxious bandits like lice on a bald head, completely laid bare. There, behind the waterfall, an ambush, shouted a sharp-eyed disciple of the law enforcement hall. Indeed, there are thieves. How audacious, daring to commit murder and theft within the territory of our Qinyun sect. The captain's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he bellowed, form the break armor formation. Follow me to slay them. Leave none alive. The 7 or 8 disciples of the law enforcement hall surged forth like tigers descending the mountain, their momentum overwhelming. They swiftly formed a compact assault formation, with the patrol captain as the spearhead, their spiritual energy surging forth as they boldly crashed through the waterfall, plunging directly into the cavern. This is bad. It's the Qinyun sect's law enforcement hall. Quickly, block their advance. Let us fight them. Within the cavern, a sudden eruption of clashing steel and fierce roars reverberated, accompanied by agonized screams. The flickering blades danced in the dim light of the cave, intertwined with the thunderous blasts of spells. Clearly, although the bandits were ferocious, they were swiftly overpowered by the elite disciples of the law enforcement hall. Su Wanqing and the disciple who had delivered the message stood at Wind Howl Ridge, utterly astounded by the lightning-quick events unfolding before their eyes. From the moment Chen Jinyou hurled that peculiar oilcloth ball, to the ensuing explosion, and then to the law enforcement disciples precisely locking onto their targets and charging into the bandit lair. The entire sequence unfolded with dizzying speed, yet flowed with an effortless grace that was strikingly precise. How could such a humble oilcloth ball have created such a tremendous uproar? How did Chen Jinyou know the patrol's timing and route? How did he manage to convey the commotion to Eagle Cry Gorge, just in time to alarm the bandits, who were then fortuitously confronted by the law enforcement disciples? This intricate web of calculations, akin to a masterstroke of strategy, was nothing short of extraordinary. Suddenly, Su Wanqing turned to gaze at the seemingly unperturbed figure of the servant, Chen Jinyou, who appeared as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He stood there, slender and slight, his servant's attire dusted with mud, swaying gently in the mountain breeze. The last rays of the setting sun caressed his profile, illuminating his profound gaze. There was neither pride nor boastfulness in his eyes. It was as if the earlier orchestration, which had deftly toyed with the fierce bandits, was merely child's play to him. A wave of shock and disbelief surged like a torrent, overwhelming Su Wanqing in an instant. As she beheld Chen Jinyou's calm visage, an icy chill shot from her feet to the crown of her head, causing every hair on her body to stand on end. Was this truly the same servant who had been trampled by Zhao Hu, fighting for his very life? This terrifying intellect, this precise scheming, this all-seeing calm. Who was he, truly? Just as Su Wanqing's mind reeled with astonishment, the sounds of battle from the direction of Eagle Cry Gorge gradually subsided. Soon, the disciples of the law enforcement hall emerged, escorting several bloodied and gasping bandits, tightly bound and defeated, along with heavy boxes marked with seals, each bearing the emblem of the Su family merchant caravan. Reporting, Captain, the bandit den has been eradicated. 7 fierce bandits eliminated, 3 captured, numerous stolen goods confiscated. One of the law enforcement disciples hastily approached the patrol captain, his voice tinged with excitement as he presented a bloodied black token, seized from the bandit leader. The patrol captain took the token, glanced at it, and his gaze instantly sharpened, a chilling aura radiating from him. The token bore the menacing likeness of a wolf's head. Black Wolf Gang. The captain spat those words from between clenched teeth, his voice icy and penetrating. Good. Very well. We have captured both the men and the goods. Take these scoundrels back. Inventory and secure the spoils, and notify the Su family to come and claim their belongings. From a distance, Su Wanqing heard the mention of inventory and securing the spoils, as well as the notification to the Su family to claim them, and she felt a tremendous warmth wash over her, obliterating all despair and coldness in an instant. The ecstasy of regaining what was lost, and the exhilaration of surviving a calamity made her momentarily lose her footing. She abruptly turned to Chen Jinyou, her lips trembling violently, tears streaming forth once more, but this time, they were not tears of despair. Rather, they were infused with unparalleled gratitude, astonishment, and a complex sense of reverence. It was he. Truly, it was he. This seemingly humble servant, this enigmatic man, had, with nothing more than a crude firecracker and a few incisive analyses, genuinely aided her in reclaiming her family's lifeline. He had avenged the fallen guardian. Su Wanqing, her voice choked with emotion, brimming with unprecedented respect and heartfelt gratitude, instinctively referred to him with the honorific of junior brother. Such profound kindness cannot be adequately expressed. I, Su Wanqing, of the Su family. She was so overwhelmed that her words tumbled out incoherently, feeling that no expression could capture the shock and gratitude swelling within her heart. Yet, Chen Jinyou merely cast a calm glance her way, as if the remarkable deeds he had just performed were of little consequence. He nodded slightly, but his gaze drifted past the ecstatic Su Wanqing, directed toward the distance. On an inconspicuous path beneath the roaring wind howling ridge, 2 furtive figures were peering curiously toward the direction of Eagle's Sorrow Gorge. It was Zhao Hu's 2 henchmen. Clearly, they had been covertly observing Chen Jinyou. Witnessing all that had transpired, their faces now etched with shock and disbelief. A faint smile graced Chen Jinyou's lips. The bait had been cast, and it was time to reel in the net. He no longer lingered, not even casting a glance at the law enforcers who were busy counting loot and escorting captives. He turned and walked away, his steps steady, soon disappearing into the twilight forest leading to the servant quarters, leaving Su Wanqing and the messenger disciple immersed in profound shock and elation. Upon returning to the dilapidated earthen dwelling, Chen Jinyou closed the door firmly behind him, shutting out the clamor of the outside world. The room was dimly lit, with only a faint light filtering through the window panes. Leaning against the cold earthen wall, he gradually seated himself, a dull ache in his ribs causing his brow to furrow, but more dominant was a thrilling, icy excitement akin to a prey stepping into the heart of a trap. As his consciousness submerged into the sea of awareness, a pale blue system interface silently unfolded. Host, Chen Jinyou. Realm, Qi condensation level 1, seriously injured, recovering. Points, 50, capturable target. Su Wanqing, significantly increased affection, capture progress, 35, 50 points. Chen Jinyou's gaze fixated on that number, his heart racing uncontrollably. These 50 points were the reward for completing the system's minor task of assisting Su Wanqing in resolving her family crisis. Preliminary. Although it paled in comparison to the colossal 500 points he would gain upon capturing Su Wanqing, at this moment, these 50 points were his only lifeline. The seed of revenge. He unhesitatingly accessed the system's shop interface. A dazzling array of luminous orbs once again materialized, and those formidable techniques and divine weapons, often worth thousands or even tens of thousands of points, remained tantalizingly out of reach. However, his gaze, akin to the most precise probe, instantaneously fixed upon a sigil emanating an unstable crimson glow, resembling a twisted fong within the area designated for talismans. One-time explosive talisman. Grade, low tier. Effect. Upon infusing with spiritual energy, it detonates instantly, releasing destructive energy equivalent to the full force of a late-stage qi condensation practitioner. With a range of 3 zhong. Exchange points. 50. Note. Use with caution. The explosion does not differentiate between friend and foe. A full force strike from a late-stage qi condensation practitioner. A range of 3 zhong. Chen Jinyou's pupils abruptly constricted. This was it. This was precisely the simple, brute, and devastating power capable of determining life and death in an instant that he needed. Zhao Hu was merely at the mid-stage of qi condensation. The might of this explosive talisman was sufficient to crush him. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his intent, confirming the exchange. Ding. Exchange successful. One-time explosive talisman X1 has been issued to the system space. Points reset to 0. A fleeting yet intensely fiery energy fluctuation flickered within Chen Jinyou's consciousness, revealing a talisman the size of a palm, composed of a material resembling leather, entirely dark red and adorned with twisted, bizarre black patterns, quietly suspended in his system space. At the center of the talisman, a point of crimson light pulsed as if alive, emanating a heart-stopping aura of destruction. Chen Jinyou took a deep breath, suppressing the slightly hurried heartbeat fueled by excitement. He closed his eyes, exerting all his effort into the breath-holding technique, minimizing his presence, and silently awaited the arrival of his prey. The hidden pain in his ribs now felt as if transformed into fuel for the flames of vengeance. Time trickled away in the oppressive silence. As dusk gathered, the darkness engulfed the servant quarters like thick ink. Bang! A violent kick against the door shattered the night's stillness like thunder. The already precarious wooden door of Chen Jinyou splintered under the immense force, sending wood chips flying. Chen Jinyou, you filthy bastard. Get out here. Zhao Hu's boisterous, arrogant roar, brimming with malice and envy, echoed through the dilapidated house like the screech of a night owl, instantly filling the entire space. In the dim light, Zhao Hu's robust figure blocked the doorway, resembling a small mountain radiating hostility. Behind him loomed 5 or 6 shadowy figures. His minions, each wielding clubs, their faces twisted in menacing grins. Among them were 2 lackeys who had witnessed the incident at Eagle Cry Gorge, now staring intently at Chen Jinyou in the shadows with a mix of fear and resentment. Brother Hu, this is the brat. It's him. Who knows what wicked means he employed to incite the enforcement hall and bring down the Black Wolf Gang's den. He caused us to suffer such a significant loss. One of the lackeys shrieked, his voice thick with rage. With the downfall of the Black Wolf Gang, their covert financial avenues had been severed. Damn it! A mere servant dares to ruin my plans, and even flaunt it before Su Wanqing? Zhao Hu's eyes gleamed with a feral light in the darkness, fixated on Chen Jinyou, who sat against the wall, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Jealousy and fury threatened to engulf him. If he did not flay Chen alive today, he would not bear the surname Zhao. He grinned maliciously and waved his hand. Drag him out. Break his limbs. I want him to kneel before me like a dead dog, licking my shoes. Let him know the consequences of offending Zhao Hu. Yes, Tiger Brother. A few henchmen, grinning like starving wolves, rushed in, wielding clubs that cut through the air, aiming straight for Chen Jinyou's limbs. They dismissed the severely injured servant, eager to impress their master. Just as the clubs were about to land, Chen Jinyou, who had been sitting like a statue, his breath faint and resigned, suddenly opened his eyes wide. No trace of fear remained in those eyes. Seeking death, a low growl erupted, akin to the roar of a wounded beast. Chen Jinyou rolled to the side with a speed that took everyone by surprise. He evaded the fatal strike, yet a barbed wooden club still grazed his left arm. The sound of tearing fabric resonated, skin split open, and blood gushed forth, staining his tattered sleeve. The intense pain made Chen Jinyou grunt, his face turning pale. Yet the murderous intent in his eyes burgeoned like wild grass nourished by blood. Dare to dodge? Beat him to death. Zhao Hu, now even more enraged, stepped forward, grinning wickedly, his fist charged with mid-level spiritual energy, hurtling towards Chen Jinyou's face. He intended to smash this irritating servant's head to pieces. In that critical moment, Chen Jinyou, rolling on the ground, his right hand smeared with mud and blood, ghost-like, plunged into his bosom. When he withdrew it, his palm held a dark red talisman, intricately adorned with twisted and bizarre patterns. The crimson glow at the center of the talisman illuminated the dim, dilapidated room like the eye of a hellish demon. A violent, chaotic wave of energy, imbued with an aura of destruction, erupted from the talisman. What in the world? Zhao Hu's cruel grin froze on his face. A profound sense of danger surged from the depths of his soul, causing his scalp to tingle. He sought to retract his fist, to retreat. But it was all too late. In Chen Jinyou's eyes, there was a madness and resolve that disregarded everything. He ignored Zhao Hu's descending fist, ignored the clubs raining down around him. All his mental strength, all his will, was channeled into the explosive talisman grasped tightly in his right hand. Explode for me. With a roar that rent the night sky, Chen Jinyou summoned every ounce of strength and the last remnants of his meager spiritual power to trigger the talisman. Simultaneously, he curled his body, shielding his head and face with all his might. Boom! A sound far more terrifying than the explosion at Eagle Cry Gorge erupted within the narrow, crumbling earthen house. Dark red destructive energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly consuming everything. A tempestuous gale intertwined with searing flames and countless lethal shards of energy surged forth, akin to a deluge breaching its banks, radiating from the position of Chen Jinyou and sweeping chaotically in all directions. At the forefront of this chaos stood Zhao Hu, the nearest target. The look of frozen horror and dread upon his face was instantaneously immortalized in the midst of the violent crimson glow, only to be utterly shattered like fragile porcelain by the cataclysmic shockwave of energy, annihilating him without a trace. His fists, his robust physique, were obliterated under the profound might comparable to a full-force strike of a post-condensation stage cultivator, disintegrating into mere powder without so much as a cry of despair. Following closely were the 5 or 6 henchmen who had charged in. Their sinister grins had scarcely faded when the ferocious torrent of energy struck them with brutal force. They were smashed as though by an invisible hammer, their bones cracking in a symphony of destruction. Their bodies were hurled into the air, only to be shredded and torn apart by the rampaging fragments of energy. Severed limbs and mangled remains, mingled with scalding blood and bits of viscera, plummeted like a torrential downpour upon the walls, the ground, and the roof. The nauseating stench of blood pervaded the air. The violent shockwave collided violently with the earthen walls of the dwelling. The sound reverberated like thunder. The already precarious walls crumbled as if made of paper. Beams of wood and thatch were sent flying, ignited, and fell ablaze. Dust mingled with blood mist, shredded flesh, and flames soared into the sky, illuminating the area as if it were a hellscape. The thunderous roar of the explosion echoed across the quiet servant quarters, rousing innumerable sleeping disciples. They rushed outside in terror, only to behold the thatched house utterly destroyed, engulfed in fierce flames. Chapter 8. The initial contract. Late sunshine's affection. The night on the back mountain was dense as ink, imbued with a bone-chilling cold and the stench of decaying foliage. Chen Jinyou curled within a concealed crevice of stone, each breath drawing forth excruciating pain that tore through his body, akin to countless red-hot needles piercing within. The gaping wound on his left arm exposed bone, flesh curling back, its edges charred. Each pulse brought forth agonizing convulsions. One side of his body was scorched by the flames of the explosive talisman, his skin blackened and cracked, oozing murky tissue fluid, mingled with blood and dirt, emanating a repugnant scent of sweetness and char leaning against the cold, damp rock. His body trembled uncontrollably from pain and blood loss. His teeth clenched against his lower lip, tasting the heavy metallic tang of iron as he struggled to suppress the moans rising in his throat. His consciousness ebbed and flowed amidst the waves of agony and the dizziness of blood loss, akin to a small boat in a tempest. The explosive talisman, purchased for 50 points, wielded unparalleled power but nearly dragged him into the abyss alongside it, had he not instinctively curled up at the last moment. Shielding his vital points with his body and using Zhao Hu and his henchman's flesh to absorb part of the shockwave, he would have been reduced to ashes like the others. Trembling, he managed to extract from his bosom the remnants of a medicinal residue, the last vestige of the small returning elixir's potency, which he had painstakingly collected. He unhesitatingly stuffed the precious remnants of the medicine into his mouth, struggling to dissolve them with his saliva. A faint warmth spread within him once more, akin to the flickering glow of fireflies, insufficient to dispel the bitter cold, yet barely sustaining the flickering flame of his life. The medicinal essence seeped into his wounds, bringing a subtle tingling and coolness, momentarily suppressing the sharpest pain and allowing his turbulent blood to settle slightly. He closed his eyes, exerting all his strength to execute a breath-concealing technique, stifling his own breath, heartbeat, and even the fluctuations of life to the lowest possible level, resembling an inanimate stone devoid of life. In this perilous mountainside, any hint of irregularity could attract the keen senses of demonic beasts or, worse still, troublesome individuals. Time crawled slowly through the boundless darkness and excruciating pain. The deepest chill before dawn seeped into his bones, nearly freezing him. The wound, numb from the low temperature, inflicted another layer of agony that penetrated to the marrow. When the horizon finally brightened with a pale gray light, and the birds in the forest began to chirp timidly, Chen Jinyou slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was bloodshot. Exhaustion etched into his features, yet the concealed coldness and determination within him resembled tempered cold iron, even more unyielding. He must return. Enduring the excruciating pain that felt as if his bones were disassembling, he struggled to crawl out from the crevice of rocks. Every inch moved akin to enduring a torturous ordeal. The wound on his left arm tore open once more, blood oozing and staining his charred skin and tattered sleeve. He tore off a relatively intact piece of fabric from his clothing, using his teeth and right hand to hastily bind the horrific wound on his left arm, staunching the surging flow of blood temporarily. Having accomplished this, he was drenched in cold sweat, his face as pale as paper, his breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind. He discerned the direction and, dragging his battered body, resembled a ghoul clawing back from hell, step by step. Staggering yet resolute, he moved towards the area where the outer disciples resided. When he finally reached the exterior of the independent courtyard where Su Wanqing lived, the sky was already bright. The courtyard door stood ajar, and Su Wanqing was standing beneath an old locust tree, staring blankly towards the mist-shrouded direction of Falling Eagle Gorge. Her expression complex. The recovery of the family caravan's goods by the law enforcement hall and the revenge for the blood feud of the guards was, in essence, a momentous occasion. However, the thunderous roar from the servants' quarters last night, coupled with the subsequent news of Zhao Hu and his minion's disappearance, loomed over her heart like a heavy fog, instilling an inexplicable sense of unease and chill. Just then, a suffocatingly thick stench of blood mixed with charred flesh abruptly wafted into her nostrils. Su Wanqing furrowed her brows sharply, turning her head warily. When her gaze landed upon the figure at the entrance of the courtyard, she felt as though struck by an invisible lightning bolt, instantly freezing in place. It was Chen Jinyou. Yet his appearance in that moment caused her heart to halt abruptly. A wave of icy terror surging from her feet to the crown of her head. He leaned against the doorframe, seemingly devoid of the strength to stand upright. The tattered garments, once mere rags, now resembled bloodied strips of cloth, barely clinging to his form. His exposed skin was marred by abrasions and contusions. Most horrifying was the gaping wound on his left arm, deep enough to reveal bone, tightly bound by filthy fabric that was already soaked through with blood, which dripped incessantly from the charred, cracked skin, pooling into a small dark red puddle at his feet. One side of his body, from shoulder to waist, was scorched and raw, emanating an appalling stench of charred flesh mixed with the metallic scent of blood. His face, smeared with congealed blood, dirt, and ash, rendered his features nearly unrecognizable, save for those eyes, bloodshot and haunting. He appeared as a malevolent specter, risen from a hellish battleground of blood and fire, exuding a palpable aura of death and destruction. Chen, junior brother? Su Wanqing gasped, her voice trembling with uncontrollable fear, instinctively retreating a step, her complexion paling to a shade even more ghastly than Chen Jinyou's. The sight before her was utterly horrifying. The terrifying explosion from the previous night, along with Zhao Hu's disappearance, was it all connected? Chen Jinyou seemed devoid of strength even to lift his gaze, merely fluttering his heavy eyelids to catch a glimpse of Su Wanqing's horrified visage. He attempted a smile, a grimace that only accentuated the grotesque wounds upon his face, rendering him even more fearsome. Su, senior sister, his voice emerged hoarse and parched, akin to a worn bellows, each word forced from the depths of his throat like bloodied foam. After a few labored breaths, he continued in a tone as calm as one discussing the weather, each word piercing Su Wanqing's heart like an ice pick. Last night, the back mountain was not peaceful. Zhao Hu and the others seemed to have gone missing. Gone missing. These words detonated in Su Wanqing's mind like thunderclaps, reverberating ominously, coupled with the sight of Chen Jinyou's hellish state and the deafening blast from the previous night. The implications of this disappearance were painfully evident. A tidal wave of shock swept over Su Wanqing, overwhelming her senses. She fixated on the grotesque wounds adorning Chen Jinyou's body, the charred skin, and the blood that continued to drip. A clear and terrifying realization took root in her mind, swelling within her. It was he. This seemingly fragile man before her, at the cost of his own severe injuries and near death, had eradicated the demon that was Zhao Hu in an unimaginably brutal manner, avenging both himself and her. An indescribable surge of emotions, blending intense fear, shock, and an overwhelming gratitude and admiration akin to a volcanic eruption, shattered Su Wanqing's defenses. Fearful of his ruthlessness and methods, awed by his resolve and strength, grateful for his elimination of her greatest threat, in awe of his unfathomable intellect and superhuman willpower. Why you? Su Wanqing's lips trembled violently, tears instantly blurring her vision. She gazed upon the almost unrecognizable form of Chen Jinyou, and as she contemplated the agony and peril he had endured, an overwhelming tide of guilt and sorrow engulfed her. For whom had he undertaken all this suffering? The humiliation inflicted upon him by Zhao, who was rooted in her actions, was it not? Had it not been for her, perhaps Chen Jinyou would not have provoked such frenzied retribution, nor would he have had to pay such a harrowing price. It is because of me, solely because of me. She choked on her words, her voice fractured, tears cascading down her cheeks, not merely tears of despair, but a blend of heartache, gratitude, and an almost reverent complexity of emotions. Your wounds. Come in quickly. Let me tend to your injuries. She could no longer afford to be paralyzed by fear. With a sudden rush, she lunged forward, striving to support the faltering Chen Jinyou. Her fingertips brushed against his charred, feverish skin and the cold, congealed blood, causing her body to tremble and her tears to flow even more fiercely. Yet, Chen Jinyou slightly turned away, evading her assistance, his body swaying as he precariously leaned against the doorframe. He lifted his bloodshot eyes, calmly observing the tear-streaked face of Su Wanqing. His voice still hoarse yet imbued with an uncanny clarity. Flesh wounds cannot claim my life. He gasped, his gaze palpable as it fell upon Su Wanqing's face. Senior sister, do you wish to hasten the process? To hasten it? Su Wanqing, with tear-filled eyes, momentarily lost her ability to comprehend. Breaking through the fourth layer of qi is merely the beginning. Chen Jinyou spoke slowly, each word seemingly extracted with immense effort, yet laced with an undeniable allure. There will be more. I can assist you in becoming swifter and more powerful. He paused slightly, his blood-stained visage illuminated by a remarkable brightness in his eyes, as if ignited by a dark flame, penetrating into the very depths of Su Wanqing's soul, igniting her yearning for strength. I possess a unique method. His voice sank lower, imbued with mystery and temptation, a pact that can forge a connection between us, allowing us to share power. Would you be willing? A pact? A shared connection? A sharing of strength? Su Wanqing was utterly taken aback. She had never encountered such an extraordinary approach. Yet, as she gazed into Chen Jinyou's profound eyes, seemingly containing the vastness of the cosmos, an unprecedented sense of trust and reliance surged within her, entwining around her heart like a wild vine. It was he who had given her hope for breaking through her limitations in the medicinal garden. It was he who had turned the tide, outsmarting the bandits and saving her family. It was he who, despite his battered body, like a bloodied Azura, had completely eradicated the threat posed by Zhao Hu. His intellect, his cunning, his strength were unfathomable. In that moment, though his proposal was unprecedented and shrouded in mystery, Su Wanqing felt no trace of doubt, only an instinctual, fervent impulse to grasp this lifeline. As long as she could grow stronger, as long as she could no longer be bullied, as long as she could protect her family, as long as she could draw near to this miraculous man, a profound sense of emotion, unconditional trust, and an insatiable thirst for power collided violently within her, merging into a resolute torrent that swept away the last remnants of hesitation. I am willing. Su Wanqing's voice, tinged with a sob, resonated with remarkable clarity and unwavering determination. She met Chen Jinyou's deep and abyss-like gaze, nodding vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls that had come untethered. Senior brother Chen, I believe in you. No matter the method, I am willing. As she gazed into Su Wanqing's eyes, which revealed unreserved trust, dependence, and resoluteness, a slow smile crept across Chen Jinyou's blood-stained lips. It was done. He gently closed his eyes, his thoughts delving deep into the ocean of his consciousness. System, detected target Su Wanqing's strong willingness to voluntarily sign the master-servant contract. Generate contract document immediately? Generate. Chen Jinyou silently intoned within his mind. A hum resonated as an invisible wave, imbued with the profound laws of power, quietly radiated from him. Su Wanqing felt a momentary disorientation, as if something had been indelibly stamped upon the depths of her consciousness. Then, a soft yet distinctly clear contract light screen, emanating a pale golden glow, appeared in the void between her and Chen Jinyou. The screen was adorned with a plethora of intricate, mysterious runes, each seemingly containing the ultimate truths of the universe, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. At the top of the light screen, two names were inscribed in grand runes. Master, Chen Jinyou. Servant, Su Wanqing. Below were the core terms clearly delineated. 1. The servant willingly submits to the master, offering absolute loyalty. 2. The master and servant are spiritually connected, sharing part of their powers and insights. 3. The servant's body and soul are the master's property, never to betray for eternity. Note, this contract is witnessed by the Great Tao, entered into voluntarily by both parties, and takes immediate effect. Violators shall face annihilation. Words such as absolute loyalty, property, and annihilation struck Su Wanqing's heart like a chilling brand, instantly making her comprehend the contract's absolute and ruthless nature. This was no ordinary partnership. It was a complete surrender and devotion. A wave of immense fear and instinctive resistance surged within her. However, when her gaze fell upon the blood-soaked man standing resolutely before her, despite his waning breath, a figure who had cleared all obstacles in her path, that flicker of fear and resistance was swiftly supplanted by a more profound sense of gratitude, admiration, and an almost sacrificial resolve. He was the one who had given her hope. He had salvaged her family. He had avenged her enemies. He was deserving of her everything, even the freedom of her soul. Overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion, Su Wanqing's heart surrendered entirely. The last vestiges of hesitation dissipated, leaving only a fervent devotion and sense of belonging. No longer indecisive, she trembled as she extended her right index finger, with a solemnity akin to a pilgrimage, toward the designated imprint area at the bottom of the light screen, composed of countless flecks of golden light. As her fingertip touched that radiant golden glow, a hum erupted. The entire contract light screen exploded with resplendent golden brilliance, and all the runes seemed to come alive, swirling and intertwining in a frenzied dance. A vast and arcane force of law descended in an instant, enveloping both Chen Jinyou and Su Wanqing simultaneously. Su Wanqing felt as though a searing mark had been branded deep within her soul, establishing an indescribable and peculiar connection in an instant. She could vaguely sense the faint yet resilient heartbeat of Chen Jinyou, feeling his will as unyielding as cold iron. The contract was formed. The radiant golden light of the contract screen erupted, completely engulfing Chen Jinyou and Su Wanqing as if it were a tangible substance. The immense power of the law descended, carrying an irresistible majesty, instantly penetrating their souls. Su Wanqing felt as if her consciousness was seized by an invisible hand, dragging her into an ocean purely composed of golden runes. Each rune contained an ancient and chilling torrent of information, encompassing loyalty, devotion, and absolute belonging. Deep within her soul, it felt as though a searing brand had been thrust upon her, a mark symbolizing submission and chains, imbued with a tearing pain and an uncanny warmth, was indelibly imprinted at the core of her essence. Simultaneously, a profound and frigid connection was established, like an invisible chain binding her tightly to the blood-soaked man standing close by. She could even faintly perceive his weak yet iron-willed heartbeat, sensing the fiery ambition and power, like a volcano poised to erupt, concealed beneath his cold exterior. There was also that piercing, murderous intent, as if it originated from the depths of the abyss. This connection was not warm. Instead, it bore an unsettling sense of control and an oppressive chill. At the moment the contract was established, a tremendous mental shock caused Su Wanqing to emit a muffled groan, her delicate frame trembling as her consciousness nearly succumbed to the torrent of this overwhelming law. However, just as the soul's imprint completed, an unforeseen change occurred. Su Wanqing felt an indescribable, grand, and pure warmth surge forth, unanticipated, from the newly established link of the soul, pouring forth from Chen Jinyou's body like a river breaching its dam. This warmth carried an unparalleled power of order, instantly washing over every corner of her being. Buzz, the barrier of her cultivation, which had just broken through to the fourth layer of qi condensation and required stabilization, dissolved like spring snow under the onslaught of this pure warmth. The initial stage of the fourth layer of qi condensation was forcibly elevated and solidified by this power, propelling her directly to the pinnacle of the fourth layer. Her spiritual energy became unprecedentedly refined and pure, flowing vibrantly through her newly expanded meridians like a rushing stream entering a wide riverbed, imparting a sense of rebirth and strength. The bottleneck was completely shattered. The realm was instantly stabilized and elevated. This sudden and colossal enhancement, far exceeding her own cultivation speed by countless times, jolted Su Wanqing awake from the excruciating pain of the soul's imprint and the mental impact. She abruptly opened her eyes, and her clear gaze erupted with an astonishing brilliance. Power, tangible, far surpassing her expectations. Is this the sharing brought by the contract? Is this what he meant by faster and stronger? A colossal surprise engulfed her like a tsunami. The discomfort and sense of confinement previously etched into her soul now seemed utterly insignificant in the face of this tangible gift of power. An unprecedented sense of fulfillment, emanating from the depths of her being, intertwined with reverence for the force of the covenant, arose within her, just as she reveled in the ecstatic surge of power. Another peculiar warmth, tinged with a slight heat, coursed through her spine as if it possessed life, ultimately converging at the most secret and delicate inner skin of her thigh. Su Wanqing could not suppress a short gasp, her body instantly tensing. This sensation was not pain, but a strange warmth accompanied by a tingling and branding feeling, as if something was being born beneath her skin. Instinctively, with overwhelming shyness and a hint of inexplicable panic, she swiftly turned and reached beneath her skirt, her fingertips brushing against the warm skin that remained smooth, yet could distinctly feel a subtly raised, intricate, an alluring pattern on that previously concealed intimate area, emanating a faint, almost imperceptible warmth. She need not gaze upon it. The newly forged covenant connection deep within her soul, along with the clear sensation transmitted through her fingertips, silently informed her that there lay an eternal mark, uniquely belonging to Chen Jinyou, a branding symbolizing submission and belonging. An immense wave of shame surged through her, rendering her cheeks ablaze, as though set afire. Yet simultaneously, a deeper, more profound sense of belonging and security enveloped her heart like tendrils, accompanying the birth of this brand. She was his, marked by him, body and soul. This realization did not instill fear. Instead, under the dual impact of the covenant's power and elevation, it transformed into a nearly distorted sense of reassurance. She suddenly lifted her head, her eyes, still glistening with unshed tears, reflecting a tumult of emotions: shock, gratitude, submission, shyness, and an almost fervent admiration. She gazed at Chen Jinyou, the man who bestowed her with power, cleared her path, and branded her. Loyalty and reverence reached an unprecedented zenith at this moment. Meanwhile, deep within Chen Jinyou, the system notification resounded like celestial music, each word imbued with suffocating ecstasy. Ding! The master-servant contract has been successfully signed. Target captured, Su Wanqing. Final appearance rating: 87 points, 2 points higher than estimated. Acquired fairy heart 1. Exchange points: 8,700 points. Credited: 87 points, 8,700 points. A massive blue screen erupted within Chen Jinyou's consciousness, vividly displaying the dizzying numbers. Host: Chen Jinyou. Realm: Qi condensation level 1, severe injury. Points: 8,700. Potential target: Su Wanqing. Loyalty: 8,700. This colossal figure ignited Chen Jinyou's frigid blood like the most fervent lava. A tremendous ecstasy surged through his spirit, akin to a tsunami, nearly overwhelming him. The searing pain that tore through his entire being and the dizziness from blood loss seemed trivial at this moment. With this score, the coveted techniques, elixirs, and divine weapons hidden deep within the marketplace would no longer remain unattainable dreams. It was the most solid cornerstone upon which he would tread the path of the strong. He stifled the almost uncontrollable laughter that threatened to escape his lips, the muscles of his blood-stained face twitching slightly, while within his deep, abyss-like eyes, a flame of ambition burned fiercely, capable of incinerating the heavens. Without a trace of hesitation, his thoughts pierced through the vast expanse of the system's marketplace like the most precise probe. His target was clear, aimed directly at the technique area. 9 revolutions of the dominant body technique. Body refinement chapter, 2,000 points. Exchange: a profound and ancient torrent of energy, imbued with the essence of ultimate power, surged into Chen Jinyou's consciousness. Countless mystical methods regarding the forging of the body, the awakening of potential, and the manipulation of vital energy were inscribed upon him like a brand. This supreme body refinement technique, capable of transforming him entirely, was now within his grasp. Next, he turned to the elixir area. Body refinement pill, low grade, 500 points. Exchange for a bottle, 10 pills. With a flash of brilliance, a jade vial appeared in his system space, exuding the fragrant aroma of a potion designed to enhance physical refinement. His points dwindled from 8,700 to 6,200. Consuming 2,500 in an instant. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Chen Jinyou's consciousness greedily swept through the depths of the marketplace, where icons radiated more alluring glows, thunderous steps, soul-devouring technique, explosion talismans, arrayed discs, and even the shimmering resurrection coin, each causing his heart to race. However, for now, his severely wounded body and the newly acquired 9 revolutions of the dominant body technique were of utmost priority. The overwhelming sense of reward and boundless aspirations for the future served as the most potent fuel, sustaining his faltering form. He slowly lifted his gaze, fixating once again on Su Wanqing, whose tear-filled eyes, flushed cheeks, and complex expressions of admiration and submission captivated him. Her aura had evidently surged, revealing the pinnacle of the 4th layer of Qi condensation, with the energy waves subtly emanating. The clandestine mark on her inner thigh seemed to resonate even through her garments. Loyalty, perfect fairy. Perfect loyalty. He regarded Su Wanqing, his voice still hoarse, and inquired, "How do you feel?" Su Wanqing trembled under his gaze, as if his eyes could penetrate her attire and peer into her most secret mark. A wave of profound shame surged within her. Yet stronger still was the absolute loyalty and sense of belonging forged by the bond of contract and power. She nodded vigorously, her voice choked yet unwavering, akin to the most devout of followers pledging allegiance to their deity. "Master, I feel better than ever. Power flows through me. Wanqing is willing to do anything for you." "Master." She instinctively employed the honorific title prescribed in the contract. The cold indifference in Chen Jinyou's eyes seemed to melt for a fleeting moment, only to vanish instantly. He inclined his head slightly, his voice imbued with an undeniable command. Very well. Now, keep an eye on Elderly of the Law Enforcement Hall and his reaction to last night's commotion at the back mountain. Su Wanqing's heart tightened as she instantly grasped her inaugural task. Without a trace of hesitation, she bowed and replied, "Yes, Master." Wanqing understands. Observing the exquisite and ethereal figure of his outer sect disciple, whose strength had greatly increased and who was utterly devoted to him, even harboring a fervent admiration. Chen Jinyou slowly closed his eyes and leaned against the door frame, as if he had expended his last ounce of energy. In the dilapidated courtyard, the morning light was faint. He appeared as a master drenched in blood, as though he had returned from the depths of hell. His aura was formidable, while the gaze of his devoted servant reflected a deep sense of reverence. The air was thick with a faint scent of blood, char, and an intangible, cold, and unyielding aura of a binding contract. Chen Jinyou's consciousness, however, eagerly plunged into the newly acquired 9 transformations of the overbearing body technique. The seeds of power had been sown, awaiting roots to take hold and break through the earth, with Su Wanqing being the most loyal and potent of his first disciples. Chapter 9. Initial Experience of Exchange. Wanqing. Chen Jinyou's voice was raspy, akin to a broken gong, each syllable laced with the essence of blood and struggle. "Assist me to your quiet chamber." Su Wanqing, immersed in the aftermath of her soaring realm and her unwavering admiration and submission to her master, was jolted from her stupor by the words. Upon seeing Chen Jinyou's grievous injuries and his precarious state, a wave of profound anguish overshadowed all other emotions. "Master," she exclaimed, casting aside her modesty, and hurried forward, cautiously supporting his nearly shattered form. The touch of his searing, charred skin and the cold, viscous blood sent tremors through her fingertips. Clenching her lower lip, she stifled her tears, and with the strength she had just attained from breaking through to the pinnacle of the 4th layer of qi gathering, she nearly cradled Chen Jinyou, laboriously maneuvering his heavy body into her quarters and settling him upon the meditation mat usually reserved for her practice. The quiet chamber was small yet remarkably tidy, imbued with the delicate fragrance characteristic of a young girl's room. "No one is to disturb Chen Jinyou's breathing," he commanded through gritted teeth, as if forcing the words from between clenched jaws. "Yes, Master." Wanqing will not allow anyone to approach. Su Wanqing nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve. She gazed deeply at the fragile figure on the mat, akin to shattered porcelain, her eyes brimming with concern and worry, yet overshadowed by an almost sacred sense of protective duty. She swiftly exited the quiet chamber, closing the door behind her with a firm hand, standing tall and vigilant outside, alert to any rustle or disturbance in the surroundings. Inside the dimly lit chamber, Chen Jinyou leaned against the cold wall, enduring the overwhelming pain and dizziness. Struggling to sit cross-legged, trembling, he extended his still-functioning right hand, his mind stirring. In a flash of brilliance, a vial exuding the fragrance of herbs and the profound information regarding the 9 transformations of the overbearing body technique materialized in his hand and consciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, he uncorked the jade vial. Instantly, a rich and pure fragrance of medicinal essence, imbued with an air of refinement, wafted through the air. Within the vial lay 10 pill-sized orbs, perfectly round, radiating a warm, jade-white hue, quietly resting. Chen Jinyou extracted one and, without a second thought, placed it into his mouth. The pill dissolved upon contact, transforming into a torrent of vitality, far more refined than the essence of lesser pills, surging violently through his limbs and bones. This force transcended mere restorative energy. It carried an intense, almost brutal essence of tempering. Simultaneously, he summoned his spirit and plunged his consciousness into the profound techniques of the 9 transformations of the dominant body cultivation method. The 9 transformations forged an indomitable foundation, drawing forth blood and qi as the crucible, forging sinew and bone into divine weaponry, to break and then to rise, to emerge from death. The grand and overwhelming principles resonated within his mind like a resounding bell. He immediately followed the method's guidance, forcibly gathering his scattered thoughts, directing the turbulent blood and qi within him, which had been thrown into chaos by the impact of the explosive talisman and was now surging violently due to the infusion of the tempering elixir. Boom. It was as if a ladle of ice-cold water had been thrown into a cauldron of boiling oil. The tempering elixir's overwhelming potency fused with the 9 transformations of the dominant body techniques, instantly unleashing a cataclysmic wave within his battered body. Excruciating pain. An unimaginable agony that eclipsed all prior sensations of tearing wounds. He felt every fiber of his muscles being ruthlessly torn, stretched, and reconfigured by an invisible hand. A cacophony of creaking echoed from deep within his bones, as if countless tiny hammers were frantically striking and forging. At the sight of his fractured ribs, the newly forming calluses were repeatedly washed, crushed, and forcefully healed by the elixir's power and the surge of blood and chi under the operation of the dominant body technique. Beneath the charred and necrotic flesh, countless minuscule granulations writhed and grew, pushing out the blackened dead skin, bringing with it a piercing itch and searing pain. Sweat drenched his tattered garments, mingling with the blood and tissue fluids seeping from his wounds, releasing a pungent, metallic odor. His body trembled uncontrollably, veins bulging beneath his skin, shifting from red to purple, as if they might burst at any moment. His teeth clenched tightly onto his lower lip, blood trickling down the corners of his mouth. Yet he remained completely unaware. The suppressed roar of agony finally erupted from the depths of his throat, but he steadfastly maintained his focus, fervently circulating the 9 transformations of the dominant body techniques, like a madman steering a ship amidst tumultuous waves, guiding the violent blood and chi and the elixir's potency along specific pathways, relentlessly pounding and cleansing his battered form, to break and then to rise, to emerge from death. Each explosive surge of blood and chi brought heart-wrenching pain, yet also cleared a hidden obstruction within, rendering his newly formed sinew and flesh more resilient. The elixir's potency was akin to the most ferocious blacksmith, while the dominant body technique served as the heavy hammer controlling that power, propelling him toward a more formidable plane of existence. Time passed slowly amidst the boundless torment. Outside the quiet chamber, Su Wanqing's heart hung precariously in her throat. The oppressive howls and the cracking of bones emanating from within struck her heart like a heavy hammer. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, her eyes filled with worry and heartache. Yet, she remained steadfast, adhering to her master's command, as loyal as the most unyielding rock, standing motionless outside the door, using her spiritual energy to shield against any potential prying or disturbances. Time slipped away unnoticed until the harrowing cries and explosive sounds within the chamber gradually diminished, ultimately fading into silence. Su Wanqing's heart tightened suddenly. At that moment, a faint yet incredibly resilient wave, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening, began to permeate from the quiet room. Although this energy was still feeble, far weaker than that of a practitioner at the mid-stage of chi condensation, the vibrant vitality it contained and the sense of tenacity reminiscent of tempered steel caused Su Wanqing's eyes to widen in astonishment. Inside the silent chamber, Chen Jinyou slowly opened his eyes. The bloodshot veins in his gaze had receded significantly, yet the icy sharpness buried deep within remained even more striking. He gazed down at his body. Beneath the tattered garments, his skin was coated with a thick layer of black filth and dried blood, exuding a foul odor. These were the impurities and necrotic flesh expelled from his body during the purification process. The horrific wound on his left arm, deep enough to expose bone, though still ghastly, had ceased bleeding along its edges, revealing a new pink hue. As the torn muscle fibers began to reconnect and grow at a slow yet determined pace under the influence of the body fortification technique, one half of his charred body shed large patches of necrotic skin, unveiling tender flesh beneath, radiating a healthy rosy glow. Though still fragile, it brimmed with vibrant life. More importantly, within him, the once laboriously churning vital energy had become refined and resilient, akin to revived brooks coursing through newly widened and fortified meridians. Although the overall quantity had not surged, remaining at the first layer of chi condensation, its purity and the sense of power it contained were worlds apart from before. His bones felt as if they had been reforged. Though the fractured ribs had yet to fully heal, their strength surpassed anything he had experienced previously. The first layer of the 9 transformations body fortification technique had been mastered. The effectiveness of a single body purification pill was remarkable. Strength. A palpable sense of strength once again filled this battered shell. Though far from complete recovery, the life-threatening injuries had stabilized, and the foundation had been preliminarily reshaped and solidified, like laying a steel-reinforced foundation atop ruins. Chen Jinyou slowly expelled a breath laced with blood and impurities, his eyes glimmering with renewed vigor. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his sinews and bones, a cold yet satisfied smile curving upon his lips. The expenditure of those 2,500 points was truly worthwhile. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door of the quiet room, and Su Wanqing's voice, laced with tension and concern, called out, "Master, are you well? Come in," Chen Jinyou replied, his voice still hoarse, yet infused with a newfound strength. Su Wanqing pushed the door open, and as her gaze met the thick layers of grime and blood crusts adorning Chen Jinyou's body, along with the faint emergence of newfound strength and resilience beneath his skin, her eyes erupted with immense surprise and profound reverence. Master, she exclaimed, hastening towards him, her voice trembling with excitement. Chen Jinyou gestured dismissively, interrupting her words. He urgently needed to cleanse himself of this filth and, more importantly, acquire information from Su Wanqing. Water. To cleanse, he stated succinctly. Understanding immediately, Su Wanqing hurriedly fetched clean water and a pristine cloth. Approaching him with utmost reverence and care as she began to wipe away the thick layers of dirt and blood, as her fingertips brushed against the tender, newly formed skin. Faintly blushing with vitality, her cheeks flushed slightly, yet her movements grew even more delicate, akin to handling the most exquisite porcelain. The process was slow and meticulous. Once the majority of the grime was removed, revealing a body still marred by scars, yet radiating astonishing vitality, Su Wanqing's astonishment deepened. She could distinctly sense the power contained within her master's body, far more formidable than before, a profound metamorphosis. Upon completion of the cleansing, Chen Jinyou donned a set of clean outer disciple garments that Su Wanqing had procured. Although his complexion remained pale and his breath labored from injuries and exhaustion, his eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. He settled cross-legged back onto the mat, his gaze landing on Su Wanqing, who stood nearby, her eyes filled with admiration and submission. What was Elder Li's response? He inquired directly. Su Wanqing slightly inclined her body, reminiscent of the most dutiful spy, articulating her report with clarity, her voice tinged with barely perceptible reverence. Reporting to you, Master. Wanqing, as per your command, paid special attention to the law enforcement hall today. Elder Li indeed inquired about the tremendous noise from the back mountain last night and the fire in the servant area. He personally led a team to inspect the ruins. According to intelligence gathered from familiar disciples in the law enforcement hall, Elder Li remained at the site for approximately half an hour. He examined the remnants of the explosion and scrutinized the charred remains. Upon his departure, his expression was exceedingly grave, his brow furrowed. He uttered but a single phrase. Su Wanqing paused, mimicking the deep, oppressive tone of Li Wufeng. Acts ruthlessly, erases traces. This child possesses a sinister nature. Sinister nature? Chen Jinyou's mind raced. Recognizing Elder Li Wufeng's sharp insight, such an assessment was precisely to his liking. Ruthless? Sinister? In this world of the survival of the fittest, this is the very essence of existence. Furthermore, Su Wanqing continued, lowering her voice even further, upon my return, I observed Brother Zhang Kuang loitering near the servant area. His countenance dreadfully dark. He seemed to be inquiring about something from several servants, his gaze decidedly unfriendly. She raised her eyes. Concern etched upon her face as she looked at Chen Jinyou. Master, Brother Zhang Kuang is at the 7th level of qi condensation, a formidable force. And he is Zhao Hu's cousin. Zhang Kuang, 7th level of qi condensation, a contender for the championship? Chen Jinyou's expression remained unperturbed, shrouded in an icy indifference. The outer gate competition is about to commence, I assenti it? He inquired softly, his voice calm, yet imbued with a chilling aura of lethal intent. Su Wanqing felt a shiver from the palpable coldness emanating from him, and hastily replied, Yes, Master, it is scheduled for early next month. Chen Jinyou slowly lowered his hand. A barely perceptible, cruel yet eager smile gracing his lips. Excellent. Chapter 10, The Outer Gate Competition. A glimpse of prominence the day of the Outer Gate Competition of the Qingyun sect arrived, marked by the eager anticipation and tension of countless disciples. The vast arena was thronged with a dense crowd, their raucous cheers nearly shaking the heavens. The servant disciples could only squeeze into the outskirts of the crowd, tiptoeing and craning their necks, striving to catch a glimpse of the unfolding events within. Meanwhile, the Outer Gate disciples congregated in groups, occupying favorable positions, engaged in fervent discussions, their gazes ranging from fervent to solemn, or laced with mockery, as they scrutinized the challengers poised to take the stage. Chen Jinyou, clad in a slightly oversized Outer Gate disciple's robe, melded into the throng. His pallor bore the remnants of blood loss, and he deliberately suppressed his aura to the 1st level of qi condensation, rendering him inconspicuous. Yet, only he understood the extraordinary power that lay hidden beneath his seemingly frail exterior. Having embarked on the preliminary stages of the 9 transformations of the dominant body, and with the formidable potency of 2 body-refining pills, his sinews and skin had been tempered far beyond that of his peers. The fractured ribs had largely healed under the nurturing of the dominant body technique, leaving only a faint discomfort. The horrific wound on his left arm still bore ghastly scars, but the underlying muscle was remarkably resilient, brimming with explosive strength. Throughout the past month, he had been utilizing the meager resources provided by Su Wanqing to restore his body, while relentlessly squeezing every moment to immerse himself in the cultivation of the 9 transformations of the dominant body. Each inch of flesh torn and reformed was accompanied by unimaginable agony, yet it also yielded a tangible increase in strength. His gaze calmly traversed the tumultuous arena, ultimately resting upon a burly figure, muscular and sinewy, wielding a pair of iron octagonal hammers. Lu Meng, a peak 5th level Qi condensation cultivator. Renowned within the outer gate for his extraordinary strength, he was a formidable contender, known for his unmatched prowess with the hammers. At that moment, he stood upon the stage, having sent a 4th level opponent flying with a brutal strike, blood spewing forth, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Brother Lu Meng is formidable. What immense strength. That fellow's bones must surely be shattered. In the next match, Chen Jinyou against Lu Meng. The voice of the elder referee reverberated through the arena, amplified by spiritual energy, tinged with a barely perceptible note of pity. A disciple who has just entered the outer gate, rumored to be gravely injured and still recovering. Facing the renowned powerhouse Lu Meng, it is tantamount to courting death. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, countless gazes filled with pity, mockery, and schadenfreude converging upon the corner where Chen Jinyou stood. Chen Jinyou? Isn't he the one who was recently gravely injured and nearly perished? A 1st level Qi condensation disciple? How dare he sign up? Isn't that akin to seeking death? Lu Meng, the senior brother, was merciless in his approach. This lad was likely to be battered into a pulp. What a pity. It was said that he had a decent appearance, but his intellect left much to be desired. The murmurs surged like a tidal wave. Su Wanqing stood at a distance, nervously twisting the hem of her garment, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. She was aware of her master's formidable prowess, yet Lu Meng's fearsome reputation was well known. The peak strength of the 5th layer of Qi condensation was no trivial matter. However, Chen Jinyou appeared oblivious to the surrounding chatter. With an expression devoid of emotion, he parted the crowd and strode steadily towards the arena. Kid, it's not too late to concede. Bow your head and get lost, to spare me the trouble of taking action. Lu Meng, wielding the heavy, blood-stained octagonal hammers, looked down upon Chen Jinyou with disdain and impatience in his copper bell-like eyes. To deal with such a waste was merely a squander of his energy. Chen Jinyou halted his steps, slightly raising his head. Sunlight bathed his pale face, illuminating the ice-cold depths of his profound eyes. Without uttering a single word, he slowly lifted his right hand and beckoned Lu Meng with a mere curl of his index finger, an exceedingly simple, yet profoundly provocative and insulting gesture. The entire venue fell into an instant silence, followed by an eruption of disbelief. Has he lost his mind? Seeking death? He was undoubtedly courting disaster. Brother Lu Meng. Crush him. The flesh on Lu Meng's face contorted in fury. Since his debut, he had never been so publicly humiliated by a mere 1st layer of Qi condensation. You're courting death. A roar, akin to that of a wild beast, erupted. Lu Meng's eyes blazed red, his muscles swelling instantaneously as the earthy yellow spiritual energy of the peak 5th layer of Qi condensation exploded forth, coiling around his arms. With a powerful stomp, he launched himself forward like a cannonball, exuding an overwhelming ferocity as he swung the heavy octagonal hammers down upon Chen Jinyou with the force of Mount Tai. Earth-shattering hammer. The wind from the hammers howled, compressing the air into a piercing blast. The immense pressure enveloped the arena as if it were about to collapse entirely. Everyone held their breath, envisioning the gruesome spectacle of Chen Jinyou being pulverized into a paste. Su Wanqing was particularly frightened, covering her mouth, her face pale as a ghost. Just as the heavy hammers were about to descend upon him, Chen Jinyou, who had remained as still as a statue, finally made his move. There was no glimmer of spiritual energy, no dazzling spells, only the most straightforward, direct, and pure manifestation of physical explosion. His body, akin to a spring compressed to its utmost limit, suddenly slid rightward. The movement was ghostly swift, yet astonishingly precise. The heavy, fierce wind of the hammers brushed past his nose, the force of it stinging his cheek. Boom. The twin hammers crashed violently into the spot where Chen Jinyou had just stood, instantly creating a massive crater in the bluestone arena, sending debris flying. With the strike missing its target, Lu Meng was momentarily taken aback, but his wealth of combat experience allowed him to swiftly adapt, utilizing the momentum from his hammers. He twisted his waist sharply, swinging the right hammer like a venomous dragon's tail, delivering a sweeping blow towards Chen Jinyou's side. Should this strike land solidly, it would be sufficient to cleave an iron-backed bear in twain. Yet, Chen Jinyou appeared to have anticipated this moment. As Lu Meng twisted his waist to unleash his force, Chen pivoted on his left foot, his body twisting like a boneless fish in an uncanny motion. The descending hammer, imbued with the terrifying strength capable of shattering stone, once again grazed his waist as it swept past him. Simultaneously, Chen's long-prepared left fist, akin to the lethal strike of a coiled serpent, was unleashed with ferocity as his body spun to dissipate the force. The target, Lu Meng, had left his right flank entirely exposed in his fervent hammer swing. The punch was silent, lacking the dazzling glow of spiritual energy. Only the muscles and sinews tightened to their utmost. The surge of blood and chi coalescing to unleash a terrifying sonic boom. Whoosh! The fist tore through the air, emitting a spine-chilling shriek. The speed surpassed the visual capacity of all spectators. In one instant, he was rotating to dissipate force, and in the next, the fist, imbued with the preliminary refined power of the 9 transformation dominance technique, had already struck fiercely beneath Lu Meng's ribs. Crack! A sound so clear and sharp it sent shivers down the spine, akin to firecrackers exploding above the raucous training arena. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The expression of rage and ferocity on Lu Meng's face became rigid, replaced by an incredulous distortion of extreme pain and confusion. He felt as though his ribs had been struck squarely by an iron hammer weighing 10,000 pounds. The protective, earthy yellow spiritual energy disintegrated like paper. A torrent of pure, terrifying power surged violently through him. Ack! A shriek so piercing it distorted the air escaped from Lu Meng's throat. His robust, bear-like physique was struck as if by a stampeding giant elephant, his feet leaving the ground as he bent backward, resembling a crumpled sack, flying backward. The octagonal hammer slipped from his grasp, clattering as it hit the ground far away from the arena. Thud! Lu Meng crashed heavily at the edge of the arena. Writhing in agony, his body curling into a ball, blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs spilling forth, convulsing uncontrollably, unable to even scream, only managing to emit ragged gasps. His right ribcage visibly caved in. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped the entire training ground. All chatter, discussions, and mockery were abruptly silenced, as if an invisible hand had seized their throats. Countless gazes, once filled with pity and derision, morphed into sheer bewilderment, finally transforming into unparalleled shock and disbelief. As if witnessing a specter, they gazed intently at the figure on the stage, retracting his fist with a calm demeanor. A mere layer of chi? Severely injured? The waist under Zhao foot? One punch. Merely one punch. Without employing a shred of spiritual energy, relying solely on physical might. To shatter the ribs of Lu Meng, renowned for his strength at the pinnacle of the 5th layer of chi condensation, leaving him sprawled like a lifeless dog? How could this be possible? The immense visual impact and cognitive upheaval rendered everyone's minds blank. Su Wanqing covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment, filled with profound surprise and deeper shock. How could her master be this formidable? The elder referee, momentarily stunned, swiftly regained his composure, darted to Lu Meng's side, assessed the situation, and solemnly announced, Lu Meng is gravely injured and incapacitated. Chen Jinyou wins. Wow. After a brief silence, a massive wave of sound erupted like a tsunami. What did I just witness? A single punch. He only used one punch. He didn't even employ spiritual energy. It was purely his physical strength. A monster. Chen Jinyou is a monster. Lu Meng, the senior brother, was at the pinnacle of the 5th level of chi condensation. He was just rendered useless like that? Gasps of astonishment, sharp intakes of breath, and incredulous discussions instantly engulfed the entire martial arts arena. Every gaze directed at Chen Jinyou had undergone a complete transformation. The disdain and mockery vanished without a trace, replaced by profound wariness, fear, and an indescribable reverence. Chen Jinyou expressionlessly retracted his fist, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He didn't even glance at the motionless Lu Meng, resembling a lifeless dog, calmly turned around, and, under the scrutiny of countless astonished eyes, stepped down from the arena one deliberate step at a time. Chapter 11. Entering the top 10, the crowd parted like a tide, creating a pathway, and no one dared to obstruct his advance. His somewhat pale visage and tranquil, yet unwavering gaze appeared far more terrifying than a primeval beast to the onlookers. The subsequent battles became nearly a showcase of Chen Jinyou's extraordinary prowess. His opponents, one stronger than the next, veteran disciples of the outer sect at the late 5th level and early 6th level of chi condensation, all possessing rich combat experience and diverse techniques. However, before Chen Jinyou's ghostly agility, his prophetic combat intuition, and his fists imbued with terrifying strength, all skills and spiritual energy appeared utterly feeble. Regardless of the intricate movements his opponents employed, Chen Jinyou always managed to counter with the most straightforward and efficient maneuvers. No matter what fierce spells they unleashed, fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, Chen Jinyou remained unperturbed, either closing the distance with unbelievable speed to interrupt their casting or enduring the onslaught with his astonishingly robust physique. Spells that struck him often left only shallow scorch marks or pale imprints, failing to inflict any substantial harm. And his counterattacks were always singular. Close in, and then a punch. No flashy techniques, no radiant displays of spiritual energy. Only the most primal, explosive, and direct manifestation of physical strength. Bang! Crack! A disciple at the late 5th level of chi condensation was struck in the chest by a single punch, shattering his protective mirror, collapsing his sternum, and causing him to spit blood and lose consciousness. Boom. A disciple at the early 6th level, skilled in defense, found his reinforced iron shield caved in and deformed by a single punch, sending both him and the shield flying off the stage, with a fractured arm. Another seasoned disciple, attempting to create distance and harass with his flying sword, was met with Chen Jinyou's relentless advance, akin to a relentless parasite. In an instant, he closed the gap and struck with a fist upon the wrist that bore the sword, shattering the bone and causing the weapon to slip from his grasp. One punch, another punch, yet another. Each blow was accompanied by the jarring sound of cracking bones and the anguished cries of his opponent. Each strike was executed with precision and decisiveness, imbued with a chilling detachment, as if he were not vanquishing a living being, but merely dismantling a wooden dummy in a training ground. Chen Jinyou swept through his adversaries with ferocity, like a tiger amongst sheep, leaving no one unscathed. His azure robe, tattered from the battle, revealed the sleek contours of his well-defined muscles beneath. Sweat mingled with the blood of his opponents, yet his eyes shone with an ever brighter intensity. Under the rigorous trials of combat, the 9 transformations of dominance cultivated his vitality into a seamless flow, further unlocking the potential of his physical form. When Chen Jinyou delivered his final blow, sending a mid-stage disciple of the 6th layer of chi condensation, along with his protective barrier, crashing off the stage and into the crowd, a stunned silence enveloped the entire arena. The voice of the presiding elder, tinged with shock unbeknownst to himself, resonated throughout the venue. Chen Jinyou, victory, advancing into the top 10 of the outer sect. The top 10. Just over a month prior, he had been a mere footnote, a powerless servant at the mercy of Zhao Hu. Now, merely a month later, he had pulverized his way through, brazenly securing a position among the elite. The stark contrast struck every spectator like a tempest, shaking their very souls. After a fleeting moment of silence, a wave of fervent exclamations erupted. This time, there were no doubts or jeers, only sheer astonishment and incredulous chatter. The top 10. He had truly made it into the top 10. A monster. Undoubtedly a monster. Was his physique forged from dark iron? His agility and combat intuition were utterly terrifying. It seemed as though he could see through every move of his opponents. Was he really at the 1st layer of chi condensation? How could he appear to be even more formidable than those at the 6th layer? At the heart of this uproar, Chen Jinyou stood upon the stage, breathing lightly. At the periphery of the martial arena, on a vantage point of remarkable clarity, he sensed a particularly sharp gaze, one that bore scrutiny and inquiry. This gaze, as tangible as a blade, sliced through the cacophony of the crowd, fixating intently upon him. Chen Jinyou met the gaze head-on. Upon the high platform, the elder of the law enforcement hall, Li Wufeng, sat with a demeanor as steadfast as a pine, his countenance as unyielding as iron. Unlike others, he did not display shock. Rather, within his profound eyes, a keen glint akin to that of a hawk scrutinized Chen Jinyou on the stage, his brow slightly furrowed, as if assessing something of great significance. Their gazes collided in silence above the bustling arena for a fleeting moment. A barely perceptible smile graced the corner of Chen Jinyou's mouth. He knew that he, the unorthodox piece on this chessboard, had finally captured the attention of its master. In the distance, amidst the crowd, a more sinister presence coiled around Chen Jinyou like a venomous serpent, exuding arrogance. Zhao Hu's cousin, a top-tier expert at the 7th level of chi condensation, stood as one of the favorites to clinch victory in this grand competition. His complexion was ashen, his fists clenched tightly with a cracking sound. As he gazed at the figure on the arena, his eyes burning with deep-seated hatred and a flicker of provoked fury. The uproar of the martial arts arena surged like a boiling sea, crashing against the eardrums of all present. Chen Jinyou's name echoed repeatedly from countless astonished mouths, intertwined with words like monster, sinister, and unbelievable. He stood at the center of the 10th arena, his tattered azure robe soaked with sweat and specks of blood from his opponent, clinging to the emerging contours of his muscular frame. His chest rose and fell slightly, breath quickening, yet his eyes held an expression of detached calm, as if the prior overwhelming victories were merely a gentle brushing away of dust from his sleeves. Below the stage, Su Wanqing blushed with excitement, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an unmistakable admiration. Her master had triumphed. He had indeed fought his way into the top 10, in such a domineering and breathtaking manner. Her tightly clenched fists trembled slightly, filled with immense pride and a sense of belonging. At that moment, the elder of the law enforcement hall, Li Wufeng, sat as still as an ancient bell that had remained silent for a millennium. Unlike the other elders or disciples, he displayed no hint of astonishment. His hands rested on his knees, knuckles thick and calloused, bearing the marks of years spent wielding instruments of punishment. At this moment, his gaze remained fixed on Chen Jinyou on the stage, unwavering and serious. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, penetrated the calm facade of Chen Jinyou, as if striving to discern every ounce of power coursing beneath his flesh and bones, every surge of qi and blood, particularly when Chen Jinyou withstood the spell, exchanging injury for injury, ultimately landing a decisive blow. A slight furrow appeared on Li Wufeng's brow. That subtle movement rippled across his otherwise impassive face like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. It was not astonishment at the strength displayed, but rather a profound wariness towards the primal fighting instinct exhibited, a chilling indifference to pain and death, and a deep apprehension regarding the malevolence that emanated from him. The gazes of the two men collided silently in the tumultuous arena. Li Wufeng's cold eyes scrutinized Chen Jinyou, while Chen Jinyou's expression remained tranquil and unruffled, embodying pure indifference. Li Wufeng seemed to seek something more in those eyes, perhaps arrogance, bloodlust, or schemes, but all he found was apathy. Gradually, he withdrew his gaze, as if Chen Jinyou no longer warranted any further concern. Yet, Chen Jinyou keenly perceived that in the fleeting moment when Li Wufeng lowered his eyes, a deeper gravity flashed momentarily within them. Li Wufeng's voice was deep and resonant, akin to the grinding of metal, discernible only to his trusted disciple standing nearby. His ruthless decisiveness, coupled with the ability to triumph over stronger opponents, showcased a rare talent for combat and fortitude. The disciple slightly bowed and murmured, "Elder, your insight is commendable." Indeed, the strength of this young man was astonishing. However, he hesitated momentarily, lowering his voice further, noting the excessive ruthlessness in the young man's actions. Lu Meng and the others were gravely injured, potentially jeopardizing their foundations. Li Wufeng maintained a stoic demeanor, absent of any expression, as his fingers unconsciously drummed against his knee, producing a dull sound. Power itself bears no inherent good or evil. The sect requires blades that can fight and are unyielding. He paused, then shifted his tone abruptly, infused with a chilling intensity, declaring that the young man's malevolence was not born of power, but rather a distortion of character. In his relentless pursuit of goals, he disregarded all rules, even his own pain and life. Such a disposition, if left unchecked, could spell disaster for the sect rather than fortune. The term malice was emphasized with palpable weight. The disciple felt a shiver run through him and dared not speak further. He understood the elder's acute judgment, particularly concerning such dangerous seeds. "Continue observing," Li Wufeng commanded coldly, issuing an undeniable order. "In the first 10 battles, let us see how he confronts the arrogant." "Yes." The disciple responded solemnly. Li Wufeng ceased his dialogue, diverting his gaze back to the other platforms as if the earlier exchange had never transpired. His admiration for Chen Jinyou was confined to his combat potential, while his demeanor and the malevolent streak within him instilled a deep-seated wariness and scrutiny. Chen Jinyou withdrew his gaze, his expression remaining inscrutable. Power was the sole passport. What he sought was the swift acquisition of strength. He descended the platform step by step, the crowd parting like a tide once more. This time, the awe and respect in their eyes were laced with a profound trepidation. No one dared approach within 3 paces of him. Chapter 12. Chen Jinyou's arrogance. Just as he was about to exit the martial arena, a gaze, palpable and suffused with resentment, coldness, and unadulterated murderous intent, struck him. This look, burdened with deep-seated hatred, seemed capable of piercing him to the core. Chen Jinyou paused momentarily, refraining from turning back. He knew who it was. Zhang Quan. Without the need to glance over his shoulder, he could distinctly sense the source of that serpentine killing intent emanating from a tall figure clad in black nearby, a young man with a fierce glare fixated upon him. This young man, arms crossed, bore a gaze as sharp as a poison blade. Zhao Hu's cousin, Zhang Kuang, who had achieved the 7th level of qi condensation. Zhang Kuang's countenance was dark enough to seem on the verge of dripping. Chen Jinyou had shone brilliantly on the platform, capturing the attention of all. Each accolade felt like a resounding slap across his face. He had dispatched individuals to covertly investigate Zhao Hu's disappearance. Although concrete evidence remained elusive, various clues subtly pointed toward this suddenly ascendant servant waste. Chen Jinyou. Zhang Kuang nearly spat out his name through clenched teeth. On the eve of the top 10 ranking battles, Zhang Kuang's lips curled into a sinister and cruel arc, reminiscent of a venomous serpent fixating on its prey. He silently prayed not to encounter me, otherwise, I would make him understand the true meaning of living a fate worse than death. I would compel him to kneel and beg for mercy like a wretched dog in front of everyone. For the blood debt of my cousin, retribution shall be exacted. That venomous vow echoed like a frigid curse, piercing through the cacophony around, clearly reaching Chen Jinyou's ears, as well as the subtly tilted ear of Li Wufeng on the distant high platform. Li Wufeng's brow tightened imperceptibly, yet Chen Jinyou appeared oblivious, his steps unwavering as he strode through the awestruck crowd towards a secluded corner outside the martial arena. Su Wanqing immediately followed suit, her silence tinged with concern. As Zhang Kuang's unabashed, murderous intent sent shivers down her spine, Chen Jinyou gestured for her to be quiet, his consciousness already delving deep into the realm of his mind. A pale blue system interface unfolded silently. Host, Chen Jinyou, Realm, Qi Condensation Level 1, Severe Injury Recovering. Initial Manifestation of Dominant Body, Points, 6,200, Potential Capture Target, Su Wanqing, Loyalty, 6,200 points. A substantial sum. His gaze, akin to that of the most ravenous wolf, instantly fixated on a flickering icon of an esoteric movement technique in the marketplace. Radiating Silver Lightning, Thunder Step, Movement Technique, Grade, Middle Tier of Mysterious Rank. Effect, invokes a thread of thunderous power into the body, significantly enhancing instantaneous explosive speed and short-distance evasive capabilities. Mastered, one moves like thunder, swift as lightning, nearly impossible to capture. Redemption points, 1,500. This is it. Chen Jinyou's eyes sparkled with brilliance. In today's arena battle, he would undoubtedly overwhelm opponents below the 6th level of Qi condensation with the strength of his nascent dominant body and combat intelligence, which would be astonishing. Yet, he was acutely aware of his deficiency in speed, especially when facing Zhang Kuang, a 7th level Qi condensation cultivator with robust spiritual energy and superior speed. Relying solely on the power and defense of the dominant body would render him exceedingly passive. The Thunder Step was precisely the remedy for this shortcoming, the key to elevating his combat prowess. Without a hint of hesitation, he locked onto the thought and confirmed the exchange. Ding. Redemption successful. Thunder Step, Movement Technique, has been granted. Points deducted. 1,500, remaining balance, 4,700. Buzz. A torrent of information, imbued with the ferocious intent of thunder and the essence of extreme speed, surged into Chen Jinyou's consciousness. Countless esoteric methods for channeling thunder into the body, stimulating acupoints, instantaneously erupting, and executing peculiar directional changes were engraved like a brand. This secret technique, capable of transforming his speed, was now within his grasp. The immense influx of information caused Chen Jinyou's figure to sway slightly, his complexion paling further. Su Wanqing, alarmed, reached out to support him, but he raised his hand to halt her. Return to our residence. Chen Jinyou's voice, though still hoarse, carried an unmistakable urgency. He needed time. The essence of the thunderous step must be comprehended immediately. In this fleeting night, it is imperative to grasp the fundamentals of this technique. Tomorrow, in the face of Zhang Kuang, it shall serve as one of the pivotal cards for victory, perhaps even a lethal strike. Zhang Kuang, at the 7th level of Qi condensation? Excellent. The arena of tomorrow shall become your grave. Come dawn. The atmosphere of the martial arts arena is even more solemn and intense than the day before. 9 of the 10 platforms have been removed, leaving only the central one, a vast stage fashioned from a single block of obsidian. Surrounding the platform is a fortified array, its shimmering barrier exuding resilient waves of spiritual energy. This is the exclusive battlefield for the top 10 ranking battles, where each confrontation will captivate the attention of all present. The stands are packed to capacity. The clamor somewhat subdued compared to yesterday, yet the air is thick with a nearly suffocating anticipation and tension. Every gaze is fixed upon the central stage, focused on the 10 elite disciples who are about to make their entrance. Chen Jinyou remains clad in his somewhat oversized azure robe, blending into the waiting area. His complexion is still pallid, and he deliberately maintains his aura at the 1st level of Qi condensation, appearing weak and unremarkable, starkly contrasting with the powerful, spirited senior disciples around him. However, no one dares to regard him with disdain any longer. His overwhelming victories from the previous day, where he dispatched opponents with a single punch, have indelibly stamped the labels of monster and malevolent in the minds of the onlookers. On the high platform, Li Wufeng sits resolutely, his gaze sharp as it sweeps over each of the top 10 disciples, ultimately lingering for a moment on Chen Jinyou, his deep-set eyes revealing unwavering scrutiny and vigilance. The first match of the ranking battles begins. The resonant voice of the elder referee silences all noise. 10 jade tokens rise, shimmering faintly. The hearts of the spectators leap into their throats. Each match in the top 10 is of utmost importance, and the identity of one's opponent directly influences their chances of advancement, even the pursuit of the championship. Chen Jinyou, his expression impassive, casually points to one of the jade tokens. The token feels cool to the touch as he lowers his gaze. On it, a name is distinctly engraved, Zhang Kuang. Buzz. An invisible wave of sound erupts in the stands. Zhang Kuang. It is brother Zhang Kuang, at the 7th level of Qi condensation, one of the favorites to win the championship. It's over. Chen Jinyou's winning streak ends here. Brother Zhang Kuang and Zhao, who are cousins. This promises to be entertaining. Brother Zhang Kuang's gaze is terrifying. Countless expressions in the crowd shift to a complex mix, some filled with pity, others with regret, but more with excitement and schadenfreude. Everyone is acutely aware of Zhang Kuang's brotherly bond with Zhao Hu, and even more so of his blatant murderous intent from the previous day. The outcome of Chen Jinyou facing him is almost a foregone conclusion. In the crowd, Su Wanqing's face pales instantaneously, her nails digging deep into her palm. Zhang Kuang. 7th level of Qi condensation. The master, he. On the high platform, Li Wufeng's brow furrows sharply. His gaze electrifyingly locking onto Chen Jinyou and the jade token in his hand, the intensity in his eyes intensifying further. The trusted disciple beside him held his breath. Whispering, "Elder." Li Wufeng slowly raised a hand, signaling for silence, his gaze piercing like a cold searchlight, firmly fixated on the arena. He was eager to see how this wicked lad would respond to the overwhelming might and profound enmity that bore down upon him. Chen Jinyou, Zhang Kuang, ascend the stage. The voice of the elder referee carried a hint of barely perceptible gravity. Chen Jinyou raised his head slowly, stepping steadily onto the vast obsidian arena, each footfall resonating with the tense hearts of the onlookers. Opposite him, Zhang Kuang's figure loomed like a drawn demonic blade, emanating a chilling and brutal aura as he ascended the stage step by step. Clad in black combat attire that accentuated his lithe form, he unleashed the full force of his peak 7th layer of Qi condensation, manifesting a visible pale blue cyclone that enveloped him, the air itself seemingly lamenting under the weight of his power. A formidable pressure, exceeding even that of the 6th layer of Qi condensation, descended upon the arena like a heavy mountain, bearing down mercilessly on Chen Jinyou. The fabric of Chen Jinyou's azure robe fluttered violently under this oppressive force, his complexion paling further, and his stance wavering slightly, as if on the brink of collapse beneath such overwhelming intensity. "Scum! At last, you have fallen into my grasp." Zhang Kuang's voice was as frigid as the depths of the abyss. "Yesterday, I allowed you to be arrogant. Today, I will ensure you find no escape from this fate. I shall use your blood to honor my cousin's spirit in the heavens." He made no effort to conceal his murderous intent and purpose, his voice amplified by his spiritual energy, echoing throughout the martial arena. Boom! The stands erupted once more. Everyone felt the raw, unadulterated killing intent. This was no ordinary contest of skill. The elder referee furrowed his brow, warning sternly, "Zhang Kuang, on the arena, be mindful. Do not deliberately seek to take a life." "Mindful?" Zhang Kuang sneered, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Fear not, elder, the disciple knows his limits." He emphasized the word limits, the cruelty implicit in his tone. Before his words had faded, Zhang Kuang sprang into action. No probing, no idle chatter. With his opening strike, he unleashed the full force of his peak 7th layer of Qi condensation. Rending wind claw, he dashed forth like a wraith, his speed so blinding that it left a blurred afterimage in his wake. His right hand transformed into a claw, pale blue wind attribute spiritual energy swirling violently, instantly coalescing into 5-foot-long, razor-sharp wind blades that coiled around his fingertips. They aimed directly for the vital points of Chen Jinyou, his throat, heart, and dantian, each angle viciously precise, leaving no room for evasion. The power of this furious strike at peak 7th layer Qi condensation was terrifying beyond measure. Its speed was as swift as lightning. Gasps erupted from the audience. Too fast, too ruthless. This was clearly a strike meant to end a life. Chen Jinyou had no time to react. Su Wanqing's heart leapt to her throat, nearly escaping in a scream. On the high platform, Li Wufeng's gaze sharpened like a blade, his body leaning slightly forward. He too was eager to witness how Chen Jinyou would contend with this absolute onslaught. Just as the 5 lethal wind blades were about to reach him, standing immobile like a wooden post, Chen Jinyou finally moved. There was no retreat, no evasion. Instead, he boldly stepped forward to meet the deadly shadow of claws. At the same time, he crossed his arms, shielding his vital points. Under the impetus of the 9 turns overbearing body technique, his muscles instantly tensed to their utmost, and a faint, almost imperceptible jade-like sheen emerged beneath his skin. He had chosen to withstand it head-on. A reckless choice. The fierce light in his eyes intensified, and the force of the claws surged even greater. Sizzling sounds erupted as 5 unmatched azure wind blades ruthlessly sliced through Chen Jinyou's crossed arms. The piercing noise of metal scraping against metal rang out, sparks igniting in the air. The sleeves of his garment were torn as if made of paper. Those terrifying wind blades, capable of slicing through fine iron, struck his exposed arms, scarred with both old and new wounds, producing a sound akin to cutting through tough leather. With a series of sickening sounds, deep gashes that exposed bone appeared instantly. Blood gushed forth, flesh rolled back. The immense impact forced Chen Jinyou to grunt, his body sliding backward as if struck by a rampaging rhinoceros, uncontrollably retreating. His feet carved 2 clear tracks into the hard obsidian arena, sliding over 3 yards before he barely managed to stabilize himself. His arms hung low, blood dripping from his fingertips, blooming into glaring crimson on the black arena. The wounds were deep enough to reveal bone, even the stark white of the marrow. Agonizing pain surged through his nerves like a tidal wave, rendering his face as pale as gold leaf. Yet, he remained standing. He did not fall. He did not lose his fighting spirit. Withstanding a full-force strike from the pinnacle of the 7th layer of chi condensation, he had merely been pushed back and wounded. The entire training ground fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared wide-eyed, incredulously gazing at the blood-soaked figure on the arena, whose arms were nearly incapacitated but still stood erect like a javelin. How could this be possible? What was his body made of? The twisted grin on Zhang Kuang's face froze instantly, replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. This furious strike of his should have severely injured or even annihilated an ordinary practitioner at the 6th layer of chi condensation. How could someone at the 1st layer withstand it at the cost of merely their arms being grievously injured? The strength of those arms was utterly unfathomable. On the platform, Li Wufeng tightened his grip on the armrest of his chair, his sharp eagle-like eyes fixated on Chen Jinyou's drooping arms, a brilliant light igniting deep within his pupils. It was not a magical defense. It was not a protective talisman. It was pure physical strength, withstanding the slicing of wind blades. This physique had surpassed his understanding of the chi condensation realm. This lad indeed harbored a great secret. Excellent. Very good. Zhang Kuang, regaining his composure from shock, felt his astonishment swiftly replaced by a more ferocious killing intent. He licked his lips, his gaze akin to that of a bloodthirsty wolf, thinking to himself, how long can you endure this? Chapter 13. The blood of divine beasts. He would no longer grant Chen Jinyou a moment's respite, launching himself forward once more. This time, his speed was even greater, his attacks more frenzied, with dual claws unleashed. The pale azure wind blades cascaded down like a tempestuous storm. The shadows of the claws enveloped every vital point around Chen Jinyou. Each strike bore the terrifying force of the peak 7th level of chi condensation, rending the air with a haunting wail. Chen Jinyou's gaze was as frigid as ancient ice. His severely injured arms rendered him incapable of withstanding the onslaught, yet he suddenly summoned strength from his feet. A faint, nearly imperceptible silver lightning flickered at his Yongquan acupoint. Thunderous step activated. In a critical moment, his body slid to the side like a wraith, moving faster than the eye could perceive, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. The frenzied claw shadows shattered that afterimage in an instant. The claw wind struck the arena with such ferocity that deep gorges were left in their wake. The reckless strike missed, causing Zhang Kuang to be momentarily startled. What an extraordinary movement technique. Such speed. He pressed on relentlessly, attacking like a shadow. The claw winds growing ever more ferocious and dense, akin to a relentless parasite. Chen Jinyou's figure became erratic on the arena. He ceased to resist head-on, instead propelling the recently comprehended thunderous step to its utmost limits. With every movement, the faint electric light at his feet flickered, his form weaving through the gaps of thunder as if a fish navigating through water. So swift, so dizzyingly fast, so perilous, as though dancing upon the edge of a blade. Each hair-raising evasion drew gasps from the audience. Every claw wind that brushed past him left fresh bloodstains upon his body. His azure robe was already soaked in crimson, and his steps wavered slightly due to the injuries to his arms and loss of blood. Yet his eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. Under the pressure of impending death, he fervently squeezed every ounce of understanding from thunderous step, merging its essence within himself. Is evasion all you can do? Pathetic. Zhang Kuang, frustrated by his inability to land a blow, grew increasingly agitated, his assaults becoming more frenzied. He suddenly altered his strategy, no longer pursuing speed but instead condensing a more formidable spiritual force. The azure wind blade upon his right claw surged, coalescing into a colossal wind claw, towering to half his height, bearing the terrifying might to crush everything as it descended. Bow down before me, wind demon claw. The enormous wind claw sealed off all avenues for Chen Jinyou's evasion. Though its speed lessened, its power multiplied manifold. There was no escape. A cold glimmer ignited in Chen Jinyou's eyes. He ceased his evasion, abruptly halting his body. Confronting the gigantic wind claw descending upon him, he did not retreat. Rather, he surged forward, his body compressing like an exquisitely coiled spring, the faint thunderous energy accumulated from thunderous step erupting violently. With a roar, he transformed into a blurred afterimage. Not retreating, but rather charging with a cunning angle towards the fleeting gap in Zhang Kuang's assault. His target was directly aimed at Zhang Kuang's vital midsection. Attack in place of defense. Exchange injury for injury. Seeking death. A fierce light ignited in Zhang Kuang's eyes, unflinching and unyielding. As his left claw condensed into a wind blade, lunging straight for Chen Jinyou's heart, he was confident that his protective spiritual force could withstand the opponent's desperate counterattack. And this claw would be sufficient to pierce through the other's heart. In the blink of an eye, Chen Jinyou's fist, imbued with a faint electric glow, collided almost simultaneously with Zhang Kuang's wild claw aimed at his heart. The resounding thud, the sharp crack, and the muffled splatter of flesh met the ears all at once. Chen Jinyou's body was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, his chest torn asunder, revealing 5 deep gashes that exposed bone, blood gushing forth in torrents. He crashed heavily against the edge of the arena, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his vitality dwindling to a perilous low. Zhang Kuang, too, felt the brunt of Chen Jinyou's concentrated power as a full-force punch, accelerated by the thunder step, struck him fiercely in the abdomen. He staggered back 3 steps before barely regaining his footing. The protective spiritual barrier encasing his midsection flickered violently, wavering uncertainly, before finally shattering with a thunderous crash. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Although he had not sustained a grievous injury, the sheer, unadulterated force still caused his blood to surge, his insides to churn, and a trickle of blood to escape the corner of his mouth. How could he, a mere first-layer chi condenser, be injured by a seemingly worthless opponent? Heavily wounded in both arms. Though it was but a minor injury, it was an affront to his honor. The entire training ground fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was captivated, stunned by the brutal yet awe-inspiring spectacle before them. Lying in a pool of his own blood, Chen Jinyou was drenched in crimson, his breath shallow. As if on the brink of death, Zhang Kuang clutched his aching abdomen, blood staining his lips, his face a pallid shade of fury, his eyes brimming with malice and murderous intent. The arena was a grotesque tableau of bloodshed, horrifying to behold. After a brief silence, Zhang Kuang violently wiped the blood from his lips, resembling a beast enraged beyond reason, and let out a frenzied roar. "Bastard! I shall shred you to pieces." His spiritual power surged chaotically, the pale blue whirlwind around him growing ever more violent. He had completely lost control, ready to unleash his true lethal techniques. The elder referee's expression shifted dramatically, his spiritual energy surging as he prepared to intervene. On the high platform, Li Wufeng abruptly rose, his gaze sharp as lightning. At that critical moment, Chen Jinyou, lying in the blood-soaked ground, subtly moved a blood-stained finger. Deep within his consciousness, a massive screen illuminated by 4,700 points flickered, revealing a symbol radiating a destructive dark red light, flashing furiously. One-time explosive talisman 50 points? No, he required something far more potent. His gaze fixated on a deeper symbol, glimmering with a devastating crimson light, resembling a fong. Pseudo-divine beast blood. One time. 8,000 points? Not enough, but sufficient. A chilling intent to kill burned fiercely in the depths of his dying eyes. Chapter 15. The Revelation of Hidden Cards. A forceful, overwhelmed silence enveloped the arena. An oppressive stillness settling in. Only the heavy, labored breaths of Zhang Kuang, akin to a wounded beast, and his venomous roars echoed, piercing the frozen air. On the obsidian arena, a gruesome spectacle unfolds, stained with blood and heart-wrenching in its intensity. Chen Jinyou lies in a pool of crimson, resembling a rag doll utterly torn asunder. His arms hang limply, revealing gaping wounds that expose bone, blood gushing forth and pooling beneath him in a dark red puddle. 5 ghastly gashes mar his chest, laid bare and deep enough to see the bone. With each feeble breath, more blood froths forth. His complexion is as pale as gilded paper, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. To any observer, he presents a portrait of impending death. His arms are nearly rendered useless, his torso severely injured, and with such significant blood loss. The mere act of sustaining his breath becomes a miraculous feat. "Scoundrel, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces." The wild roar is laden with frantic madness and the humiliation of profound rage. Here stands a pinnacle master of the 7th tier of chi condensation, reduced to being wounded by an ant, a mere first-tier practitioner, whose arms lie crippled. Though the injury is minor, it has obliterated his dignity, filling him with uncontainable fury. The faint azure whirlwinds surrounding him swell like an ignited powder keg, spiraling and emitting a piercing howl. The air around him compresses violently, twisting under the strain. A terrifying wave of spiritual power erupts, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, locking onto Chen Jinyou in the blood-soaked arena. Murderous intent, unmasked and brazen. It strikes like tangible ice shards, sending chills through the crowd. The elder referee, his spirit power surging, turns ashen, ready to disregard all else and rush onto the stage to intervene. At this moment, the rules seem utterly ineffectual against the chaos. Above on the platform, Li Wufeng has risen, his gaze sharp as lightning, piercing through the space to fixate on the seemingly extinguished figure on the arena. He cannot abide the public torment of his disciple. Yet, deep within him, an inquiry into Chen Jinyou's bizarre physique and ruthless disposition, one he himself has yet to acknowledge, holds him back from immediate action. In this moment of peril, as all hearts teeter on the edge of a precipice that's seemingly lifeless, battered body in the pool of blood stirs slightly, its bloodied fingers moving with the faintest tremor. Consciousness, teetering on the abyss of excruciating pain and dizziness from blood loss, remains taut like the most resilient of wires. In the depths of his mind, a pale blue system interface unfurls silently, cold digits flashing with unsettling brilliance. Points, for 1,700, his will strikes with the precision of a scalpel, penetrating deep into the marketplace. It bypasses the 50-point explosive talisman and locks firmly onto a talisman icon, glowing with a destructive dark red light, reminiscent of ancient fangs. Blood of the pseudo-divine beast, single use, grade, special, effect, upon activation, briefly unleashes a surge of ferocious energy infused with the bloodline power of a divine beast, significantly enhancing strength, speed, and explosiveness, granting a faint divine beast pressure. Effect correlates with the user's physical strength and endurance. Duration, 3 breaths. Exchange points, 8,000. Warning, energy is volatile. Using it will inflict severe backlash on the body. Exercise caution. 8,000 points, far exceeding the balance. At this moment, what ignited in Chen Jinyou's eyes was a fervor far more intense than mere points, a reckless and frenzied desire to kill. Redemption, overdraft, compulsory exchange. Warning, insufficient points. Do you wish to forcibly overdraw future capture points? Overdraft limit, 3,300 points, to be repaid immediately after capturing the next target. Yes, the thought roared. Ding. Compulsory overdraft successful. Redeemed pseudo-divine beast essence blood, one-time use. Points, 8,000, current points, 3,300 overdraft. A faint yet violently destructive dark red energy fluctuation surged forth, akin to a slumbering beast awakening, momentarily flickering deep within Chen Jinyou's consciousness. A drop of viscous, magma-like, dark red essence blood, exuding a terrifying pressure, silently melded into the depths of his shattered body, almost simultaneously as the essence blood integrated. Die. Wind demon strangulation. The ferocious roar reached its zenith. He clasped his claws together, unleashing all his spiritual power in a frenzied torrent. A terrifying vortex, immense as a grinding millstone and composed entirely of countless rapidly spinning light azure wind blades, formed before him in an instant. The vortex's core emanated a soul-chilling force of attraction and cutting power. This was his ultimate killing move. He intended to grind Chen Jinyou into mere pulp. The colossal vortex of wind blades, imbued with a destructive aura capable of annihilating all, descended upon the blood-soaked Chen Jinyou with a thunderous crash. Its speed, though not swift, carried an indomitable force of targeting and crushing. Chapter 14, Rampant Death Stop. The head judge's eyes bulged with fury, his spiritual energy erupting as he prepared to intervene. Yet, he was halted by Li Wufeng's raised hand. All present shut their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending carnage. Just as the death vortex was about to engulf Chen Jinyou, an unexpected change occurred. In the blood pool, the figure that should have perished suddenly opened its eyes wide. Roar, a sound that bore no resemblance to human speech, akin to the deep growl of a primordial beast, erupted from the depths of Chen Jinyou's throat. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Tiny yet dense silver lightning surged forth, no longer confined to his feet, but exploding from every pore of his body. Like countless tiny silver serpents, they danced wildly. Thunderstep was forcibly propelled to an unprecedented pinnacle by this explosive force. Boom. Simultaneously, a dark red energy, akin to a volcanic eruption, combined with silver lightning, erupted violently from Chen Jinyou's battered form, enveloping him entirely. Speed. Power. Eruption. At this moment, he was propelled to an unimaginable realm, under the horrified gazes of all present. As if witnessing a ghost, Chen Jinyou's arms, which should have remained immobile, defied all odds and rose, enveloped in the tumultuous energy of dark red and silver white. His muscles bulged, veins protruding like coiling dragons, as his wounds were forcibly sealed by the terrifying energy. Although still grotesque, he was infused with an explosive sense of power. He stomped fiercely with his foot. Boom. The unyielding obsidian arena erupted into a vast, spiderweb-like abyss at the point where he set foot. Debris shot outward like cannonballs. Amidst the swirling dust and shattered rocks, the figure of Chen Jinyou transformed into a devastating stream of light, entwined with dark red energy and silver lightning. His speed transcended the very limits of human perception, leaving behind only a slowly dissipating vacuum afterimage. torn from the air by the thunderous force. What? The ferocious grin on Zhang Kuang's face froze instantaneously. His pupils contracted to the size of pinpoints. He felt as though a terrifying pressure, sharp as a cold blade, was pressed mercilessly against his throat, sending shivers through his very soul. It was too fast, so fast that his mind could scarcely keep up. His proud wind demon spiral, only just beginning to advance towards the position where Chen Jinyou had fallen, was rendered utterly futile. Chen Jinyou's true form, infused with earth-shattering might, tore through the fabric of space, materializing before him in an instant, mere inches apart. Those eyes, ablaze with crimson murderous intent, entwined with dark red energy and silver sparks, resembled those of an abyssal demon, locking onto him with unyielding focus. There was no finesse, no flourish, only the most primal, violent, and direct outpouring of power. Chen Jinyou's right fist, enveloped in dark red energy and thunder, surged forth like a cataclysmic meteor, imbued with an overwhelming force capable of obliterating all, wherever the fist passed. The air was compressed to extremes, intertwining dark red energy and silver lightning to form a sphere of destructive energy at its apex. A savage, domineering pressure, derived from the bloodline of divine beasts, struck Zhang Kuang's psyche like an invisible hammer. Zhang Kuang felt his mind go blank. His blood seemed to freeze in an instant. The terrifying pressure extinguished any thought of summoning his spiritual energy. He could only watch helplessly as the sphere of destructive energy, imbued with the scent of death, expanded rapidly before his eyes. No! A desperate, anguished scream barely escaped his lips. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, akin to celestial thunder cracking across the arena. Chen Jinyou's fist, brimming with the frenzied energy of pseudo-divine beast blood, the might of thunder, and the ultimate power of the 9 turns dominating body technique, struck solidly against the hastily crossed arms of Zhang Kuang. Crack! 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 The chilling sound of bones fracturing rang out like popping beans. The protective spiritual energy coalescing around Zhang Kuang's arms shattered as easily as fragile glass. Following that, his proud arm bones, capable of withstanding typical late-stage qi condensation attacks, splintered and shattered like rotting wood. The terrifying force of the punch continued unabated, ruthlessly penetrating his shattered arms and crashing into his chest. Thud! Zhang Kuang's chest caved in like a rotten watermelon struck by a colossal hammer, creating a horrific pit. The fabric of his back exploded, revealing a distinct imprint of the fist. He was struck as if by a starship careening at high speed, his feet leaving the ground, his body arching violently, and blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs erupted from his mouth like a fountain. With a thunderous crash, his reckless form plummeted to the edge of the arena, then continued its momentum, slamming into the unyielding protective barrier. The barrier flickered violently, emitting a low hum under the unbearable strain. He slid down the barrier like a lump of clay, his chest a gruesome mass of mangled flesh, his body contorting grotesquely, eyes wide with sheer terror, agony, and disbelief. Blood gushed from beneath him like a stream, instantly staining a large portion of the arena crimson. His body convulsed violently a few times, and a rasping sound escaped his throat, akin to a deflated bellows, before his head tilted, and he fell silent. The pinnacle of the 7th layer of qi condensation, the top expert Zhang Kuang, was dead. Silence. An absolute stillness enveloped the entire martial arena, as if even time itself had come to a standstill. The wind ceased. Sounds vanished. Everyone's actions, expressions, and thoughts seemed to be frozen in time. On the arena, the dust slowly settled. Chen Jinyou remained in his striking pose, standing firm. The turbulent dark red energy and silver lightning around him receded like a tide, dissipating. It revealed his battered form, as if he had just crawled from the depths of a blood-soaked hell. His arm wounds split open anew, blood gushing forth. The gash on his chest was particularly horrific. His complexion was pallid, devoid of any color, his body trembling uncontrollably due to the immense backlash and exhaustion, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet he stood resolute. One punch, merely one punch. With a gravely injured and near-death body, he unleashed a thunderous might, a forceful onslaught. He mercilessly obliterated Zhang Kuang, the pinnacle of the 7th layer of qi condensation. This scene, shattering all perception and shaking the very soul, swept through the hearts of every spectator like a tempest, tearing apart their knowledge, pride, and understanding into shreds. After a brief, suffocating silence, boom! Like a volcano that had stored its fury for eons, the entire martial arena erupted in chaos. The tremendous roar threatened to overturn the heavens. Is he dead? Brother Zhang Kuang is dead. One punch. Another punch. He annihilated the 7th layer of qi condensation. What power is that? That red light. That lightning. Did I just witness the ethereal form of a divine beast? A monster. He is a true monster. A reincarnation of a demon god. My heavens! Am I dreaming? Gasps of astonishment. Screams of terror. Incredulous roars. Instantly engulfed everything. Countless gazes were fixated on the swaying figure in the arena, filled with utmost fear, reverence, and admiration. As if gazing upon a demon god who had just accomplished a divine slaying. On the high platform, Li Wufeng took a bold step forward, cracking the hard ground like spiderwebs. For the first time, a profound ripple appeared on his usually placid face. Shock, gravity, inquiry, and a hint of indescribable horror. He fixed his gaze upon Chen Jinyou, his piercing eyes seemingly penetrating the very essence of his being. The momentary eruption of dark red energy, the entwined power of thunder, and the overwhelming, tyrannical pressure were far beyond what could be possessed by someone in the Qi condensation realm. None of the Qinyun sect's techniques could harness such force. An aura of ancient, brutal, and ominous energy pervaded. Blood of the Thunder Beast. Li Wufeng's voice carried a dryness and seriousness he himself had not noticed. His profound cultivation and keen insight allowed him to instantly discern the core source of that power. Yet, this revelation only deepened his alarm. How could a mere outer sect servant, gravely injured and on the brink of death, summon such terrifying strength? The loyal disciple by his side had long since lost color in his face, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. The presiding elder rushed onto the stage, swiftly examining Zhang Kuang's breath and pulse. His expression turned exceedingly grim as he managed a painful nod in Li Wufeng's direction. Zhang Kuang, confirmed deceased. The entire martial arena erupted once more, the confirmation igniting an even greater uproar. At that moment, deep within Chen Jinyou's consciousness, the chilling sound of the system's notifications rang out like celestial music. Ding! Defeated formidable foe Zhang Kuang, peak of Qi condensation 7th layer, awarded additional points. 50. Ding! From audience member, Li Tsuhua, attractiveness 72, received strong shock and reverence, awarded points. 1. Ding! From audience member, Wang Area, attractiveness 68, received extreme fear and admiration, awarded points. 1. Ding! A cascade of small point notifications flooded the screen, though each point seemed insignificant. Collectively, they swiftly replenished his previously depleted score from 3,300 back to approximately 3,250 points. The power was rapidly waning, and the searing pain and weakness surged like a tide, threatening to overwhelm him. Chen Jinyou staggered, his vision blurring into darkness. The elder officiant hastily announced, his voice trembling with a tremor he himself was unaware of. Chen Jinyou. Victory! A resounding cheer erupted. Chen Jinyou did not linger, not even casting a final glance at Zhang Kuang's lifeless body. Dragging his battered form, which seemed on the verge of collapse, he stepped down from the stage, each step leaving behind a bloodied imprint. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a wider path as if in reverence to a deity. All eyes followed his retreating figure, filled with indescribable complexity. Su Wanqing could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face as she rushed forward, desperate to assist him. Yet, Chen Jinyou raised a hand slightly to halt her. Alone, under the gaze of countless astonished, reverent, and fearful onlookers, he resembled a solitary victor, akin to a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell, steadily making his way toward the exit of the arena. The setting sun, blood-red, elongated his shadow, imprinting it deep within the souls of every witness. Li Wufeng stood at the edge of the high platform, gazing at the silhouette gradually fading into the shadows, a figure that was on the brink of collapse, yet remained resolutely upright. His fingers unconsciously stroked the law enforcement badge at his waist, his eyes deep as an abyss, murmuring to himself, "What secret does Chen Jinyou hide within?" With the fierce and decisive blood of the thunderous beast flowing through him? Chapter 15. The champion of the competition. Rewards and turmoil. The clamor of the martial arena surged like a boiling cauldron, refusing to subside. Chen Jinyou's earth-shattering punch not only extinguished the life of the arrogant, but shattered the common sense and shackles within the hearts of all present. A mere servant, at the first layer of Qi condensation, in a state of severe injury and near death, unleashed divine might and ruthlessly defeated a top-tier master at the pinnacle of the 7th layer. This mythic feat rapidly fermented, distorted, and deified in the whispers of the crowd, etching the name of Chen Jinyou, along with his blood-soaked, demonic visage, deeply into the souls of every disciple of Qinyun sect. Awe, fear, reverence, various extreme emotions intertwined. As he dragged his battered form, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, step by step down from the platform, passing through the parted crowd that fell silent. The gazes directed at him were laden with complexity. No one dared to approach, no one dared to speak. Only the weighty sound of breaths and suppressed heartbeats permeated the air. Su Wanqing, tears streaming down her face, followed closely behind like the most devout of believers. She yearned to lend a hand but was halted in place by Chen Jinyou's silent refusal, forced to watch as he walked alone, step by step, towards the dilapidated earthen dwelling under the blood-red rays of the setting sun. That solitary and stubborn silhouette, in the eyes of the crowd, added an air of unfathomable tragedy and mystery. When Chen Jinyou's figure finally vanished into the shadows of the servant quarters, the stifling atmosphere of the martial arena erupted like a dam bursting. The roar nearly overturned the heavens. The champion. He was undoubtedly the champion. One at the first layer of chi condensation, defeating one at the 7th layer. Who else could claim the top spot in this grand competition? A monster. A demon. He must be the reincarnation of an ancient demon god. The dark red glow, the silver lightning. I feel as if I have seen the roaring silhouette of a Qilin. The arrogant have perished. Xiaohu has also gone missing. This Chen Jinyou is not to be trifled with. Absolutely not to be trifled with. Amidst the tremendous uproar, the presiding elder announced with a grim countenance that Chen Jinyou had emerged victorious. The remaining ranking battles proceeded hastily, but the hearts and minds of everyone had long been captivated by that astonishing punch, rendering the subsequent fights utterly flavorless. Ultimately, no one raised any objections. Chen Jinyou ascended to the pinnacle of the outer sect competition with an overwhelming display of dominance. This outcome was filled with bloodshed and shock, yet it bore an inescapable, undeniable power. 3 days later, in the outer sect hall, within the solemn and grand hall, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. All the elders of the outer sect gathered, with Li Wufeng seated at the head. His expression remained as hard as iron, yet the depths of his sharp, eagle-like eyes reflected an intensified scrutiny and gravitas. Chen Jinyou stood at the center of the hall. He donned the somewhat oversized outer disciple's azure robe, his complexion still pallid, his breath deliberately restrained at the level of condensed qi, even carrying a hint of weakness from unhealed injuries. The champion of the outer sect competition, Chen Jinyou. The elder presiding over the ceremony spoke in a resounding voice, tinged with a barely perceptible dryness. Step forward to receive your rewards. Chen Jinyou, with an impassive expression, advanced steadily a few steps. Firstly, your promotion to the status of inner sect disciple. You are awarded the inner sect disciple token, attire, and cave residence talisman. A warm azure jade token, a set of markedly superior inner sect moonwhite garments, and a black iron talisman engraved with the cave residence number were solemnly presented to Chen Jinyou by the elder. Inner sect, a coveted elevation dreamed of by countless outer disciples. It signified richer spiritual energy, advanced techniques, and a broader future ahead. The onlooking disciples were filled with envy and reverence. Chen Jinyou accepted calmly. Secondly, 1,000 spirit stones. A heavy storage bag, shimmering with a pearlescent spiritual glow, was handed over. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones represented an unimaginable fortune for an outer disciple. A wave of suppressed gasps arose from the audience. Chen Jinyou remained composed, effortlessly receiving the bag. Spirit stones were essential for cultivation and a potential source of system points for exchange. Thirdly, the low-grade spirit weapon, the cold chi dagger. The elder's voice suddenly rose in pitch, imbued with a sense of gravity. A chilling glimmer flashed. A short dagger, approximately a foot long, transparent like ice, emanating an ethereal blue chill along its blade, hovered in the elder's palm. Upon its emergence, the temperature within the hall seemed to drop several degrees, a sharp, bone-piercing coldness spreading throughout. A low-grade spirit weapon, the cold chi dagger. It is said to be forged from a century-old cold iron, tempered with the essence of ice-type beasts. Unmatched in sharpness and inherently infused with cold energy, capable of freezing wounds and slowing the flow of spiritual power. A precious treasure. This is indeed a true weapon of lethality. The audience could no longer contain their astonished exclamations. A spirit weapon, even if merely low-grade, far surpassed ordinary magical artifacts. For those at the condensed chi stage, possessing a spirit weapon could elevate their combat prowess significantly. The cold chi dagger, in particular, was a gem among ice-type spirit weapons. Chen Jinyou's gaze finally flickered with a hint of emotion. He extended his hand and grasped the hilt of the cold chi dagger. It felt icy and piercing, a wave of pure cold attempting to invade through his arm's meridians, but was effortlessly dispelled by the blood and chi circulating within his body through the 9 revolutions overlord body technique. The dagger felt light, yet the unmatched sharpness and soul-freezing chill emanating from the blade filled him with satisfaction. With a mere thought, the cold chi dagger transformed into a streak of light and vanished into his storage bag. Item acquired, cold chi dagger, low-grade spirit weapon. The system's cold notification flashed through his mind. Thank you for the generous rewards from the sect. Chen Jinyou slightly bowed, his voice hoarse yet composed. The presiding elder nodded, surveying the audience below, and declared loudly, Chen Jinyou, your talents are exceptional, and your combat abilities are extraordinary, yet. His tone shifted to seriousness. The sect has its rules. In the arena, one must know when to stop. Though the audacity of one may seem to invite its own calamity, the familial ties and the elder Zhang's influence necessitate your own navigation of this matter. I urge you to exercise wisdom, diligently cultivate your skills, and not to disappoint the expectations of our sect. This serves as both a reminder and a warning. The demise of Zhang Kuang will not conclude matters so easily. Chen Jinyou's demeanor remained unyielding as he bowed once more, affirming his understanding. As the ceremony concluded, he stepped out of the grand hall under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes, his consciousness diving into the depths of his inner realm. Host, Chen Jinyou. Realm, second layer of qi condensation, initial form of dominant body. Severe injury not healed. Points, 3250, overdrawn. Potential target, Su Wanqing, loyalty. The overdrawn 3,300 points exchanged for the blood of a pseudo-divine beast, coupled with the minor points gained from defeating Zhang Kuang and the astonished onlookers, left a gaping void. 3250 points weighed upon him like a massive mountain. Without points, the marketplace serves merely as an ornament. His path to ascendancy would be fraught with hardship. He must swiftly capture the next target to amass points. At that moment, a figure silently appeared a short distance ahead, obstructing his path. The individual was tall, adorned in a deep azure robe of the inner sect elders, their countenance dark, and eyes narrowed, glinting with a serpentine malice, fixated intently upon Chen Jinyou. An aura of refined, chilling spiritual energy emanated from them, casting a heavy sense of oppression. It was none other than Elder Sun, Zhang Kuang's formidable ally. Chen Jinyou, Elder Sun's voice rasped like rusty iron scraping against iron, chilling to the bone. Each word dripped with unmasked murderous intent and resentment. Well done. You were ruthless enough to kill my nephew, Zhang Kuang. His gaze pierced Chen Jinyou like poison needles, the frigid atmosphere seemingly freezing the air around them. Chen Jinyou halted, meeting the elder's gaze with calm resolve, unafraid, unrepentant. Do you believe that with Li Wufeng's protection and your ostensible prestige, you can rest easy? A cruel, vindictive smirk creased Elder Sun's lips as he lowered his voice, akin to a serpent hissing. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Zhang Kuang's death shall not go unavenged. You must also bear the burden of Zhao Hu's disappearance, no? Await your fate. Boy, I shall make you acquainted with the meaning of suffering worse than death. You will kneel before my nephew's spirit, confessing your sins. I will methodically crush all your hopes. The venomous curse, laden with a bone-chilling aura, burrowed deep into Chen Jinyou's ears. Before departing, Elder Sun cast one last penetrating look at Chen Jinyou, as if scrutinizing a corpse. Standing there, the setting sun elongated his shadow. He slowly lifted his gaze towards the ethereal, spirit-rich inner sect region enveloped in mist. A faint, barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Inner sect, here I come, Elder Sun. Merely the first stumbling block on my path. Deep within his consciousness, the vivid scarlet numeral 3250 illuminated on the System S display, akin to a blazing flame, searing his nerves and igniting an even more fervent desire for power within his heart. Chapter 16, Inner Sect Senior Sister. Ling Shuang, the inner sect area of the Qingyun sect, and the outer sect appeared as two disparate realms. Crossing the immense mountain gate inscribed with ancient runes, an abundance of spiritual energy enveloped him like a tangible mist, infused with the freshness of flora and the unique warmth of the spiritual veins, instantly wrapping him in its embrace. With each breath, Chen Jinyou felt pure strands of spiritual power surge into his lungs, nourishing the meridians that had been parched from severe injury and overexertion, alleviating the lingering pain in his chest and arms. Before him lay a breathtaking landscape. No longer the crowded courtyards and clamorous training grounds of the outer sect, but rather undulating peaks adorned in emerald silks. Among bizarre cliffs and peculiar stones, cascading waterfalls and flowing springs punctuated the scenery, with ethereal spiritual energy flowing through the valleys, transforming into delicate rays of dawn. Independent caves were nestled against the mountains, some hidden among ancient verdant trees, others suspended amidst clouds and mist, each enveloped in a faint halo, evidently fortified with powerful spiritual gathering and protective formations. In contrast to the uniform green robes of the outer sect disciples, the inner sect disciples donned garments in a moonlit white, crafted from superior materials that shimmered with a subtle radiance, enhancing their ethereal elegance. The presence of passing disciples was markedly more formidable, with the weakest among them at the mid-stage of qi condensation, while late-stage qi condensation and even foundation establishment practitioners were not uncommon. Their strides were measured, expressions ranging from indifference to pride, their gazes imbued with a confidence and superiority unattainable by outer sect disciples. The air was thick with a serene yet tense atmosphere of cultivation, a stark contrast to the outer sect's clamor and restlessness. Please, this way. Su Wanqing respectfully guided him from a position slightly ahead. She had changed into the inner sect's moonlit white female attire, Her graceful figure and exquisite features enhanced by the spiritual mist and dawn light, exuding an otherworldly aura. Through the benefits of the contract and resource allocation, she had firmly established herself at the peak of the fourth layer of qi condensation, her demeanor increasingly composed, her gaze toward Chen Jinyou filled with profound awe and loyalty. Chen Jinyou nodded slightly, his complexion still pale from blood loss, his aura remaining at the level of the second layer of qi condensation, the wide moonlit robe concealing the ghastly scars upon his arms and chest. He walked steadily, his gaze calmly surveying this vibrant new world, devoid of the astonishment or envy typical of newcomers. Elder Sun's venomous glare and deeply ingrained threats lingered in his mind like an insidious parasite. That old wretch, as a high-ranking elder of the inner sect, wielded considerable power and ruthless methods, and would never relent. The brazen death and Zhao Hu's disappearance loomed like a sword of Damocles above him. Li Wufeng's scrutiny, though momentarily inactive, combined with his sinister evaluations and the position of the law enforcement hall, constituted a double-edged sword. The perils were rife. He must grow stronger, seize power more swiftly, and establish his own influence at an accelerated pace. Su Wanqing led him to a solitary cave dwelling situated on the mountainside. The cave numbered D73 is not situated in the most advantageous location, yet it boasts a serene and secluded atmosphere. A faint azure light curtain envelopes the entrance, emanating a resilient wave of spiritual energy. Master, this is the cave allocated to you by the sect, Su Wanqing stated as she retrieved the dark iron command talisman, infusing it with a stream of spiritual energy. The talisman emitted a soft glow, merging with the light curtain. The curtain rippled like water, revealing an ancient stone door standing approximately 10 feet tall. As she pushed open the heavy stone door, an influx of purer and denser spiritual energy surged forth, more potent than that of the outside world. The interior of the cave was quite spacious, containing a stone chamber, a quiet room, and an alchemy room. Though devoid of extravagant decorations, the stone walls were smooth, the floor level, and a few clusters of bioluminescent moss scattered in the corners bathed the cave in a gentle glow. Deep within the cave, a slender branch of a spiritual vein was guided by a formation to converge here, forming a small spiritual spring from which hazy spiritual energy emanated. The concentration of spiritual energy was over 3 times that of the outer sect. Chen Jinyou felt a faint warmth from the automatic acceleration of the 9 turns overlord body technique within him, stirring his heart. This environment was sufficient to facilitate a quicker recovery from his injuries and enhance his strength. He approached the spiritual spring and sat cross-legged beside it. The cold stone surface seeped through his clothing, slightly invigorating his fatigued spirit from exhaustion. His consciousness sank into the sea of awareness, where a pale blue system interface silently unfurled. Host, Chen Jinyou, Realm, Qi Condensation Second Layer, Overlord Body Initial Completion. Severe Injury Unhealed. Points, 3250, Overdrawn. Target to capture, Su Wanqing, Loyalty. The vivid red 3250 was akin to a glowing steel needle, piercing sharply into Chen Jinyou's nerves. The immense deficit of points loomed over him like a pressing sword. Without points, the marketplace remained inaccessible. The subsequent comprehension of Thunder Step was but a distant dream, and the exchange for more potent techniques and elixirs was mere fantasy. Even the overdrawn 3,300 points must be repaid immediately upon capturing the next target. Time was not on his side. The system began scanning the new environment, locking onto the highest value target available for capture. Chen Jinyou issued a cold and urgent command in his mind. The inner sect, rich in spiritual energy and teeming with prodigies, surely harbored prey of superior allure and greater point potential. Scan command confirmed. Scanning within a 5-mile radius. The pale blue interface shimmered slightly, akin to ripples on a lake's surface after a stone is cast. Countless luminous points representing life rapidly traversed across the screen, undergoing filtration. Moments later, the center of the screen lit up brilliantly. A resplendent golden marker, vastly surpassing the other points, suddenly magnified. Beside it, a detailed information box swiftly materialized, its font bolder than that seen when scanning Su Wanqing, even carrying a hint of chilling coldness. Warning, detected a target of exceedingly high value available for capture. Target, Ling Shuang. Identity, inner sect senior sister of Qingyun sect. Estimated beauty score, 92, point potential, 9,200 points. Current status, 1. Exceptional talent, cultivation, mid-foundation establishment, peak. The character is solitary and aloof, having cultivated the Xianbing Heart Sutra to an advanced level, resulting in a profound emotional detachment, nearly severing all ties to affection and desire. Recently, the core dilemma lies in seeking a breakthrough from the bottleneck of the mid-foundation stage, necessitating the refinement of a special breakthrough elixir, the Xianyang Pao Yi Dan, for which the primary ingredient, the Qiyang Fire Lotus, is exceedingly rare. Despite extensive searches through the sect's repository and surrounding markets, no results have emerged, causing a subtle yet palpable agitation, detectable in the flow of spiritual energy. A significant note indicates that the emotional freeze induced by the Xianbing Heart Sutra poses the greatest challenge, yet simultaneously represents a potential breakthrough point. If the side effects of the technique could be resolved, the affinity could surge dramatically. Scoring 92 points and accumulating 200 points of merit, Chen Jinyou's heart raced uncontrollably. The overwhelming impact of the substantial figure eclipsed any anxiety regarding point overdraft. Upon successful capture, not only would the deficit be instantly rectified, but a vast amount of points could also be obtained to exchange for more potent techniques. At the peak of the mid-foundation stage, with the esteemed position of an inner sect senior sister, her stature is exalted, and her strength is formidable, far surpassing Su Wanqing. Her solitary and cold demeanor, coupled with her emotional indifference due to the Xianbing Heart Sutra, implies that her heart is as unyielding as ice, making her impervious to mundane flattery or acts of heroism, which may seem trivial before her. However, the very state of emotional freezing presents a significant and exploitable predicament. The Qiyang Fire Lotus, the core ingredient for the breakthrough elixir, stands before him as an exceptional opportunity, high difficulty and high reward. An unprecedented brilliance ignited in Chen Jinyou's eyes, sharp and cold, filled with an insatiable greed and excitement akin to a seasoned hunter finally locking onto a coveted prey. Ling Shuang. This name, along with the enticing score of 92 points, swiftly supplanted the threat posed by Elder Sun, becoming his foremost objective. Wanqing. Chen Jinyou's voice shattered the silence of the cave, imbued with an undeniable sense of command. Master. Su Wanqing, standing by, immediately bowed in response. Utilize all your channels to gather every piece of information concerning senior sister Ling Shuang from the inner sect. Chen Jinyou's tone remained calm, yet it was underscored by an icy resolve, particularly regarding her habits, the location of her cultivation chamber, and any clues related to the Qiyang Fire Lotus. Yes, master. Wanqing readily agreed without hesitation, her gaze resolute. She understood that her master had set a new target, and she was the most loyal eyes and ears for him. Watching Su Wanqing swiftly depart, Chen Jinyou slowly closed his eyes, once again absorbing the pure spiritual energy flowing into his body within the cave. His injuries gradually healed, and his depleted spirit began to stabilize under the nurturing essence. The threat loomed like a shadow. Elder Sun's vengeance hung like a sword above him. He needed time to recover, but more importantly, he required a flawless plan to capture that icy mountain. Points. Power. Ling Shuang. He desired them all. Chapter 17. Target. The frosty senior sister within the cave. The misty vapor of the spiritual spring flowed silently, imbued with pure spiritual energy, gradually nourishing Chen Jinyou's battered body and exhausted spirit. He sat cross-legged beside the spring, his eyes tightly shut, his complexion still pale from blood loss, even under the soft illumination of his moon-white robe. Inside him, the energy circulation of the 9 revolutions overbearing body technique surged like a steady tide, cleansing the hidden injuries of his fractured bones and mending the delicate meridians torn by the frenzied energy of the pseudo-divine beast's blood. Each cycle brought a faint sensation of itchiness and pain. Time passed quietly. The stone door of the cave slid open soundlessly, and Su Wanqing's figure slipped in quietly. She moved nimbly, like an ethereal spirit merging with the moonlight, her face bearing a hint of reverence and caution after completing her task. Master. She approached Chen Jinyou, bowing respectfully 3 feet away, her voice barely above a whisper, fearful of disturbing his recovery. Chen Jinyou slowly opened his eyes. His deep-set gaze, having been nourished by spiritual energy, appeared less fatigued. He spoke not a word, but his eyes fell upon Su Wanqing, silently inquiring. Su Wanqing immediately understood. Retrieving from her storage bag a jade slip emanating a faint chill, offering it with both hands. Master, regarding Sister Ling Shuang, I have collected and organized preliminary intelligence. All recorded herein. Chen Jinyou accepted the jade slip. It felt icy to the touch, its texture exquisite. He extended a thread of spiritual energy into it. Instantly, a deluge of information about Ling Shuang surged into his consciousness. Ling Shuang, senior sister of the inner sect of Qingyun sect. Cultivation, peak of the mid-foundation establishment stage. This point is repeatedly emphasized in the intelligence, revealing a profound reverence within the text. Cave abode, Ice Spirit Peak, Cold Jade Palace. The location is clearly marked. Situated among the primary peaks where spiritual energy is most concentrated within the depths of the inner sect. Techniques, primarily practices the mysterious Ice Heart Sutra. Having reached the 7th level, the realm of ice sealing 1,000 miles. The intelligence describes the unparalleled power of this technique, noting its extreme difficulty and the need for absolute detachment. Personality, aloof and ethereal, as cold as frost. Numerous evaluations from inner sect disciples are cited. Do not approach. 1,000-year ice mountain. Within 3 feet one might freeze one's soul. She has never been seen to smile. Her gaze can shatter one's Tao heart. The text is steeped in fear and a sense of distance. Status. A named disciple of the sect leader, Master Yunlan, not formally accepted as a disciple but receives guidance. Holds partial authority over the inner sect's discipline hall, possessing immense prestige. The intelligence mentions that an inner sect disciple, relying on family background, once spoke disrespectfully to her, only to be sealed in ice for 3 months by her ice sword aura, with no one daring to plead for clemency. Recent activities, frequently visiting the sect's library and the Pill Cauldron Peak, seemingly in search of ancient texts and alchemical formulas. She has personally gone to the Deacon Hall to issue sect tasks, offering a substantial reward for the acquisition of the Qiyang Fire Lotus or any credible leads. Yet to no avail. The intelligence particularly notes, the reward for the task is exceedingly generous, causing quite a stir, yet no one dares to undertake it. As the required Fire Lotus only grows on the outskirts of the sect's forbidden area, the Flame Prison Valley, which is guarded by formidable fire-type demonic beasts, rendering it exceptionally perilous. Rumor has it that due to the cultivation of the Xianbing Heart Sutra, one's emotions have become frozen, teetering on the brink of obliteration. This individual is regarded as one of the most promising prodigies likely to break through to the Golden Core stage, or even the nascent soul stage. However, there is a significant risk that the backlash from the technique could transform them into a heartless ice sculpture. At the conclusion of the intelligence report, there is an ambiguous speculation. An elder may wish to propose a union to harmonize the chilling energy within through mutual cultivation, but this was met with a firm rejection, as the cold sword aura kept them at bay. The information contained within the jade slip is both detailed and frigid, akin to a portrayal of a flawless yet aloof ice goddess, exuding power, solitude, and an icy demeanor. The imminent plight of the Crimson Sunfire Lotus is vividly corroborated by the results of the system scan. Particularly striking is the description of how the Xianbing Heart Sutra induces emotional freezing, alongside the specifics of the task to procure the Fire Lotus, causing a spark of realization to flicker in Chen Jinyou's eyes. The breakthrough lies here. It encompasses not just the Fire Lotus itself, but also the fatal flaw brought about by her technique. If the emotions encased in ice could be thawed, would it not lead to an instantaneous release? Chen Jinyou softly intoned the name of a location, Jinyou Valley, as he set aside the jade slip, an understanding glimmering in his gaze. The sect's forbidden ground is fraught with peril. No wonder no one dares to undertake the task. For him, it represents both immense danger and a unique opportunity. Only in such a forsaken place can unparalleled value be forged. My lord, Su Wanqing interjected, having gathered further intelligence. Upon seeing Chen Jinyou set down the jade slip, she added, her voice tinged with a subtle reverence. Sister Lingshuang practices her swordplay daily at the icy waterfall behind Bingpa Peak at the 3rd watch of the tiger, around 4 in the morning, come rain or shine. Undeterred by thunder. That is the most secluded area near her cave, a place ordinary disciples would not dare approach. The 3rd watch of the tiger, the icy waterfall. Chen Jinyou nodded slightly. This information is crucial. To approach this ice mountain through conventional means would be akin to chasing a mirage. Only by orchestrating a chance encounter in her designated, utterly undisturbed private space could there be a glimmer of possibility. Excellent. Chen Jinyou's voice remained hoarse yet calm, with a trace of discreet satisfaction. The role of Su Wanqing as an informant is beginning to reveal its significance. Continue to keep a watchful eye, particularly regarding any information about Jinyou Valley, including terrain, types of demonic beasts, potential paths, or even mere rumors. Understood, my lord. Su Wanqing's spirit lifted, and she bowed in acknowledgement of her command. Chen Jinyou waved his hand, and Su Wanqing understood, retreating silently to a corner of the cave like the most loyal shadow. She settled into a meditative posture, commencing her own cultivation while extending her spiritual awareness, vigilant to any disturbances outside the cave. Silence enveloped the cave once more, save for the gentle trickling of the spiritual spring. Chen Jinyou closed his eyes anew, yet his consciousness did not fully descend into meditation. Deep within his sea of consciousness, a faint blue system interface unfolded silently. Host, Chen Jinyou, realm, Qi condensation 2nd layer, initial form of the dominant body. Severe injury not healed. Points, 3250, overdrawn. Potential capture target, Lingshuang, high value lock on. His gaze, akin to an exquisitely precise probe, locked firmly onto the map area of the marketplace. The target was unmistakably clear, Jinyou Valley. The fleeting thoughts traversed a myriad of captivating images. Detailed map of Qingyun sect's outer gate, 10 points, already possessed. Simplified map of Qingyun sect's inner gate core area, 50 points, of little significance. Map of Luoying Gorge and surrounding terrain. 30 points. Already possessed. Outer region of Yinwu Valley. Incomplete version. Incomplete annotations. For reference only. Redemption points. 800. Core area of Yinwu Valley. Top secret. Insufficient annotation permissions. Cannot be redeemed. 800 points. Chen Jinyou's gaze sharpened instantly, like a blade. He was currently burdened with debt. A staggering deficit of 3,250 points loomed over him like a sword suspended by a thread. Yet, this 800 points must be spent. Yinwu Valley was a forbidden zone, fraught with peril. Without a detailed map, venturing there would be akin to a blind man riding a blind horse, plunging into a deep pool at midnight. Moreover, he required the marked weaknesses of the demonic beasts on the map. Without the map, how could he hope for a chance encounter? How could he provide timely assistance? Should he risk his life to make up for it? Redeem. Overdraw. It must be redeemed. Warning. Insufficient points. Would you like to force an overdraft on future capture points? Overdraft amount. 800 points. Yes. The resolution was unwavering. Ding. Forced overdraft successful. Redeemed map of Yinwu Valley's outer region. Incomplete version. An analysis of demonic beast weaknesses. Points. 800. Current points. 4050. Overdraft. An influx of complex terrain information and various characteristics and weaknesses of fire-type demonic beasts surged into Chen Jinyou's consciousness. Though the map was incomplete, many areas were marked as unknown or extremely dangerous, yet the main paths of the outer region, several distinctive landforms, and the habitats, attack patterns, and weaknesses of known guardian demonic beasts such as lava lizard, fire poison scorpion, and crimson flame vulture, were clearly presented. This 800 points was well spent. It provided him with crucial assurance and confidence to delve into the outer reaches of Yinwu Valley in search of the Qiyang Fire Lotus, and perhaps even a chance encounter with Ling Shuang. The immense pressure of the overdraft felt like an even heavier shackle around his neck. The glaring red number of 4,050 was painfully vivid. Yet, Chen Jinyou's gaze burned even more intensely. He slowly raised his head, as if his sight penetrated the heavy stone arms, casting towards the innermost depths of the inner gate, where the highest peak, perpetually shrouded in mist, and emanating a bone-chilling aura, stood the Ice Spirit Peak. Ice Mountain Senior Sister, Qiyang Fire Lotus, Yinwu Valley Forbidden Zone. A slight curve formed at the corners of his mouth. The hunt had begun. Chapter 18. The Ice Frost Goddess sets out. Chapter 19. Cleverly extracting information. Catering to their preferences, Chen Jinyou sat cross-legged in his newly acquired T-shaped cave, number 73. Yet he was enveloped by another form of pressure, an immense burden stemming from his points overdraft. 4,050 points. This vivid red number hung like a cold guillotine around his neck. Each descent into his consciousness to view the system's light screen brought a wave of excruciating anxiety. The ethereal aura of the spiritual spring pervaded his being. As the essence of the nine turns overbearing body technique coursed through his veins like a languid tide, gradually mending the lingering injuries sustained from his fierce battle with Zhang Kuang. Particularly the searing pain in his meridians caused by the forcible activation of the blood of a pseudo-divine beast. The scars on his arms and chest itched slightly under the nurturing warmth of the spiritual energy, while the newly formed flesh bore a resilient texture. However, the pace of his recovery paled in comparison to the weight of the gaping void left by the loss of points. He needed the Qiyang Fire Lotus. He craved the vast 92 points from Ling Shuang. He needed urgency. Master, Su Wanqing's voice echoed at the entrance of the cave dwelling. Imbued with a respectful tone upon the completion of her task, yet tinged with an almost imperceptible fatigue. She entered quietly, the moon-white hem of her skirt brushing against the cold stone floor, pausing a few feet before Chen Jinyou. She presented a jade slip emanating a faint chill and a slightly smaller, unremarkable talisman. The information regarding the periphery of the Flame Prison Valley has been diligently compiled and recorded in this jade slip. Additionally, there are some unverified rumors and speculations inscribed on the talisman for your perusal, Master. Chen Jinyou opened his eyes, his gaze as indifferent as ice, revealing no emotion but a slight nod. He accepted the two items, his mental energy first probing into the jade slip. The information within was far more comprehensive, evidently gathered through all the intersect connections Su Wanqing could access, possibly even involving some expenditure of spirit stones for favors. Summary of information on the periphery of the Flame Prison Valley. Forbidden Zone location and entrance, situated deep within the back mountain of the Qingyan sect. Access requires a specific prohibition decree or an elder's directive to pass through the entrance seal. The entrance is vigilantly guarded year-round by Foundation establishment period stewards, ensuring a formidable defense. Environmental characteristics. The temperature is exceedingly high, with the surface scorching hot. Ordinary qi condensation cultivators, without protection, face intensified spiritual power depletion and struggle to endure for long. The air is suffused with fiery toxic miasma, and excessive inhalation can erode the meridians and scorch the lungs. One must utilize detoxification pills or special techniques for protection. Numerous fiery demonic beasts are active in the area, exhibiting generally violent temperaments and a strong territorial instinct. Known danger zones and demonic beasts, according to rumors, lava riverbank, close to the outer entrance. Often frequented by groups of fire-scaled crocodiles, ranging from low-grade to upper-grade first rank, lurking within the scorching sands or shallow magma, ambushing passersby. Weakness: the abdominal scales are relatively thin, and they fear water and cold, though water is scarce in this region. Sulfurstone Forest, a forest of towering stone pillars with a complex terrain, home to numerous fire-poisoned scorpions, ranging from mid-grade to upper-grade first rank. Their tail stingers are highly toxic. Those afflicted suffer from severe fire poison, leading to excruciating pain. They move swiftly and excel in stealth ambushes. Weakness: the connection point of the tail's venom sac is relatively fragile. Crimson Flame Vulture Cliff, a cliff overlooking the necessary passageway to the area where the fire lotus may grow. Swarms of crimson flame vultures, upper-grade first rank, with leaders reaching second rank, patrol the skies, possessing exceptional vision and launching diving attacks on intruders, with claws and beaks infused with fire poison capable of spewing small fireballs. Weakness: the base of their wings has slightly weaker defenses, and they are averse to bright light and sonic disturbances. Speculated Fire Lotus Growth Area. Intelligence suggests a relatively concealed region deeper within the Sulfurstone Forest or behind the Crimson Flame Vulture Cliff, where the geothermal spiritual power is exceptionally pure, located in a red crystal basin. However, the exact location remains elusive, and it is rumored to be guarded by a formidable beast, suspected to be a peak second-tier or newly ascended third-tier lava lizard leader, whose power rivals that of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Its molten breath and terrifying strength pose the greatest threat. Weaknesses include the gaps in the scales at its joints, which are areas of diminished defense, and its relative clumsiness in movement, particularly its aversion to extreme cold. It is said that a certain elder, adept in cold attribute techniques, once injured and repelled it. Other dangers include unpredictable eruptions of geothermal fires, quicksand traps, and scalding venomous insects. Means of access: the Sex Task Hall has occasionally issued sporadic exploration missions, fraught with peril, yet promising substantial rewards, though few have succeeded. Occasionally, audacious disciples in urgent need of specific fire-based materials venture in teams, with survivors being exceedingly rare, and the information they return with often fragmented. The content of the Jade Slip ends here. While not exhaustive, it outlines the perilous contours of the Inferno Valley's periphery. Chen Jinyou set down the Jade Slip and picked up an ordinary notational talisman. Delving into it with his mental energy revealed a collection of more trivial, unverified, and somewhat absurd rumors. He had once overheard Senior Brother Wang, inebriated, mention that his great-uncle had entered the area years ago in search of earth-fire spiritual mushrooms and had fleetingly glimpsed a red glow at the edge of the basin, resembling a lotus flower, but was deterred by a lizard the size of a house, whose fiery breath melted stone, making him flee in terror, never to speak of it again. It seems that Steward Liu, who guards the entrance, mentioned that a few years back, an inner-sect brother skilled in ice talismans attempted to enter in search of fire-refining crystals, only to be besieged by a horde of vultures and venomous scorpions. Exhausting his talismans, he returned gravely injured, reportedly having stirred the lizard leader with his cold attribute talismans. The red crystal basin appears to possess a natural maze, making entry easy but exit difficult. The fire lotus is said to bloom fully only at noon when the geothermal heat is most intense, its fragrance wafting far and wide, yet simultaneously attracting wild beasts. The fragmented information, difficult to verify, resembles scattered pieces of a puzzle. Chen Jinyou's mind raced, rapidly constructing a model by integrating the system-provided map of the Inferno Valley's periphery, incomplete version, and the analysis of the beast's weaknesses. The map corroborated the approximate locations and routes of the Sulfurstone Forest, Crimson Flame Vulture Cliff, and Red Crystal Basin, additionally marking several minor geothermal nodes and relatively safe resting spots. In terms of the beast's weaknesses, the information aligned closely, particularly emphasizing the lava lizard leader's fear of extreme cold and the vulnerability of its joints. The lava lizard leader, at the peak of the second tier, is comparable to a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Chen Jinyou's fingertips unconsciously tapped upon the cold stone surface, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. Given his current cultivation level at the second layer of qi condensation on the surface, coupled with his still recovering body from previous injuries, facing the beast head-on would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Su Wanqing's cultivation was also far from sufficient. A direct confrontation would be the least advisable course of action. His advantage lay in the precise map and analysis of the beast's weaknesses provided by the system, along with the gradually forming plan in his mind. luring the snake out of its hole, driving the tiger to devour the wolf, he murmured to himself. A glint of calculated brilliance flashing in his cold eyes. Ling Shuang, at the peak of mid-foundation establishment, wielded the 7th level of the Xianbing Heart Sutra, capable of freezing vast expanses. Her ice sword energy was the natural nemesis of the lava lizard leader. The crux lies in how to ensure her timely appearance at the precise location, compelling her to act, create chaos, and misdirect the blame. The objective, to rouse the lava lizard chief, drawing it towards Ling Shuang's inevitable path or exploration area. The means, a method that can accurately provoke that beast, without leading to immediate annihilation, while generating sufficient turmoil to buy time. His consciousness plunged into the depths of his mind. A pale blue system interface silently unfurled, the cold 4050 still dazzling. Yet at this moment, his intent resolutely pierced the section under talismans, specifically the disposable consumables category. A myriad of talisman icons swiftly flashed by. Small thunder talisman, fire crow talisman, earthwall talisman, proved inadequate in power or inappropriate in attributes. Explosive talisman, 50 points acceptable range, but purely fire attribute, significantly diminished effectiveness against fire-type monsters, and too conspicuous, easily attracting all enmity. Ice talisman, 500 points. The icon depicted crystalline snowflakes, emanating a hint of chill. Grade, first-class superior, limited effect against foundation establishment stage, but can stack or target weaknesses. Effect, upon activation, releases a powerful icy shockwave, freezing the target or area, inflicting frost damage and a slowing effect. Note, exerts additional restraining effects against fire-type and yang attribute targets. This is it. Chen Jinyou's gaze fixed unwaveringly on the ice talisman. 500 points. Yet another considerable overdraft. But it is worth it. The ice attribute strikes at the lava lizard's fatal weakness to cold, sufficient to sting and provoke it, creating chaos. Although the first-class superior's power may not heavily wound a peak second-tier leader, its characteristic weakness is enough to capture its attention and wrath, granting him crucial time to escape and misdirect the blame. Exchange. His will decisive, driven by a gamble's ferocity. Warning. Insufficient points. Would you like to forcibly overdraft future capture points? Overdraft amount, 500 points. Yes. Ding. Forced overdraft successful. Exchanged for 1 disposable ice talisman. Points deducted, 500. Current points, for 1,550, overdraft. A stream of information imbued with pure icy power instantaneously merged into Chen Jinyou's consciousness, forming a translucent jade talisman, icy to the touch. Its surface etched with intricate snowflake runes within the system inventory. As the talisman came into his grasp, a bone-chilling cold spread along his arm. Forcibly subdued by the overwhelming vitality within him, he exhaled a breath laced with white mist, and the temperature within the cave seemed to drop slightly. He caressed this life-saving and potentially treacherous talisman valued at 500 points, his eyes devoid of any regret, only reflecting an icy calm and a glimmer of predatory sharpness. The core item of the plan was now in hand. Wanqing. He stowed the talisman and turned to Su Wanqing, who stood attentively beside him. Master. Su Wanqing immediately bowed, her gaze focused. Ling Shuang. Every day at the third watch, practicing swordplay under the ice waterfall? Chen Jinyou's voice remained calm and steady, infused with an unwavering assurance of control over all. Indeed, Master, the intelligence is unequivocal. This has been Senior Sister Ling Shuang's steadfast habit for years, Su Wanqing asserted. Excellent. Monitor Senior Sister Ling Shuang's movements closely over the next 3 days, particularly when she will set out for the Flame Abyss Valley. Yes, Su Wanqing responded without hesitation, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination to serve her master. Chen Jinyou closed his eyes once more, falling into silence. The mist of the spiritual spring coiled around them, and the cave returned to stillness. Yet, deep within his consciousness, a tempest brewed, like a storm approaching the sea. The searing earth fire of the Flame Abyss Valley. The ferocious roars of the beasts, the shrill cries of circling vultures, the stealthy movements of venomous scorpions, and the looming presence of the molten lizard leader. As massive as a hill, all intertwined with the distant, solitary figure of moonlit white, cold as ancient ice. He needed to wait. To await Su Wanqing's confirmation of Ling Shuang's departure time. He needed to calculate the approximate distance from Ice Soul Peak to the entrance of the Flame Abyss Valley. He needed to strategize, to devise a plan for how to encounter her amidst the chaos, and ensure that those iceberg-like eyes would first truly reflect his own image. The overdrawn points weighed upon him like heavy chains, yet the other end was securely fastened to an iceberg brimming with 200 points. The hunting net had quietly been cast, merely awaiting the movement of that iceberg, signaling the moment to cast his bait and unleash the wolves. Chapter 19. Forbidden Grounds, Peril, and Serendipity. Just past the hour of the tiger, the chill atop Ice Soul Peak was bone deep. The biting winds whipped the ice crystals against the tightly shut doors of the cold jade palace, producing a mournful sound. Inside the T-shaped Cave 73, however, a different heavy atmosphere enveloped the space. Chen Jinyou stood beside the spiritual spring, meticulously placing the last few spirit-replenishing pills into his storage bag. His movements were swift. His complexion still pale from his unhealed injuries, yet his gaze was sharp as a blade poised for unsheathing, radiating an aura of resolute determination. The immense debt of 550 points hung over him like an invisible hammer, urging him onward with every passing moment. A gentle yet noticeably trembling voice emerged from behind him. Chen Jinyou paused momentarily, refraining from turning around. Su Wanqing stood a few steps behind, her hands tightly wringing the hem of her moon-white dress. Worry was evident on her delicate face, her eyes, glistening with tears, fixed upon Chen Jinyou's back, overflowing with fear and attachment. The pure spiritual energy within the cave could not soothe the tempest raging within her heart. The Flame Abyss Valley, a place where even foundational cultivators could meet their demise. Her master, still recovering from severe injuries, intended to venture forth alone to confront the molten lizard leader, a creature formidable enough to rival those in the later stages of foundational cultivation. To her, this seemed akin to courting death. She could not comprehend her master's urgency, yet the thought of losing him was unbearable. The bond of their pact had tightly entwined her soul with Chen Jinyou's. He was her sky, the very essence of her existence. Master. Her voice trembled with suppressed sobs as she summoned all her courage to take a small step forward, almost pleadingly. Allow Wanqing to accompany you. Though her abilities are modest, she can still share some of the peril, even if it is merely to divert a few fiery venomous scorpions. As she spoke, she reached out her hand, seemingly wishing to touch Chen Jinyou's sleeve, but recoiled sharply as if burned at the moment of contact, leaving only a sense of helplessness in her wake. She understood that her master's orders were absolute, yet the fear of never seeing him again consumed her. Chen Jinyou finally turned around, his profound gaze resting upon Su Wanqing's face, which was etched with panic and entreaty, her reddened eyes resembling those of a startled fawn. He perceived the fear within her, and beneath that, an instinctual, almost primal attachment that was impossible to sever. This bond stemmed from their contract, yet it had taken deep root within her. He refrained from chastising her. Instead, he extended his uninjured right hand, the motion somewhat awkward yet unmistakably authoritative, gently brushing against her cool cheek to wipe away a tear that lingered perilously close to falling. Be at ease, his voice remained hoarse and calm. But there was an exceedingly subtle, almost imperceptible softening. Guard this place well, that is your assistance to me. The warmth of his fingertips and those succinct words seemed to possess an enchanting magic. Su Wanqing's body trembled violently, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Slipping along Chen Jinyou's fingers, she bit down on her lower lip to stifle her cries, nodding fervently as if to etch her master's command into her very bones. Yes, master. Wanqing will await your return. Her voice was choked, yet it carried a devout conviction. She recognized that her only duty was to safeguard this home, pouring all her strength into praying for her master's safety. At that moment, a seemingly inconspicuous communication jade talisman at her waist flickered slightly. Master, senior sister Lingshuang has set out toward the Inferno Valley without a doubt. Su Wanqing immediately reined in her tumultuous emotions, urgency threading through her voice. Chen Jinyou cast one last glance at Su Wanqing, his eyes seemingly conveying the message to remember her task. Without lingering further, he vanished in a flash, silently slipping through the stone door of the cave, disappearing into the thickest darkness before dawn. Master, Su Wanqing dashed to the entrance of the cave, only to be met with an expanse of empty darkness and the distant howling of the cold wind. Leaning against the frigid stone door, she gradually sank to the ground, her arms tightly wrapped around her knees, burying her face in her arms, her slender shoulders quaking silently. Within the cave, only the sound of the spiritual spring's gentle flow remained, accompanied by her stifled sobs, delicate as a young beast's whimper. The immense dread and the agony of waiting instantly engulfed her. Scorching, seething, the acrid scent of sulfur and charred remains clung to her mouth and nose like a viscous, suffocating substance. As Chen Jinyou burst forth from the chilling forest, entering the periphery of the Inferno Valley, a wave of searing heat crashed against his chest like an invisible hammer. Beneath his feet lay scorching black gravel, while in the distance, a dark red river of lava churned ominously, releasing acrid plumes of smoke. Above, a vulture, cloaked in crimson flames, circled the skies, emitting a hoarse cry. The sweltering heat soaked his back with sweat, and the air he inhaled seared his lungs. The energy barrier of the nine-turned overlord body technique struggled to operate at the surface of his skin, repelling the corrosive elements while his spiritual energy swiftly dwindled. Without a moment's pause, He fixed his gaze on the path marked on the map and darted toward the entrance of the sulfurstone forest. As he entered the forest, a cacophony of crawling sounds erupted from the shadows, a relentless assault on his senses. Countless fire scorpions, their bodies of vivid crimson like glowing coal, and their tails shimmering with a toxic blue luminescence, surged forth like a tide. Their compound eyes glinted with a cruel red light, and their venomous pincers and stingers lunged at him from treacherous angles. Humph! Chen Jinyou's gaze turned icy as he activated the thunder step to its utmost limit, his figure weaving through the narrow stone pillars with uncanny agility. Several low-tier fire crow talismans slipped from his grasp. Boom! The flame crows detonated amidst the swarm of scorpions, creating a brief chaos accompanied by a deafening roar. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Chen Jinyou transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting through the lethal gaps between the poisonous stingers and pincers, desperately racing toward the edge of the crimson crystal basin deep within the forest. His robe was torn, leaving behind scorching marks, as he narrowly escaped peril. As he burst forth from the stone forest, the terrifying sight of the crimson crystal basin assaulted his vision. The dark red lava rock was fissured and flowing with streams of golden red, and in the center, surrounded by crystalline clusters, stood a plant forged of red gold. Its apex adorned with a budding lava-glossed lotus, the scarlet sun fire lotus. Yet, guarding the fire lotus was a terrifying presence resembling a moving mountain, the lava lizard leader. Its heavy dark red scales shimmered with a golden sheen, and its monstrous head, adorned with wheel-sized red-yellow vertical pupils, surveyed the surroundings with a chilling gaze. The oppressive aura of its second-tier peak, late foundation establishment, weighed heavily upon the air, causing it to thicken with dread. Target locked. The moment had arrived. Chen Jinyou's heart raced, yet his eyes were a frozen blend of calmness and madness. He suddenly burst forth from behind a massive red rock, deliberately sending a cascade of rubble tumbling down. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, fueled by the fury of being provoked by mere ants. The lava lizard leader's massive head snapped toward him, its vertical pupils dilating with rage. It rose on its hind legs, unleashing a piercing shriek that split the air, and its arms, as thick as great pillars, wielded destructive power as they came crashing down, before its claws even reached him. The terrifying pressure and scorching heat made Chen Jinyou's skin tingle painfully. Now, Chen Jinyou's eyes flashed with cold light. The thunder step reached its peak explosion. Instead of retreating, he advanced, lunging at a strategically lethal angle beside the lizard leader. Simultaneously, in his tightly clenched right hand, the ice crystal talisman worth 500 points, exuding an intense chill, was instantly activated. Go! With a low command, the talisman transformed into an exquisitely condensed beam of icy blue death light, akin to an arrow of frost shot from the depths of the 9 underworlds, accurately targeting the minuscule gap in the lizard leader's scales behind its left hind leg knee joint. Sizzle! The horrific sound of a red-hot iron plunging into ice water erupted. A howl of anguish followed. The furious roar abruptly transformed into a chilling and mournful wail at the knee joint of the left hind leg of the lava lizard leader. A brilliant ice-blue radiance erupted violently. Thick frost spread with a visible frenzy, enveloping everything. The scales cracked sharply under the extreme cold, instantly covered with web-like fissures. The sound of tendons freezing and shattering was distinctly audible. The excruciating pain, coupled with an innate terror of the bone-chilling cold, ignited the beast's madness completely. Its colossal claws, unbalanced by the searing pain, became deformed and sluggish. Its enormous head thrashed wildly, the crimson fury consuming its yellow vertical pupils. It fixated on the figure that had inflicted such profound agony. A thunderous roar, filled with overwhelming hatred, reverberated through the basin. The lava lizard leader relinquished its attempts to strike, opening its massive maw wide, revealing a devastating golden red glow deep within its throat, preparing to unleash its molten breath. At the moment the icy spell struck, Chen Jinyou had already harnessed the force of the recoil, pushing his thunder step to its utmost limit. He transformed into a silver blur, skimming the ground, racing toward the most likely path of Ling Shuang's escape, toward the sulfurstone forest and the cliff of the crimson flame vultures. Boom! A pillar of molten gold-red lava, as thick as a barrel, tore through the air, shrieking with a sound that could annihilate all. The searing shockwave instantly reduced the fabric of Chen Jinyou's robe on his back to ash. A terrifying aura of death gripped his very soul. With a forceful twist, he accelerated, activating his protective body to shield his back. Yet, the edge of the breath still savagely swept across his left shoulder. The acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the air. A piercing pain shot through his left shoulder, as though the very flesh had been roasted in an instant. He let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his form staggering, speed diminishing drastically. He was rendered utterly disheveled. The back of his moon-white robe was entirely destroyed, revealing charred flesh beneath, his muscles knotted and marred with both old and new wounds. The left shoulder grotesquely mangled, blood gushing forth, staining half of his body crimson. He bore the agonizing torment, roaring with horror and despair, his spiritual energy vibrating toward the narrow pass. "Help! There's a monster!" His cry echoed in the searing basin. Behind him, the lava lizard leader, encased in thick frost and hindered in movement, was driven into a complete frenzy, akin to an ancient beast ignited by rage, stomping with earth-shaking strides, spewing forth destructive pillars of lava, relentlessly pursuing the diminutive figure that had wounded it, thundering toward the narrow pass. Smoke billowed, debris flew, flames ravaged, and the monstrous roar created a hellish scene of desperate flight at the basin's edge. Amidst this chaos and destruction, at the pinnacle of turmoil, a cold and ethereal light, reminiscent of moonlight capable of freezing time itself, suddenly hovered several feet above the ground. Ling Shuang. She was alerted by the terrifying surge of spiritual energy and the earth-shattering roar, arriving ahead of time. The hem of her moon-white gown remained undisturbed in the searing gusts, emanating a terrifying chill that could encase molten rock and ice. The pair of eyes, as if frozen for an eternity, flickered with a hint of faint astonishment as they swept over the scene below. A tattered figure, Chen Jinyou, whose back was charred. Left shoulder a gruesome sight where flesh met bone, blood staining half of his body, as he fled in terror towards her. Pursuing him relentlessly was a terrifying beast, akin to a world-destroying demon, its left hind leg cloaked in a bizarre frost, preparing for a second cataclysmic breath of molten lava. The frigid gaze lingered for a fleeting moment on the horrifying wound on Chen Jinyou's shoulder, a mark not of magical searing, but of flesh instantaneously carbonized by extreme heat. A wound penetrating to the bone, blood continuously surging from the charred edges. Then, that gaze, as deep as a 1,000-year-old abyss, fixated sharply on the lava lizard leader, exuding an aura of brutality. At this moment, the air seemed to solidify. The confrontation of ice and fire was on the verge of erupting in this deadly pass. Chapter 20. United Front. Breaking the ice. The air was thick with tension. The scorching heat waves twisted and rose in the narrow passage, the scent of sulfur and charred remnants clinging heavily, suffocatingly. On one side stood the lava lizard leader, reminiscent of a world-ending demon, its left hind leg joint enveloped in thick frost, dark red scales glimmering with a destructive golden-red glow, its throat brewing a second breath of molten fire that could rip through the air, its crimson vertical pupils entirely consumed by blood-red fury, fixated on the minuscule figure ahead. The overwhelming ferocity and heat seemed poised to incinerate the entire passage into ashes. On the other side, suspended several feet in the air, was the only point of ice in this purgatory, Ling Shuang. Her moon-white gown remained unmoved amidst the boiling waves of heat, akin to a masterpiece carved from eternal cold jade. The chill emanating from her was not merely bone-deep, but carried an absolute zero that froze time itself, causing fine ice crystals to form in the air around her, cascading down only to transform into wisps of white smoke upon contact with the scorching sands below. Her exquisitely beautiful face bore no expression. Her eternally frozen eyes were akin to two unfathomable icy abysses. Yet, when they brushed over the gruesome wound on Chen Jinyou's left shoulder, a barely perceptible flicker passed through her depths, as if probing the edges of the carbonized flesh, where blood continued to pour from the charred crevice, flowing along his tattered garments in a sight both harrowing and poignant. Her gaze ultimately fixed upon the lava lizard leader, her cold eyes acting like tangible probes that pierced through the layer of brutal flames, locking onto the glaring ice blue and cracks at its left hind leg joint. That frigid aura shared a common source with her, yet bore an unfamiliar, almost desperate explosive force. Roar! The lava lizard leader's bellow shattered the silence. The accumulated destructive energy could no longer be contained. A blinding golden red light erupted from deep within its throat, akin to a miniature sun. A pillar of lava, thicker than before and imbued with the will to incinerate all, tore through the distorted air, emitting a deafening shriek as it surged forth. The target was not Ling Shuang in the air, but rather the figure of Chen Jinyou, who had inflicted upon it profound agony and was now stumbling in a frantic escape on the ground. Before the fiery column arrived, the terrifying heat had already ignited the remnants of charred fabric on Chen Jinyou's back. The shadow of death loomed over him like a frigid hand, tightening around his heart. He could even perceive the acrid stench of his flesh accelerating towards carbonization under the extreme temperature. In that critical, unavoidable moment, a commanding voice rang out, sharp as the clash of crystalline ice from the heavens, imbued with an undeniable authority and a hint of mild irritation. "Get lost, you useless wretch." At last, Ling Shuang made her move. Without intricate sword techniques or the gathering of spiritual light, She merely lifted her delicate wrist. In her hand, the ice soul sword, a long blade as translucent as though sculpted from millennia-old ice, casually sliced through the torrent of molten lava below, as effortlessly as one might brush away dust. With a resonating hum, a pure, ice-blue sword aura, distilled to perfection and devoid of any impurities, silently shot forth. The moment the sword aura emerged, the searing air in the narrow passage felt as if it had been frozen. Time itself seemed to thicken. That slender ice-blue line appeared to move slowly. Yet just as the lava column was about to engulf Chen Jinyou, it precisely sliced through. With a chilling hiss, the ultimate collision of ice and fire occurred. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a jarring sound reminiscent of a searing iron plunging into an ancient, frigid lake. The robust lava column was cleaved as if by an invisible blade. Where the ice-blue sword aura passed, the violent golden-red energy instantly dimmed, solidified, and transformed into a shower of charred rock debris. Billowing white steam surged skyward like an enraged dragon. Chen Jinyou felt the terrifying heat that could have vaporized him in an instant suddenly vanish. A bone-chilling cold swept over him. He could even sense the annihilating will to freeze one's very soul embedded within the ice soul sword aura. On the precipice of life and death, he was hurled away by the terrifying shockwave generated by the clash of ice and fire. His body soaring like a kite with severed strings before crashing heavily against a massive red rock several yards away. His left shoulder collided with the stone, the agonizing pain causing his vision to blur, and a sweet taste filled his throat as he coughed up blood. Yet he could not afford to dwell on this. He struggled to half-kneel, leaning against the rock, gasping for breath, his gaze fixated on the battlefield. Ling Shuang's seemingly nonchalant strike wielded such formidable power, directly obliterating the lava lizard leader's furious breath. This was merely the tip of the iceberg of the 7th layer of the Xianbing Heart Sutra, reaching the pinnacle of the mid-foundation stage. Roaring in rage, the lava lizard leader was driven to a frenzy. Its fiery breath thwarted, its joints still aching. It was further provoked by the chilling power summoned by that insignificant human. Its massive head swung violently towards the pale moonlight, the brutality in its crimson and yellow eyes almost palpable. It abandoned Chen Jinyou, its colossal body charging towards Ling Shuang with the force to crush mountains. Its formidable claws tore through the air, accompanied by a scorching wave of heat, striking fiercely at the floating figure. Simultaneously, its gaping maw, lined with jagged teeth, opened wide once more, gathering searing energy with reckless abandon. Ling Shuang's gaze remained icy, her form as weightless as a snowflake, gracefully retreating several paces just as the giant claw descended upon her. The ice soul sword transformed in her grasp into a dazzling orb of icy blue light, with countless refined ice sword energies piercing like a torrential downpour, accurately targeting the joints of the giant claws, the vulnerable scales, and the soft palate within its gaping maw. The sound of clashing and slicing resonated like a relentless rain striking banana leaves, as the ice sword energies left white streaks and delicate shards of ice upon the thick scales. Though they did not breach the defenses, the penetrating chill seeped through, significantly slowing the giant beast's movements. The sword energies that pierced its mouth elicited a painful roar, disrupting its amassed energy. Nevertheless, the lava lizard leader, with its tough hide and terrifying strength, bore the onslaught of sword energies. It violently swung its massive tail, covered in heavy scales, like a colossal battering ram, sweeping towards Ling Shuang with a shrill whoosh that tore through the air. The attack's range was immense, and its speed was astonishingly swift. Ling Shuang's delicate brows furrowed ever so slightly. This creature was far more formidable than she had anticipated. The brute withstood her ice sword energies with ferocity, particularly that heavily scaled tail capable of inflicting grievous harm to foundational cultivators. She swiftly retreated, conjuring a solid ice-blue light shield before her. Boom! The colossal tail struck the ice shield with tremendous force, producing a thunderous sound that shook the entire narrow passage. The shield flickered violently, instantly adorned with a spiderweb of cracks. Ling Shuang stifled a grunt as she was propelled backward for over 10 zhang, her moon-white garments fluttering, while the ice soul sword emitted a deep, resonant hum. Although the shield remained intact, the recoil stirred her blood slightly, causing a subtle stagnation in the spiritual energy circulating within her body. An opportunity. Chen Jinyou's eyes sparkled with a cold light. He had awaited this moment. The beast was entirely focused on Ling Shuang, and after a series of explosive actions, it revealed a fleeting gap, a moment when its previous strength had waned and new energy had yet to arise. More critically, the wound on its left hind leg joint, previously ravaged by the ice talisman, had cracked open under the beast's violent movements, exposing dark red, nearly black scales riddled with fissures. Now was the time. Enduring the excruciating pain in his left shoulder and the dizziness from blood loss, Chen Jinyou sprang forth like a coiled serpent. His left arm hung limply, relying solely on his right arm and legs to propel him forward, as the residual thunderous energy from the thunder step erupted beneath his feet. He transformed into a shadow of resolute determination, moving with such speed that it tore through the air, aiming directly for the wounded joint of the lava lizard leader's left hind leg. "Beast, look at the talisman," he shouted hoarsely, his voice laced with desperate fervor. The muscles in his right arm bulged, veins protruding like coiling dragons as he channeled all his remaining strength and the blood energy propelled by the 9 revolutions body refinement technique into his right arm, forcefully launching the already primed disposable ice talisman that had been poised in his palm. The icy crystal talisman transformed into a concentrated beam of ice blue death light, akin to a soul-chilling arrow of frost. As the lava lizard leader had just completed a sweeping tail strike, its body momentarily tilted due to the recoil. In that fleeting instant, the beam precisely pierced the gaping, dark crimson fissure in its left hind leg joint. This time, the distance was shorter, the aim more accurate, targeting the depths of an old wound. A resounding sound erupted, more intense than before, reminiscent of an ice spear piercing boiling oil. The roar of the lava lizard leader shifted from furious to a haunting wail that resonated deep within the soul. Its massive form stiffened abruptly. At the joint of its left hind leg, the ice blue radiance erupted violently like a frigid tempest from the abyss. Thick ice, nearly a foot in depth, crystallized at a visible pace, spreading rapidly. It not only enveloped the entire joint in an instant, but also ascended the leg bone, freezing it in haste. Crack, crack. The ear-splitting sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. The already cracked scales at the joint disintegrated under the extreme chill. The dark crimson flesh and severed tendons manifested an eerie shade of purple-black within the solid ice. The primal fear of profound cold, stemming from the depths of its very being, fused with excruciating agony, utterly obliterated the reason of this second-tier pinnacle beast. Its colossal head thrashed wildly. The yellow slits of its eyes filled solely with boundless suffering and a madness bent on destruction. It relinquished the air as its massive form stumbled, having completely lost sensation and support in its left hind leg. Yet, the peak of its torment ignited its final ferocity. The heavy-scaled tail, imbued with a desperate force, swung violently towards Chen Jinyou, who had just cast the talisman and was now unsteady from exertion. This strike was as swift as lightning, encompassing a vast range, and executed at an unfathomable angle, infused with the lava lizard leader's wrath as it faced demise. Chen Jinyou, having expended his previous strength and yet to gather new energy, found his balance compromised by the grievous injury to his left shoulder, rendering him unable to evade. The shadow of death loomed once more. "Watch out!" A sharp, urgent whisper pierced the air, carrying a tremor even Lin Shuang herself had not perceived. Chen Jinyou's pupils dilated. He beheld the impending death tail sweeping towards him. He also saw, behind that tail, the lava lizard leader, in excruciating pain, opening its immense maw, ready to unleash its final destructive breath. Furthermore, he witnessed the movement of a figure clad in moon-white above. Lin Shuang was in motion. At the moment Chen Jinyou hurled the icy talisman and the lava lizard leader froze in its wail, a sharp gleam flashed in her ice-encased eyes. Without a hint of hesitation, she raised the ice soul sword above her head, its blade radiating an unprecedented brilliance of ice blue light. The energy from the 7th layer of her mysterious Ice Heart Sutra surged forth unreservedly. "Ice shatter!" With a commanding cry, the ice soul sword descended fiercely upon the lava lizard leader's head, which lay rigid and gaping in agony. A colossal sword aura, stretching nearly a zhang in length and as crystalline as ethereal ice, surged forth with a chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing souls. It tore through the searing air like a cascading waterfall of frost descending from the heavens, striking with a thunderous force wherever the sword aura passed. The atmosphere crystallized into a misty white fog. Its target, the head of the lava lizard chief. To attack the enemy was to ensure salvation. Yet, in that pivotal moment when victory hinged upon this lethal strike, the massive tail sweeping toward Chen Jinyou was already upon him. A flicker of madness ignited in Chen Jinyou's eyes as he relinquished all thoughts of evasion. The vitality bestowed by the 9 turns overbearing body technique was ignited in fervor, surging violently into his back and right side. A faint, jade-like luminescence shimmered beneath his skin. He abruptly twisted his body, positioning his relatively unscathed right shoulder and back toward the oncoming deathly tail. Simultaneously, he advanced rather than retreated, charging toward the lava lizard chief's gaping maw, which was wide open in agony, targeting a perilous yet comparatively weak flank, a position behind the tail's sweeping trajectory, determined to collide fiercely. He had chosen the most dangerous and brutal method, exchanging injury for life. With his own flesh, he would confront the sweeping force of the tail. while propelling himself into the lethal range of Ling Shuang's decisive strike. He wagered that Ling Shuang's sword aura would sever the beast before he was reduced to mere pulp. He gambled on the resilience of his body, initially tempered by the 9 turns overbearing body technique, to withstand this fatal blow. Boom! A resounding, thunderous explosion erupted. So profound it felt as though it could stop hearts. The massive tail, encased in thick scales, struck Chen Jinyou's right shoulder blade and back with the ferocity of a battering ram. Crack! The unmistakable sound of splintering bone echoed. Chen Jinyou's body was sent hurtling as if struck by a charging armored rhinoceros, blood gushing from his mouth as darkness engulfed his vision. He was flung like a tattered sandbag, soaring directly toward the cavernous maw of the lava lizard chief, which exuded a searing stench of sulfur. Almost simultaneously, as he was propelled through the air, the earth shook. Ling Shuang's full-force frost-breaking sword aura descended like a blade of divine judgment from the heavens, striking with unparalleled precision deep into the gaping maw of the lava lizard chief, which had opened wide in a bellow of agony. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The ice-blue sword aura erupted within the beast's cavernous throat. The terrifying power of frost rampaged from within, causing the immense body of the lava lizard chief to stiffen abruptly. The savage fury in its crimson-yellow slit pupils was replaced by boundless terror. The sound of freezing echoed ominously from within its body. A thick layer of absolute cold ice rapidly enveloped the surface of its dark red scales, cascading from its gaping maw, swiftly covering its head, neck, torso, and limbs. Boom! In but a breath's time, the gargantuan lava lizard chief, akin to a small mountain, was entirely transformed into a colossal ice sculpture. Frozen in its final agonized roar, it radiated a terrifying chill, creating an eerie contrast against the surrounding searing environment. Within the ice sculpture, one can faintly discern the frozen remnants of dark red flesh and fractured bones. The second-tier pinnacle monster, the lava lizard leader, has fallen. Chen Jinyou's body, flung through the air like a bird with severed wings, crashed violently onto the searing sandy ground, mere feet away from the colossal ice beast. He lay face down, motionless. His moon-white attire was tattered beyond recognition, his back a gruesome tapestry of blood and flesh, with his right scapula visibly caved in and deformed. Blood mingled with sand, saturating the ground beneath him. The charred wound on his left shoulder, deep enough to reveal bone, ruptured once more, blood gushing forth. His breath, faint to the point of almost vanishing, flickered like a dying candle in the wind. At the narrow passage, only the chilling aura exuded by the lava ice sculpture and the scorching steam rising from the hot sand intermingled in a hissing whisper, accompanied by the distant, panicked shriek of a crimson vulture. Ling Shuang descended slowly from the air, gracefully landing just a few feet away from Chen Jinyou. Her moon-white skirt remained untouched by dust, and the ice soul sword pointed diagonally toward the ground, a drop of frozen monster blood dripping from its tip, instantly transforming into a wisp of white smoke upon contact with the heated earth. Her eyes, as if encased in ice for millennia, finally focused with clarity on the figure sprawled on the ground, almost unrecognizable as human. The charred wound on his left shoulder, the caved-in right scapula, the bloodied back, the tattered garments soaked in crimson, and the breath so faint it was nearly extinguished. All these details were indelibly etched upon her frozen heart. Particularly striking was the moment he did not flee in blind panic, but instead leapt precisely toward the seemingly fatal mouth of the beast, creating the perfect angle for her lethal strike. Her icy gaze lingered on his broken form for several heartbeats. The air felt suspended, punctuated only by the subtle clash of cold and heat. After a brief pause, a barely audible, cold scoff, tinged with a hint of complex emotions, shattered the silence. Useless. Chapter 21. The Gift of Fire Lotus. The melting ice mountain, a scorching wind, laden with the stench of sulfur, swept through the narrow passage at the edge of the crimson crystal basin. The colossal form of the lava lizard leader had entirely transformed into a grotesque ice sculpture, emanating an excruciating chill that starkly contrasted with the surrounding searing earth and magma, creating a scene both bizarre and tragic. Within the ice sculpture, the dark red flesh and shattered bones remained eternally frozen, preserving the agonized screeches of its final moments. Only the wisps of steam rising around the sculpture, emitting a faint hissing sound, served as the solitary accompaniment in this desolate realm. Ling Shuang's silhouette descended silently, her toes barely touching the scorching black gravel, her moon-white skirt remaining immobile and untainted. The ice soul sword tilted toward the ground, a drop of dark red, viscous monster blood evaporating into a sharp, acrid smoke the moment it met the heated sand. Her eyes, as cold as unfathomable depths, settled clearly upon the almost unrecognizable figure a few feet away. Chen Jinyou lay face down upon the sandy ground, a dark red pool of blood spreading beneath him, greedily absorbed by the scorching earth, releasing a faint, acrid scent into the air. The moon-white inner garments lay in tatters, the back a grotesque tableau of flesh and blood, blackened and charred skin intertwining with exposed bone, revealing the shattered scapula beneath. A deep, gaping wound on his left shoulder split open anew, blood mingling with sand, seeping forth relentlessly. He lay there, motionless, his breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind. Each labored inhalation expelled tiny flecks of blood, leaving crimson marks upon the scorching ground. Worthless. That frigid voice resonated once more, akin to the clash of ice and jade, devoid of warmth, echoing in the desolate hollow. Yet, at the very moment that sharp reprimand fell, the battered body, which should have succumbed to oblivion, stirred ever so slightly. The right hand, smeared with blood and darkened dust, moved with a barely perceptible tremor. This minuscule motion, akin to the spasm of a dying creature, bore an undeniable tenacity. Deep within her frostbitten gaze, the eternal layers of ice seemed to ripple as if a mere pebble had been cast into still waters, causing subtle disturbances. For the first time, her eyes did not avert in disdain or indifference. Instead, they held an inquisitive glint, unbeknownst even to herself, as they fixated intently on that trembling hand. Chen Jinyou's fingers dug laboriously into the scalding sand, bracing his body inch by inch, rising with excruciating slowness. Each minute movement tugged at his myriad wounds, inflicting searing agony that rendered him uncontrollably quaking, veins bulging at his temples, cold sweat mingling with blood cascading down his cheeks. He emitted a stifled wheeze, akin to a wheezing bellows, and fresh blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Yet, he pressed on, his eyes, obscured by grime and filth, narrowed through disheveled strands of hair, fixated upon the colossal ice sculpture ahead, and beyond it, at the center encircled by crystalline clusters, a plant with radiant golden hues. Its lotus fully unfurled atop, the crimson sun-fire lotus. Its petals, forged as if from molten lava, exuded a golden-red aura along their edges. The stamen radiating pure earth fire energy, illuminating the scorching, distorted air like a beacon guiding one to salvation. It stood there, merely a stone's throw away from the ice sculpture. The fervent desire to live, the immense pressure of impending doom, and the unwavering determination to claim that coveted prey, which bore a value of 92 points, surged within him like the most potent of stimulants, overpowering the excruciating pain of his battered body and the weakness of near death. A fierce glimmer erupted in Chen Jinyou's eyes, a primal survival instinct rising from the depths of his soul. A hoarse roar, raw and guttural, erupted from his throat, echoing the dying roar of a wild beast. With a sudden push of his relatively intact right leg, the last flicker of residual electricity from the thunderstep ignited beneath his foot. He propelled himself forward like a released arrow, akin to a moth darting toward flames. Heedless of the searing pain rending his back and left shoulder, lunging desperately toward the blooming crimson sun-fire lotus. "You seek death." Ling Shuang's sharp reprimand rang out. The ice soul sword instantly raised, its tip aimed at Chen Jinyou. She had not anticipated that her disciple, so grievously wounded, would still dare to advance with such reckless greed. Whether other guardian beasts lurked near the fire lotus remained uncertain. Yet, her movements ultimately lagged by a beat. Chen Jinyou's speed was astonishingly swift. It was a culmination of life's potential, a fierce eruption fueled by his last vestiges of willpower. He nearly glided along the scorching ground, raising a cloud of dust and traces of blood, and before the frostblade descended, he had already lunged towards the fire lotus. His bloodied right hand shot out like lightning, fingers curling into claws, imbued with a fierce and unyielding spirit, accurately gripping the molten, golden stem of the blazing lotus. A sharp, searing pain instantaneously surged from his fingertips up to his arm. The tyrannical fire spirit contained within the crimson sun-fire lotus seared his flesh like a red-hot iron. His palm charred instantly, skin splitting open. Yet, he seemed oblivious to this new agony, his fingers clenching like iron pincers. "Rise," he growled lowly, summoning the last reserves of his vitality. His arm muscles bulged, veins protruding like coiling dragons, and he forcibly uprooted the lotus, which was firmly entrenched in the essence of the earth's fire, along with a cascade of scorching debris and rising earth spirit energy. At the moment the fire lotus was detached from the ground, a sudden upheaval occurred. The entire crimson crystal basin trembled violently. It was as if a slumbering behemoth had been roused. The ground fissured with spiderweb-like cracks, golden red magma surged forth like furious blood from the chasms. A tempestuous fire spirit energy, originating from the depths of the earth's veins, erupted violently as it lost the fire lotus's guidance. Scalding magma erupted like a geyser at Chen Jinyou's feet. The scorching airwaves and splattering magma fragments were akin to the scythe of death. Humph! Ling Shuang let out a cold snort, and the ice soul sword finally moved. It no longer targeted Chen Jinyou, but instead sliced fiercely towards the surging earth fire before him. A condensed ice blue sword energy surged forth, instantaneously cutting into the erupting column of magma. A loud hissing sound erupted as vast quantities of magma were forcibly frozen into blackened rock. Yet, several searing fragments of magma, like meteors, crashed violently against the freshly braced back of Chen Jinyou. Thud, thud. The dull thuds resounded. Chen Jinyou's body trembled violently, and he spewed forth another mouthful of fresh blood, his back now marred by several deep, charred pits revealing bone, flesh instantaneously carbonized. Darkness enveloped his vision entirely, his body resembling a marionette with its strings severed, hurled away by the tremendous force, yet his grip on the radiant crimson sunfire lotus remained unyielding. His form traced a bloodied arc through the air, ultimately crashing heavily less than 3 feet from Ling Shuang's feet. The stirred dust mingled with blood and char, assaulting his senses. This time, he truly could not move again. Like a shattered clay figurine, he lay on the scorching sandy ground, his chest barely rising and falling, a faint testament to his lingering breath. Blood gushed from various wounds on his body, rapidly staining the ground beneath him crimson. His right hand remained clenched tightly. Between his fingers, the crimson sunfire lotus shimmered with a molten glow, its petals swaying gently in the heated wind, exuding pure and tyrannical earth fire spirit energy, forming a stark and shocking contrast against his battered, charred form. Ling Shuang stood still, the ice soul sword angled towards the ground, its tip slightly drooping. For the first time, a noticeable fluctuation appeared in her frozen gaze. It was neither disdain nor anger, but rather a profound, incomprehensible confusion and tremor. She beheld him, like a tattered rag, collapsed at her feet, his body drenched in blood, charred and gasping for breath, yet even on the brink of death. His hand remained clenched around the fiery lotus as if forged from iron. Was it worth it, this pursuit of the spiritual herb? The thought rippled across her icy heart like a stone cast into a frozen lake, creating subtle undulations. She had witnessed countless cultivators take risks for spiritual herbs, even turn against their own brethren for opportunities, but she had never encountered anyone so devoted, so recklessly unyielding. This ruthless determination, this disregard for one's own life, struck her with a profound and alien impact from the depths of her soul. Silence once again enveloped the narrow passage, broken only by the distant, muffled roar of the earth's fire surging from the cracks. Time seemed to freeze for an eternity. The battered body on the ground, fingers smeared with blood, moved with great difficulty. Chen Jinyou's consciousness floated in endless darkness and excruciating pain, each breath akin to swallowing a searing blade. The immense pressure of depleted points hung like a cold guillotine over his soul, the sole thought preventing him from losing consciousness entirely. With every ounce of remaining strength, he struggled to raise his right arm, still clutching the crimson sunfire lotus. His arm trembled like a withered branch in the wind, each slight movement eliciting heart-wrenching agony, causing him to involuntarily gasp. The charred, mangled palm shook as he extended the radiant, heat-emitting crimson sunfire lotus towards Ling Shuang. The motion was slow and laborious, yet infused with an undeniable resolve. His head tilted slightly in her direction, his bloodied and dirt-streaked face obscured, save for his eyes peering through disheveled strands of hair. The madness and hostility had vanished from those eyes, replaced by an almost hollow calmness and an unfathomable weariness. He opened his mouth, a rasping sound escaping his throat as if he wished to speak, yet only more blood foam surged forth. Ultimately, summoning the last remnants of his strength, he uttered a few hoarse, fragmented words, barely audible. "This item holds no value for me." The voice was light, mingling with the scorching wind, yet it thundered in Ling Shuang's ears like a clap of thunder. For the first time, her body trembled ever so slightly in a state of unconsciousness. Her eternally frozen eyes suddenly contracted. An incredible light, akin to shattered ice crystals, flickered and vanished in the depths of her gaze. She looked at the crimson sunfire lotus offered before her, a spiritual herb she had expended great effort to obtain, traversing markets and posting lucrative bounties, yet had never acquired. A treasure so extraordinary that it could incite envy and madness in countless foundation establishment cultivators, compelling them to risk their very lives. It lay before her, offered by a hand nearly rendered useless, extended in a gesture reminiscent of charity. The individual who proffered it was drenched in blood, bones shattered, breath faint, as if on the brink of death. "Take it if you need it." Chen Jinyou's voice emerged in fragmented whispers, each syllable seemingly squeezed from his shattered lungs. Imbued with a heavy essence of blood, yet remarkably clear, piercing through Ling Shuang's ears. There was no boastfulness, no supplication, no greed, nor even the slightest tremor of emotion. Merely a stark neutrality, as if he regarded what he had fought so fiercely for as nothing more than a trivial object to be discarded. The searing wind swept through the narrow pass, lifting the pale skirt of Ling Shuang's gown and tousling the strands of hair that cascaded by her temples. She stood there, akin to an ancient ice sculpture, utterly motionless. A drop of frost, coalescing at the tip of her icy blade, silently fell, dissolving upon the scorching gravel below. She gazed at the crimson sunfire lotus, its lava-like sheen flowing across the petals, the pure essence of fire spirit scorching her fingertips. She observed the hand that had presented the lotus, charred, trembling, bloodied and mangled, the fingers twisted yet still gripping the stem with a death grip. An unprecedented and profoundly unfamiliar emotion surged through her like a delicate current, piercing the impenetrable defenses she had cultivated over decades through her practice of the mystical Ice Heart Sutra. Confusion? Shock? Absurdity? Or perhaps a stirring that even she could not fully comprehend. For the first time, the heart lake, frozen for a millennium, rippled with clarity. She fell into silence. As time seemed to elongate, at last, that hand, carved from ice and jade, slowly rose, not to grasp the sword, but to reach for the fiery lotus. The moment her fingertip brushed against the searing stem, it hesitated imperceptibly. The intense heat seemed to sear her frozen soul. Subsequently, her fingers curled, gently accepting the crimson sunfire lotus. It felt weighty in her grasp, imbued with a tumultuous essence of geothermal spirit, clashing with her own pure ice power, yet possessing an inexplicable allure. Ling Shuang's gaze finally shifted from the lotus back to the dying figure on the ground. He remained prostrate, as if the act of offering the lotus had drained the last vestige of his life, his breath faint as a flickering candle, blood still seeping slowly from wounds on his back and left shoulder. Her lips moved ever so slightly. Those ice-locked eyes bore into Chen Jinyou's blood-streaked profile and his weary yet tranquil gaze, as if attempting to penetrate the facade of his impending demise to uncover what lay within this reckless disciple, one who cared not for his own life. After a prolonged silence, a voice, still cool yet tinged with a subtle and nearly imperceptible unusual emotion, broke the stillness of the pass. You. The voice paused, seemingly weighing words never before uttered. Thank you. 2 words, akin to ice beads descending to the ground, resonated with a crispness, brief, yet seemingly exhausting some intangible strength of Ling Shuang. Clutching the resplendent Qiyang fire lotus, she no longer cast a glance at Chen Jinyou on the ground. Her moonlit figure transformed into a cool, flowing light, vanishing in an instant into the depths of the scorching, distorted passageway. All that remained was the colossal lava ice sculpture, the surging earth fire, and the figure on the ground, barely breathing, yet finally evoking a faint, chilling curve of silhouette. The searing essence of the Qiyang fire lotus lingered on his fingertips, while on the system's luminous screen, the vivid red number 4550, for the first time, was no longer merely a cold pressure. Chapter 22, The Alchemy Room, a game of feigned capture and release. The coldness atop Ice Soul Peak is pure enough to freeze marrow. The fierce wind swirled with minute ice crystals, akin to an invisible whip striking against the crystalline walls of the cold jade palace, emitting a mournful, piercing wail. The entire mountain peak was shrouded in an ancient, unyielding solitude, as if even time flowed at an unusually slow pace here. Deep within the cold jade palace, in a stone chamber heavily sealed by formations, the scene starkly contrasted with the external chill. The alchemy room. Above the alchemical furnace, wisps of white vapor ascended, infused with a rich medicinal aroma. Yet upon reaching the upper icy dome, it transformed into fine ice crystals that cascaded down, only to be vaporized again by the intense heat of the earth fire in a perpetual cycle, creating a peculiar balance of ice and fire. Ling Shuang sat cross-legged on an icy jade mat 3 feet in front of the alchemical furnace. Her moon-white silk gown remained pristine, radiating a coldness that fiercely clashed with the heat waves emanating from the furnace mere feet away. With her eyes tightly shut, tiny ice crystals formed on her long eyelashes, and her fair hands hovered above the furnace, fingers sculpted like ice jade, channels of pure, condensed ice-blue spiritual energy flowing from her fingertips, precisely probing into the furnace to control every subtle change in the medicinal liquid within. The ice soul sword hovered silently by her side, its blade emanating a chill akin to its master, as if it were the second source of ice within the alchemy room. The air twisted, moaning between the extremes of ice and fire. There was no sound here, only the silent searing of the earth fire, the faint bubbling of the medicinal liquid in the furnace, and the delicate cycle of ice crystals forming and melting. Absolute focus, absolute coldness, akin to her cultivation of the mystical Ice Heart Sutra, eliminating all external distractions to reach the core. Thud, thud, thud. 3 clear and restrained knocks echoed, akin to stones cast into a tranquil ice lake, abruptly disrupting the absolute silence and equilibrium within the alchemy room. The knocking bore a rhythm that struck just the right balance, neither impatient nor intrusive, yet sufficient to penetrate the barriers of formation. Resounding clearly within the depths of the alchemy room, Ling Shuang's brows, frozen like ice, subtly furrowed, akin to an imperceptible crack appearing on a flawless icy surface. The flowing ice-blue spiritual energy threads momentarily hesitated. The previously steady bubbling of the medicinal liquid in the furnace suddenly stilled, a faint burnt aroma mingling with the medicinal scent. She slowly opened her eyes. Within the depths of her eternally frozen gaze, a faint flicker of agitation emerged, so delicate it was nearly elusive, akin to an ink drop cast into a frigid pool, blooming momentarily before being swiftly engulfed by an even deeper chill, extinguishing all warmth. She did not respond immediately, her attention returning to the elixir furnace, where the icy blue strands of spiritual energy swirled, forcefully suppressing the faint scent of charred essence, restoring equilibrium to the potion within. After a brief pause, the heavy, intricately inscribed ice door of the alchemical chamber silently slid open, creating a narrow passage just wide enough for a single person. Chen Jinyou's figure appeared at the threshold, clad in the moon-white robe of an inner disciple. His complexion was paler than it had been days prior, devoid of any hint of color. Though his left shoulder and back were concealed by the expansive garment, his gait bore the unmistakable signs of lingering weakness and sluggishness. He lingered at the entrance, allowing the surging cold to brush against his cheeks, tousling a few stray strands of hair. His tranquil gaze pierced through the crack of the door, settling upon the figure draped in moon-white, seated at the juncture of ice and fire within the chamber. He inclined slightly, his voice hoarse yet clear. "Senior Sister Ling Shuang, I hope I am not imposing. I have come to seek guidance regarding the intricacies of ice-based spells, and to express my gratitude for the healing elixir you provided the other day." He paused momentarily before adding, "Should it be inconvenient for you, I am content to wait outside." His demeanor was humble, his tone imbued with an appropriate degree of respect and gratitude, devoid of any presumption. Yet, the mere mention of the healing elixir stirred an invisible hook, instantly conjuring in Ling Shuang's mind the haunting image of the blood-soaked sands at the mouth of the infernal valley, where charred remnants intertwined with icy sculptures. Particularly, his deliberate display of lingering injury magnified that horrific memory, casting a stark reflection upon her frozen heart. Ling Shuang's gaze shifted from the furnace to the pale figure at the door. A fleeting image of his bone-deep burns and sunken shoulders flashed through her mind. After a brief silence, her cold voice resonated like the clash of ice against jade, devoid of any emotion. "Enter." "Close the door." Succinct and unequivocal, Chen Jinyou complied, stepping into the alchemical chamber. The heavy ice door closed silently behind him, effectively isolating him from the outside world. Instantly, the chamber's extreme juxtaposition of ice and fire enveloped him completely. The bone-chilling cold and the searing heat from the earth's core assailed him simultaneously, causing his recently healed body to tremble slightly, his pallor seeming to deepen. Yet, he quickly steadied himself, moving to a position roughly a yard away from Ling Shuang's icy jade cushion, where he sat cross-legged, his movements slightly stiff. He refrained from speaking hastily, his gaze fixed upon the furnace, tinged with a blend of focused curiosity. Through the openings of the lid, the viscous potion, guided by the icy blue strands of spiritual energy, swirled slowly, as if endowed with life, merging and exuding an increasingly rich fragrance. Ling Shuang did not acknowledge him. Her eyes closed once more, the icy blue strands of spiritual energy emanating a radiant glow, clearly exerting her full concentration at this critical moment of elixir formation. The chamber once again fell into a profound silence, where the intertwining energies of ice and fire demanded absolute focus. Time passed, moment by moment. The fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted from the furnace, increasingly aromatic, with a faint glow seeping through the crevices of the lid. At that moment, a tremor surged through the threads of spiritual energy at Ling Shuang's fingertips. The liquid within the furnace began to spin uncontrollably, and a small portion in the center turned charred black due to a sudden imbalance in temperature. A distinct, burnt scent rapidly permeated the air. The alchemical process had failed. Ling Shuang's eyes snapped open, her frozen gaze flashing with a glint of cold fury. An icy wrath enveloped the chamber, causing the temperature to plummet as if it had dropped another 10 degrees. Even the flames beneath the furnace seemed to flicker in trepidation. Her fingers wove through the air, forcibly freezing the remnants of the failed elixir, which swiftly transformed into a cloud of black ash. A failure in alchemy was not particularly alarming for her. Yet this time, it occurred under the watchful eyes of others, triggered by a momentary irritation stirred by a knock at the door, leading to this error. This had caused an unusual crack in her otherwise frozen state of mind. "Calm yourself, senior sister," Chen Jinyou's voice resonated at the right moment, maintaining a tranquil tone with a hint of reassurance. "Your mastery in controlling ice-type spiritual energy during the alchemical process was truly remarkable, a sight I have never witnessed before." He paused slightly, his gaze drifting to the furnace, as if reflecting deeply. It seemed that at the moment of merging the soul-condensing grass with the century-old cold essence, there was an excessive pursuit of the ultimate cold penetration, which inadvertently overlooked the subtle harmonizing property of the faint earth veins in fire contained within the grass. Might it be that, in that fleeting instant, a slight release of the extreme suppression of cold energy would allow that trace of fire to harmonize naturally? His thoughts trailed off, leaving an unspoken conclusion hanging in the air. Ling Shuang's icy stare sharpened into a blade, piercing toward Chen Jinyou. The notion that the soul-condensing grass contained fire from the earth's veins was an exceedingly obscure piece of knowledge among alchemists. Ordinary disciples, and even many seasoned alchemists, merely recognized its cold nature and the need for cold energy to catalyze its fusion, with few ever noticing that almost negligible yet crucially important aspect of fire for balancing medicinal properties. How could he, a mere outer sect disciple at the second level of qi refinement, still recovering from injuries, who had never even touched a Dan furnace, possibly discern such a detail? And to pinpoint the exact moment of her miscalculation with such precision? Absurd. Unbelievable. Yet, Chen Jinyou's demeanor remained remarkably composed. He did not even acknowledge Ling Shuang's piercing gaze, his eyelids gently lowered, as if engrossed in replaying the scene in his mind. Unconsciously, his right hand lifted, his fingertips slowly and awkwardly mimicking the trajectory of a certain spiritual energy flow in the frigid air. With the subtle movement of his fingertips, a thin, almost imperceptible ice-blue mist swirled around, dissipating, exuding a clumsiness that suggested a nascent understanding still unrefined. This clumsy posture stood in stark contrast to the precision of his earlier observations, creating an eerily compelling yet irrefutable juxtaposition. It was as if his words were a sudden epiphany, a fleeting moment of insight captured after witnessing Ling Shuang's alchemical process. The frozen lake of her heart was once more disturbed by a pebble. This time, it was purely a ripple of astonishment and inquiry. The sharp, icy glint in Ling Shuang's eyes gradually subsided, replaced by a deeper scrutiny. She remained silent, her cold gaze fixed on Chen Jinyou, as if evaluating the veracity of his words. Chen Jinyou appeared to emerge from his reverie, lowering his hands to meet her penetrating stare. A hint of just the right amount of embarrassment and trepidation crossed his face as he slightly bowed his head. Disciple speaks foolishly. I beg for your forgiveness, senior sister. I have merely become somewhat infatuated with the fluctuations of ice-type spiritual energy, and thus spoke thoughtlessly. His posture became even more deferential, attributing his astonishing remarks to mere whimsicality born of obsession. However, this transparent attempt at an explanation only deepened Ling Shuang's suspicions. Could someone who spoke such foolishness truly discern the crux of her failure in condensing the pill? Silence enveloped the alchemical chamber, where fire and ice intertwined, punctuated only by the sound of the ground fire silently licking the base of the furnace. After a prolonged pause, Ling Shuang's cold voice pierced the stillness once more, devoid of emotion. What do you mean by what you just said? To her astonishment, she had actively sought clarification. This was nearly unprecedented in her decades of frozen cultivation. Chen Jinyou understood her intent, yet he maintained an expression of anxiety and focus. He carefully organized his thoughts and began to articulate his understanding of the harmonious interplay between the rigid and supple qualities of ice-type spiritual energy and alchemy. Albeit in a slightly awkward yet coherent tone, he refrained from directly reiterating the discourse on the undercurrents of the earth's fire from the foundational texts on alchemy, instead intertwining it with the process of pill refinement he had just witnessed from Ling Shuang. He spoke as if he had only recently grasped these concepts, infusing his explanation with a hint of uncertainty, deftly weaving in obscure knowledge. The disciple believes that ice is not merely cold, it possesses a transformative quality, a nurturing power. Just as senior sister deftly manipulated the medicinal liquid, the icy force pervades like threads, embodying rigidity. However, while the nature of the condensing soul herb is frigid, its roots are deeply embedded in the earth's veins, naturally harmonized with a trace of subtle ground fire. This fire is not the blazing sun, but rather the yang within. Should one excessively suppress it with extreme cold, it is akin to freezing flowing water, disrupting the delicate balance of vitality and leading to medicinal conflict, resulting in scorching and charring. If, at the moment of fusion, one could slightly temper the sharpness of the icy force, akin to opening a dam to allow the ground fire to seep in and harmonize, could this not avert such a failure? As he spoke, he cautiously observed Ling Shuang's expressions, his pace deliberate, pausing intermittently, as if painstakingly assembling his thoughts. His words were not adorned with elegance. They stumbled at times, yet the fundamental truths regarding the interplay of rigidity and suppleness in spiritual energy, as well as the yin and yang of medicinal properties, struck at the core. Especially his description of the condensing soul herb's characteristics was alarmingly precise. Within the depths of Ling Shuang's frozen gaze, the flicker of astonishment gradually transformed into a tangible tremor. Although she was not specialized in alchemy, her profound mastery of the Xianbing Heart Sutra had elevated her understanding of ice-type spiritual energy to unparalleled heights. Chen Jinyou's words, akin to opening a window in a darkened room that she had never noticed, subtly hinted at a potential bias that might exist beneath her relentless pursuit of cold and stillness within her own practice. This sensation was exquisitely nuanced, yet profoundly clear. She gazed at Chen Jinyou's pale face, marked by trepidation and curiosity, for the first time perceiving an enigmatic veil shrouding this injured and erratic disciple. At that moment, Chen Jinyou seemed to be affected by the prolonged discourse, his brow furrowing ever so slightly, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes before it was swiftly suppressed. He inhaled gently, concluding his explanation, his gaze imbued with a sincere quest for knowledge as he turned to Ling Shuang. I, a dull disciple, have rashly speculated. Might I inquire your thoughts, senior sister? Ling Shuang did not respond immediately. She fell into silence, her gaze shifting from Chen Jinyou's face back to the still warm Xianbing Dan furnace, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the smooth surface of the icy jade mat. The alchemy chamber once again succumbed to silence, the only sound being the quiet crackle of the hearth. Just as this silence threatened to solidify once more, the corners of Chen Jinyou's mouth curled upwards in a subtle, almost instinctive smile. It was neither a humble grin nor a sycophantic smirk, but rather a knowing smile that suggested mastery over the situation. This fleeting smile appeared like a phantom gliding across the ice, vanishing in an instant. So swift that Ling Shuang questioned her own perception. Yet, in that very moment the smile faded, Chen Jinyou seemed to realize his indiscretion, immediately lowering his gaze and restoring his demeanor of respect laced with a hint of frailty, as if that brief, alluring charm had never existed. However, Ling Shuang's heart was pierced by an unseen ice pick at the sight of that ephemeral smile. The frozen lake of her heart rippled violently, unleashing unprecedented turbulence. Cold, chaotic. A surge of indignation at being seen through and toyed with surged within her. The Xianbing Heart Sutra activated automatically, striving to suppress this sudden emotional upheaval. While the Bingpa sword emitted a low, resonant hum. Senior sister? Chen Jinyou appeared startled by the sword's hum and the chilling aura emanating from Ling Shuang, his head lifting with just the right amount of bewilderment and apprehension. Ling Shuang forcefully quelled the tumult within her heart, her frozen visage revealing no trace of her inner turmoil, yet her bottomless cold eyes were ominously dark. She regarded Chen Jinyou with a frigid stare, her voice colder than eternal ice. You possess quite a bit of understanding. This statement transcended mere observation, carrying a chilling scrutiny and an ineffable inquiry. Chen Jinyou met her gaze with tranquility, his eyes clear and glimmering with a hint of validation from his senior sister. The disciple merely experienced a fleeting insight. Oddly enough, during my recent coma from severe injury, I seemed to glimpse some peculiar visions, including vague records concerning the harmonization of ice and fire, and the mitigation of certain perilous aspects of extreme cold techniques. He furrowed his brow slightly, as if straining to recall, his tone tinged with uncertain confusion. Perhaps it pertains to some kind of elixir? Regrettably, the details are too obscure. Upon awakening, they slipped from my memory. His words fell like stones cast into an icy lake, mitigating the dangers of extreme cold techniques. An elixir. These two words, akin to a spell imbued with enchantment, struck at the profound unease that had lingered within Ling Shuang since she began her cultivation of the Xianbing Heart Sutra. As her realm deepened, her emotions grew increasingly detached, and her body subtly exhibited a terrifying tendency toward complete entrapment in ice. For the first time, her physique displayed a visible rigidity before Chen Jinyou. Her knuckles, gripping the edge of the ice jade cushion, turned pale from the exertion. Within her frozen gaze, a deeply buried fear of the backlash from her cultivation surged forth like a dormant volcano, ignited by that light, ambiguous phrase. In the alchemical chamber, the flames continued to burn silently, the chill still piercing to the bone. Yet, something had irrevocably transformed. Ling Shuang fixed her stare upon Chen Jinyou, her eyes no longer scrutinizing but filled with an almost insatiable curiosity. She sought an answer, one that could shatter the millennium of ice encasing her heart. However, under the weight of her penetrating gaze, Chen Jinyou slightly lowered his head, as if unable to withstand the icy pressure, reminiscent of a tumultuous undercurrent beneath a glacier. The residual warmth of the cauldron seemed insufficient to dispel the silent, lethal duel that enveloped them. Meanwhile, from a distance, Elder Sun's venomous eyes seemed to pierce through space, fixated on the summit of Ice Soul Peak. Chapter 23. Elder Sun's fury. The bone-chilling cold of the alchemical chamber at Ice Soul Peak had yet to dissipate from Chen Jinyou's bones when a more sinister and clammy sense of crisis stealthily crept up his spine. The Woofing Hall, housing the law enforcement hall of Qinyun sect, lay at the terminus of a grim black rock plaza on the western side of the main peak. The hall, constructed entirely from dark iron rock, bore jagged edges, exuding an aura of iron-blooded forbiddance. A massive statue of a Xieji crouched before the hall, its single horn pointed skyward, eyes wide with fury, symbolizing the unyielding laws of this place. Within the dimly lit hall, illuminated only by a few ever-burning beast lamps casting a ghastly green glow, sat the law enforcement elderly Woofing upon a high dais, his chiseled features resembling those of a judge from the underworld. Flanking him were several law enforcement officials, each radiating an aura of solemnity, their faces shrouded in frost. Fixating intently on Chen Jinyou, who stood alone in the center of the hall. At that moment, an unrestrained malice and a bone-chilling murderous intent surged forth from the foremost position to the right of Li Woofing, akin to a viper ready to strike. Elder Sun, a powerful inner sect elder, had cast aside his customary veneer of indifference. Beneath his deep blue cloud-patterned robe, his body trembled slightly from the fury he struggled to contain. His elongated eyes, bloodshot and filled with malevolence, were fixed upon Chen Jinyou, as if he wished to devour him whole. Before him on the dark iron table lay several items. A jade pendant shattered into two charred halves, once a protective talisman never far from Zhang Kuang in life. A fragment of an inner sect disciple-s robe, stained with dark brown marks and devoid of spiritual essence, and a crystal shard, soaked in a special talismanic liquid, currently emanating an exceedingly faint, yet eerily familiar pale blue spiritual energy wave. Elder Sun's voice resembled the frenzied clash of two rusted iron plates, each word laced with blood-curdling resentment, reverberating harshly within the vast hall. The evidence is indisputable. This fiend, Chen Jinyou, is indeed the true murderer of my nephew, Zhang Kuang. His withered finger abruptly pointed at the fragment of a crystal emanating a faint azure shimmer on the table, the tip whitening from the exertion. This is a remnant of the sword energy left at the scene of Zhang Kuang's demise, forcefully condensed and refined using the secret technique of spirit tracing. The fluctuations of its spiritual energy resonate with the strange power that erupted from this villain during the martial arts demonstration. A dark crimson malevolence of the same origin and essence. The evidence is as solid as a mountain. He violently turned towards Chen Jinyou, the hatred in his eyes almost igniting into tangible flames. Chen Jinyou, what more do you have to say? Zhao Hu's mysterious disappearance is also inextricably linked to you, is it not? Speak. How did you use sorcery to bring about the death of my nephew, Zhang Kuang? If you are not to be subjected to soul extraction and pulverization today, how can I appease my nephew's spirit in the heavens? The violent pressure of spiritual energy surged like a cataclysm, carrying the terrifying might of late-stage Foundation establishment, crashing down upon the figure clothed in moon white. The air within the hall tightened instantaneously, the heavy pressure rendering the disciples on either side breathless. Beneath the sinister green light, Chen Jinyou stood isolated, his wide moon-white sleeves concealing his still injured arm, his complexion pallid, as if overwhelmed by the tremendous pressure and accusations, rendering him particularly frail. Elder Sun's fury, Li Woofing's scrutiny, and the imposing presence of the law enforcement hall. All of this had been anticipated the moment he ruthlessly killed Zhang Kuang and dealt with Zhao Hu's corpse. Yet, he did not expect this old wretch to act so swiftly, employing such ruthless means, truly managing to extract that faint trace belonging to the hybrid essence of the pseudo-divine beast's blood and the thunderstep from the chaotic energy ruins he had deliberately created with explosive talismans and the might of his body. He slowly raised his head, meeting Elder Sun's bloodshot, vengeful gaze with an unsettling calmness. No fear, no panic, nor even a hint of indignation at the wrongful accusation. Such tranquility rendered Elder Sun's roar somewhat comically impotent. Elder Sun, Chen Jinyou's voice emerged, hoarse yet remarkably clear, piercing through Elder Sun's bellow, resonating in the deathly silence of the hall. Yes, there was indeed a conflict with my senior brother Zhang Kuang, he candidly admitted, without a trace of evasion. Upon hearing this, even Li Woofing's usually impassive countenance revealed the slightest flicker of surprise. However, Chen Jinyou deftly shifted his tone, a subtle chill permeating his words. Like the undercurrents beneath an icy surface, the source of the conflict did not originate from the disciples. It was my senior brother Zhang Kuang, who, taking advantage of his cultivation and background, repeatedly and unprovokedly humiliated me before the eyes of all. He treated the sect's laws as if they were non-existent, and regarded the bonds of brotherhood as mere chaff. The baseness of his actions and the malice of his thoughts had long been evident. His voice was not loud, yet every word struck the cold, dark iron floor like a hammer. He slightly tilted his body, his gaze sweeping over Li Woofing and the enforcers flanking him. ultimately settling once more on the distorted visage of elder son, twisted in indignation, carrying an air of almost pitying mockery. As for the disappearance of senior brother Zhang Kuang's disciple, who was gravely injured and on the brink of death, struggling for survival within the cave abode, how could he possibly ascertain his whereabouts? As a venerable elder of the inner sect, elder son, esteemed and respected, should have restrained his kin, yet instead, he chose to act out of personal grievance, fabricating baseless accusations to ensnare his own disciple. May I inquire, elder, is this the law of the Qingyan sect? Is this the manner of your authority? Outrageous. Elder son's hair stood on end as he slammed his palm down upon the iron table, leaving a distinct imprint in the hard metal. You little beast. Even at death's door, you dare to argue. Li elder, this scoundrel, with his silver tongue and malevolent nature, must not be allowed to remain. His cultivation should be immediately revoked, cast into the black prison, and subjected to severe interrogation. His spiritual energy surged around him, the deep blue sleeves of his robe billowing without wind, the terrifying pressure of his late foundation establishment stage enveloping Chen Jinyou like a tangible cage, descending upon him with lethal intent, evidently seeking to use Li Wufeng's influence to directly suppress Chen Jinyou on the spot. At this critical juncture, as death loomed ominously, a voice resonated with a tone as solid as iron, calm yet undeniably authoritative, slicing through the stagnant air and turbulent spiritual pressure within the hall. Like a stone cast into a frigid pond, it momentarily halted elder son's surging murderous intent. Li Wufeng slowly lifted his eyelids. His piercing gaze, sharp as a falcon's, now appeared as profound as two ancient, cold lakes, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. His eyes lingered on elder son for a fleeting moment, exuding an intangible pressure that momentarily stifled the latter's furious aura. Then, his gaze, like a chilling probe, gradually shifted toward the seemingly precarious, yet resolutely upright Chen Jinyou. Chen Jinyou, Li Wufeng's voice was flat and devoid of discernible emotion. You claim that Zhang Kuang has repeatedly humiliated you. Do you possess any tangible evidence? A cold smile flickered within Chen Jinyou's heart, yet his expression remained one of profound pain and indignation, as though forced into a corner, compelled to retaliate. He took a deep breath, suppressing the overwhelming humiliation, and with his right hand, he reached into his robe, slowly retrieving an unassuming jade slip. The surface of the slip was marred with fine scratches, clearly having endured considerable tribulations. The disciple, being of lowly status and gravely injured, is unable to resist and dares not hope for justice from the sect. Chen Jinyou's voice trembled with a hint of suppressed emotion as he presented the jade slip with both hands, his gaze meeting Li Wufeng's with unwavering fortitude. Yet the heavens are clear, and human hearts are evident. While the disciple does not dare to speak, there are those who dare to remember. This jade slip, belonging to junior sister Su Wanqing, who could not bear to witness her fellow disciples suffer indignities, secretly gathered evidence of senior brother Zhang Kuang's misdeeds, including several instances of his public humiliation of disciples. Moreover, numerous outer disciples have suffered his oppression and exploitation, possessing irrefutable proof of their grievances. I implore Elder Li to discern. He deliberately emphasized the name Su Wanqing, allowing it to resonate clearly throughout the grand hall. A flicker of interest crossed Li Wufeng's eyes. One of his most trusted disciples immediately stepped forward, respectfully accepting the jade slip, still warm to the touch. A surge of spiritual energy activated the jade slip in an instant. A resonating hum filled the air as a hazy projection illuminated the dimly lit hall. The image wavered, captured from a concealed angle, evidently recorded in secret. Yet, the scene was strikingly clear. In a corner of the training ground, the arrogant Zhang Kuang, accompanied by several lackeys, cornered a young boy clad in the garb of a servant, none other than Chen Jinyou, against the wall. A malicious grin adorned Zhang Kuang's face as he delivered a vicious kick to the boy's abdomen, causing him to crumple to the ground, spitting blood while cursing. You worthless trash, not even worthy to lick my shoes, and you dare to look at Sister Su with such insolence? The surrounding lackeys erupted in raucous laughter, and the scene shifted to the resource distribution area, where Zhang Kuang brazenly snatched away the few low-grade spirit stones that Chen Jinyou had just received, tossing them carelessly to his companions, declaring, "Here, enjoy." Wasting spirit stones on such a worthless creature. Another scene unfolded on a secluded mountain path, where Zhang Kuang ordered his lackeys to pin Chen Jinyou into the mud, coercing him to bark like a dog. The series of images continued, clear and coherent, covering a significant span of time. Zhang Kuang was portrayed as domineering and cruel, disregarding the sect's regulations, while Chen Jinyou appeared feeble, enduring, and battered. The jade slip's silent playback cast a ghastly green light upon every face in the hall. Elder son's complexion shifted from ashen to pale, then to a mortifying shade reminiscent of liver. His lips trembled, yet he could utter not a word. The few trusted disciples behind him instinctively averted their gazes. Li Wufeng, expressionless, observed Zhang Kuang's atrocities in the projection, his sharp hawk-like eyes revealing an even deeper chill. His gaze upon Chen Jinyou held a complex meaning, suggesting that this boy was far from the weak and easily bullied persona he initially presented. This resilience, this cunning, this lethal malice delivered in the face of desperation. As for Zhao Hu's disappearance, once the projection concluded, Chen Jinyou spoke again, his voice returning to an almost indifferent calm. He raised his eyes, piercing elder son's already strained countenance with a gaze as icy as sharpened needles. The disciples remain entirely ignorant, he remarked. However, there is one matter I find perplexing, which I wish to clarify with Elder Sunday. He paused slightly, and under Elder Sun's seething, almost fiery glare, he articulated with clarity, Elder Sun, your profound sorrow over Zhang Kuang's disappearance and your pursuit of the true culprit is understood by your disciple. Yet, Zhao Hu, a mere outer sect disciple, even if missing, does not warrant such fervent concern from you, nor the unfounded blame thrust upon your disciple. Could it be that Zhao Hu's fate is intertwined with that of Brother Zhang in a manner unbeknownst to us? Or does Elder Sun believe that this disciple, with his insignificant second-level qi condensation cultivation and his severely injured body, could have possibly dealt with two brothers of far superior strength overnight? Boom. The moment those words were spoken, it was akin to a thunderclap, striking Elder Sun with overwhelming force. He trembled all over. Chen Jinyou's words pierced to the heart. Not only did they expose the absurdity of his forced connection to Zhao Hu, but they also subtly alluded to a taboo that he dared not confront, the clandestine dealings between Zhao Hu and Zhang Kuang. Should this investigation proceed, you slanderer, you little beast, I shall end you. Elder Sun, having completely lost his sanity, resembled a venomous serpent whose tail had been stepped upon. The terrifying spiritual power of the late Foundation establishment stage erupted explosively, and a deep azure spiritual light transformed into a colossal ghostly claw. Shrieking as it tore through the air, it disregarded the authority of the law enforcement hall and the nearby Li Wufeng, descending fiercely upon Chen Jinyou's crown with the intent to kill him on the spot, eliminating any future threat. Impudence, a thunderous roar, imbued with the wrath of the heavens, suddenly reverberated through the hall. Li Wufeng finally made his move. He did not even rise from his seat atop the high platform. Instead, he simply waved his right sleeve with great force. A tangible dark golden sword qi materialized from thin air, arriving before the ghostly claw. Imbued with the will to sever all, and accurately struck the wrist of the deep azure claw. Sizzle, like a hot knife slicing through butter. The deep azure claw shattered upon impact, and its violent spiritual energy instantly dissipated, transforming into chaotic currents that swirled throughout the hall, causing the eternal lamps to flicker wildly. Elder Sun, as if struck by a heavy blow, coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering back several steps until he collided with the iron pillar behind him. Barely managing to regain his footing, clutching his chest, he gazed in horror at the figure on the high platform, as immovable as a mountain yet with eyes as cold as an ancient abyss. Before the law enforcement hall, how dare you commit murder? Li Wufeng's voice, like a chilling wind from the netherworld, swept across every corner of the grand hall, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Elder Sun, be mindful of your station. His icy gaze swept over the terrified and ashen-faced Elder Sun, finally settling on Chen Jinyou, who stood calmly in the center, seemingly unaffected by the deadly encounter. Chen Jinyou. Li Wufeng's voice resumed its calm, unwavering tone. The evidence against you regarding your conflict with Zhang Kuang is irrefutable. However, concerning Zhang Kuang's disappearance, his piercing gaze swept back and forth across Chen Jinyou, as if attempting to penetrate his very being and uncover the secrets hidden deep within his soul. That gaze was filled with scrutiny, investigation, and an underlying dread of the sinister forces at play. You remain the prime suspect. Li Wufeng slowly articulated his conclusion, each word striking the iron ground like a hammer. My authority is derived solely from concrete evidence. As for Zhao Hu, let that matter lie for now. The residual energy at the scene of Zhang Kuang's disappearance bears the same origin as yours, a point that cannot be overlooked. Elder Sun accuses you of murdering Zhang Kuang. Although there are hints of involvement with Zhao Hu and insufficient motive, as long as this doubt lingers, you cannot absolve yourself of responsibility. You claim ignorance. Then produce evidence of your absence. Otherwise, Li Wufeng did not complete his thought, but the unspoken implication hung in the air like a suspended sword. And a chilling aura of malice began to permeate the hall once more. The ironclad laws of the law enforcement hall only acknowledged evidence and logic. Chen Jinyou had motive, capability, and a prior offense, having brutally slain Zhang Kuang in the arena, if he could not furnish indisputable proof of his whereabouts. Then based solely on the evidence collected by Su Wanqing regarding Zhang Kuang's crimes, it merely demonstrated that Zhang Kuang deserved death, yet could not exonerate Chen Jinyou from suspicion. Upon hearing this, elder son's pale face was suddenly suffused with a sickly flush of excitement and malice, his venomous gaze fixated on Chen Jinyou, as if he were staring at an insect about to be crushed underfoot. Chapter 24. The Frosty Sister comes to the rescue. The air within the Hall of Law's Wufing chamber had become utterly still. Li Wufing's accusation hung heavily over Chen Jinyou, akin to shackles forged from dark iron, pressing down upon his shoulders and constricting his throat. Elder son's expression, a morbid ecstasy, spread like a poisonous vine. His resentful gaze seemed poised to devour Chen Jinyou alive, waiting only for Li Wufing's command to pounce and reduce him to ashes. Evidence. Chen Jinyou slowly lifted his head, the faint, cold curve of his lips betraying an unsettlingly sinister aura. How could a disciple, gravely injured and on the brink of death, barely clinging to life within the confines of the cave, possibly leave behind evidence? Was Elderly suggesting that the disciple ought to prove an act he had never committed? His voice, hoarse yet clear, resonated through the oppressive silence of the grand hall, laced with a ridicule that pointed directly at the illogical nature of their laws. Li Wufing's keen eyes narrowed sharply, and an even heavier spiritual pressure descended upon Chen Jinyou like an immovable mountain. The air groaned under the unbearable weight, and the once solid ground of dark iron beneath Chen Jinyou's feet began to emit faint cracking sounds, revealing spiderweb-like fissures. His already wounded body swayed violently. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat, which he forcibly swallowed, yet a fresh trickle of blood could not be contained, cascading down his pale jaw and staining the moon-white fabric of his robe, blooming into an alarming dark red. Unyielding, elder son, like a hyena sensing blood, howled with delight, his eyes gleaming with cruel satisfaction. Elderly, this charlatan feigns bravado, clearly harboring guilt. Seize him, extract his soul, and refine his essence. The truth shall be revealed. Seize him. At last, Li Wufing had lost all patience. His cold voice rang out like the tolling of a death knell. The enforcers standing on either side responded in unison, their formidable foundational spiritual power intertwining into a net, transforming into an invisible shackle of spiritual energy, enveloped in a chilling essence that sought to imprison the soul, descending upon the faltering figure in the center with relentless force. Chen Jinyou's pupils constricted, his muscles tightened instinctively under the pressure. The remnants of the blood of a pseudo-divine beast within his dantian surged wildly, and a flicker of reckless fury flashed in his eyes. Beneath the cover of his voluminous sleeves, his right hand had stealthily grasped the cold object from his storage pouch, his final and most perilous trump card, just as the spiritual shackles were about to ensnare him. A voice, as clear and cold as ice water dripping upon jade, unexpectedly pierced through the tense atmosphere of the Hall of Law, resonating in every ear. The voice was soft, yet bore an extraordinary penetrating power and undeniable authority, instantly freezing all actions in place. The several spiritual shackles that were poised to descend upon Chen Jinyou abruptly halted, as if colliding with an invisible wall of profound ice, vibrating lightly with a low hum. Suspended in midair, unable to descend a single fraction further. In unison, all gazes, as if drawn by an unseen thread, turned sharply towards the imposing iron doors of the Wufing chamber. Before them, the heavy doors, engraved with the menacing totem of the Siege, silently parted to reveal a narrow opening. The cold air from outside, infused with a faint yet extraordinarily pure essence of profound ice, surged in like the most biting breeze of early spring, swiftly dissipating the gloom and bloodshed illuminated by the dim green light within the hall. A figure, ethereal and exalted in a moon-white silhouette, stood quietly at the threshold where light met shadow. It was Ling Shuang. She had not fully entered the hall, merely lingering there. Her gown, a pristine white silk, seemed to isolate her from the dust and clamor of the outside world. The ice soul sword hung by her side, its ancient sheath unassuming, yet exuding a chilling aura that could freeze the very soul. Her eyes, eternally encased in frost, swept calmly over the scene within the hall, from Li Wufing's harsh visage to elder son's venomous glare, before finally resting upon the bloodied figure in the center, ensnared by several ethereal shackles, appearing particularly frail in comparison. At the moment their gazes met, Chen Jinyou distinctly perceived a subtle tremor deep within Ling Shuang's unfathomable icy eyes. It was not concern, but rather a confirmation of his continued existence, an acknowledgement of his current plight. Shiji Ling Shuang? Li Wufing's brow furrowed for the first time, his sharp gaze betraying palpable surprise and a hint of barely concealed seriousness. This is the law enforcement hall. Why has your disciple come here? Ling Shuang did not respond immediately. She glided forward, the hem of her moon-white dress brushing against the cold, obsidian floor without stirring a speck of dust. With each step, it seemed as if delicate ice crystals formed and dissipated at her toes. The ethereal shackles hovering over Chen Jinyou's head recoiled slightly, as if in fear. She moved past the rigid enforcers as though they were inconsequential, making her way directly to the center of the hall, halting mere feet away from Chen Jinyou, perfectly positioned between him and the elevated platform. Her arrival was akin to casting an eternal block of unmelting ice into the furnace of this grim and blood-soaked arena. The atmosphere within the law enforcement hall shifted abruptly, the previously overwhelming pressure cleaved by her chillingly solitary presence. Masterly, Ling Shuang nodded slightly, a gesture of respect. Her voice remained cool, yet it carried the undeniable weight of an inner sect elder. The disciple has heard that the law enforcement hall summoned Chen Jinyou regarding the disappearance of Zhao Hu and Zhang Quang. She paused, her gaze shifting calmly to Elder Sun, whose face had turned ashen, eyes filled with a venomous rage that seemed ready to spill forth. Her tone remained unwavering. Yet every word was crystal clear. At the time of Zhang Quang's disappearance, I was at the periphery of Yanyu Valley. Boom. Her words struck like silent thunder, exploding above Elder Sun's head. The ecstasy and malice etched on his face froze instantly, akin to a ghastly mask caught in ice, leaving only incredulity and a flicker of panic as his hidden secrets were pricked. He stared fixedly at Ling Shuang, his lips quivering. Yet not a single word escaped his mouth. Li Wufeng's keen eyes narrowed sharply, his gaze piercing through Ling Shuang like lightning. Yanyu Valley? Is your statement true, Shiji? Do you have any proof? Was Chen Jinyou present at that time? Proof? The chilling gaze of Ling Shuang swept over Li Wufeng, imbued with a hint of disdain, as if questioning the necessity of his inquiry. She refrained from directly addressing the matter concerning Chen Jinyou, merely raising her left hand slightly, the elongated, jade-like fingertips casually gesturing in the air before her. A resonant hum echoed as an ice-blue spiritual light blossomed at her fingertips, instantly transforming into a condensed sword aura of profound ice. This sword aura did not target anyone, but instead silently circled through the air, and in a fleeting moment, a pure and piercing force of ice, tinged with the unique essence of sulfuric fire, rippled like an invisible wave, spreading throughout the entire hall. This aura, unmistakably originating from her own pure cultivation of the profound Ice Heart Sutra, bore the distinct imprint of the fiery environment forged in the Inferno Valley. The overwhelming, searing, chaotic essence of the earth fire intertwined and clashed with the ultimate chill of the profound ice power, ultimately achieving an uncanny balance within her sword aura, an indelible mark left only by a practitioner who has ventured deep into the Inferno Valley's periphery, confronted formidable fire-type beasts, and possesses an exceptionally high level of ice cultivation. It was an unforgeable testament. My disciple sought the Qiang Fire Lotus and investigated for 3 days outside the Inferno Valley. Ling Shuang's voice remained calm and unperturbed, as though recounting a trivial event. On the return journey, at the valley's narrow pass, I encountered this individual. Her gaze fell once more upon Chen Jinyou, whose frozen eyes vividly reflected his current plight, the bloodstains still fresh at the corners of his mouth, the dark red on his robe, and his valiant, yet feeble posture barely concealing his weakness. At that moment, he was drenched in blood, his bones shattered, gasping for breath, being relentlessly pursued by the Lava Lizard King, on the brink of exhaustion. Ling Shuang's tone exhibited no fluctuation, as if she were describing an inanimate object. Had it not been for her disciple's intervention, he would have long since become prey for the beasts within the valley. Given his condition at that time, it was inconceivable to even contemplate returning to the sect on the wind, let alone committing murder. Her words struck like the sharpest ice spear, piercing through the meticulously woven accusations of Elder Sun. How could a man, on the verge of death from being hunted by the Lava Lizard King, simultaneously appear within the sect to slay Zhang Quang? The timeline, location, and condition, all aspects of Ling Shuang's testimony were impeccably logical and irrefutable, especially her assertion backed by her own spiritual power, which transformed her esteemed status as the inner sect's elder sister and the absolute credibility of a practitioner of the profound Ice Heart Sutra into an unyielding shield. Li Wufeng fell into silence. His piercing, eagle-like gaze lingered on Ling Shuang's flawless, frozen visage for an extended moment, then deeply scrutinized the pallid, blood-smeared figure of Chen Jinyou on the ground. Ling Shuang's testimony and the undeniable aura of spiritual power formed an insurmountable chasm, severing his previous doubts rooted in the remnants of shared power. The ironclad laws of the law enforcement hall ultimately had to succumb to the undeniable truth and the looming authority of this future pillar of the sect. Elder Sun's face drained of color, shifting from a ghastly gray to a deathly pallor. His body swayed, as if the very backbone had been extracted, and his resentful gaze flickered back and forth between the cold, solitary figure of Ling Shuang and Chen Jinyou, brimming with bitterness, fear, and a profound sense of being utterly outmaneuvered. His lips moved, seemingly attempting one final struggle. Ling Shiji, do not allow yourself to be deceived by him. This boy is cunning, Elder Sunday. At last, Ling Shuang fully turned her gaze toward him. Her voice remained icy, yet it bore an undeniable chilling authority, akin to an avalanche cascading down from a towering glacier. Do you question my testimony? Or do you doubt my judgment? These two simple inquiries, akin to an invisible hammer, struck mercilessly at Elder Sun's heart. To question Ling Shuang? To question this esteemed disciple of the sect leader, the master sister of the inner disciples, who is highly likely to achieve the golden core, or even the nascent soul. How bold could Elder Sun possibly be? Within the law enforcement hall, all disciples' eyes were filled with reverence as they silently positioned themselves behind Ling Shuang. Elder Sun emitted a series of hoarse sounds from his throat, reminiscent of a broken bellows. Ultimately unable to utter another word, he deflated like a punctured balloon, his resentful gaze fixed intently on the ground, as if trying to scorch the obsidian floor beneath him. Li Wufeng inhaled deeply, slowly exhaling the cold, unyielding breath that felt as ancient as ice. He regarded Ling Shuang with a complex gaze, which ultimately transformed into a voice devoid of emotion. Release. The spiritual restraint hovering above Chen Jinyou's head dissipated without a sound. Elder Sun. Li Wufeng's gaze shifted towards the ashen-faced Elder Sun, his voice regaining the cold authority of the law enforcement elder. Considering your profound loss, your actions may be excused. However, to rage in the hall and slander a fellow sect member is a breach of our regulations. You are to be fined for 3 years and confined to Reflective Cliff for 3 months. Should there be a next time, the punishment will be severe. Elder Sun suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with defiance. Depart. With a sweep of his robes, Li Wufeng unleashed an invisible force, causing Elder Sun to emit a muffled groan as he was unceremoniously pushed back several paces, stumbling against a pillar, his face drained of color. Accompanied by the cold gazes of several law enforcement disciples, he retreated like a dog bereft of its master, casting a final resentful glare at Chen Jinyou before departing from Wufeng Hall in utter disgrace. The heavy obsidian doors slowly closed, isolating Elder Sun's last vestiges of malice beyond their threshold. Silence enveloped the hall. Li Wufeng's gaze once again fell upon Chen Jinyou, sharp as ever, yet with a diminished aura of menace, replaced by a deeper inquiry and an inescapable sense of caution. He spoke slowly. Chen Jinyou, Ling Shizhi has vouched for you, clearing your suspicions. Yet, the strength you wield and the ruthlessness with which you act are far from the righteous path. I hope you will act wisely and not squander the protection Ling Shizhi has extended to you, nor mislead yourself. The warning was unmistakable. Chen Jinyou slowly raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his movements betraying the weakness of a grievous injury and a barely perceptible tremor. He lifted his head, his gaze surpassing Li Wufeng, resting upon the distant, cold, solitary figure clad in moonlight white. His expression was one of profound complexity, with a sense of weakness and fatigue that comes from surviving a harrowing ordeal. Alongside the lingering dread of the law's cold and merciless grip, there exists a profound, nearly overflowing gratitude. This gratitude is so sincere and intense. It appears as though the arrival of Ling Shuang is the sole beacon piercing through his boundless darkness. Bowing deeply before Ling Shuang's silhouette, he solemnly proclaims, his voice hoarse yet unmistakably clear, Disciple Chen Jinyou humbly thanks Sister Ling Shuang for her life-saving grace, the virtue of rebirth. The kindness you have shown today shall forever be etched in my heart. Each word seems to emanate from the depths of his soul, weighted with immense significance. Ling Shuang stands tall, her figure akin to a solitary, snow-covered pine against the horizon, her pale blue skirt remaining undisturbed, seemingly indifferent to the heartfelt expressions reverberating behind her. Yet, under the gaze filled with gratitude from Chen Jinyou, a few strands of her long, ice-blue hair, cascading like a waterfall, seemed to quiver ever so slightly, stirred by the remnants of air within the hall. In the tranquil confines of the cold jade palace atop Ice Soul Peak, time feels suspended, as if this place has been forgotten by the ages. The icy blue light radiating from the walls envelopes Ling Shuang in an ethereal stillness. Before her hovers the blazing red sun fire lotus, its fiery essence pulsating with an overwhelming energy, yet is firmly restrained by the absolute chill she emanates. At the interface of these two forces, fine wisps of white smoke rise, accompanied by a faint sizzling sound. With her eyes tightly shut, her frozen visage betrays neither sorrow nor joy. The ice-blue energy flowing from her fingertips meticulously peels away the crimson lotus petals, extracting the purest essence of the fire within. Each trace of fiery spirit entering her body feels like a searing steel needle, mercilessly piercing through the formidable barrier of her meridians, constructed from the profound Ice Soul Sutra. The fierce clash of ice and fire within her ignites a tumultuous battle, bringing forth excruciating pain alongside a long-forgotten thrill of breaking through limitations. Yet beneath this thrill lies a deeper, more profound chill. The 7th level of the Ice Soul Sutra, which seals the realm for miles in frost, begins to yield slowly under the onslaught of the fire lotus essence. However, this is accompanied by the resurgence of a haunting emotional shackle, akin to a parasite, becoming more pronounced and burdensome due to the violent conflict arising from the fiery energy. Each impact against the barrier thickens the layers of ice within her heart's lake, not a mere enhancement of power, but a complete severance of emotions. It feels as though an invisible hand of ice is gradually siphoning away the last vestiges of warmth from her humanity, pushing her towards an abyss of complete freezing, transforming her into an unfeeling ice sculpture. In the dim, intertwined glow of ice and fire within the quiet chamber, her flawless profile is illuminated. Yet it fails to brighten the depths of her eyes, concealed beneath thick lashes, where flickers of confusion and struggle, frozen for millennia, briefly surface. Meanwhile, within the confines of cave number 73, an atmosphere of another kind of heaviness prevails. The mist of the spiritual spring flowed silently. Yet it could not dispel the intangible pressure that pervaded the air. Su Wanqing stood by, her delicate visage etched with unmistakable panic, akin to a startled bird. Her gaze frequently darting towards the sealed stone door of the cave, as if a ferocious beast, poised to strike, lurked just beyond the heavy iron barrier. Chen Jinyou sat cross-legged beside the spring, his complexion still pale from his severe injuries. He slowly raised his left hand to the area of his shoulder, where the impact of the lava lizard's massive tail had caused a collapse, although the fracture had been forcibly mended by the small elixir and his robust vitality. The lingering pain from the torn muscles and fascia still throbbed subtly. The subdued tremor in Su Wanqing's voice shattered the stillness of the cave. Elder Sun will never let this go. Today he had lost face in the law enforcement hall and had been penalized with house arrest. With his vengeful disposition, he would undoubtedly employ even more insidious means of retribution. Her thoughts lingered on the formidable forces backing him, yet she dared not voice them, her eyes brimming with trepidation for the unknown dangers ahead. Chen Jinyou did not respond immediately. His gaze traversed the stone walls of the cave, seemingly penetrating the very fabric of space, landing upon the cold, merciless hall of law enforcement and the venomous glare Elder Sun had cast upon him as he departed. Retribution? Chen Jinyou's voice finally broke the silence. Of course, he will. He slightly turned his head, his eyes resting on Su Wanqing's anxious face, and offered a faint, reassuring smile. The warnings of Li Wufeng and the rules of the law enforcement hall are merely ropes that bind the foolish. Someone like Elder Sun is akin to a venomous snake lurking in the gutter. Being publicly humiliated today, stripped of his dignity, will only drive him further into madness, making him more ruthless and desperate. He will not wait, nor can he afford to. He paused, his fingertips gently tapping on the cold stone surface, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. Next time, there will be no law enforcement hall, no Ling Shuang, only the most direct and lethal strike. Perhaps it will occur on my next descent from the mountain, or within what appears to be a mundane task, or even in some unnoticed corner of the Qingyun sect. Su Wanqing's face turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. The scene described by Chen Jinyou suffocated her with a sense of empathy. Thus, his gaze deepened, resembling two fathomless wells that consumed all light. Before taking action, he must completely eliminate this hidden threat. Eliminate? Su Wanqing's voice quivered with disbelief and horror. Master, you mean that Elder Sun is an inner sect elder, with late-stage foundation establishment cultivation and a web of intricate connections. What can we do? Chen Jinyou interrupted her, the mocking curve of his lips deepening. To deal with him, why do we need to? He ceased to regard Su Wanqing, slowly closing his eyes. His consciousness plummeted into the deepest recesses of his mind. The pale blue system interface unfurls silently, its frigid digits searing through his nerves like a molten branding iron. Host, Chen Jinyou. Realm, Qi condensation level 2, initial form of dominance. Injuries unhealed. Points, 4550, overdrawn. Potential target, Ling Shuang, affection level rising, 4550. This vast chasm of points looms over him like a guillotine, incessantly reminding him of his dire lack of resources and the urgency of his situation. Yet, in this moment, the weighty pressure transforms into an unyielding impetus. His thoughts traverse an array of dazzling techniques, talismans, and magical artifacts, disregarding the enticing allure of those that could immediately amplify his combat prowess. His focus resolutely directed towards the depths. Special item, secret formula of elixirs. The icons on the screen flicker rapidly. A multitude of bizarre and fantastical elixir names streaking by like shooting stars. 9-turn rebirth pill, fragment. Heavenly demon disintegration method supporting pill, mother and child heart unity goo pill. These elixirs, whether miraculous, sinister, or exorbitantly costly, fail to sway him in the slightest. His intent holds but one clear objective, to resolve the backlash of emotional freezing from the Xianbing Heart Sutra. Search. Keywords: Xianbing Heart Sutra. Backlash. Emotional freezing. Solution. His thoughts resonate like a chilling command within the sea of consciousness. Search command confirmed. Database filtering in progress. The screen flickers violently, torrents of information cascading past. Moments later, most icons dim, leaving only one that radiates a faint, ancient bronze sheen, as if it might extinguish at any moment, defiantly glowing in the center of the screen. Item: Heart-melting pill, fragmented ancient formula, grade. Information incomplete. Exchange points, 3,000. Description: originating from an ancient sect that specializes in the study of the soul and emotions. The core concept of this formula is to use emotions as a guide. Thoughts as fire, harmonizing yin and yang, melting ice and snow, specifically addressing the emotional freezing and obliteration of the 7 feelings caused by the practice of extreme cold techniques. However, this formula has severely deteriorated over time, with the essential medicinal materials and some refining methods lost, requiring a practitioner of high alchemical skill to deduce and complete it independently. Special note: this formula possesses remarkable efficacy against the backlash of practices like Xianbing Heart Sutra. Yet it is critically incomplete, and the risk of exchange is exceedingly high. 3,000 points. Fragmented version. Extremely high risk. The 3 blood-red labels strike Chen Jinyou's consciousness like heavy hammers. The immense pressure of overdraw transforms into an unbearable weight. 4,550 points. An additional overdraw of 3,000 points. Totals 7,550 points. A figure so astronomical it could plunge any host into despair. And what he would acquire is merely a severely incomplete formula that necessitates personal deduction to complete. The likelihood of success is minuscule. Is it worth it? To plunge himself deeper into the abyss of debt for a target not yet captured? Chen Jinyou's awareness momentarily halted before the enormous number. Frozen in a fraction of a second. In the depths of his consciousness, it seemed as though countless voices were howling, urging caution and issuing warnings. Yet, in the next moment, the venomous gaze of Elder Sun within the law enforcement hall, the fleeting glimmer of confusion and struggle in Ling Shuang's frosty eyes, combined with the overwhelming temptation of 92 points and 9,200 total score, struck like 3 icy bolts of lightning, instantly dispelling all hesitation. Worth it. Ling Shuang was his sole fulcrum to escape the quagmire of points and to leverage greater power. She was also his only shield against the forces lurking behind Elder Sun. Resolving the hidden dangers within her cultivation methods was the crucial key to dismantling her defenses and capturing her heart. Moreover, it would sever Elder Sun's greatest reliance on the sect's regulations for revenge against him. Risks? Non-existent. As long as he succeeded in capturing her, all debts would be reconciled. What he sought was this desperate chance for a reversal. Exchange. His resolve was unwavering, akin to a gambler wagering his very life. Warning: insufficient points. Would you like to forcibly overdraw future points for capture? Overdraw limit: 3,000 points. The frigid system prompt was like the final judgment. Yes. Ding. Forced overdraft successful. Exchanged for heart-melding pill, incomplete ancient formula. Points deducted: 3,000. Current points: 7,550, overdrawn. A torrent of immense, chaotic information, imbued with an endless aura of antiquity and desolation, surged into Chen Jinyou's consciousness like a breached dam. Countless obscure ancient characters, distorted and bizarre runes, intricate diagrams of medicinal combinations, and an abundance of theoretical fragments regarding spiritual fluctuations and emotional energy transmutation flooded in, colliding and imprinting upon him. Ugh! Chen Jinyou let out a muffled groan. His body trembling violently, his already pale complexion now resembling gilded paper. Veins throbbed on his forehead, cold sweat cascading down. The overwhelming influx of information exceeded the limits of his still recovering soul. He clenched his teeth so tightly that blood seeped from his gums, forcibly operating the 9 transformations of the tyrant body to stabilize his mind, like a frail boat struggling amidst tumultuous seas, attempting to navigate through this vast, fragmented knowledge. The main framework of the pill formula became clear, centered around the 7 emotions as the core medicinal catalyst, complemented by the earth vein fire lotus heart, the core of the red sun fire lotus, a millennium of warm jade essence, spirit communing wise heart herb, among dozens of other rare spiritual materials, combined with a unique method of soul refinement to concoct a wondrous pill capable of harmonizing yin and yang, awakening dormant emotions. However, what was the 7 emotions? Its specific form, medicinal properties, and the means to acquire all this information were shrouded in obscurity. It felt as though an invisible hand had forcibly erased it. The core steps regarding the emotional fire and pill refining and the mental shaping were vague, filled with ambiguous expressions suggesting alternatives or requiring personal comprehension. An overwhelming disappointment and a seething fury surged within Chen Jinyou. 3,000 points. A colossal debt from the overdraft. Was this all he received in exchange? A bottomless pit? But just as this fury threatened to shatter his reason, Chen Jinyou forcefully suppressed it. Cold logic resumed its rapid, precise workings. Incompleteness? No. Incompleteness is where the true value lies. If the formula were complete and flawless, with Ling Shuang's profound mastery of alchemy and the foundation of her sect, she might very well be able to refine it on her own. What then? Is the value of his timely assistance? It is precisely the imperfections that render it precious. Only through the expenditure of her heart and soul in deducing and completing it can she truly immerse herself in the endeavor. It is in the delicate balance between failure and success that her focus and thoughts become tightly bound to the glimmer of hope he provides. The process of deduction is akin to a strategy, akin to capturing that elusive 92-point iceberg. A wicked smile gradually crept upon Chen Jinyou's lips. Wanqing. He opened his eyes, his voice thick with fatigue and hoarseness from overexertion, yet his gaze was as sharp as a freshly honed dagger. Master. Su Wanqing immediately stepped forward. Concern etched on her pale face. Use all your spirit stones and connections. Chen Jinyou's voice brooked no dissent, to seek out a top-quality spirit-nourishing jade. And find a set of, well, sufficiently ancient-looking jade slips, preferably with some signs of wear. A flicker of confusion passed through Su Wanqing's eyes. But upon meeting Chen Jinyou's resolute gaze, she immediately bowed. Yes. Master. I will handle it at once. Watching Su Wanqing's hurried departure, Chen Jinyou slowly unfolded his right hand. With a subtle shift of intention, the incomplete yet profoundly arcane information of the heart-merging pill formula began to coalesce in his palm, like an invisible sculptor's chisel. Materializing before him, his aim was to package this 3,000-point treasure trove into a fortuitous gift capable of prying open the iceberg, atop Ice Soul Peak. Within the tranquil chambers of the cold jade palace, Ling Shuang's fingertips finally refined the last trace of the fire lotus essence, merging it into her meridians. An overwhelming surge of power coursed through her, the barrier of the 7th layer of the mystical Ice Heart Sutra shattering with a resonant crack. A breakthrough was imminent. However, what followed was a thick layer of icy stillness from the depths of her heart lake, silently spreading and completely freezing the last vestige of warmth that belonged to her humanity. She slowly opened her eyes, and within the frozen depths of her gaze lay an absolute and haunting emptiness. Chapter 26. The formula is bait. Stirring the heart atop Ice Soul Peak, silence reigned supreme. In the depths of the cold jade palace, the alchemy chamber, isolated by layers of formations, now resembled an abyss after a storm. The chill was no longer the ultimate ruler. On the base of the alchemical furnace, intricately carved from dark ice, the deep purple ground fire had long since extinguished. Yet the dark red heat lingering within the furnace walls fiercely clashed with the extreme cold radiating from Ling Shuang, creating swirling white mist in the air. The atmosphere was thick with the acrid scent of burnt residue, rich medicinal fragrance, and a profound sense of desolation following failure. Ling Shuang sat cross-legged upon the icy jade cushion, her moon-white gown pristine and unblemished, resembling a divine statue hewn from ice and jade. Yet on her face, which seemed frozen for millennia, lay a layer of frost colder than the dark ice itself. Before her floated a small clump of viscous liquid waste, exuding chaotic spiritual light and a pungent, burnt odor. This was the fruit of her latest attempt to use the fire lotus as the main ingredient. Striving to break through the 7th barrier of the mystical Ice Heart Sutra, yet another failure. Failure was not a novel experience. Yet this time, the faint aura emanating from the detritus, born from the tumultuous and chaotic heart of the Earth's fire lotus, pierced through her frozen heart like a chilling dagger, brutally striking her serene inner lake. The loosening of the bottleneck was palpable, as was the genuine surge of power. However, with each impact, each fierce clash between the fire spirit and the mysterious ice, the layer of emotional frost deep within her heart silently thickened and spread. This time, the sensation was particularly pronounced. She could distinctly perceive that the utterly frigid will, stemming from the core of her cultivation technique, was greedily siphoning the energy produced by the conflict, coiling around her soul like parasitic tendrils, intent on draining her last remnants of warmth and sealing her completely in ice. The ice soul sword at her side emitted a low, resonant hum, its chilling aura intensifying, seemingly mirroring the agitation and backlash of her cultivation technique. In this moment of intertwining silence and despair, 3 clear and restrained knocks resonated from the heavy ice door outside the alchemical chamber. Thud, thud, thud. The sound was not loud, yet it shattered the stillness like a stone cast into an absolute zero lake, piercing through the nearly solidified icy atmosphere surrounding Ling Shuang. A fleeting flicker of irritation, almost drowned by the encompassing cold, briefly flashed in the depths of her frozen gaze. only to be swiftly veiled by a deeper indifference. Without lifting her eyes, she subtly moved her fingertips, sending forth a beam of ice-blue spiritual energy that silently pried the heavy stone door open a crack. Chen Jinyou's figure appeared at the threshold. Clad in the same moon-white robe of an inner sect disciple, his complexion appeared more pallid than during their last encounter, as if he had just recovered from a severe illness, moving with a discernible slowness and fragility. He paused at the entrance, allowing the biting chill to brush against his face, his gaze calmly settling on the floating remnants of the failed elixir, before swiftly shifting to Ling Shuang. Bowing slightly, disciple Chen Jinyou pays respects to senior sister Ling Shuang. His voice remained hoarse, yet now carried an intentional frailty, as if each utterance strained against the injuries within. Ling Shuang finally lifted her eyelids. Her icy gaze swept over Chen Jinyou's pale visage and his body bearing the evident marks of past wounds, ultimately resting on his calm, unfathomable eyes. She spoke not a word, merely conveying a silent inquiry through her gaze. "What brings you here?" Chen Jinyou seemed somewhat unsettled under her frigid scrutiny, his eyes lowering slightly. As his right hand instinctively brushed over his left shoulder, the very spot struck by the tail of the magma lizard, his movement betraying clear pain. He cautiously retrieved a jade slip from his bosom. This jade slip was starkly different from the one he had presented in the law enforcement hall. It exuded a gentle warmth, reminiscent of aged mutton fat, its surface adorned with fine, naturally formed web-like patterns, and the edges bore subtle signs of wear and tear. The jade slip emitted no radiant spiritual energy, appearing almost archaic, exuding a profound, weighty essence of time. This is a manifestation of Su Wanqing's meticulous efforts, even to the extent of utilizing a few low-grade spirit stones recently acquired as a reward for the champion of the outer sect competition, to procure a genuine relic from a remote stall specializing in antiquities within the sect's market. These remnants have been aged through a special technique to ensure their antiquity is palpable. The disciple, while organizing healing elixirs in his cave abode, inadvertently unearthed this item, his voice tinged with a hint of appropriate hesitation and uncertainty. It seemed to be a keepsake from a destitute old Taoist he encountered during his youth in the mundane world, who, upon parting, had remarked that it might be related to the harmonization of yin and yang, potentially alleviating cold ailments. At the time, the disciple, being young, had deemed it worthless, carelessly stowing it away, and had long since forgotten about it. As he spoke, he cradled the ancient jade slip in his hands as if it were a fragile porcelain artifact, moving with extreme slowness and a near-reverent bewilderment as he extended it toward Ling Shuang. The disciple, lacking knowledge of alchemy, was uncertain of the authenticity of this object, yet he pondered whether it could somehow be related to his senior sister's cultivation of the supreme ice-based technique. His words faltered, filled with uncertainty and a clumsy sense of desperation, yet his gaze bore the purity of genuine concern, untainted by ulterior motives. To him, this item held no value. Its presence merely gathered dust. "If you think it might be of any assistance to you, senior sister, please accept it," he implored, his demeanor humble, his speech simple, even somewhat incoherent. His portrayal of vulnerability, stemming from his grievous injuries and utter ignorance of alchemical matters, intermingled with a seemingly awkward yet sincere concern born from a desire to repay a debt of gratitude, was rendered with exquisite clarity. Ling Shuang's frigid gaze settled upon the ancient jade slip in Chen Jinyou's hands before shifting to the earnestness etched upon his pale visage. The image of his resolute figure within the law enforcement hall, alongside the bloodied moment he offered the fire lotus at the entrance of the flame prison valley, converged with the current image of this feeble disciple, clinging to a seemingly useless relic out of a sense of obligation. A faint ripple, so subtle that even she was unaware of it, coursed through the depths of her icebound heart. It bore no connection to romantic sentiments, but rather resembled an almost instinctual response to the very essence of persistence. As she practiced the profound Ice Heart Sutra, striving for the utmost perfection, she too embodied a form of tenacity. She did not immediately refuse. With a slight elevation of her delicate wrist, a pure ice-blue spiritual energy, akin to an invisible thread, gently ensnared the ancient jade slip from Chen Jinyou's grasp, drawing it into her palm. Upon contact, it felt slightly heavy, imbued with the jade's inherent coolness. The slip's ancient, intricate patterns and wear marks vividly narrated the passage of time. It indeed exhibited no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations, appearing as mundane as any ordinary object. Ling Shuang held no expectations. Could a trinket gifted by an ordinary old Taoist truly unravel the age-old quandary of her profound Ice Heart Sutra? It was merely a token of gratitude from the injured disciple, seeking to convey a sliver of heartfelt intent. Her ice-encased heart stirred not a single ripple. Driven by a faint, indefinable impulse, perhaps a mere courteous response to this unwavering dedication, Ling Shuang divided a sliver of her consciousness. Akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, and delved into the seemingly unremarkable ancient jade slip. Buzz. At the very moment that a thread of divine consciousness brushed against the interior of the jade slip, an indescribable, vast, and profound torrent of thought surged forth, as if awakened from slumber, akin to an ancient dragon of yore. In an instant, it violently crashed into Ling Shuang's sea of consciousness, following that faint thread of awareness. A gasp, brief yet laden with absolute astonishment, involuntarily escaped Ling Shuang's frozen lips. Though she quickly stifled it, her body, once as immovable as eternal ice, trembled visibly for the first time. The moon-white hem of her gown stirred without wind, and the ice soul sword at her side emitted a sharp hum, its chill intensifying, instantly forming a thick layer of ice upon the ground of the alchemical chamber. Ling Shuang abruptly shut her eyes. On her frozen visage, the ancient tranquility was shattered utterly. In its place emerged a profound shock and disbelief. Her sea of consciousness was now being ravaged by a tempest of thoughts that were neither hers nor of this world. Archaic and enigmatic. What mundane trinket was this, devoid of worth? Within this jade slip was inscribed an unparalleled alchemical philosophy that pointed directly to the ultimate truths of the universe, the very essence of yin and yang. Its core tenets, like the first ray of light that split the heavens and the earth, pierced through the colossal misconceptions she had held for decades while cultivating the heart of Xianbing. Misconceptions she had once taken pride in yet found herself ensnared by. The pursuit of absolute cold? A grave error. A monumental blunder. This alchemical formula explicitly elucidates that the essence of ice is not the cessation of life, but rather the harboring of vitality. Cold is not the annihilation of emotions, but the crystallization of sentiments. The true path of ice is not the obliteration of feelings, morphing into heartless, frigid stillness, but rather using ice as a crucible, emotion as fuel, and thought as a guide, melding the eternal chill into boundless vitality. This line of thinking was exquisitely brilliant, audacious enough to overturn conventional understanding. Yet it pointed directly to the essence. Like an invisible scalpel, it incisively dissected the fatal flaw of the heart of Xianbing, which sought absolute stillness. The hum of the ice soul sword intensified, and the temperature within the chamber plummeted. The ethereal blue glow upon the icy walls flickered frantically. Ling Shuang's body trembled slightly, a manifestation of the path being illuminated, revealing a new realm. This incomplete alchemical formula, though merely sketching a vague outline, lacking the crucial emotional conduits and core refining techniques, held a conceptual height far beyond any sex scriptures she had encountered. It even faintly brushed against the exalted realm that the founder of the heart of Xianbing had never comprehended. She envisioned a possible path using the fire lotus heart of the earth's veins as the guiding light, harmonizing the power of Xianbing. She perceived the exquisite notion of employing the enlightened heart grass to communicate with the slumbering spirit. Moreover, she glimpsed the missing emotional conduits. Akin to the most resplendent gem upon the crown of alchemy, once discovered, they could truly ignite the flame of emotion, melting ice and snow, awakening the slumbering essence of feeling. This was, without a doubt, a celestial key tailored for her. Time seemed to lose its meaning amidst the storm within Ling Shuang's sea of consciousness. When she forcefully withdrew her awareness from that vast and incomplete torrent of thought and slowly opened her eyes, those once frost-bound orbs, frozen for eons, were now irrevocably transformed. No longer is there an absolute emptiness and desolation. Instead, beneath the shattered ice lies a surging current. Astonishment, ecstasy, incredulity, and a profound tremor, as if having traversed boundless darkness for a millennium, suddenly catching a glimpse of a ray of light. Her gaze, for the first time, no longer bore the weight of scrutiny, inquiry, or cold detachment. Rather, it was akin to two powerful searchlights, intensely affixed upon Chen Jinyou, who stood a few steps away, still slightly bowed, his pallid face reflecting a hint of bewilderment and unease. That gaze was so fervent, so focused, as if it sought to penetrate his very being, to discern whether within his soul lay the reincarnation of some ancient power, or whether this revolutionary elixir formula was truly nothing more than the serendipitous acquisition of a mundane old Taoist. The voice of Ling Shuang resounded, no longer like the gentle drip of a clear spring, but rather imbued with an uncontrollable tremor that emanated from the depths of her soul. Where did you acquire this? Each word seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 burdens, crashing down into the silence of the alchemical chamber. The humming of the ice spirit sword had long ceased, with only the slightly uncontrolled aura of frigid energy radiating from her, undulating like a silent tide within the chamber. Chen Jinyou slowly straightened, meeting Ling Shuang's gaze, which felt as though it could pierce through his very soul. His expression still bore that perfect blend of confusion and a touch of helplessness. as though he could not comprehend why this seemingly useless relic would provoke such an emotional upheaval in the icy mountain-like elder sister. Disciple just mentioned, he spoke, his voice tinged with the frailty of a grievously wounded spirit and a hint of bewildered grievance. That this was a gift from a down-and-out old Taoist during my early years in the mundane world. He merely hinted that it might relate to harmonizing yin and yang, alleviating cold ailments. Disciple truly did not realize its significance. He paused, observing the unprecedented turmoil in Ling Shuang's eyes, and cautiously added, "Does this item prove useful to you, elder sister?" That final question carried an almost clumsy concern and trepidation, gently brushing against the tumultuous depths of Ling Shuang's heart like a feather. Useful? It was more than merely useful. In her eyes, the value of this incomplete elixir formula had long surpassed that of the Crimson Sun Fire Lotus. It transcended countless spirit stones and magical treasures. This was the first glimmer of light illuminating her path through the haze of confusion. It was the sole hope of severing the icy shackles that bound her spirit. Ling Shuang tightened her grip on the ancient jade slip, unconsciously feeling its warm touch, which now seemed to radiate a searing heat. She gazed deeply at Chen Jinyou, at his pale face marked by bewilderment and unease, yet capable of repeatedly overturning her understanding. The enforcement hall's protection, the fire lotus of the flame prison valley. And now this incomplete elixir formula that pointed directly to the core of her cultivation. Was one occurrence mere coincidence? Two occurrences mere chance? Then what of three? For the first time, the frozen lake of her heart stirred with a colossal wave. Beneath the unmelting ice, something long suppressed and encased in frost seemed to have been violently pried open by this ancient jade slip, struggling, surging, yearning to break free from its icy confines. She did not respond to Chen Jinyou's seemingly pointless question. Instead, she gazed at him with her eyes, which had long since shattered the ice, now swirling with complex and ineffable emotions. Shock, inquiry, a hint of poignant gratitude? That gaze seemed to silently convey. Who exactly are you, Chen Jinyou? Chapter 27. The shaken frosty senior sister Ling Shuang sat cross-legged atop the icy jade platform. Her once frozen eyes, which had been devoid of life for countless years, now reflected a tumult of emotions, shock, exploration, disbelief, intense enough to incinerate the resolve of any ordinary cultivator. These feelings surged like magma, forcibly trapped beneath the ice, roiling and colliding deep within her gaze, ultimately transforming into something almost tangible. Before her, floating just inches away, was the ancient jade tablet, which bore the incomplete essence of the heart-melting pill. The surface of the tablet shimmered with a warm, creamy luster, appearing even more enigmatic under the cool, ethereal light of the pill chamber. It had transcended the realm of mere objects to become a key that could potentially alter her destiny and sever the thousand-year shackles of the profound Ice Heart Sutra. It silently articulated the absurdity and insipidity of the mundane old Taoist's words bestowed upon her by Chen Jinyou. Once more, Ling Shuang's voice echoed, imbued with a penetrating inquiry. Where did you acquire this? She sought an answer, one that could elucidate the origin of this revolutionary pill formula. Chen Jinyou stood at the epicenter of an oppressive force that could freeze one's very soul. Senior sister, his voice was hoarse and frail, laced with a barely perceptible tremor, as if each word drained the remnants of his strength. Disciple would never dare to deceive. What he had just stated was entirely truthful. The old Taoist, disheveled and rambling, had been dismissed as mere nonsense by the young disciple, who had carelessly tucked away the jade tablet, long forgotten until this recent injury prompted him to sort through old belongings. Otherwise, he would not have recalled it at all. He lifted his gaze, filled with sincere bewilderment and a touch of misunderstood grievance, struggling to meet Ling Shuang's penetrating stare. I truly did not realize this item was of such significance. Nor do I comprehend why senior sister is so insistent in her questioning. His words bore the weakness of an injured person, and his reasoning appeared somewhat muddled, as if he could not fathom why this seemingly useless relic incited such a passionate response from the ice-like senior sister. Ling Shuang's frosty brows furrowed ever so slightly. Chen Jinyou's reaction, weak, confused, and aggrieved, was imbued with the typical disorientation and lack of clarity exhibited by the wounded, appearing seamlessly perfect. Yet, it was this seemingly flawless fade that formed a profound and suffocating paradox against the jade tablet in her hand, which contained the supreme essence of alchemy. A deranged old Taoist? Bestowing it upon a child? Such an explanation crumbled like fragile ice in the face of the ancient pill's core defect, which pointed directly at the profound Ice Heart Sutra. She ceased her inquiries. Deep within her frostbitten gaze, the turbulent undercurrents were forcibly subdued. She turned her full attention back to the floating jade tablet before her. The icy blue consciousness cautiously delved once more, attempting to discern from the vast and fragmented torrent of thoughts any trace of the techniques pertaining to the 7 emotions induction and core alchemical practices. Time slipped silently away in the frozen stillness. Within the alchemical chamber, only the faintest spiritual fluctuations, triggered by the touch of ancient thoughts, remained, alongside the deliberate suppression of Chen Jinyou's breath, which bore the weight of grievous injury and pain. Uncertain how much time had passed, a profound sense of perplexity, laden with gravity, manifested for the first time on Ling Shuang's frostbitten visage. This was not a questioning of the principles behind the alchemical formula, but rather a stagnation in her deductions that had led her into a cul-de-sac. The core steps for refining elixirs with emotional fire, inscribed on the jade slip, resembled a labyrinth shrouded in thick fog, filled with cryptic maxims such as using the soul as a furnace, invoking the fire of emotions, and shaping with thought, yet devoid of specific methodologies. She attempted to simulate emotional fire with her own pure ice spirit energy, but the result was a loss of control, nearly freezing a precious essence of the spirit-connecting heart herb into mere dross. Ling Shuang's fingertips hesitated momentarily, and the icy blue threads of her spiritual energy displayed a barely perceptible chaos. On her eternally frozen countenance, her brows creased with an almost imperceptible arc. For Ling Shuang, who had cultivated the mystic Ice Heart Sutra to profound depths, having suppressed emotional fluctuations to the brink of extinction, this was a conspicuous manifestation of her internal struggle. Just as her deductions reached an impasse, a delicate voice, weak and hesitant, even tinged with a hint of timidity, echoed softly in the silent alchemical chamber. Like a small stone cast into an icy lake, Ling Shuang abruptly lifted her gaze, her frozen eyes reflecting a displeasure interrupted. Swiftly locking onto the source of the sound, Chen Jinyou, whom she had intentionally overlooked, huddled in a corner, his complexion pale as a ghost. Chen Jinyou seemed to flinch under her icy stare, instinctively shrinking back, his eyes darting away in a fearful apprehension of saying something amiss. He pressed his right hand tightly against the injury on his left shoulder, as if a piercing pain were emanating from it, his voice barely a whisper, fragmented. Disciple. The disciple is dull-witted, lacking understanding of the alchemical path. I only noticed that when senior sister manipulated the essence of the spirit-connecting heart herb, it seemed, perhaps the infusion of spiritual energy was too direct. The disciple, in a daze, recalled that the old master once murmured something during his madness. He appeared to drift into a painful recollection, his brow furrowed as he strained to remember, his speech slow and filled with uncertainty. He said that the heart herb's spirit cannot be driven by brute force, but rather caressed like a young beast, following its patterns. Guided by thought, resonating with emotion. Boom. Like thunder crashing in the depths of Ling Shuang's consciousness. Caressed like a young beast, following its patterns, guided by thought, resonating with emotion. What seemed like the ramblings of madness now struck her ears with the clarity of enlightenment, piercing through the fog that had ensnared her. Had she not just committed the grave error of employing brute force in her manipulation of the spirit-connecting heart herb's essence? This spirit herb possessed its own sentience and required a gentle infusion of thought to guide it, aligning with its inherent wave patterns, rather than forcibly suppressing and shaping it with frigid spiritual energy. This line of thought subtly resonates with the profound concept of mental energy shaping and the resonance of fiery emotions found within the jade slips. It merely articulates this notion in a more vivid and straightforward manner. Such a connection is certainly not coincidental. For the first time, the frosty gaze of Ling Shuang experienced a violent upheaval. She abruptly turned her eyes towards Chen Jinyou, her scrutiny transformed into an incredulous inquiry. How could this severely injured and seemingly incapable disciple, who appeared unversed in the path of alchemy, consistently pinpoint the essence of the core through his delirious ramblings? Moreover, it seemed as if Chen Jinyou remained oblivious to the tumultuous storm within Ling Shuang's eyes, still lost in his painful reminiscences and fervent attempts to articulate them. He breathed heavily, his complexion taking on a sickly hue due to the strain of recollection, recalling what the old sage had once uttered: the solitary yin cannot endure. The unique yang cannot birth. In the extreme cold resides a spark of true fire. The 7 emotions are not poison, but rather the fuel for refining the heart. Ling Shuang silently contemplated these more profound yet incisive aphorisms, which directly pointed to the essence of the core flaws within the heart of the mysterious ice. Particularly the final phrase, the 7 emotions are not poison, but rather the fuel for refining the heart, represented a complete subversion of her pursuit of emotional detachment and absolute resolve. It illuminated the truth that the essence of the missing 7 emotions did not stem from external sources, but rather from the emotional core within herself that had been frozen. To refine the 7 emotions and ignite the heart's fire was indeed the key to melting the ice and snow. A monumental realization surged through Ling Shuang's consciousness like a torrent. The fog that had long troubled her regarding the emotional fire in alchemy was forcefully torn asunder by these seemingly mad utterances. The way she looked at Chen Jinyou transformed entirely. Shock, confusion, inquiry, and an instinctive reliance that even she had not yet recognized. What secrets lay hidden within this injured, fragile, and bewildered junior disciple? Was that old sage's madness genuine or mere illusion? Why did those seemingly casual remarks always manage to pierce through the barriers of her deep contemplation? Ling Shuang's voice carried a hint of dryness and tremor, a subtlety she was unaware of herself, as she tentatively inquired, what else did the old sage say? Chen Jinyou appeared momentarily taken aback, blinking in confusion, before revealing a weak yet shamefaced smile and shaking his head. As a disciple, I was quite young at the time and found his ramblings rather frightening, failing to listen closely. To remember these fragments was already a tremendous effort for him. He breathed heavily, his form swaying as if he might collapse at any moment, his face etched with exhaustion and regret for not being able to assist further. Ling Shuang fell silent. She gazed at Chen Jinyou's frail figure, as though a mere gust could topple him. Observing the regret on his face that conveyed he had done all he could, this brought to mind the protection from the law enforcement hall, the fire lotus of the flame prison valley, and this revolutionary alchemical formula, evoking an exceedingly complex and unprecedented emotion within her. Akin to the undercurrents surging beneath a thawing river in early spring, quietly blossoming in the depths of her frozen heart lake. She ceased her inquiries, merely casting a profound and intricate glance at Chen Jinyou. Suddenly, she gathered her thoughts, her fingertips exuding a chilling azure energy once more. This time, however, she no longer sought the ultimate coldness and control. Instead, she infused her power with an unprecedented gentleness and a hint of exploration. With utmost care, akin to how Chen Jinyou would soothe a young beast, she entwined a strand of gentle mental energy around the essence of the spirit-connecting wise heart herb, attempting to align with the faint fluctuations of its innate spirit. Buzz, the once unruly essence of the spirit liquid, which could have been frozen by her icy power at any moment, unexpectedly emitted a faint resonance, akin to a joyous tremor. Upon sensing the guidance of this gentle mental energy, subsequently, like a trickling stream, it obediently merged into the meridians of Dan power that Ling Shuang had meticulously crafted. Success. A flicker of indescribable brilliance flashed in the depths of Ling Shuang's ice-encased gaze. Though it was but a small step, it undoubtedly confirmed that Chen Jinyou's seemingly mad utterances were indeed the key to unlocking this supreme alchemical labyrinth. Ling Shuang spoke again, her voice still frigid. Yet it seemed to carry an almost imperceptible warmth, one she herself was unaware of. Your injuries remain unhealed. There is no need to exert yourself. Please sit. Without looking at him, she directed her energy, and a small stool, composed of pure icy essence, silently manifested beside Chen Jinyou. He appeared momentarily taken aback, a look of bewildered gratitude flashing in his eyes, before he respectfully bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you, senior sister." He complied and sat upon the icy stool, his movements still marked by the stiffness and caution of an injured person, as if fearing to disturb something delicate. Within the alchemical chamber, silence once again enveloped the space. Yet, this silence was markedly different from before. Ling Shuang was wholly engrossed in the intricate calculations of the alchemical formula and the harmonization of the spiritual herbs. Her azure energy and mental force intertwined, sometimes pausing in contemplation, other times flowing fluidly with purpose. Meanwhile, Chen Jinyou remained like the most tranquil observer, quietly seated on the icy stool, his complexion pale, his breath feeble, his gaze occasionally drifting to Ling Shuang's deftly manipulating fingertips or the changing concoction within the cauldron. His expression imbued with a pure, almost dazed focus and curiosity, resembling an innocent apprentice striving to comprehend an arcane scripture. However, whenever Ling Shuang's calculations encountered a subtle point of stagnation, her brow would involuntarily furrow. In those moments, the faint, hesitant voice of her senior brother would timely and gently resound. "Junior sister, it seems the old sage mentioned something about the yin giving rise to the yang, requiring one to seek the gap for transition. Or perhaps, mental energy is like silk. Its value lies in its unbroken continuity, much like spring rain nourishing all it touches. And then there is the essence of timing, where the heart must guide the effort." Each time, his words were but fragments. Each time, they streaked through the darkness like fleeting meteors, illuminating the most critical, yet easily overlooked reefs along Ling Shuang's path of deduction with remarkable precision. Each utterance stirred deeper waves within the frozen lake of her heart. She no longer interrupted him, nor did she scrutinize him with her gaze. Instead, following his frail reminders, a glimmer of contemplation would flicker in her icebound eyes, and then the flow of her energy would undergo exquisite adjustments, instantly overcoming the previous stagnation. Time quietly slipped away in the silent flow of the elixir within the alchemical furnace. The fierce winds atop the ice spirit peak continued to howl outside the cold jade palace. Inside the alchemical chamber, the essence of ice and fire merged silently. A figure clad in moonlight blue sat upon a xianbing mat, while a pallid youth rested on a jade stool. One was immersed in the profound path of alchemy, while the other was lost in a haze of fragmented memories. Between them, silence prevailed. Only the occasional weak and hesitant reminders echoed, akin to pebbles cast into a deep pool, sending forth ripples of silence that intertwined an invisible bond, deepening within this frozen and fiery stillness. Ling Shuang remained oblivious, absorbed in her calculations, the passage of time feeling longer than ever before. Chen Jinyou's presence, initially a distraction, gradually transformed into an oddly comforting backdrop she subconsciously resisted driving away. Within Cave 73, Su Wanqing gazed towards the ice spirit peak, her eyes clouded with worry. She was unaware of what her master was experiencing within the alchemical chamber of the Ice Mountain senior sister. Outside the cave, Elder Sun's resentful glance, akin to a cold, venomous serpent, lingered in her heart, haunting her thoughts. Chapter 28. Collaborative Pursuit of Alchemy. Fresh perspectives at this moment, a peculiar elixir, the size of a fist and suspended between reality and illusion, hovered above the alchemical furnace, exuding an enchanting spiritual resonance. It was no longer merely a concentrated essence of medicinal power. It resembled a living, flowing star. At its core lay the molten essence of the red sun fire lotus. Akin to a burning star, surrounding it were the harmonious forces of the ice blue and milky white spiritual wisdom grass and the ancient warm jade essence. Resembling a nebula encircling the star, the outermost layer featured countless threads of emotion, as thin as hair and shimmering with rainbow hues, intricately woven and guided by Ling Shuang's own heartfelt resonance, attempting to construct the emotional web described in the mysterious alchemical formula. Fully merging the core's solar fire with the surrounding icy essence, Ling Shuang sat cross-legged on the jade mat, her moonlight blue figure seemingly merging with the alchemical furnace and the peculiar elixir. Her eyes were tightly closed, her frozen visage devoid of any fluctuation, save for an absolute focus. Her 10 fingers moved gracefully in the air, as if plucking invisible strings, intertwining the purest xianbing spiritual power with the gentle yet resilient force of her divine consciousness, cautiously guiding each thread of rainbow emotion, capturing the subtle yin-yang rhythms of the elixir's core. Chen Jinyou sat quietly on the corner's jade stool, his complexion still pale and his breath weak. He resembled the most inconspicuous shadow, yet his gaze acted as the most precise probe, silently fixed upon Ling Shuang's flawless profile and the fingertips manipulating the spiritual energy. He waited, awaiting the opportunity he had meticulously crafted and nurtured. The simulation had reached a critical juncture. The weaving of the emotional web required establishing the most fundamental resonance between the simulated emotional threads and the solar fire at the core of the elixir, igniting that true heart's flame. This step was the most vital and perilous in completing the alchemical formula. Should it fail, not only would all previous efforts be in vain, but the backlash from the elixir could severely harm the soul. Ling Shuang's fingertips trembled imperceptibly. She had seen the point. In the fleeting moment when the fiery essence of the sun achieves a delicate equilibrium with the icy power of the surrounding nebula, it becomes the most opportune moment to invoke emotions and ignite the inner flame. Yet how to invoke? How to ignite? The jade tablet offers vague hints. And how can she, whose emotional core is sealed by the heart of profound ice, truly ignite this fire of profound sentiment? Deep within her frozen heart lake, an overwhelming uncertainty and a trace of fear, stemming from the backlash of her cultivation, surged forth for the first time. This fear was not of failure, but of the act of igniting the heart's flame itself, which entailed actively reaching out to stir the emotions she had long regarded as a monstrous flood. This contradicted the very foundation of her heart of profound ice. Just at the moment when a minuscule crack appeared in her heart and mind, senior sister Chen Jinyou's weak yet urgent voice, laced with concern, pierced through the stillness of the alchemy room like a precisely shot arrow, abruptly shattering the dead silence. His voice, though soft, possessed an extraordinary penetrating power, instantly burrowing into Ling Shuang's mind, which was heightened in sensitivity due to her intense anxiety. Ling Shuang's fingertips, which controlled the spiritual energy, suddenly stiffened. Above the cauldron, the peculiar elixir oscillated violently. The core of the crimson sunfire lotus heart, akin to a ferocious beast roused from slumber, erupted with a tempest of fiery energy. Struggling to break free, the icy blue nebula surrounding it swayed violently, and countless fragile strands of emotional light emitted a mournful cry, snapping under the pressure. Was all hope lost? Would the elixir be destroyed in backlash? A surge of fury and a hint of despair enveloped Ling Shuang in an instant. Her frostbitten eyes abruptly opened, radiating a chilling brilliance capable of freezing souls, and shot towards the source of the voice. Yet, the visage that met her gaze was not one of panic. Chen Jinyou remained seated, his complexion as pale as ever. However, the expression in his eyes had transformed. No longer filled with confusion and frailty, they now resembled two unfathomable icy pools, glimmering with an insight that grasped the entirety of the situation. A disquieting allure played at the corners of his lips. From the depths of darkness, passion ignites spontaneously. His voice, no longer weak, resonated with a peculiar magnetism. Akin to the whisper of a sorcerer, each word striking precisely upon Ling Shuang's mind, which was now reeling from the chaotic elixir. Senior sister, what are you afraid of? The word afraid pierced through Ling Shuang's frozen defenses like a venomous curse. After decades of cultivating the heart of profound ice, severing emotions and extinguishing desires, had she ever known fear? Yet in this moment, confronted with the imminent loss of control over the elixir, with the potential for failure looming, and facing Chen Jinyou's soul-piercing inquiry, the unbreakable ice of her heart was indeed cracked open. Was it anger at failure? Fear of backlash? Or a resistance and dread towards stirring her own innate emotions? In that split second when her mind was violently shaken, and the ice soul sword hummed in resonance with her tumultuous emotions, an unforeseen change occurred. The core of the peculiar elixir, on the verge of complete detonation. With the tumultuous essence of the crimson sunfire lotus heart, instead of exploding outward upon losing the tether of emotional threads, was abruptly drawn inward, as if guided by some supreme law. An indescribable wave of emotion, emanating from the very essence of life, delicate yet profoundly pure, surged forth like a dormant volcano suddenly awakening, erupting explosively from its collapsed core. This emotional fluctuation did not arise from Ling Shuang, but rather from the essence of the elixir itself, stemming from the abrupt release of the suppressed heart of the crimson sunfire lotus. It originated from the instinctual resonance of the Ling Hui heart herb, which captured the momentary, intense emotional upheaval of Ling Shuang, and was further ignited by Chen Jinyou's incantation-like awakening, shattering Ling Shuang's self-imposed frozen state of mind. This awakened a primal yearning for breakthrough and liberation, akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, struggling to break free, and was instantaneously ensnared and magnified by the elixir. Boom! Not an explosion, but a rebirth through nirvana. The collapsed core of the elixir, with its faint yet pure sentiment of joy and liberation, ignited the raging heart of the crimson sunfire lotus like a spark igniting a wildfire. The golden-red flames transformed from their once violent rage into a warm, vibrant heartfire. This heartfire leapt, instantly igniting the surrounding fragments of shattered rainbow sentiments. Countless broken shards of rainbow light, like moths drawn to a flame, willingly merged into the heartfire. Buzz. A resonant hum, reminiscent of ancient primordial times, filled the elixir chamber with joy and vitality. The elixir, which was destined for destruction, was reborn in flames, astonishing all witnesses. The ferocious power was tamed, and ice and fire merged in perfect harmony. A dragon-eye-sized, perfectly round elixir pill, emanating a dreamlike cascade of colors, slowly took shape, enveloped in the warmth of the heart fire. The surface of the elixir pill revealed faint patterns of icy blue and golden red, flowing like a living entity, exuding an enigmatic aura that harmonized yin and yang, nourishing the soul. Although it was still a step away from becoming the true heart-melting elixir, this undoubtedly marked the most crucial phase. The greatest bottleneck that had plagued Ling Shuang for days had unexpectedly been breached in this extraordinary manner. Amidst her mental turmoil and the imminent destruction of the elixir, a colossal shockwave engulfed Ling Shuang, akin to a tsunami. She stared blankly at the slowly rotating, multicolored elixir pill above the furnace, sensing within it an enigmatic power that, while originating from her Xianbing Heart Sutra, was distinctly different and teeming with life. Even more profoundly, as the elixir pill began to take form, a faint yet remarkably clear warm current, seemingly disregarding the distance of space, surged through the invisible connection between her and the elixir pill, flowing upstream and subtly infiltrating her frozen heart lake. Crack! A sound, audible only to Ling Shuang, resonated from the depths of her soul. The indomitable barrier of the 7th level of the Xianbing Heart Sutra shattered under the impact of this life-giving warm current. Like a spring ice river breaking apart, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy instantly traversed new meridians. The peak barrier of the foundational stage was effortlessly surpassed. She had now entered the late foundational stage. The power surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, filling her limbs and bones. More pure and harmonious than she had anticipated following her breakthrough. Within her body, the once subtly rigid meridians, rendered almost immobile by the extreme coldness of the Xianbing Heart Sutra, began to awaken under the gentle caress of a warm, life-infused current. This sensation, reminiscent of the thawing of ice and the resurgence of life, brought forth a long-forgotten sense of ease. Even more astonishing was the revelation that, deep within her heart's lake, a layer of ancient ice, symbolizing the freezing of her emotions, was being irrevocably melted by this warm flow. Although it was but a mere sliver of thaw, the shattering of that chilling stillness unleashed a faint yet genuine feeling, a pure joy at breaking through a long-standing barrier, a profound shock at being reborn from despair, and an exhilarating glimpse of the sublime path ahead, akin to a tender sprout emerging for the first time with clarity from her frozen soul's soil. This unfamiliar, surging emotion nearly overwhelmed her resolve. Ling Shuang's body trembled uncontrollably, not from weakness, but from a tremendous impact deep within her soul. She abruptly raised her head, and for the first time, the icy depths of her eyes shattered completely. Shock, ecstasy, bewilderment, and an overwhelming sensation akin to a drowning person grasping for a piece of driftwood. All her emotions cascaded like a flood, dismantling the frigid mask she had maintained for decades. Her gaze fixed intently upon the corner, locking onto the architect of her awakening, Chen Jinyou. It was he. His singular reminder had pierced her defenses. He had ignited the heart fire of the elixir. He had facilitated her breakthrough in the direst of circumstances, even loosening the frost that bound her emotions. Chen Jinyou gradually rose, meeting Ling Shuang's gaze, which flickered with an intensity capable of igniting his very soul. The pallor and frailty on his face receded like the tide, replaced by a profound tranquility that exuded mastery over all. The moment had arrived. The quarry's defenses lay shattered, her mind exposed. The immense allure of 92 points and the heavy burden of 7,550 points acted as the most potent catalysts, igniting all of his ambitions. Congratulations, senior sister, on your breakthrough in alchemy, the shattering of your bottleneck. His voice, calm yet imbued with an extraordinary clarity, resonated within Ling Shuang's tumultuous mindscape, conveying the genesis of her heart fire and the heralding of her thaw. However, the backlash of the Xianbing Heart Sutra gnawed her like a parasitic worm. A millennium of ice entrapment could hardly be undone by the mere formation of an elixir. His words extinguished the flickering joy that had just ignited in Ling Shuang's heart. Today, while the elixir was formed and the bottleneck broken, the root of the technique's backlash remained unaddressed. Without opportunity, she would inevitably return to frigid silence, her 1,000 years of cultivation lost to the winds. Each word struck her, like a heavy hammer, upon the fragile defenses of her heart that had only just begun to loosen. The joy of her recent breakthrough and the warmth of her newly stirred emotions were instantly eclipsed by an overwhelming sense of crisis and chilling despair. The spark in her eyes dimmed abruptly. Opportunity? Ling Shuang's voice carried a dryness and urgency she herself had not noticed. In that moment, her mind was in turmoil, her heart's resolve fracturing under the weight of intense emotions, intertwining a yearning for power with a terror of returning to complete frost. She instinctively grasped the keywords in Chen Jinyou's words. Indeed, opportunity. The corners of Chen Jinyou's mouth once again curled into that cold, sinister arc, his eyes shimmering with a light that devoured all like an abyss. He stepped forward, closing the distance to Ling Shuang to less than 3 feet. An invisible, intensely aggressive aura quietly spread around him. The disciple bore a legacy that transcended this realm. Within that legacy lay a method of covenant. He intentionally paused, allowing the term covenant to resonate heavily in Ling Shuang's tumultuous sea of consciousness. This covenant was not one of master and servant, but of equal coexistence. His voice rose sharply, imbued with an irresistible allure, declaring that if his senior sister willingly entered into this covenant, she could share in the secrets of the disciple's legacy. Not only would it completely resolve the backlash from the Xianbing Heart Sutra, but it would also assist his senior sister in comprehending the profound principles of this elixir formula, enabling her to truly refine the heart-melting pill. She might even glimpse the profound mysteries of higher realms. He locked his gaze onto the rapidly shifting light in Ling Shuang's eyes, capturing the unmistakable fire of desire ignited by the prospect of overcoming the backlash and reaching a higher plane, and continued to cast the most fatal bait. Once the covenant was established, our minds would be interconnected, safeguarding one another. Senior sister's icy might could serve as a shield for the disciple. The secrets of the disciple's legacy could guide the senior sister. This was the path of mutual assistance and shared victory. He reiterated the notions of willingness and equality, meticulously framing the essence of the master-servant contract as a sacred transaction and cooperation. Senior sister, Chen Jinyou's voice fell to a near whisper. The moment to break the ice lies solely in the present. Will you willingly return to the frigid void, halting your path for millennia? Or will you seize the opportunity to join hands with me and ascend the supreme path together? Covenant, Ling Shuang murmured. The frozen lake of her heart now stirred by titanic waves. The ecstasy of breaking through a bottleneck, the shock of emotional awakening, the fear of being utterly frozen, the yearning for a higher realm, and the myriad emotions stemming from this mysterious disciple, who repeatedly overturned her understanding and brought both miracles and crises, swirled around her like a violent vortex, utterly shattering her proud rationality and cold demeanor. She gazed into Chen Jinyou's fathomless eyes, observing his pale, yet confident and commanding visage. The scenes of enforcing the law, the fire lotus of the flame prison valley, the revolutionary elixir formula, the crucial guidance at pivotal moments, and this moment's covenant, which could resolve her fundamental predicament, flashed frantically in her mind. Willingness, equality, shared legacy, interconnected minds, complete resolution of backlash. These phrases, like incantations imbued with magic, struck deeply at her innermost desires and fears at the instant her spirit faltered. Rationality warned her that this covenant was anything but simple. Yet the stirrings of emotion, a recently loosened thread, and the instinct for survival, the path, resonated like the siren's song, rendering her unable to resist. The ice spirit sword at her side emitted a fierce hum, its blade exuding a chilling aura, seemingly restless in response to its master's tumultuous emotions. Time appeared to freeze. Ling Shuang's fingertips trembled slightly, a manifestation of her inner turmoil. Her ice-locked gaze remained fixed on Chen Jinyou, filled with the final scrutiny, struggle, and a resolute determination to make an irrevocable decision. At last, under the abyss-like gaze of Chen Jinyou, which seemed poised to engulf her, Ling Shuang slowly and laboriously closed her eyes before the ultimate choice between her path and total entrapment. Her long eyelashes trembled like the wings of a dying butterfly. When she reopened them, they held a profound and sacrificial resolve. She looked at Chen Jinyou, her voice chilly yet imbued with a barely perceptible tremor, as she distinctly uttered two words, "I sign." The moment her words fell, the long-suppressed, volcanic heat of desire erupted in Chen Jinyou's eyes. Chapter 29. Successfully capturing the Ice Mountain senior sister atop the Ice Soul Peak, within the cold Jade Palace's alchemical chamber. There was an absolute silence, a silence so profound that it seemed as if time itself had frozen. Ling Shuang remained in a meditative posture, her moonlit figure resembling an ancient, unmelting ice sculpture. Yet, within her eternally frozen eyes lay an unprecedented emptiness and tremor. It was as if her consciousness had been forcibly extracted from her corporeal shell, thrust into the heart of an incomprehensible and irresistible tempest of laws. The instant she uttered "I sign," the long-repressed fervor in Chen Jinyou's gaze exploded. He made no movement, merely stirring his thoughts, as a dark golden contract rune, indescribable in its form and seemingly woven from the purest rules entwined with chaos, materialized in the void between him and Ling Shuang. This rune was complex and profound to an extreme. Each stroke seemed to articulate the ultimate truths of cosmic birth and extinction, imbued with an inescapable, absolute will. The moment it appeared, the very space of the chamber groaned under the weight of its presence, the icy blue light of the walls flickering erratically. Ling Shuang had no time to react, nor to entertain even a flicker of resistance. The dark golden contract rune crossed the boundaries of time and space, disregarding her foundational protective barriers, and the warning hum of the ice soul soared at her side, instantly branding itself deep within her brow. Boom! An unimaginable torrent of information surged forth, carrying the cold, unyielding will of the laws, crashing through all of Ling Shuang's defenses like a celestial river pouring backward, forcefully penetrating the very essence of her soul. The contents of the contract, its terms, constraints, and the most pivotal voluntary imprint, became the deepest of engravings, fused with her spirit in an inseparable bond. Simultaneously, an extraordinary force emanating from the core of the contract, unparalleled in its dominion, acted like an invisible chisel, disregarding her will and her shame, precisely branding a distinct mark upon the most concealed skin on the inner side of her thigh. This mark, though intangible, seemed alive. It manifested a profound ice blue hue, resembling a bud of an ice crystal snow lotus, with delicate dark golden contract patterns flowing along the edges of its petals. The instant the mark took shape, a faint yet incredibly clear connection to Chen Jinyou's soul essence was established. As if bound by an invisible chain, she found herself inexorably tethered to the man before her. Suddenly, Ling Shuang's body stiffened. A tremor emanating from the depths of her soul surged through her entire being in an instant. It was not pain, but rather a chilling suffocation, a sense of having been irrevocably branded and stripped of a core freedom. Instinctively, she sought to channel the Xianbing Heart Sutra to resist, to encase this humiliating mark in ice. However, the mechanical, emotionless electronic voice resonated within Chen Jinyou's consciousness, proclaiming, Ding. Target captured. Ling Shuang. Aesthetic assessment. 94 points. 2 points higher than estimated. Acquired the heart of the fairy. Redeemable points. 9,400. Current points. 1,850. All debts cleared. The cold, mechanical voice sounded like a divine decree from the heavens, abruptly shattering Chen Jinyou's rationality. Success. An overwhelming ecstasy akin to an apocalyptic tsunami engulfed all his senses. 94 points. Exceeding the system's estimate of 92. 9,400 points. Not only did it instantaneously erase his colossal debt of 7,550 points, but it also left him with a surplus of 1,850 points. A profound sense of wealth and power surged through him like a current, nearly prompting him to cry out to the heavens. Contract established. Target, Ling Shuang, Late Foundation Establishment. Contract feedback activated. Host may share partial cultivation insights from the contract target, requires target's voluntary opening. Target receives contract benefits. The constraints of the Xuanbing Heart Sutra significantly loosen, enhancing the breakthrough effect by 50, facilitating cultivation advancement. Almost simultaneously with the system's notification, an indescribable, pure, and boundless warmth surged forth like a tidal wave, flowing through the newly established soul link, disregarding the distance of space, and forcefully inundating Ling Shuang's body. This warmth was not spiritual power. Instead, it embodied a higher essence, brimming with the potential for breakthroughs, evolution, and the very essence of life's leap. Boom! Within Ling Shuang, the spiritual energy of the Xianbing Heart Sutra, which had just stabilized after breaking through to the Late Foundation Establishment, ignited like oil set ablaze by countless sparks, erupting with fervor. The slight loosening of her martial constraints, previously caused by the nascent elixir, now shattered like fragile ice under the force of this torrent. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of fragmentation emanating from her soul resonated continuously. The spiritual energy, more tumultuous than during her earlier breakthrough, surged through previously sealed meridians, roaring like a flood unleashed from a dam, madly washing, expanding, and reinforcing every channel and every fiber of her being. Late Foundation Establishment, early stage, mid-stage, peak of Late Foundation Establishment. As the waters rise, so too does the vessel. In mere moments, Ling Shuang's cultivation surged to the pinnacle of Late Foundation Establishment, propelled by the immense life force of the contract feedback, drawing her tantalizingly close to the elusive path of the golden core. What truly shook her to the core, nearly causing her heart to falter, was the unexpected thawing of a layer of millennial-old ice, symbolizing the freezing of emotions deep within her heart's lake. This was catalyzed by a warm current, embodying the essence of life's transformative leap, which miraculously melted a small portion of that enduring frost. Though the extent remained limited, the piercing chill of desolation was shattered, replaced by an overwhelming sensation of warmth permeating her very soul, tenfold, 100-fold clearer than during her previous breakthrough. A tumultuous wave of unfamiliar emotions surged within her. A blend of euphoric power, the humiliation of the imprinted contract, and a profound confusion regarding the drastic transformation she was experiencing. It resembled a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage, roaring with unprecedented clarity and intensity deep within her once frozen spirit. A suppressed, agonized groan, tinged with an unusual tremor, involuntarily escaped her lips as she abruptly opened her eyes. Those once frozen, shattered orbs were now completely engulfed by a torrent of emotions: shame, shock, ecstasy, humiliation, bewilderment. A sense of empowerment, and an indescribable, complex perception of the man before her, stemming from a bond of souls. Her body trembled violently, not from weakness, but due to the sudden influx of transformative power and soul-shattering impact. The terrifying spiritual pressure from her peak foundation establishment stage erupted uncontrollably, causing the ice soul sword to emit a piercing hum and shoot upward, filling the chamber with chilling sword energy that carved deep gashes into the ice walls. She fixed her gaze intently on the man standing a few steps away, Chen Jinyou, who wore an unabashed smile. It was he who forged this peculiar contract, he who brought forth this transformative power, and he who left an indelible mark deep within her soul, a whirlwind of humiliation, fury, strength, and the inexplicable bond forged by the contract ensnared her heart like a venomous vine. Ling Shuang, how do you feel? Chen Jinyou's voice rang out. Are you satisfied with the power of the contract? His gaze brazenly roamed over Ling Shuang's heaving chest, then past her slightly flushed, frozen visage, ultimately landing with a glint of sinister amusement at the spot on her thigh, concealed beneath her moon-white skirt, where the mark of the ice crystal snow lotus was imprinted. Ling Shuang's body went rigid. A wave of icy cold, even more frigid than when the mark was first branded, erupted from the depths of her soul. Almost instinctively, she brought her legs together. The ice soul sword, sensing its master's indignation, let out a shrill cry, tearing through the air as it shot toward Chen Jinyou's throat. However, just as the sword energy was about to graze Chen Jinyou's skin, a faint, dark golden rune, the manifestation of their newly forged contract, flickered and vanished. Boom. An irresistible force of absolute confinement, emanating from the core of the contract, gripped her soul like an invisible hand. The fierce, unparalleled ice sword energy collided with an intangible wall of resignation, shattering mere inches from Chen Jinyou's throat, exploding into a flurry of ice crystals. Puff! Ling Shuang, as if struck by lightning, violently expelled a mouthful of blood. The excruciating agony inflicted upon her soul by the backlash of the contract far surpassed any corporeal wounds. She staggered back, colliding with the frigid wall of ice, barely managing to steady herself. The ice soul sword let out a mournful cry, its radiance dimming as it returned to her side. She lifted her gaze, her shattered eyes reflecting a tumultuous blend of humiliation, rage, shock, and an indescribable affection. It dawned upon her the true nature of this so-called equal symbiotic contract. Its essence was one of overwhelming dominance and utter irreversibility. The contract was sealed, her life and death, her will, and even her attacks had become a pitiful jest in the face of the contract's absolute laws. Sister, it seems you still require time to adapt. Chen Jinyou observed Ling Shuang retreating while spitting blood, his smile growing ever more pronounced. He dismissed the tumultuous shock that plagued Ling Shuang's mind, her heart's resolve teetering on the brink of collapse, as his consciousness plunged deep into the ocean of his own mind. An immense wave of ecstasy engulfed him once more. Current points, 1850. Shop access unlocked. Higher tier items can be exchanged. System. Chen Jinyou's thoughts brimmed with impatient greed as he immediately exchanged for the 9 transformations of the dominant body foundation volume. He exchanged for body refinement pills. He sought to procure all resources that would expedite the enhancement of his physical strength at any cost. Exchange command confirmed. Exchanging 9 transformations of the dominant body foundation volume. Cost. 2,000 points. Exchanging premium body refinement pill, 1 bottle, 10 pills, cost, 500 points. Exchanging earth vein fire spirit liquid, cost, 300 points. Total points consumed, 2,800. Current points, 950. A tremendous torrent of information surged into his consciousness, far greater than when he exchanged for the ice symbol and heart-melting pill formula. The profound and intricate pathways of the 9 transformations of the dominant body foundation volume. The methods of blood and chi manipulation, and the esoteric techniques to refine one's golden body using the earth fire's malevolence were indelibly etched into his soul. Simultaneously, a crimson pill the size of a dragon's eye, exuding a ferocious aura of fire spirit, and a jar of dark red liquid, thick and boiling like molten lava, appeared in his system inventory. Overdraft? Negative points? Chen Jinyou remained unfazed, with Ling Shuang, the towering iceberg of 94 points, by his side, and the overwhelming surge of peak foundational spiritual energy emanating from their soul link. What was a mere deficit of 950 points? He was solely focused on transforming this sudden influx of power into tangible combat strength. Wanqing. Chen Jinyou's voice pierced through the cave's restrictions, reaching the ears of Su Wanqing, who had been anxiously fretting in Cave 73. A mere quarter of an hour later. Master. Su Wanqing rushed in almost instantaneously. Her eyes were met with the chaotic scene within the alchemy chamber. Ice walls sliced by sword chi, lingering ice crystals, the suspended forms of multicolored pills, and Ling Shuang. Slumped against the ice wall, her lips stained with blood, her complexion as pale as paper, and her gaze a complex mixture of extreme humiliation. Additionally, there was the unmasked ecstasy on Chen Jinyou's face. A profound shock and a hint of inexplicable fear instantly filled Su Wanqing's heart. Yet her loyalty to her master was deeply ingrained in her soul. Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately bowed, declaring, "Please, master, command me. I shall guard the entrance. No one shall approach the cave, even a step." Chen Jinyou's voice was resolute, and for the time being, senior sister Ling Shuang remained there. He cast a glance at Ling Shuang, who sat against the wall, her breath ragged and her gaze hollow, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Keeping her there served both as a means of surveillance and as a way for her to witness his rise firsthand. Indeed, Su Wanqing showed no hesitation, promptly retreating to the entrance of the cave, sitting cross-legged, unleashing her spiritual energy, and remaining vigilant against the outside world. Simultaneously, her peripheral vision caught glimpses of the legendary senior sister, who was said to be pure and untainted, yet appeared remarkably fragile at that moment, evoking in her a profound sense of awe and curiosity. Chen Jinyou wasted no time. He settled back beside the spirit spring, his mind focused, and in an instant, A bottle emanating a fierce aura of the supreme body-refining elixir and the earth vein fire essence appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and swallowed a pill the size of a longan, crimson as blood. The elixir dissolved upon entry, transforming into a torrent of searing heat that surged through his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, he opened the cold jade bottle, pouring the viscous, molten earth vein fire essence directly onto his bare torso. With a sizzling sound, akin to a red-hot iron plunging into cold water, the scalding liquid met his skin, producing a painful hissing noise. Intense agony engulfed him in an instant. His skin turned a fiery red, veins bulging like coiling dragons. A roar escaped Chen Jinyou's lips, reminiscent of a wounded beast, as his eyes ignited with a crimson hue. Yet he showed no sign of retreat, as the 9 turns body refining technique surged into action. The residual power of the pseudo-divine beast's blood within him was fully awakened, his vitality burning like a furnace, fiercely resisting, devouring, and refining the chaotic medicinal energy and earth fire malevolence that flooded his body. The pure spiritual energy from the spring was drawn forth in a frenzy, transforming into nourishing rain that mended the meridians torn asunder by the violent forces. Within his consciousness, the pathway of the 9 turns body refining technique was vividly clear, guiding this cataclysmic power, incessantly washing over and hammering his sinews, skin, and internal organs. Inside the cave, the temperature surged dramatically. Chen Jinyou radiated a dark red glow of violent vitality, intertwined with the golden red malevolence of the earth vein fire essence, creating a scorching aura. His body resonated with dull thuds like metal being forged, as his bones restructured and his muscles became increasingly resilient through the tearing and healing process. Su Wanqing, guarding the entrance, felt the terrifying presence within the cave, akin to an ancient ferocious beast awakening, her eyes filled with unparalleled shock and reverence. Her master was growing even more formidable. Leaning against the icy wall, Ling Shuang's hollow gaze was also drawn to the tumultuous scene of cultivation unfolding before her. She observed Chen Jinyou struggling in agony, undergoing a transformation, sensing the ever-increasing and potent aura of his physical form, as well as the determination emanating from his soul link. Akin to a black hole capturing power, manifested in his icebound, shattered gaze filled with humiliation and confusion. Beneath this turmoil, an exceedingly subtle and elusive fluctuation, of which even she remained unaware, quietly began to sprout. Time flew by in the frenzy of his cultivation. After an indeterminate period, the scorching and violent atmosphere within the cave gradually subsided. Chen Jinyou slowly opened his eyes. The ferocious vitality and the infernal energy surrounding him had already retracted. His skin regained a bronzed hue, his musculature flowed with grace and perfection, brimming with explosive strength. A formidable presence, far surpassing the chi-gathering realm, radiated from him like a fierce beast awakening. He had entered the early stage of foundation establishment, the initial formation of his dominant body, the 9 turns dominant body technique. Alongside the supreme body refining elixir and the essence of the earth's fire, combined with the invisible enhancements bestowed by the Lingshuang contract, had enabled him to transcend the shackles of the chi-gathering stage and step into the realm of foundation establishment. The strength of his physical form experienced a monumental qualitative transformation. Rising slowly, he stretched his limbs, feeling the thunderous crack of his bones echoing within. Power. An unprecedented sensation of strength coursed through him. He sensed the vitality within him surging like a river, taking a deep, satisfying breath. His gaze swept over to Su Wanqing, standing at the entrance with fervent admiration in her eyes, having quietly broken through to the 5th layer of chi gathering under the influence of Chen Jinyou's resources and the contract. Finally, his eyes settled on Ling Shuang, still leaning against the icy wall, her breath having calmed, yet her gaze remaining complex and hollow. The pinnacle of the late foundation establishment stage, the Ice Mountain senior sister, the loyal junior sister at the 5th layer of chi gathering, and himself, at the initial stage of foundation establishment, the dominant body just taking shape. Chapter 30, Intersect Turmoil. 2 beauties by his side, the glacial ground of the cold jade palace's pill room trembled subtly, as if the slumbering earth veins were being stirred by an invisible force. Each breath exhaled a muffled low roar, reminiscent of a dragon's roar lurking deep within the bloodline. The initial formation of foundation establishment, the dominant body beginning to coalesce. The ferocious power of the 9 turns dominant body technique surged through his bones and flesh. Each heartbeat resonated like a drum, causing the mist emanating from the spiritual spring beneath him to gently disperse. He slowly retracted his fists, his gaze sweeping across the cave, where Su Wanqing, standing at the entrance, was discreetly withdrawing her astonished expression. Her spiritual energy had coalesced and receded, revealing that she had indeed reached the 5th layer of chi gathering. elevated by the contract and resources. Meanwhile, in the corner, the figure clad in moonlight was the true epicenter of the storm. Ling Shuang leaned against the glacial wall, her fingertips deeply embedded in the iron-hard cold jade, leaving 5 distinct imprints. The immense spiritual power of the late stage of foundation establishment flowed ceaselessly within her. She breathed lightly, her frozen visage tinged with a faint hue of humiliation and pallor from the surge of power. The icy mark of the contract deep within her soul, along with the quietly blossoming ice crystal snow lotus mark, adorned with dark golden patterns at the root of her thigh, acted like invisible chains, binding her essence firmly to that man just a few steps away. Every attempt to wield the Xin Bing Heart Sutra to encapsulate that unfamiliar thrill resulted only in the merciless backlash of the Covenant's laws, piercing through the soul. Ling Shuang? Chen Jinyou's voice shattered the silence as he effortlessly summoned the moon-white robes of the inner sect disciple draped by the spring, enveloping his formidable physique. Ling Shuang abruptly lifted her gaze. The ice soul sword, sensing its master's emotions, emitted a clear, resonant chime, hovering beside her, exuding a chilling sword aura far more intense than before. Yet, its tip subtly pointed towards the ground, as if constrained by invisible shackles. Her lips moved, ultimately uttering but 2 words, "Very well." Sufficient indeed. A smile curled at the corners of Chen Jinyou's mouth, his gaze sweeping over Ling Shuang's heaving chest before settling upon the mark concealed beneath her skirt, scrutinizing it with a hint of playful contemplation. "Our covenant thrives together. Your advancement, dear sister, shall serve as my support." He averted his gaze from her, directing it towards the entrance. "Wanqing, master." Su Wanqing immediately bowed, her demeanor respectful, her eyes reflecting a profound reverence for power. "From this day forth, within the inner sect, your sight shall be my sight." Chen Jinyou's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. "I wish to know the ownership of every spiritual vein and cave, the movements of each elder, especially the happenings by the Mistake Cliff." "Understood." Wanqing comprehended instantly, her heart racing. The Mistake Cliff, a forbidden ground for Elder Sun. The master intends to cast that invisible net silently across every corner of the inner sect. In the Qiyun sect's inner sect, within the area of Tianshu Peak, spiritual energy hung like mist, and spiritual birds chirped melodiously. The suspended walkways connected floating mountains amidst the clouds, where radiant hues cascaded. Here, in stark contrast to the outer sect, every breath was imbued with several times the essence of heaven and earth. However, when Chen Jinyou's figure appeared on the suspended stone path leading to the new cave, the originally tranquil atmosphere instantly solidified. Clad in moonlight robes, he was flanked by Su Wanqing, whose graceful and gentle presence radiated the energy of the 5th layer of qi condensation, and on his other side was Ling Shuang, exuding a chilling aura of unparalleled elegance, embodying the pinnacle of post-foundation cultivation. Is that Chen Jinyou? Has he truly moved to Tianshu Peak? Goodness, Ling Shuang. How could she be by his side, and lagging half a step behind, from the 2nd layer of qi condensation to winning the outer sect competition? And now she has reached foundation establishment. What kind of prodigy is this? Look at Ling Shuang's unusual expression. Gasps of astonishment and disbelief echoed through the pavilions lining the suspended walkway. Countless gazes fixated intently on the trio, astonished by Chen Jinyou's meteoric rise in cultivation, and even more astonished that Ling Shuang, with her icy beauty, would accompany him. That mere half-step difference was nothing short of thunderous in the eyes of the discerning. "Stop!" A sharp command suddenly resonated, laced with palpable hostility and scrutiny. Ahead on the stone path, 3 figures clad in the elite disciple garb of the inner sect obstructed their passage. The leader, a tall figure, bore a crimson broadsword on his back, radiating the unmistakable aura of the peak of initial foundation establishment. His gaze was as sharp as lightning, fixated intently on Ling Shuang, filled with a hint of reluctance and inquiry. "Senior sister Ling Shuang, what merit or capability does this young man possess that warrants your personal escort? Could it be that he has resorted to some underhanded means to coerce you?" Before his words had fully escaped his lips, his entire being surged with spiritual power, the crimson broadsword emitting a resonant hum as a wave of searing sword pressure surged towards Chen Jinyou. This was both a test and a provocation. He sought to compel Ling Shuang to take a stance and gauge the worth of this newly admitted inner disciple. Unfazed, Chen Jinyou continued forward, not even raising an eyelid. Just as the scorching sword pressure approached, a brilliant flash of dark golden blood energy enveloped him. Instead of a cataclysmic collision, the formidable sword pressure, capable of tearing apart the protective spiritual barrier of an ordinary foundational stage cultivator, met an invisible wall of resignation, dissipating silently just 3 inches from his body. Not even a corner of his robe was disturbed. "Begone." The 2 simplistic words, though unremarkable, resonated with an undeniable sense of absolute power, akin to the rumble of distant thunder rolling through the hearts of the three obstructing figures. The elite disciple wielding the broadsword paled dramatically, as if struck by an invisible force, retreating 3 steps before regaining his balance, his blood energy surging with astonishment. You, his face flushed with shame and anger, his hand instinctively grasping the sword hilt. At that moment, an icy chill more penetrating than eternal frost descended abruptly. Ling Shuang stepped forward, her ice spirit sword remaining sheathed, merely a glance sweeping across. That gaze was frigid and shattering, yet contained the terrifying pressure of a peak foundational stage cultivator. Boom. The 3 obstructing figures felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, their spiritual energy freezing in an instant. A piercing pain resonating from the depths of their souls, especially the leader, who felt as though he were under the gaze of a primordial ice phoenix. The shadow of death enveloping him instantly. Speak further, and you shall die. Ling Shuang's voice was colder than her gaze, each word striking like ice picks upon the souls of the trio. Thud. Overwhelmed by immense terror, their legs buckled, and they collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a single word. The spectators on either side of the suspended pathway withdrew their gazes instantaneously, plunging into a profound silence. Save for the constant intake of breath, Senior Sister Ling Shuang had truly acted on behalf of Chen Jinyou, and that murderous intent was undeniably genuine. Chen Jinyou did not even glance at the crumpled figures on the ground as he strode past them. Su Wanjing followed closely behind, her expression serene. Ling Shuang retracted her gaze, the chilling aura around her slightly receding, silently trailing behind. A faint voice drifted from a nearby pavilion, tinged with indescribable dread and a hint of secret envy. Who will be next after Senior Sister Ling Shuang and Su Wanjing? Whispers of speculation spread like a contagion. The name of Chen Jinyou, the harvesting fairy, etched deeply into the hearts of every inner disciple, indelibly marked by Ling Shuang's icy glance. At the newly established cave dwelling number 73, where the spiritual energy was far richer than in the outer sect, Chen Jinyou sat cross-legged in the center of the newly opened quiet room, his consciousness sinking into the sea of awareness. A pale blue light screen unfolded silently. Host, Chen Jinyou, realm, initial stage of foundation establishment, body of dominance formed. Points, 950, overdrawn. Contract targets, Su Wanqing, 5th layer of qi condensation. Ling Shuang, peak of late foundation establishment. Potential capture target, Lin Xiaoya, daughter of the peak master of Qingyun sect's Dan Ding Peak. With the intent to lock in the scanning function, the target is set towards the direction of Dan Ding Peak. A humming sound resonates. Data cascades across the screen like a waterfall, swiftly locking onto a point of spiritual light. Detected high-value capture target, Lin Xiaoya, daughter of the peak master of Dan Ding Peak. Estimated appearance rating, 90, point potential, 9,000. Status, exceptional talent, 6th layer of qi condensation alchemist, playfully charming personality, obsessed with alchemy. Current core dilemma. Repeated failures in cultivating the endangered rare spiritual herb, starlight grass, have led to stagnation and a blow to confidence. Starlight grass? A familiar, commanding curve graced the corner of Chen Jinyou's lips. His consciousness plunged deep into the recesses of the marketplace, meticulously searching through the vast catalog of spiritual plants like an ocean of smoke. Item, optimized starlight grass spiritual seed 5, grade, rare, system optimized version. Survival rate increased by 300, medicinal properties enhanced by 50. Exchange points, 2,000. Warning, insufficient points. Overdrawn. Chen Jinyou did not flinch. Exchange. Beep. Forced overdraw successful. Exchange for optimized starlight grass spiritual seed 5. Points, 2,000. Current points, 2950, overdrawn. 5 seeds glimmering like stars, more plump and rounded than ordinary starlight grass seeds. Subtly pulsating with a life force, quietly settled into the system's inventory. Meanwhile, at the reflection cliff, in the icy depths of a stone cavern, devoid of daylight, Elder Sun sat cross-legged upon a cold stone bed, his visage gaunt, his deep green robe covered in dust. Only his eyes burned with a venomous flame of resentment. Fixated on a dark red bone fragment in his palm, inscribed with grotesque skeletal runes. Chen Jinyou. He spat the name through gritted teeth, each syllable steeped in hatred. The law enforcement hall has humiliated me. Li Wufeng has oppressed me. That little wretch, Ling Shuang, as well. His emaciated fingers suddenly pierced his brow. A drop of essence blood oozing forth, imbued with vengeful energy, forcefully pressed onto the skeletal rune. Buzz. The bone rune abruptly radiated a sinister blood light. The skeletal runes seemingly animated, gaping wide to greedily consume that drop of essence blood. A chilling voice, as if emanating from the depths of hell, reverberated within Elder Sun's consciousness. Hee, Elder Sun, Have you finally decided to seek aid? That brat-ass head is mine. The Blackshaw sect will claim it. As for the price is negotiable. A flicker of madness and resolution flashed in Elder Sun's eyes as he rasped, as long as he dies. Crushed to dust. His soul scattered. All my resources within the sect can be made available to your Blackshaw sect. Deal. Hee. The blood light of the skeletal runes surged with intensity, then dimmed, transforming into ashes. An intangible malevolent thought had pierced through the sect's great formation, shooting towards a foreboding and sinister place beyond the mountains. Elder Sun gasped violently, his resentful gaze seemingly piercing through the thick mountain rock, firmly fixed on the direction of Tianshu Peak. Within the cave, only his venomous whispers remained. You little wretch, your death is nigh. Chapter 31. The appearance of the fairy atop Danding Peak, in the fragrant hall of Danxianggo. The once serene and solemn space now buzzed with an enthusiastic crowd, nearly overwhelming in its fervor. A colossal bronze tripod stood majestically at the center of the hall, its fiery veins activated by the formation beneath, exhaling orange-red flames. The intricate cloud patterns on the vessel seemed to come alive as the heat rose. The air was suffused with the rich and intoxicating aroma of dozens of blended spiritual herbs, both soothing and faintly ominous in its warmth. Today marked the annual Minor Dan Conference of the Jinyou sect. Though not as grand as the sect's major competitions, it was a significant occasion for the disciples of Danding Peak to showcase their prowess, share insights, and for the elders to evaluate their juniors. Particularly noteworthy this year was the debut of Lin Xiaoya, the beloved daughter of Peak Master Dan Yangzi, who at the tender age of 16 had already reached the 6th layer of qi condensation, a prodigious alchemist. She would publicly refine her meticulously researched new elixir, the third transition fire condensation pill, at the conference. Should she succeed, this elixir would not only surpass the potency of the ordinary fire condensation pill, but also aid fire attribute cultivators in solidifying their foundations and breaking through bottlenecks. Dan Yangzi had already expressed high hopes for this pill. In the guest seating on one side of the hall, Dan Yangzi occupied the main seat. He was a lean figure, with 3 strands of long beard cascading onto his chest. At this moment, a subtle smile graced his lips, and his gentle gaze fell upon the petite figure in the arena, brimming with unmasked anticipation and pride. In the arena, before the alchemical furnace, Lin Xiaoya donned a pale yellow skirt, her hair styled in playful double buns adorned with delicate golden velvet flowers that quivered slightly with her concentrated movements. She was small and exquisite, with a cherubic face that appeared sculpted from jade, yet now bore a taut expression, her focus bordering on the sacred. The round, expressive eyes sparkled with a light as bright as stars, fixated on the floating essence of spiritual herbs she deftly manipulated. Qiyang fruit, aged 100 years. Fiery in nature, drawing from its blazing essence. Ice heart grass, aged 80 years, cold and restrained, embodying harmonious softness. Spirit-invoking vine, aged 70 years, with accessible veins, harnessing the power of guidance. She chanted softly, her 10 delicate fingers moving with the grace of butterflies in flight. Pure azure flames flowed from her fingertips. Her fire control technique exquisite, embodying the unparalleled secret of Danding Peak. 9 butterflies dancing through flowers. The liquid in the furnace, guided by her dual mastery of flame and will, began to swirl and merge as if it possessed life, emanating increasingly potent and domineering waves of medicinal energy. Such an exquisite fire control technique. Truly, Xiaoya is gifted. Despite her youth, her 9 butterflies dancing through flowers technique already rivaled that of her master, Dan Yangzi. At a third of its potential, the potency of the elixir is remarkable. This third transition fire condensation pill is destined to succeed. The surrounding disciples held their breath, captivated, occasionally exclaiming in awe and admiration. Numerous young male disciples gazed fervently at Lin Xiaoya, captivated by her prodigious talent and delicate beauty. In the VIP section, Dan Yangzi stroked his long beard, his expression growing increasingly satisfied. Yet, not everyone shared this admiration. Not far from the alchemical furnace, Murong Xiao leaned against the intricately carved railing, arms crossed. Clad in an opulent purple brocade robe, and possessing a handsome visage, his peach blossom eyes, slightly upturned, were currently filled with unabashed jealousy and malice. As a direct descendant of the Murong family, he too was infatuated with the art of alchemy, priding himself on his extraordinary talent, yet he repeatedly found himself overshadowed by this yellow-haired girl, Lin Xiaoya. Observing the petite figure that commanded the attention of the crowd, and hearing the incessant accolades around him, Murong Xiao felt a malevolent fire igniting within his chest. Humph, what a pretense. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, his voice low yet clearly audible to the few companions by his side. Even Dan Yangzi has become senile, elevating this ignorant girl to the heavens. A third-tier condensed fire pill, just based on her? I'd wager it's more likely to be an exploding pill. His gaze swept disdainfully over the smiling Dan Yangzi in the VIP section before landing with a dark glint on the engrossed Lin Xiaoya. At that moment, a subtle stir at the entrance of the grand hall went unnoticed by most. 3 figures quietly entered, attracting little attention. Chen Jinyou, donned in a moon-white disciple robe, exuded an aura as deep as the abyss. His calm gaze scanned the bustling hall, swiftly locking onto the petite figure clad in pale yellow. Half a step behind him, Ling Shuang wore an immaculate white gauze gown, her icy demeanor emanating an air that repelled any who drew near, instantly silencing the nearby disciples, who instinctively recoiled. Su Wanqing stood on the other side, graceful and gentle, her aura already reaching the 5th layer of qi condensation, her vigilant eyes observing the surroundings. Master, that is Lin Xiaoya. Su Wanqing's voice was barely a whisper, yet it reached Chen Jinyou's ears with precision. He nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiaoya, refraining from immediately activating the system scan, instead taking a keen interest in her nimble hands and focused expression. With a mere thought, he activated the system. Scanning the target, Lin Xiaoya, core dilemma. Scanning command confirmed, target, Lin Xiaoya. Core dilemma analysis in progress. Warning. The alchemical process the target is undertaking poses a fatal risk. The properties of the medicinal materials are about to clash. The cold notification erupted within Chen Jinyou's consciousness. Almost simultaneously, a fleeting golden light flickered in his eyes, and the system interface activated. In an instant, the world transformed before him. The elixir hovering in front of Lin Xiaoya was no longer a kaleidoscope of spiritual light, but rather deconstructed into countless vibrant particles, each representing distinct attributes of energy. The blazing crimson radiance of the Qiyang fruit, the ethereal azure glow of the ice heart grass, and the vibrant green vitality of the spirit guide vine seemed to merge slowly under Lin Xiaoya's exquisite fire control technique. Yet, within Chen Jinyou's system perspective at the core, a chaotic conflict brewed fiercely between the Qiyang fruit's overwhelming essence and the ice heart grass's gentle harmony, generating countless fine, twisted energy conflict points resembling black cracks. Conflict root, Qiyang fruit, centuries old, possesses excessive potency. Ice heart grass, 80 years, lacks sufficient chill, resulting in an imbalance of yin and yang. Forcing fusion will surely lead to an explosion. The system's cold conclusion echoed like a final judgment. At this moment, Lin Xiaoya remained blissfully unaware, having reached the final step of her pill formation. Her delicate face flushed with excitement, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and her large eyes sparkled with the immense joy of impending success. With a commanding shout, she exclaimed, "Congeal." Her 10 fingers clamped together fiercely as she poured her spiritual and mental energy unreservedly into the cauldron, attempting to forcibly compress and consolidate the raging medicinal power. A sense of dread washed over Chen Jinyou as his pupils suddenly constricted. Boom! A deafening sound erupted like thunder. At the very moment Lin Xiaoya uttered the word congeal, the 3-legged bronze cauldron trembled violently. The 9 serpentine flames that had danced docilely upon its surface turned feral and menacing. An indescribable wave of horrifying crimson intermingled with blinding azure-black flames surged forth from the cauldron's lid and mouth. The violent energy shockwave expanded outward in a circular explosion. "Be careful! Retreat!" Cries of alarm and screams melded into a cacophony. The disciples near the cauldron were caught off guard, violently hurled away by the surging shockwave. Crashing against the pillars and walls, spewing blood, the searing air, thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh and toxic smoke, instantaneously engulfed half the great hall. Lin Xiaoya bore the brunt of the explosion, her petite frame flung through the air like a kite severed from its string. Her pale yellow dress was scorched by the raging flames, her meticulously styled hair disheveled, and her delicate face drained of color, turning as white as paper. She involuntarily coughed out a mouthful of blood, creating a shocking spray in midair. She crashed heavily onto the cold, hard ground, her entire body racked with pain. Her mind a blank void filled only with the deafening roar and boundless fear and confusion. What just happened? Did my pill explode? Ha! What a splendid explosion. A piercing, maniacal laughter stabbed into Lin Xiaoya's eardrums like steel needles. Murong Xiao pushed aside the disciples blocking his path and strode into the center of the chaos. Pointing at the fallen, disheveled Lin Xiaoya, her vacant gaze reflecting her utter disarray. His face bore an unmistakable expression of schadenfreude and malicious delight. "Lin Xiaoya, is this the 3rd-grade fire-congealing pill you have spent months perfecting, earning praise from Master Dan Yangzi? I see it as more akin to a 3rd-grade exploding pill. Ha! Overestimating yourself. You have brought shame upon Dan Dingpeak." His followers immediately joined in, mockingly chiming in with sarcastic laughter. TSK, a genius alchemist? More like a genius at exploding cauldrons. In such a state, How dare one disgrace themselves at the alchemy conference? Truly, they are unaware of their own insignificance. Brother Murong speaks wisely. Master Danyang has indeed misjudged this time. The cutting sarcasm fell like frigid venom, mercilessly splattering upon the disheartened Lin Xiaoya. She curled upon the ground, her petite form trembling slightly, disheveled strands of hair obscuring her pallid visage. Only her once bright eyes, akin to stars, brimmed with tears of humiliation. Yet she resolutely bit her lip, refusing to let them fall. She gazed vacantly towards the VIP seating, seeking a glimmer of support. In the VIP section, the smile had long vanished from Master Danyang's face. He abruptly rose, his gaunt features darkened with fury, fingers gripping his long beard turning pale from exertion. He surveyed the chaos in the arena, his heart sinking as he beheld his daughter in utter disarray, the bronze cauldron belching black smoke, its brilliance extinguished. His eyes filled with profound disappointment, sorrow, and a hint of public humiliation. He parted his lips, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately, it dissolved into a heavy, icy sigh as he slowly resumed his seat, closing his eyes as if he had aged significantly in that fleeting moment. The father's sigh pierced Lin Xiaoya's heart like a searing blade, far more excruciating than Murong Zhao's malicious taunts. The last vestige of her support crumbled. Tears could no longer be restrained, cascading down like pearls from a broken string, mingling with the blood at her lips, splattering upon the cold jade floor. Surrounding her were countless gazes, some filled with sympathy, others with regret, some relishing her misfortune, and others marked by disdain, forming an invisible cage that ensnared her utterly. The overwhelming sense of failure and the cacophony of mockery threatened to engulf her delicate form entirely. Amidst the swirling vortex of despair, where silence and clamor intertwined, a chilling system notification echoed clearly in Chen Jinyou's mind. He stood at the periphery of the crowd, his gaze calmly sweeping over the crumpled figure of Lin Xiaoya, then landing on Murong Zhao's malevolent expression, and finally resting on Master Danyang, who sighed with closed eyes. A faint, icy smile crept across his lips, reminiscent of a hunter witnessing their prey step into a trap. The moment had arrived. Beside him, Ling Shuang's icy gaze swept the arena, lingering on the curve of Chen Jinyou's smile, a fleeting spark of understanding flickering deep within her eyes. Su Wanqing held her breath slightly, aware that her master was about to take action. In a secluded corner of the crowd, an inconspicuous outer sect disciple discreetly crushed a black jade talisman that had just received a message, his sinister gaze sweeping across the disheveled Lin Xiaoya before ultimately settling on Chen Jinyou. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he quietly retreated, disappearing into the chaotic throng. The news from the Cliff of Reflection had confirmed that the assassins of the Blackshaw sect were already en route. Chapter 32. Speaking out for justice, winning over the delicate maiden Murong Zhao's piercing laughter echoed within the Danxiang Pavilion, akin to poison needles piercing the hearts of each disciple from the Danding Peak. His biting mockery fell like icy water upon Lin Xiaoya, who lay curled on the ground, leaving her chilled to the bone. Her petite frame trembled, disheveled strands of hair clinging to her tear-streaked, blood-stained face. Her once starry eyes now gazing vacantly at her father in the VIP section, who sighed with closed eyes, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within her. The overwhelming sense of failure and humiliation washed over her like a cold tide, completely submerging her. The surrounding gazes, some filled with pity, others with disdain, and yet others with glee, wove an invisible cage around her. She could even hear the distinct sound of her own heart shattering. 3 turns exploding pill? Ha! Murong Zhao, basking in the glory of this momentous victory, stepped forward, preparing to deliver a few more heart-wrenching words to the despondent girl. In that moment, where silence and clamor intertwined, thick despair nearly coalescing into something tangible, a voice broke through the din, calm and unperturbed, yet clear enough to eclipse all other sounds. It was like a bead of ice dropped into boiling oil, suddenly resonating from a corner of the raucous hall. Though soft, it possessed an uncanny penetrating quality that instantly silenced Murong Zhao's laughter and drew countless astonished glances toward its source. The crowd parted as if guided by an invisible hand, revealing Chen Jinyou, adorned in moon-white inner sect robes, standing with hands clasped behind his back. His expression bore no trace of anger or fervor, only a hint of faint mockery. His gaze swept over the obstructing disciples and precisely landed on Murong Zhao's face, which was now contorted in shock. What did you say? Murong Zhao whirled around, his previously gleeful smile freezing into a mask of rage. He glared fiercely at Chen Jinyou, the newly admitted inner sect disciple who had recently gained prominence alongside senior sister Ling Shuang. Chen Jinyou, this is not a place for your words. Do not spout nonsense here. Chen Jinyou did not even glance in his direction, treating him as nothing more than an irritating fly. Instead, he turned his attention to the VIP section, where Dan Yangzi had opened his eyes, furrowing his brow with a hint of scrutiny and displeasure. He inclined his head slightly. Addressing the elder, Uncle Master Dan Yangzi, I did not intend to disrupt the alchemy conference. Then, his gaze finally returned to the center of the hall, focusing on the crumpled figure of Lin Xiaoya, resembling a forsaken yellow duckling. His voice remained calm, yet resonated throughout the entire hall. The pill could have succeeded. The disaster of the exploding furnace is not Lin Shimi's fault. Rather, it is due to the insufficient age of the medicinal materials, leading to a clash of properties and an imbalance of yin and yang. Boom. Upon the utterance of these words, it was as if a thunderclap had struck the tranquil ground. What? A problem with the medicinal herbs? Impossible. Could the herbs provided by Dan Ding Peak possibly be erroneous? Does he possess any knowledge of alchemy? How dare a mere foundational cultivator presume to critique the path of elixirs? Instantly, voices of doubt and exclamations of surprise erupted. Even several elders from Dan Ding Peak seated in the distinguished guests area furrowed their brows, their expressions betraying their displeasure. A glint of sharpness flashed in Dan Yangzi's eyes as he intoned gravely, Chen Jinyou, in the assembly of alchemy, one must be cautious of unsubstantiated claims. Evidence. The smirk at the corner of Chen Jinyou's mouth deepened. He refrained from further discourse and directly approached the towering bronze cauldron, which was still belching dark smoke and emanating a faint, dim light. As he passed, the crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway. Ling Shuang and Su Wanqing trailed closely behind, akin to the most devoted guardians. Upon reaching the cauldron, Chen Jinyou disregarded the residual heat and the acrid scent of charred remains. His gaze swept across the scattered remnants of spiritual herbs on the ground, not yet completely incinerated, and then shifted to the shelf of spare herbs designated for the other disciples. Retrieve a century-old Qiyang fruit, an 80-year-old ice heart grass, and a 70-year-old spirit link vine segment. Chen Jinyou instructed in a tone as nonchalant as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Immediately, a disciple from Dan Ding Peak, with Dan Yangzi's tacit approval, complied with his request. All eyes were riveted upon Chen Jinyou, brimming with skepticism and confusion. What was he intending to do? Was he about to concoct an elixir on the spot? A foundational cultivator? Beside a cauldron that had nearly exploded? Murong Xiao scoffed derisively. What a charade. Chen Jinyou, who do you think you are? Before Dan Yangzi could finish his admonition, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped him. Ling Shuang's gaze, as frigid as eternal ice, swept over him, and in an instant, Murong Xiao resembled a chicken caught by the throat, his subsequent words stifled and his complexion paling. Chen Jinyou remained unfazed by the reactions around him. He picked up the century-old Qiyang fruit, its fiery red hue reminiscent of flames. And with a subtle movement of his fingertip, a concentrated surge of vitality emerged, precisely stripping away 1/3 of the fruit's skin, leaving only the core, the most refined and ardent essence of the flesh. His movements flowed with the grace of water, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. His understanding of the essence of medicinal herbs reaching an astonishing level. The Qiyang fruit, being a century old, has a fiery exterior, yet its core is the purest source of yang. Lin Shimi's choice of the whole fruit would lead to a clash between the fiery essence and the cold nature of the ice heart grass, with the source of conflict residing here. Chen Jinyou's voice resonated calmly, akin to a lecture on the most fundamental principles of pharmacology. Yet every word struck like a hammer upon the hearts of the onlookers. He then grasped the ice heart grass, exuding an ethereal blue chill, and with a flick of his fingertip, he deftly excised several marginal leaves that were slightly paler and lacking in sufficient chill, retaining only the 3 central leaves that were a translucent ice blue, embodying a restrained cold essence. The ice heart grass, aged 80 years, had insufficient coldness in its peripheral leaves, making it inadequate to counterbalance the core intensity of the Qiyang fruit. Only by taking its core of icy spirit could one achieve a harmonious softness. Lastly, he reached for the vibrant, verdant spirit link vine, bursting with life. On this occasion, he refrained from omitting any aspect. Instead, the vitality coursing through his fingertips acted as the most exquisite chisel, intricately etching nearly imperceptible patterns upon the surface of the vine. These patterns were profoundly arcane, as if they had instantaneously unraveled all the subtle nodes within the vine's intricate network. The spirit-calling vine, aged 70 years, possessed no inherent obstructions in its veins, yet required external force for proper guidance to fully manifest its potential. Chen Jinyou casually tossed the meticulously processed essences of 3 herbs into the air. In the next moment, he executed a gesture that left all onlookers utterly astonished. He employed neither alchemical furnace nor summoned earthly flames. Nor did he invoke the renowned 9 butterflies weaving flowers fire control technique of the Danding Peak. Instead, he extended his right index finger, upon which a point of pure, meticulously condensed vitality, radiating a dark golden hue, flickered to life like a candle flame, quietly igniting. This flame emitted no violent temperature. yet contained a profound vitality that could set even the soul ablaze. Utilizing vitality as the furnace and essence as the fire, Chen Jinyou's voice remained calm and unwavering, yet bore an undeniable authority. He gently tapped his fingertip, causing the dark golden flame to elongate abruptly, transforming into a gossamer membrane of vitality fire. Thin as a cicada's wing, yet remarkably resilient, precisely enveloping the three suspended herbal essences within. A faint sound of sizzling echoed, amidst the incredulous gazes of all present. The liquid essence encased in the vitality fire membrane began to swirl and merge as if imbued with life. The fiery red core of the Qiyang fruit, the chilling blue luminescence of the ice heart grass, and the verdant vitality of the spirit-calling vine, under the refinement of the dark golden vitality flame, manifested a wondrous harmony. The tumultuous potency of the herbs was flawlessly contained, guided, and amalgamated. Not a trace of discord leaked forth. In the grand hall, one could hear a pin drop. Only the faint sound of fusion remained. Dan Yangzi had long since risen abruptly from his seat, his face a canvas of astonishment. He fixated intently on the dancing dark golden flames at Chen Jinyou's fingertip, watching the liquid that flowed and merged with perfection, his eyes ablaze with disbelief. This was no ordinary alchemical art. What terrifying mastery over the essence of herbs and energy control could possibly achieve such a feat? Lin Xiaoyao was unaware when her sobbing ceased. She lifted her gaze, her disheveled hair framing hollow eyes that fixated on the tricolored luminescence swirling at Chen Jinyou's fingertip, exuding an increasingly rich aroma. The desperate ice that had encased her heart was shattered by an indescribable shock. Morong Xiao appeared as though he had seen a ghost, his complexion shifting from ashen to a ghastly gray, his lips trembling, yet he could utter not a single word. His proud knowledge of alchemy was utterly pulverized before this revolutionary spectacle. In mere moments, the dark golden vitality fire membrane dissipated silently. A pill, the size of a longan, perfectly spherical, radiating a magnificent tricolored luminescence, crimson, icy blue, and emerald green in perfect harmony, quietly hovered above Chen Jinyou's fingertip. The surface of the elixir gleamed like a mirror, shimmering with radiant hues, exuding a potency far more profound, restrained, and formidable than when Lin Xiaoyao had previously concocted it. This was indeed the essence of the third-tier fire condensation pill, yet it was rendered with an unparalleled perfection, even imbued with a subtle vitality reminiscent of blood and flame. The pill was complete. Moreover, it was achieved through such an extraordinary method, utilizing the most ordinary of supplementary materials, crafted effortlessly before the eyes of many. Silence ensued, an absolute stillness. The minds of all present were rendered blank, fixated solely on the tricolored, luminous elixir, alongside the composed figure of Chen Jinyou, standing with hands clasped behind his back, tranquil as the abyss. This pill epitomized the third-tier fire condensation pill. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the alluringly radiant pill traced a graceful arc, landing precisely on the jade table before Dan Yangzi with a crisp sound. Dan Yangzi seemed to awaken from a dream, trembling as he lifted the pill, his consciousness probing meticulously. The deeper he investigated, the more astonished his expression became. Culminating in a deep sigh filled with complex emotions, the medicinal power was pure and flawless, the three natures harmoniously integrated. And it contained a thread of overwhelming vitality, wonderful beyond description. The alchemical prowess of my esteemed nephew Chen is truly admirable. The final two words carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Boom. The hall erupted into an uproar. My heavens. To refine pills by hand. Blood and vitality as the furnace, casually enhancing the formula, unveiling the flaws in the materials. The acknowledgement of Uncle Dan Yangzi himself. All doubts and derisions were utterly shattered before this ironclad truth, replaced by an unmatched sense of awe and reverence. Countless gazes converged upon Chen Jinyou, filled with fervor, admiration, and an overwhelming incredulity. Sister Ling Shuang stood by his side, effortlessly winning over Uncle Dan Yangzi. Who exactly was this Chen Jinyou? Lin Xiaoyao stared blankly at Chen Jinyou, and then at the perfect elixir in her father's hand, her heart enveloped by an immense shock that surged like a tide, washing away her shattered resolve. The ice of despair melted completely, replaced by an unprecedented impact, akin to gazing upon the stars. Her lips parted slightly, forgetting to weep. Forgetting the humiliation, her large, tear-filled eyes now reflected only the pale figure, mirrored in the resplendent radiance of the perfect pill, illuminating the silent night sky. That brilliance was called admiration. Chen Jinyou's gaze finally fell upon Lin Xiaoyao, observing her eyes, filled with shock and adoration, sparkling with light. A subtle, imperceptible smile graced his lips, embodying a sense of mastery over all. It was accomplished. Yet, in a corner of the crowd, the outer sect disciple who had once crushed the black jade talisman wore a grim expression. He glared intently at the center of attention, where the figure of Chen Jinyou stood, his eyes brimming with apprehension and a hint of panic. He quietly retreated a few steps, swiftly merging into the depths of the crowd, disappearing from sight. The situation here must be reported back to the Cliff of Reflection at once. This Chen Jinyou proved to be more formidable than anticipated. The Blackshaw sect could not afford to falter. Chapter 33. The Heart of a Young Maiden. Bestowing spirit seeds. The clamor of the Danxiang Pavilion gradually subsided like the retreating tide. Yet the reverberations of that groundbreaking alchemy session lingered in the hearts of every disciple who witnessed it, akin to invisible ripples. Chen Jinyou effortlessly conjured the image of the flawless third transformation condensing fire pill, and the heavy sigh of admiration from Dan Yangzi was indelibly etched into the consciousness of the inner disciples of Qingyun sect. The moonwhite figure, accompanied by Ling Shuang and Su Wanqing, gracefully departed from Danding Peak amidst countless gazes filled with awe, curiosity, and even fervor. A tranquil cobblestone path meandered towards a secluded area behind Danding Peak, shrouded in protective barriers. Here, the spiritual energy was so dense it almost manifested as a pale blue mist, and the air was imbued with the extraordinary fragrance of hundreds of rare spiritual plants. Nestled amidst the spiritual mist and exotic flora was an exquisite courtyard constructed from millennia-old warm jade and emerald bamboo, serving as the exclusive alchemical chamber and spiritual garden of Lin Xiaoya, the beloved daughter of the Peak Master. Inside the chamber, however, an incongruous low pressure enveloped the space. Lin Xiaoya sat dazed upon a jade stool draped with soft snow mink fur, having changed out of her scorched pale yellow robe into a pristine white alchemist's garb, which did little to conceal her reddened eyes and disheveled demeanor. Before her, on a smooth white jade table, lay the flawless third transformation condensing fire pill, resplendent with flowing radiance, a creation of Chen Jinyou, personally entrusted to her by Dan Yangzi for her contemplation. The pill emanated a rich, harmonious aura of medicinal potency, silently revealing the profound depths of its creator. This should have been a moment of immense joy and invaluable insight. Yet it felt like a cold mirror reflecting her previous failures with even greater clarity. A choked sob escaped her throat, and Lin Xiaoya suddenly collapsed onto the table, her small shoulders shaking violently. A tide of overwhelming grievance and fear engulfed her. The thunderous explosion of the alchemy conference, the venomous laughter of Murong Xiao, her father's disappointed sighs, and the piercing gazes surrounding her flashed madly in her mind. What weighed heaviest on her heart were Chen Jinyou's calm eyes. He had untied her shackles, yet also stood as an insurmountable mountain, revealing her own insignificance and clumsiness. I cannot even cultivate the starshine grass, and my alchemical attempts have exploded. I am nothing but a failure, she whimpered, tears soaking the pristine sleeves of her garment. In the corner of the table, an open icy jade box lay quietly, containing several dim, shriveled seeds that resembled dust-laden ashes. Her countless efforts in nurturing the starshine grass spirit seeds had resulted in repeated failures. These seeds embodied her hopes of breaking through the bottleneck of alchemy and improving various ancient formulas, yet now they had become the final straw crushing her confidence. With a gentle creak, the bamboo door of the chamber opened, and a graceful figure entered, bearing a tray, her devoted maid, Yunxiang. Upon seeing her mistress weeping, her shoulders trembling, Yunxiang sighed with concern and delicately placed a bowl of tranquil, fragrant ningxin dew on the table. Mistress, please drink some ningxin dew. Do not be too sorrowful. Yunxiang gently offered her words of comfort. Didn't he, the esteemed Master Danyang, proclaim that brother Chen Jinyou's mastery of alchemy is so profound that even he is in awe? It is certainly not the young lady's fault. Moreover, did he not ultimately lend his assistance to her? Lin Xiaoyao abruptly lifted her head, her delicate face marked with tear streaks, her large eyes filled with confusion and grievance. He merely accomplished what I could not, viewing me as a mere jest, perhaps. The memory of Chen Jinyou's gaze, tranquil and devoid of any ripples, pierced her heart once more. That gaze, lacking in mockery, instilled a sense of humiliation deeper than any derision could. Yunxiang found herself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain how to console her. Just then, a monotonous voice from the garden sentry broke the silence. Master, brother Chen Jinyou from Tianshu Peak has come to visit. Lin Xiaoya stiffened, akin to a startled fawn. Leaping up in alarm, hastily wiping her tear-stained face, her voice thick with nasal distress and panic. Why is he here? Quick, tell him I'm not in. Dear junior sister, your hospitality leaves much to be desired, came a calm voice from outside, laced with subtle teasing. The bamboo curtain was drawn aside by a slender hand, revealing Chen Jinyou standing at the threshold. Clad in his customary moon-white robe, his expression remained serenely unchanged. His gaze swept over Lin Xiaoya's tear-streaked face, now flushed with embarrassment. before settling on the cold jade box containing the withered starlight grass seeds on the table. Lin Xiaoya instinctively attempted to shield the box, a symbol of her failure. But her movements appeared clumsy and futile. She bowed her head, fingers tightly twisting the hem of her garment, her voice barely above a whisper. "B brother Chen, what brings you here? I was just passing by." Chen Jinyou's tone revealed no discernible emotion as he stepped into the alchemy chamber, his eyes scarcely lingering on Lin Xiaoya's distressed visage, as if her reddened eyes were a commonplace sight. He approached the table directly, casually picking up one of the shriveled starlight grass seeds from the box, a sense of chilling desolation emanating from the dry seed beneath his fingertips. "Starlight grass?" Chen Jinyou inquired almost idly. Lin Xiaoya's heart leapt to her throat, a wave of overwhelming shame nearly suffocating her. He truly saw it. He must have come to mock me. She bit her lip fiercely, the tip of her nose tinged with a sharp ache, tears once again welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over. With great difficulty, she managed to produce a sound from her throat, lowering her head even further. "This plant grows where stars converge, gathering celestial energy, thriving in solitude and cold. It requires the purest moonlight to harmonize with the Earth's energy for it to sprout." Chen Jinyou's voice resonated flatly, as if elucidating the most fundamental of theories, yet he continued. "However, its shell is inherently cloaked in a layer of stardust that isolates it from celestial power, akin to a death cocoon. Common cultivation methods, no matter how potent the spiritual energy, merely scratch the surface, failing to make any significant impact." Lin Xiaoya abruptly raised her head, her eyes wide with incredulity. He truly understands. Moreover, he unveiled the greatest secret of cultivating starshine grass, the layer of stardust barrier that even her father had never articulated. Chen Jinyou appeared oblivious to her astonishment as he carelessly tossed the withered seed back into the box, producing a faint click. In the next moment, he turned his wrist, revealing a similarly carved jade vial, crafted from cold jade, yet more delicate and archaic in design. The vial bore no embellishments, exuding a subtle aura of time's restraint. Not long ago, while sorting through some old belongings, Chen Jinyou's voice remained calm and unperturbed, tinged with an air of indifference, as he chanced upon a few seeds that bore a slight resemblance to those in his junior's box, gathering dust in his possession. He placed the ancient jade vial before Lin Xiaoya on the white jade table, his gesture seemingly trivial, as if he were setting down an unremarkable trinket. Given that his junior had delved deeply into this field, she might as well experiment with it. He paused momentarily, his gaze finally resting on Lin Xiaoya's wide eyes. Filled with shock and confusion, the corners of his mouth subtly lifting, a mere flicker of a smile, perhaps to repay the one she had given him at the alchemy conference. The smile at the alchemy conference? Lin Xiaoya recalled in bewilderment. She had been utterly lost then, never having smiled. However, Chen Jinyou's words had been spoken, and he did not linger, turning to leave. The moon-white hem of his robe brushed the threshold, and his figure swiftly vanished into the ethereal blue mist of the spiritual garden. His arrival was abrupt, and his departure was hasty. Within the alchemy chamber, only Lin Xiaoya and her maid, Yunxiang, remained, alongside the quietly resting ancient jade vial on the table. "Miss," Yunxiang cautiously approached, observing her mistress's dazed expression. Lin Xiaoya, as if awakening from a dream, suddenly lunged towards the table, seizing the cold jade vial that still retained the warmth from Chen Jinyou's palm. It felt smooth yet cool to the touch. The vial appeared ancient, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations, as if it were merely an ordinary relic. Taking a deep breath, she felt a near-sacred tension as she uncorked the vial. Buzz, a faint yet extraordinarily pure wave of energy, reminiscent of the essence of distant stars, accompanied by ethereal blue starlight, instantly emanated from the vial's opening. Merely catching a whiff of the aura, Lin Xiaoya felt a refreshing coolness wash over her soul. With trembling hands, she cautiously poured the seeds from the vial into her palm. 5 in total, each merely the size of a grain of rice, their shape resembling the withered seeds in her box, yet their hues were entirely distinct. They exhibited a profound and pure deep blue color, as if a fragment of the night sky had been captured. The surface of the seeds was not smooth but adorned with intricate, naturally formed patterns, resembling the trajectories of a star map. Flecks of delicate blue starlight flowed and flickered along the patterns, as if faint life were breathing within. An essence of pure, restrained, yet vast and magnificent celestial vitality distinctly radiated through her palm. What resemblance could there be? This was clearly of a quality far superior to what she had previously acquired, even surpassing the descriptions found in ancient texts. Legendary, exquisite starshine grass spiritual seeds. The flowing starlight. The intricate patterns of the celestial map. Each speaks of their extraordinary nature. The starry brilliance of the starshine herb. A truly exquisite celestial spirit seed. Lin Xiaoya's voice trembled with uncontainable excitement as her wide eyes fixated on the 5 seeds in her palm, resembling dreamlike stars. Reflected in her pupils was the swirling starlight, filled with unparalleled shock, ecstasy, and a suffocating surge of overwhelming impact. The discarded relic of senior brother Chen turned out to be such a rare treasure. A stroke of luck? Dust-covered? A trial? Recalling Chen Jinyou's casual indifference, even tinged with a hint of dismissiveness, and then gazing at these 5 treasures that embodied the stars, Lin Xiaoya felt an immense, indescribable torrent of emotion crash through her defenses. Feelings of grievance, shame, and confusion were instantly submerged by an explosive admiration, gratitude, and an intense curiosity to the extreme. Who exactly is senior brother Chen? Yongxiang, quickly, prepare the cold moon dew. Retrieve the star chart. Activate the core formation of the starshine orchard. Lin Xiaoya sprang up, her small face flushed with excitement, her voice brimming with unprecedented urgency and enthusiasm. The previous despondency vanished, and her large eyes blazed with fervent flames of hope and zeal. I must cultivate them immediately. Right now, on the cliff of reflection, deep within the shadowy cave, Elder Sun sat motionless on the cold stone bed like a decayed tree. He stared intently at a black bone talisman in his palm, which had just flickered to life before quickly dimming. The residual wave of divine thought within the talisman delivered the latest news from the Danxiang Pavilion. Chen Jinyou refined pills barehanded, astonishing Dan Yangzi. Morong Xiao faced utter disgrace. It seemed Lin Xiaoya had not completely shattered. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Elder Sun hissed like a venomous snake, his withered fingers clenched tightly, crushing the talisman that conveyed the message into dust. Even a little girl could not be subdued. Morong Xiao was as helpless as mud. The extreme anger and resentment burned within his very core. The more radiant Chen Jinyou became, the deeper his hatred grew. Time could not be wasted. This childish growth was too alarming. He must be dealt with before his wings fully unfurl. A frenzied resolution flashed in Elder Sun's eyes. He bit his tongue, forcefully spraying a mouthful of vengeful blood essence into the void. The essence did not fall to the ground, but was drawn by an invisible force, rapidly forming a more complex and menacing dark red skull rune in midair, exuding a strong aura of blood and death. At the center of the rune, a flickering green ghostly flame danced unpredictably, with my blood essence as the guide, and the geographical map of the Black Wind Gorge in the northwest of Qingyun sect as the basis. Elder Sun's voice became hoarse, echoing like a wailing specter, as he forcefully infused a strand of divine thought along with the prepared geographical information into the blood-colored skull rune. Friends of the Black Sha sect. The prey has left its nest. Follow the map and claim its head. The reward is doubled. Buzz. The blood-colored skull rune erupted with blinding evil light, casting the entire cold stone cave in a crimson hue. The runes twisted as if they had opened a portal to the netherworld, greedily consuming Elder Sun's essence and spirit, which then transformed into an indistinguishable crimson stream, piercing through the heavy rocks of the mountain, shooting toward a certain sinister direction outside the mountain. Elder Sun collapsed, drained of all strength, lying on the cold stone bed, gasping violently, yet a morbid, destructive smile twisted his face. Chen Jinyou, your days of prosperity are over. The Black Wind Gorge shall be your grave. Chapter 34, Cultivating Spirit Seeds, a hidden affection at the core of the Starry Garden. This place seemed like a fragment severed from the cosmos. The ground was not soil, but rather covered with smooth, mirror-like starfall jade, reflecting the stars above, with silver-white patterns of star power flowing naturally across its surface. The dome was not a conventional roof, but composed of countless glass pieces embedded with gathering star stones. Appearing ordinary by day, however, as night fell, it gathered the power of the stars 100-fold, refracting downwards and creating a flowing, resplendent river of starlight within the garden. In the center of the garden, 5 jade platforms formed a protective circle. The jade was as warm as the moon, carved from frost moon jade. At this moment, Lin Xiaoya knelt before the central platform, her petite figure appearing particularly devout under the cascading starlight. She delicately cradled a square basin of frost jade, which contained not soil, but semi-transparent, ethereal ice crystal sand, continuously emanating a chilling aura. Within the basin lay 5 deep blue stargrass seeds, resembling dormant, celestial embryos, quietly half-buried in the crystalline sand. Lin Xiaoya held her breath, her large, round eyes fixed intently on the seeds, her pupils reflecting the flowing starlight, filled with an almost obsessive focus. Her fingertips were surrounded by a faint azure flame, not for heating, but to maintain the basin's crystalline sand at an exquisitely frigid temperature, close to absolute zero, through the most refined fire control techniques. Beside her, a palm-sized guiding star disk, engraved with intricate star paths, hovered and slowly rotated, precisely directing the star power from the dome into 5 visible light pillars of soft blue, gently enveloping the seeds. Time flowed in the stillness of concentration, marked only by the faint hum of flowing star power and the subtle hissing of the ice crystal sand releasing cold vapor. 1 hour, 2 hours, still, the basin remained silent. The star patterns on the surface of the seeds were deep and enigmatic, showing no signs of germination. Beads of fine sweat formed on Lin Xiaoya's forehead, sliding down her delicate chin to splash against the cold jade basin, instantly crystallizing into ice. The prolonged focus and exertion of spiritual energy left her six-layered body feeling distinctly fatigued. A familiar, despairing sense of anxiety coiled around her heart like a cold serpent. Could it still fail? Yunxiang stood nearby, watching her young mistress's trembling shoulders and pale profile, her heart tightening in worry. She dared not speak, fearful of disturbing this sacred ritual. Just as Lin Xiaoya's spirit was on the verge of wavering from exhaustion and dread, humming, a faint, almost ethereal resonance, as if emanating from the depths of the soul, suddenly emerged from the cold jade basin. Lin Xiaoya shuddered violently, her gaze fixated on the basin, where, at its very center, a once dim seed of starlight grass ignited with a dazzling blue radiance, as small as a pinprick. It was as if a slumbering star had awakened for the first time. Immediately, a chain reaction ensued. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The surface patterns of the remaining 4 seeds ignited like a celestial river ablaze, one after another. 5 brilliant blue beams of light intermingled, instantly piercing through the dense chill and starlight within the basin. They sprouted. They sprouted. Miss, the seeds have illuminated, Yunxiang exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. Lin Xiaoya bit down hard on her lip, desperately staving off the tears that threatened to spill, summoning every ounce of strength to maintain the stability of the fiery essence at her fingertips. She beheld it. It was not merely light. At the source of the resplendent glow, an infinitesimal, yet vibrant white sprout tip was valiantly pushing against the dark blue, hardened seed shell. The shell broke. The barrier of stardust shattered. What unfolded next transcended Lin Xiaoya's entire understanding of nurturing spiritual plants. The 5 seedlings of starlight grass seemed to have broken free from ancient constraints, greedily absorbing the purest celestial energy and lunar radiance. Their growth was breathtakingly swift. The tender sprouts unfurled before her eyes, rising and splitting into 2 delicate, glistening star-shaped leaves, as if carved from the purest sapphire. Upon the leaves, the naturally formed star patterns grew increasingly vivid and intricate, as azure beams of light flowed like living water through the designs. A pure, invigorating starry essence, seemingly capable of cleansing the soul, intensified with the seedling's growth. Within the span of a single night, as the first rays of dawn struggled to penetrate the dome of starglass, attempting to illuminate this artificial starry realm, 5 peculiar spiritual grasses, each approximately 3 inches tall, stood silently atop the crystal sands of profound ice. Their bodies radiated a deep and pure azure hue, their stems crystalline and translucent, resembling jadeite crystallized from starlight. The star-shaped leaves at their peaks unfurled, each seeming to capture a fragment of the genuine night sky, with mysterious trails of starlight flowing across them. The essence of the 5 grasses intertwined, forming a miniature, slowly rotating pale blue nebula above the basin. An overwhelming presence of celestial power and life essence enveloped the air, rendering the atmosphere of the starlight garden refreshingly vibrant. It was complete. Moreover, it surpassed the records of ancient texts, embodying a perfect quality of starlight grass. Lin Xiaoya slowly retracted her fingers, which had long since grown numb. As the fiery essence at her fingertips extinguished quietly, she gazed blankly at the 5 treasures, transformed into embodiments of stars, and at the miniature nebula, her mind a void. An immense, surreal joy surged through her, overwhelming all her weariness, anxiety, and the shadows of past failures. A miracle truly is a miracle, Yunxiang murmured, gazing at the 5 starlight grasses as if witnessing a divine phenomenon. Not a miracle. Lin Xiaoya's voice trembled violently, imbued with a dreamlike haze. She slowly raised her hand, gently brushing against the swirling soft blue nebula. A refreshing and powerful pulse of starlight resonated through her fingertips. It was him, senior brother Chen Jinyou, the one who casually unveiled the truth behind the exploding furnace at the alchemy conference, shattering preconceived notions of alchemy. The one who calmly discarded a seed, as if bestowing a chance upon her. The figure shrouded in layers of mist, one she gazed upon with reverence, like a towering mountain. All origins lead back to him. Without the seed he provided, without the stardust barrier he dismantled, Lin Xiaoya would still be the failure who caused the alchemical furnace to explode. An overwhelming sense of gratitude, an indescribable shock, and an insatiable curiosity, akin to a wildfire spreading uncontrollably, filled Lin Xiaoya's heart in an instant. She abruptly turned, grasping Yuxiang's arm, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Yuxiang, quickly, prepare a grand gift. No, prepare my finest herbal fragrance essence. And my cherished, soul-warming jade. I must go to Tianshu Peak. Now. Immediately. At once. Huh. Miss, it's still not fully dawn, Yuxiang said, somewhat bewildered. I don't care. Lin Xiaoya's voice was laced with undeniable urgency, her small face flushed with excitement. I must thank Senior Brother Chen. I need to ask him how he acquired those seeds. Does he truly know how to cultivate starlight grass? Like a gust of wind, she dashed out of the starlight garden, leaving Yuxiang in a state of shock. Tianshu Peak, cave dwelling number 73. In the tranquil chamber, spiritual mist lingered. Chen Jinyou sat cross-legged beside the spring of spiritual energy, his vital essence flowing like mercury, solidifying the foundation of his early-stage foundation establishment. His consciousness sank into the sea of awareness, where a faint blue system interface unfolded silently. Host, Chen Jinyou, realm, early-stage foundation establishment, initial phase of dominant body. Points, 2,950 points, overdraft. Contract target, Su Wanqing, 5th layer of qi condensation. Ling Shuang, peak late-stage foundation establishment. Potential capture target, Lin Xiaoya, affection level continuously rising. His gaze swept over the glaring red negative number in the points column. But Chen Jinyou remained unfazed. Overdraft? Merely a preemptive wager. His thoughts settled on the exchange record for the optimized starlight grass spirit seed. System. What is Lin Xiaoya's cultivation progress? A thought stirred. Command confirmed. Emotional fluctuations of contract target Lin Xiaoya are intense. Target starlight grass cultivation status. Successfully hatched and germinated. Growth status. Perfect. Quality. Exceeds expectations. Current core emotion of target Lin Xiaoya. Extreme shock, profound gratitude, and exploration desire. Curiosity and admiration towards the host have surpassed the threshold. Note. Target is carrying herbal fragrance essence, soul-warming jade, and other gifts. Racing towards the host's cave dwelling at full speed, it worked. A sly smile crept across Chen Jinyou's lips. The fish had taken the bait, and it had bitten fiercely and eagerly. The starry grass serves merely as an introduction. The true prize lies in the daughter of the master of Danding Peak. A potential treasure, alongside her vast resources and connections in alchemy. With a beauty rating of 90 and a score of 9,000 points, success is tantalizingly close. At that moment, a respectful voice from outside the quiet chamber interrupted. Master, junior sister Lin Xiaoya from Danding Peak seeks an audience, her demeanor quite urgent. Let her in, Chen Jinyou replied, gradually withdrawing his energy, allowing his internal vitality to recede, restoring tranquility. The stone door to the cave opened silently. A petite figure clad in a pale yellow dress rushed in, carrying with her a breeze infused with the sense of myriad herbs and celestial energy. Lin Xiaoya's cheeks were flushed from her hurried run, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, and her meticulously arranged hair had become slightly disheveled. Clutching a delicate jade box and a soft silk pouch, her large eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly scanned for Chen Jinyou's presence. Upon spotting Chen Jinyou seated calmly by the spiritual spring, her footsteps abruptly halted, and her breath caught in her throat. She stood at the entrance, gazing at the figure that appeared particularly solemn in the faint morning light, her mind overwhelmed with a torrent of unspoken words, leaving only the sound of her racing heartbeat echoing in her ears. The flush of excitement on her face had not yet faded, but was now tinged with a sense of trepidation akin to standing before a towering mountain. Brother Chen, her voice, laced with the remnants of her exertion, trembled slightly. Her unwavering gaze was filled with pure, unfiltered admiration and a yearning for knowledge. The starry grass has come to life. They are so beautiful, like real stars. How did you achieve this? The seeds, she stumbled over her words, her excitement rendering her speechless, and could only present the jade box and pouch with eager hands. This is my treasured essence of herbs, highly beneficial for solidifying one's foundation. And this, the soul-nourishing warm jade. Please accept it, brother. Chen Jinyou's calm eyes swept over Lin Xiaoya's flushed face, then to the gift she offered, finally resting upon her large, expressive eyes that seemed to plead for secrets to be divulged. He remained seated, merely nodding slightly, his tone devoid of any turbulence. It is sufficient that they have come to life. There is no need for gifts. They are merely a few seeds acquired by chance. By chance. Again, merely by chance. Lin Xiaoya's heart felt as though it had been clawed at by a cat. She stepped forward eagerly, her eyes alight with disbelief and determination. Brother, you are deceiving me. These are no ordinary seeds. They can break through the stardust barrier. Ancient texts do not even document such a thing. Do you possess a special cultivation method? Could you possibly teach me? Her youthful face flushed even deeper with urgency and desire, resembling a ripe apple, embodying a stubborn determination to not relent until her goals were achieved. Observing her fervent display, A subtle smile flickered in Chen Jinyou's eyes. He slowly rose and approached Lin Xiaoya. His towering presence exuded an unspoken pressure, causing her to instinctively shrink back. Yet her eyes continued to shine with a fierce resolve. A special method? Chen Jinyou leaned slightly closer to the eager face filled with a thirst for knowledge. His voice low and imbued with a subtle, almost imperceptible magnetism. Perhaps it is merely my good fortune? His breath brushed against Lin Xiaoya's ear, carrying an ineffable sense of mystery, as if he possessed a profound understanding of everything. Those deep, penetrating eyes, akin to bottomless icy pools, caused Lin Xiaoya's heart to skip several beats, her cheeks flushing a bright red, and she momentarily forgot how to breathe. Good fortune? She repeated dazedly, her mind a blank slate. Outside the cave, high above the path of Tianshu Peak, a vulture with feathers as dark as ink and eyes as crimson as blood circled silently like a specter, its faint odor of decay wafting through the air. Its cold, red gaze locked onto the location of the T-shaped cave 73 below. The vulture's keen sight pierced through the morning mist, clearly revealing the figure of a petite girl in a pale yellow dress, blushing furiously as she clutched a box. Then, with a powerful flap of its wings, the vulture transformed into a shadowy blur and swiftly darted towards the northwest direction of the Black Wind Gorge, nearly merging with the darkness. In its claws, it clutched a terrain map of the Black Wind Gorge, delivered by Elder Sun through the means of his blood, as well as the latest coordinates of Chen Jinyou's cave. Chapter 35. The Trap of Deceit. Elder Sun's poisonous scheme. Deep within the thought-reflection cliff, Elder Sun sat rigidly upon the cold stone bed, his gaze fixed on the black bone talisman in his palm, which had just dimmed to a mere ash. The last fragment of consciousness transmitted by the talisman had pierced into his mind's eye, revealing a vivid image of Lin Xiaoya at the entrance of the T-shaped cave. Her pale yellow dress contrasting with her flushed face, her eyes brimming with unabashed admiration and inquiry. The little wretch knows not her own peril. Elder Sun hissed venomously, his parched fingers tightening into a fist, grinding the remaining bone dust into finer particles. Chen Jinyou. Once again, Chen Jinyou. Not only is he a prodigy in his own right, but even the cherished jewel of Danyangzi holds such admiration for him. This is akin to stabbing a knife into the festering wound of Sun Changming. The humiliation from the law enforcement hall, the suffocating confinement, the incompetence of that worthless Murong Xiao, Danyangzi's admiration for Chen Jinyou, and the piercing gaze of Lin Xiaoya filled with adoration all surged through Elder Sun's mind in a chaotic flashback, twisting and ultimately coalescing into a seething cauldron of fiery wrath, potent enough to incinerate reason. This boy must not be allowed to remain. Elder Sun suddenly lifted his head, his withered face contorting in a spasm of intense hatred. His rate of growth is alarmingly formidable. That wretched girl, Ling Shuang, protects him, and that old fool Danyangzi regards him with newfound esteem. If given more time, will there still be a place for me within the ranks of Qingyun's sect? Fear instantaneously filled Elder Sun's heart. He envisioned Chen Jinyou, treading upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, accompanied by Ling Shuang, Su Wanqing, and even Lin Xiaoya, ascending step by step to the pinnacle of Qingyun, while he, Sun Changming, is utterly crushed into the dust, never to rise again. No, absolutely not. A frenzied and resolute light erupted in the murky depths of Elder Sun's eyes. He must seize the opportunity while Chen Jinyou is still vulnerable, before Lin Xiaoya completely turns against him, and eliminate him decisively. In the Qingyun sect, there are the wretched Ling Shuang, the old fool Danyangzi, and the watchful Li Wufeng from the law enforcement hall, preventing any direct action. His bony fingers unconsciously scratched the cold stone bed, emitting a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. Thoughts raced through his mind. He must lure him out to a remote place, far from prying eyes, where his demise would seem justifiable and without witnesses. A location suddenly flashed in his mind: Haifeng Gorge, situated 500 miles northwest of Qingyun sect. Adjacent to the foothills of the Wanyao mountain range, Haifeng Gorge is characterized by treacherous terrain and year-round bone-chilling winds infused with malevolent energy. It serves as one of the sect's exile grounds for criminals and a harsh training ground for disciples. More importantly, the area has recently been rife with turmoil. According to scattered reports from the Elders' Hall, several mysterious and malevolent cultivators have appeared near Haifeng town, known for their brutal methods and for raiding merchant caravans, resulting in the disappearance of several patrolling disciples. The chaos caused by these dark cultivators presents a fortuitous opportunity for the sect. The glint of green fire danced wildly in Elder Sun's eyes as a maliciously brilliant plan took shape in an instant. He bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain clearing his muddled thoughts. A mouthful of dark red essence, infused with resentment, vitality, and the imprint of his very soul, was forcefully expelled into the void. The essence did not touch the ground but was drawn by an invisible force brimming with deathly silence and insatiable greed. The dark red mist violently churned in midair, coalescing as Elder Sun recited an ancient incantation, twisted and rife with blasphemy. With my blood and soul as offerings, I summon the power of the 9 hells. Elder Sun's voice was hoarse, like the creaking of a broken gong, as he invoked the 7 killers of the Black Sha sect. The prey is about to leave its nest. Location: 500 miles northwest of Jinyou sect, Haifeng Gorge, Haifeng Town. A meticulously constructed mental map of Haifeng Gorge formed, detailing Chen Jinyou's cave dwelling, his aura characteristics, and the potential presence of Ling Shuang, Su Wanqing, and Lin Xiaoya. This boy bears an uncanny inheritance. With a formidable physique capable of slaying those in the mid-foundation stage despite being in the early stages himself. He is accompanied by the peak late foundation master sister Ling Shuang from the Jinyou sect, alongside the Qi condensation cultivators Su Wanqing and Lin Xiaoya. Every effort must be exerted to lay a comprehensive trap. I want his soul extinguished, his bones ground to dust. Not a single one connected to him shall be spared. Elder Sun's voice trembled with intense resentment and soul exhaustion. Yet his eyes sparkled with a morbid delight in annihilation, the reward. All the resources I have cultivated over 100 years in the Jinyou sect, including coordinates for 3 secret spirit stone veins, methods to unlock the 3 back doors of the Scripture Pavilion's B building, and the hidden passage leading outside the sect beneath the Regret Cliff. All shall belong to the Black Sha sect. I only seek Chen Jinyou's death. Ha ha ha, Old Sun is ruthless enough. This deal is accepted by the 7 killers. The prey's information has been received. Haifeng Gorge shall be his burial ground. Await the collection of his remains. Amidst maniacal laughter, a dark red gleam, exuding a dense aura of death and blood, swiftly pierced through the heavy mountains, vanishing without a trace. Only the thick, inescapable stench of blood lingered in the cave, accompanied by Elder Sun's labored breaths, reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. He lay sprawled upon the frigid stone bed, his complexion as pallid as that of a corpse, his breath reduced to the faintest whisper, yet his lips curled into a grotesquely twisted smile, revealing teeth stained with blood. Chen Jinyou, Ling Shuang, and Dan Yangzi's treasured daughter cackled with a sinister glee, her voice dripping with malice. Let them all perish. Go die? The leader of the 7 kills Hall from the Black Shaman sect personally led a team of Golden Core assassins into the soul-devouring formation. I shall see how you survive. In the Azure Cloud sect's Hall of Elders, the atmosphere buzzed with fervent discussions, while a colossal jade disc incessantly refreshed various sect missions. Requests for medicinal herbs, parties to hunt demons, escorts for merchant caravans, and the eradication of bizarre evil forces filled the air. In one corner of the hall, at the Y-shaped window dedicated to task postings, a middle-aged cultivator clad in the garb of an attendant, with an unremarkable appearance but a subtle glint of malice in his eyes, was engrossed in organizing jade slips. His name was Zhao Kuan. Publicly, he was a mere attendant of the hall, yet secretly, he was a deeply embedded pawn of Elder Sunday. Suddenly, a cold bone talisman within his sleeve trembled slightly, and an extremely obscure thought message surged into his consciousness. The information was straightforward, comprising only a task number and a name. Ding Haiqi San, Chen Jinyou. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Zhao Kuan's eyes, though his expression remained impassive. He swiftly extracted a black jade slip from the towering pile of pending releases, one that emanated a faint aura of sinister energy. The front of the jade slip bore the task details: Sect Mission, Level C Emergency, Location, Northwest Black Wind Town. Event: Investigate the recent spate of merchant caravan robberies and missing cultivators. Eliminate the rogue, evil cultivators. Intelligence: Suspected presence of a Foundation Establishment level rogue cultivator. Numbers: Unknown. Requirements: Intersect disciples and above. Team formation recommended. Contribution points: 500. Zhao Kuan's fingertips quietly gathered a trace of an extremely faint, unique restrictive aura from Elder Sun, which gently brushed over the jade slip. On the reverse side, a line of nearly invisible dark red characters appeared, discernible only through specific restrictive techniques. Supplemental intelligence: The rogue leader is confirmed to be at the mid-foundation establishment stage, with over 10 lackeys, all at the Qi condensation stage. There may be a gathering place for sinister energy within the town, suitable for ambush. This supplemental information was a blend of truth and deception. The mid-foundation establishment status was accurate, as was the presence of over 10 lackeys. Yet the most crucial detail was concealed. The leader of the Black Shaman sect's 7 kills Hall personally led the team, accompanied by several Peak Foundation establishment assassins, and the prearranged soul-devouring formation capable of annihilating Golden Core cultivators. Having completed these machinations, Zhao Kuan expressionlessly placed the tampered black jade slip in the most conspicuous position of the Level C task board. He then flicked his fingertip, sending an almost imperceptible wave of spiritual energy toward an inconspicuous bronze mirror hanging at the entrance of the hall. The mirror's surface rippled faintly, and an invisible wave of thought energy instantaneously spread, sweeping over every disciple in the hall. At the Tianshu Peak, within the Ding Z number 73 cave dwelling, Chen Jinyou sat cross-legged beside the spiritual spring, a pale golden jade talisman gently warming at his fingertips. The jade talisman projected a clear image of the Deacon Hall's B-level task board, with a black task jade slip emanating a sinister aura positioned at the top. Sect task, B-level urgent, Black Wine Town's evil cultists. Contribution points, 500. Su Wanqing stood nearby, murmuring, "Master, the task has been confirmed." The contribution points are substantial. The objective is clear, and the danger level is marked as B-level, corresponding to a foundational threat in the early to mid-stages. The Deacon Hall's spirit-sensing mirror had just scanned the area, and this task was already marked as urgently recommended. She paused, lowering her voice further, revealing that the Deacon Zhao Kuan, who issued this task, had clandestine connections with the Cliff of Reflection. Ling Shuang stood in the shadows, her ice soul sword suspended at her side, her moon-white figure radiating an aura that commanded distance. Her icy gaze swept across the talisman's projection without any sign of emotional fluctuation, as if the task bore no relevance to her. However, upon hearing the name Cliff of Reflection, a faint, frigid glimmer of murderous intent flickered in the depths of her eyes. Lin Xiaoya, cradling a cold jade basin containing exquisite starry grass, gazed eagerly at Chen Jinyou, her large eyes sparkling with excitement, her cheeks still flushed. "Senior Brother Chen, are you going to undertake a task? Blackwind Town. I've heard their black wind meat and shadow mushrooms are specialties. Can I accompany you? I can help identify medicinal herbs. I'm quite skilled at alchemy." She fervently promoted herself, her eyes brimming with eagerness and blind trust in Chen Jinyou. Chen Jinyou's gaze calmly traversed the task jade slip, then swept over Su Wanqing's vigilant eyes and Ling Shuang's icy profile, finally resting on Lin Xiaoya's eyes filled with anticipation and admiration. Contact with the Cliff of Reflection? Has the tale of that old dog's son finally revealed itself? The B-level task regarding the evil cultists in Black Wind Town formed a perfect trap framework that instantly crystallized in his mind. He rose slowly. Since there was a warm invitation, what reason would he have to decline? His thoughts stirred as his consciousness delved into the depths of the system marketplace. Disregarding the glaring deficit of 2,950 points in the contribution bar, precisely locking onto item, one-time formation disc, illusionary killing array, simplified version, grade, high quality, mystical stage, effect. Upon deployment, it forms an illusionary killing array covering a 100 zhang radius, capable of ensnaring and confusing enemies, amplifying attacks of allies within the array. Notable effects on targets below the golden core stage. Redemption points, for 1,000 points. Warning, points severely insufficient. Forced overdraft will deepen debt. Redeem. Chen Jinyou's thoughts bore no hesitation. Ding. Forced overdraft successful. Redeemed one-time formation disc, illusionary killing array, simplified version. Points, for 1,000. Current points, 6950, overdraft. A palm-sized, entirely black octagonal metal formation disc, its surface engraved with countless intricate, twisted blood-red runes, quietly fell into the system's item inventory. At the center of the disc, a dark red glow, akin to congealed blood, slowly rotated, exuding a chillingly fierce aura. Chen Jinyou's voice shattered the stillness of the cave, his gaze sweeping over the three women. "In 1 hour, we depart for Blackwind Town." Su Wanqing responded with a bow and immediately began preparing pills and talismans. Ling Shuang silently turned away, her ice spirit sword emitting a low, resonant hum. Lin Xiaoya, cradling a pot of starlight grass, beamed with excitement. "Yay, Brother Chen. Wait for me. I need to grab my alchemical furnace and pouch." Chapter 36. Task Traps. Crisis looming 500 miles to the northwest lies Blackwind Gorge. The sky hung heavy with a leaden gray, pressing down upon the jagged black ridges. The gorge resembled a grotesque wound carved into the earth by a colossal axe, its steep cliffs devoid of life, exposing weathered rock resembling charred coal. The relentless, bone-chilling black wind howled through the canyon, stirring up grit and emitting a wailing sound akin to ghostly cries. The wind carried strands of visibly dark, malevolent energy that brushed against exposed skin, delivering a stinging, icy sensation as if countless tiny needles were burrowing into the bones. A modest, unadorned flying vessel of the Qingyun sect struggled to slice through the viscous, malevolent wind. Hovering above the entrance to Blackwind Gorge, the azure cloud patterns etched upon its hull dimmed under the assault of the sinister breeze. Chen Jinyou stood at the bow, hands clasped behind him. Behind him, Ling Shuang, Su Wanqing, and Lin Xiaoya stood side by side. Ling Shuang was enveloped in a thin layer of icy blue ethereal light, isolating her from the howling black wind and malevolent energy. The ice spirit sword hung at her side, exuding an aura as frigid as an everlasting glacier. Su Wanqing's complexion paled slightly, her 5-layered spirit energy shield fluctuating under the continuous assault of the black wind. She pressed her lips tightly together, vigilantly observing the lifeless gorge below. Lin Xiaoya's face turned ashen. One hand clutched her diminutive crimson alchemical furnace, while the other gripped the edge of the vessel. Her petite form trembling slightly in the gale, her large eyes filled with discomfort and a tinge of instinctive fear. Is this the place? Where is Black Wind Town? Lin Xiaoya's voice trembled as she strained to peer through the swirling gray-black sand below. Chen Jinyou offered no reply, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the gorge. There, where Black Wind Town should have stood, only a charred wasteland remained, battered repeatedly by the black wind. The remnants of broken walls appeared intermittently through the sandstorm, and on some partially burned wooden beams, dark brown, congealed bloodstains remained, akin to unsightly scars. The air was thick not only with malevolent energy, but also with a faint, nauseating odor of charred remains and decaying corpses. An absolute silence reigned, an utter void of sound, save for the wind's mournful whine. This was a town utterly erased. The intelligence was flawed. This was no ordinary evil cultivator's raid. Su Wanqing's voice carried a weight of seriousness and a barely perceptible fury. This is a massacre. Ling Shuang's icy gaze swept over the ruins below, her expression unwavering. Yet the ice spirit sword beside her emitted a faint hum, its chill intensifying. Chen Jinyou's lips curled into a subtle smile. Flawed intelligence? No, the scent of the trap is overwhelmingly pervasive. Descend, he uttered with an impassive tone. The flying vessel gradually lowered itself behind a massive black rock, offering some respite from the relentless winds at the edge of the ruins. As they set foot upon the charred ground, mingled with bone powder and ashes, a chilling cold surged up through their souls. The air was thick with the stench of decay. Split up and remain vigilant, Chen Jinyou commanded. Ling Shuang silently nodded, her ice spirit sword transforming into a streak of ethereal blue light, silently darting towards the eastern side of the ruins. Where it passed, even the howling black winds seemed momentarily frozen. Su Wanqing swiftly produced several reconnaissance talismans, channeling her spiritual energy to transform them into beams of light that shot off in various directions. Lin Xiaoya, suppressing her discomfort, quickly patted the alchemical furnace, which exhaled a faint azure mist that rapidly spread, dispelling the nauseating scent of decomposing corpses, while simultaneously forming a subtle protective barrier imbued with a medicinal fragrance. Chen Jinyou remained still, standing in the shadow of the colossal rock, his consciousness sinking into the recesses of his mind. System, conduct a deep scan of this area. Energy residuals. Signs of life. Track the whereabouts of the malevolent cultivator. Deep scan initiated. Cost, 100 points. Current points, 7,050, overdrawn. Warning, high concentration of malevolent resentment detected. Coverage area, entire Black Wind Town ruins. Life signs analysis. No recent living organisms detected. Residual remains exhibit diverse energy characteristics, with a time of death exceeding 7 days. Energy trajectory tracking. Weak traces of dark energy detected, leading towards the depths of the canyon approximately 10 miles away, with a strong interference source present. Interference source analysis. Suspected large-scale formation fluctuations. Energy levels exceed detection limits. Warning. Danger level, extremely high. A large-scale formation? Energy levels beyond detection limits. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Jinyou's eyes. The handiwork of that old dog's son is indeed ruthless. This could not possibly be orchestrated by the so-called mid-foundation malevolent cultivator mentioned in the intelligence reports. It must be at least the handiwork of a golden core level practitioner, if not stronger. Senior Brother Chen, over here. Su Wanqing's urgent call resonated from the western side of the ruins, laced with a hint of horror. In an instant, Chen Jinyou appeared by her side, with Ling Shuang's icy blue figure arriving almost simultaneously. The scene before them caused Lin Xiaoya to cover her mouth in shock, nearly retching. Beneath a partially collapsed earthen wall lay 5 bodies sprawled in disarray. They were clad in the standard gray robes of the outer disciples of Qingyun sect, now thoroughly soaked in congealed blood, rendering the garments hard and blackened. The corpses were desiccated, resembling withered wood drained of all moisture, their skin tightly adhering to the bones, exhibiting a ghastly gray hue. On their faces lingered the frozen expressions of ultimate terror and agony, their eyes bulging, mouths agape as if they had witnessed the most horrific sight imaginable. Even more unsettling were the exposed necks and arms, marred by a multitude of purple-black puncture wounds, akin to those inflicted by countless tiny venomous insects. The flesh surrounding these holes had long since rotted, emanating a pungent stench. Indeed, the voice of Su Wanqing trembled slightly as she recognized the identities of 2 of the corpses. They belonged to members of the Outer Sect Patrol team dispatched days prior to investigate the missing persons incident. The ominous force had consumed their essence, forcibly draining their lifeblood and souls. Ling Shuang's voice, cool and crisp, carried an imperceptible weight of seriousness. She crouched down, her fingertips gathering a glimmer of icy blue radiance as she gently brushed against the violet-black puncture wounds on one of the corpse's necks. The moment the cold light made contact, an extremely chilling, tainted, and vengeful aura surged forth, only to be instantly frozen and extinguished by the frost emanating from her fingertips. The assailant was undoubtedly a gold core level malevolent cultivator, proficient in the sinister arts of soul extraction and blood siphoning. Gold core level. Lin Xiaoya's face drained of color in an instant. Was it not said that only mid-foundation establishment cultivators existed here? She instinctively glanced toward Chen Jinyou. Her wide eyes filled with dread. Chen Jinyou's expression darkened profoundly. The brutal demise of the patrolling disciples, the presence of a gold core evil cultivator, and the large-scale array. The scope of this trap exceeded his estimations by far. Old Sun, in his relentless pursuit to eliminate him, had allied with an exceedingly ferocious demonic force, sparing no expense. We must leave, Chen Jinyou decisively declared, knowing they could not linger here a moment longer. Immediate evacuation was imperative. However, just as he uttered the command, a rasping, mocking laughter erupted, as if sandpaper were scraping against brittle bones, echoing through the howling black winds. The voice seemed to emanate from all directions, reverberating deep within the souls of those present. Boom, 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 boom. For pillars of inky darkness, infused with thick, bloodthirsty energy, erupted from the scorched ground of the ruins. Soaring towards the heavens, the pillars converged at a height of several dozen feet, instantly unfurling into a vast, dark red net that obscured the sky. Countless distorted and tormented faces of vengeful spirits emerged upon the net, wailing as the dense, inescapable aura of resentment enveloped the entire ruins of Black Wind Town like a tangible mire. The array of 10,000 ghosts devouring souls. Activate. The terrifying pressure of the array descended with a thunderous force. The air thickened, turning viscous like glue, and the howling winds transformed into the anguished cries of countless vengeful souls. Su Wanqing let out a muffled groan. Her protective barrier of fifth-layer spiritual energy shattering like fragile eggshells, as the horrifying aura of resentment slithered into her body like a venomous serpent, plunging her into an icy abyss, her complexion paling instantly. Lin Xiaoya screamed in terror, her petite form trembling violently, as the protective mist emitted from her bronze cauldron was rapidly eroded, while the terrifying wails of vengeful spirits directly assaulted her soul, causing her vision to darken and nearly leading her to faint. Only Ling Shuang stood unyielding, her body radiating an overwhelming icy blue light. As the ice soul sword emitted a resonant, soaring cry, forming an absolute domain of ice within a 10-foot radius, barely safeguarding her and the faltering Lin Xiaoya. Yet, the ice domain quaked violently under the onslaught of the vengeful spirits, producing distressing cracking sounds. Be careful. Ling Shuang's cool voice resonated with unprecedented gravity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shadowy figures, spectral and elusive, surged forth without warning from the shadows of 3 different directions. The speed reached an unparalleled zenith, leaving behind only 3 distorted afterimages. One individual wielded a pallid bone blade, its edge enveloped in swirling black mist, emitting a piercing shriek that threatened to rend the very soul of Su Wanqing as it aimed for her heart. Another person, with fingers elongated to an alarming length, dark as ink and entwined with fetid toxic gas, struck like a venomous serpent towards Lin Xiaoya's head. The final figure was the most terrifying. Their form seemed to meld seamlessly into the shadows, silently appearing at the rear flank of the ice domain, a claw covered in violet-black scales, suffused with a thick aura of malevolence, struck fiercely at the barrier formed by the ice spirit sword. The energy exuding from that claw astonishingly reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, a meticulously plotted assassination. The target was clear. First, to sever the wings. Sister Wanqing. Lin Xiaoya gasped in sheer terror. Su Wanqing's pupils constricted as the shadow of death loomed ominously. With barely enough time to evade, she hastily diverted her body, channeling all her spiritual energy into a diminutive tortoise-shell shield that she summoned in haste. Clang. Crack. The pallid bone blade struck the tortoise-shell shield with ferocity. The shield's spiritual radiance dimmed instantly, emitting a piercing wail as spiderweb-like cracks danced across its surface. The immense force propelled Su Wanqing, shield and all, violently away, blood spurting from her mouth. Simultaneously, the venomous claw targeting Lin Xiaoya was nearly upon her. A fetid gust swept forth. Get back! A cold, furious shout erupted. Ling Shuang's eyes glinted with icy resolve. Ignoring the terrifying claw approaching from behind, the ice spirit sword whirled with lightning speed, unleashing a finely honed sword chi akin to a ribbon, slicing towards the venomous claw aiming at Lin Xiaoya. Sizzle! The clash of sword chi and claw produced a jarring, corrosive sound. The toxic mist dissipated, and the assailant shrieked as the scales upon their arm were shredded by the sword chi, leaving a deep ice-blue wound that exposed bone, causing them to retreat in shock. Yet, as Ling Shuang strained to assist, a minuscule flaw appeared in the defensive formation at her rear. Cackling. Die! The assailant, a Peak Foundation establishment killer, exhibited a fierce glint in their eyes, the violet-black claw swelling with malevolence, accelerating towards the fleeting weak point of the ice domain barrier. As the barrier threatened to shatter, Lin Xiaoya and Su Wanqing found themselves perilously close to doom. A deep, resonant hum, imbued with an eerie cadence, unexpectedly resonated beneath Chen Jinyou's feet. Unbeknownst to them, he had silently retreated into the deepest shadows of a colossal black rock, beneath which a palm-sized octagonal metal array, entirely obsidian and inscribed with countless twisted blood-red runes, began to levitate slowly. At the center of the array, a dim crimson glow flared to life, akin to the awakening gaze of a ferocious beast. Chapter 37, Blood Battle Breakout. All cards revealed the dark red net of souls, reminiscent of the interior wall of a dying beast's belly, loomed ominously over the charred ruins. The wailing of vengeful spirits coalesced into tangible sound waves, violently assaulting the eardrums and psyche. The ominous and vengeful energy was thick as ink. Each breath felt like swallowing icy blades, slicing through the lungs. Su Wanqing, sent flying by the pallid bone blade, resembled a kite severed from its string as she crashed against a half-collapsed, scorched earthen wall. The shattered spiritual light of her tortoise shell shield extinguished before her. She curled up and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, mingled with fragments of her innards. The vitality was being fervently drained from her ashen face by the pervading malevolent energy, her consciousness rapidly blurring amidst excruciating pain and icy dread. Sister Wanqing. Lin Xiaoya's heart-wrenching scream was drowned out by the wails of the damned. She watched helplessly as a claw, as dark as ink and entwined with a stench of poison, tore through the weak point at the edge of the frosty ice domain, bearing down upon her with a wind that seemed to pierce through all. The shadow of death had never appeared so stark. With a huff, in the face of imminent peril, the chilling light erupted from Ling Shuang's icebound eyes. Ignoring the lethal strike aimed at the ice soul sword's core from the purple-scaled claw behind her, she poured all her spirit and energy into the sword's edge. The blade emitted an unprecedented piercing blue light, and a stream of compressed ice sword energy surged forth like a glacial torrent unleashed from the polar ice caps, striking fiercely at the wrist of the claw that threatened Lin Xiaoya. The clash of the icy blue sword energy and the noxious mist was violent and annihilating. An ear-splitting corrosive sound accompanied the dull crack of shattering bones. The assailant let out an inhuman wail as the claw encased in scales was brutally severed. The severed stump instantaneously froze into an icy blue, with not a drop of blood spilling forth. The venomous claw grazed Lin Xiaoya's horrified cheek, the chilling wind causing her face to sting painfully. The price was steep. Boom! Almost simultaneously as Ling Shuang severed the poisonous claw, the other purple-scaled claw, which had been gathering strength, struck the ice soul sword barrier with terrifying power. Crack! Crack! The resilient ice barrier cried out in protest, akin to fragile glass being struck by a heavy blow. Spiderweb-like fissures rapidly spread across the entire ice domain. The overwhelming impact surged through the barrier and slammed into Ling Shuang. Puff! Ling Shuang felt as if struck by a sledgehammer. Her moon-white figure trembled violently, and a spray of blood laced with ice crystals splattered onto the frozen ground before her, her complexion turning ashen. The ice soul sword emitted a mournful cry, its blue light dimming precipitously. The entire barrier protecting Lin Xiaoya was on the verge of collapse. Jejia, Ling Shuang. Today marks the fall of the Master Sister of Ice Soul Peak. The killer with the purple-scaled claw gleamed with cruel excitement, relentless in their advance, as another claw swelled with bloodthirst, striking once more at the core of the ice domain. Should this final barrier be breached, Lin Xiaoya would undoubtedly perish, and the wounded Ling Shuang would not escape the venomous grasp either. From the shadows of the ruins, two other Peak Foundation establishment assassins, temporarily bewildered by the illusionary killing array, broke free from part of its bindings, their crimson gazes locking onto the target once again. Infused with ruthless intent as they charged forward, they surrounded their prey from three sides, ensuring a deadly conclusion. Master, Su Wanqing struggled to rise, but the movement aggravated her internal injuries, and another spurt of blood erupted forth, her vision darkening. Lin Xiaoya lay limp within the crumbling ice domain, despairingly closing her eyes. Ling Shuang suppressed the surging blood within her, the ice soul sword held firmly across her chest, her eyes reflecting a resolute determination to face death. In this moment of dire straits, when the cries of countless spirits fell silent, the formation surged. A low, resonant voice suddenly pierced through the anguished cries of countless wandering souls, erupting from the depths of the darkest shadows cast by a colossal black rock. Buzz! Beneath Chen Jinyou's feet, the hovering octagonal black formation abruptly exploded with a blinding crimson light. Countless twisted runes danced upon its surface like venomous serpents come to life. Swirling chaotically, the dark red glow at its center expanded instantaneously, transforming into a colossal, scarlet vertical pupil brimming with endless malice and chaotic energy. The pupil flung open with a sudden ferocity. An indescribable, reality-bending terror surged forth, akin to an invisible tsunami, engulfing the entire ruins of Black Wind Town with Chen Jinyou at its epicenter. Boom! The world spun wildly. Space contorted. In the perceptions of all present, including the sinister assassins, the landscape of the ruins morphed into a kaleidoscope of bizarre imagery. The charred remnants of walls writhed as if alive, stretching and distorting. The ground beneath transformed into a seething quagmire, with countless decaying arms reaching out from its depths to claw at the air. The howling black wind morphed into the piercing wails of a million vengeful spirits. The acrid stench of charred flesh and decay was magnified infinitely by the illusion, morphing into a corrosive miasma that threatened the very soul. The illusory slaughter array bewitched the mind. Ah, my eyes! Stay away! What manner of place is this? The Three Peak Foundation establishment assassins were the first to succumb. Their vision, consciousness, and even their senses were instantly submerged by the ferocity of the illusion. The purple-scaled claw assassin, aiming for Ling Shuang, found his target suddenly vanished, replaced by the countless faces of those he had tortured to death. Blood streaming from their 7 orifices, shrieking as they lunged at him. His mind reeled, his claw involuntarily faltering, its trajectory deviating fatally. The other 2 were similarly ensnared, their pale bone blades slashing at a writhing mass of flesh, while their poisoned claws grasped at a phantom mountain of corpses and seas of blood. An opportunity. A surge of icy blue light erupted in Ling Shuang's eyes, though she too was affected by the illusionary array, distorting her surroundings. The invisible bond connecting her to Chen Jinyou served as a beacon in the darkness, allowing her to instantly pinpoint his true location. Within that bond, a cold yet clear directive resonated. Left front, 7 steps, spin, slash. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Shuang unleashed her remaining spirit energy and the injuries she had recently suppressed. The ice soul sword emitted a piercing cry that could shatter gold and stone. She propelled herself off the nearly fractured icy ground, transforming into a streak of ethereal blue lightning that precisely materialized to the left of the purple-scaled assassin, who had lost his mental fortitude and struck air with his claw. The ice surged to 1,000 fathoms. A dazzling flash of sword light erupted. Not one, but hundreds, even thousands, of exquisitely honed ice sword energies burst forth like a blossoming deathly ice lotus, imbued with an extreme chill capable of freezing souls and a sharpness that could penetrate anything, completely enveloping the Peak Foundation establishment purple-scaled assassin. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of piercing strikes rained down like a torrential storm. The protective blood energy surrounding the purple-scaled assassin was torn apart as easily as paper. His armored body, cloaked in scales, was instantaneously penetrated by countless ice-blue sword energies. The astonishment and terror etched upon his face were but fleeting moments, as his entire being, along with the erupting blood mist, was instantaneously frozen into a statue of ice, striking a pose of assault, riddled with sword holes. Within this icy effigy, all vitality was utterly extinguished. One sword, a swift execution of a Peak Foundation establishment practitioner. The illusionary kill array amplified the attack. Enemies vanquished. The 4th. The 2 other assassins, having partially escaped the illusions, were left with their eyes wide in horror. The sight of their comrade being instantaneously obliterated sent shivers down their spines. They finally recognized that beneath the bizarre illusions lay a lethal intent. In a frenzy, the 2 desperately summoned their spiritual energy, striving to steady their minds and pinpoint the true adversary. Yet, would Chen Jinyou grant them such an opportunity? Wang Qing, soul-shocking talisman. Northeast corner. Chen Jinyou's icy voice, akin to a command, pierced through the illusions, precisely reaching the ears of the gravely injured Su Wangqing. Enduring excruciating pain, Su Wangqing's bloodied fingers trembled as she retrieved the last few talismans from her bosom, without a glance. She fervently infused her remaining spiritual energy into a yellow talisman engraved with ancient bell patterns, the soul-shocking talisman. Swiftly, a resonant wave of pale golden sound, impervious to the illusionary barriers, surged forth like the resounding chime of an ancient temple bell, striking fiercely at the assassin in the northeast corner, who had just regained his footing, wielding a ghastly white bone blade. The assassin, already disoriented by the illusions, found his mind shattered by this sudden wave of soul energy. Like a heavy hammer crashing into his very core, darkness enveloped him, and searing pain coursed through his spirit, causing his lethal attack to disintegrate in an instant, leaving him staggering. Lin Xiaoya, Dan fire, explode. Chen Jinyou's commands flowed unceasingly. The incapacitated Lin Xiaoya was jolted awake by this chilling directive. The instinct to survive eclipsed all fear. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned all her strength and struck her cherished crimson copper alchemical furnace with fervor. Explode for me. Boom. The pale azure medicinal mist, originally reserved for protection, ignited in an instant. A blazing tempest of azure alchemical fire, infused with the essence of myriad herbs and the residual fragrance of starlight grass, erupted violently, like an uncontrollable inferno, surging toward the assassin, who was still reeling from the impact of the soul-shocking talisman. Azure flames engulfed the surroundings. The heat wave, mingled with a pungent medicinal aroma, rushed forth with the illusion. The assassin, caught unawares, felt his protective spiritual light sizzling under the onslaught of the furious alchemical fire, causing him to stagger back in utter disarray. Now was the moment. A flash of determination gleamed in Chen Jinyou's eyes, as he realized he had unknowingly grasped 3 talismans pulsating with dangerous lightning energy, the explosive thunder talismans. With a flick of his wrist, the talismans transformed into 3 arcs of violet lightning, tearing through the distorted illusions, striking with unerring precision toward the assassin, who was thrown off balance by the alchemical fire. No, the assassin sensed the imminent threat and let out a desperate howl, frantically swinging his bone blade in defense. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 blinding violet lightning spheres detonated almost simultaneously before him. The violent force of the thunder shattered his protective spiritual light, obliterating the ghastly white bone blade in his grasp. Charred fragments of his limbs mixed with blood and flesh scattered amidst the electric brilliance. The Second Peak Foundation establishment assassin fell. In the blink of an eye, 2 formidable foes were vanquished. The radiance of the illusionary killing array dimmed momentarily after the swift demise of 2 Peak Foundation establishment cultivators, and the blood-red runes traversing the array's surface became sluggish. The scarlet vertical pupil at the center of the array quivered violently, as if burdened by immense pressure. Maintaining such intensity in both illusion and enhancement posed a formidable challenge to both Chen Jinyou's spirit and the array itself. Damn it! Break through. The last of the disarmed venomous claw assassins had completely lost his sanity. The gruesome death of his companion filled him with rage and freed him from the clutches of the illusion. The residual black mist emanating from his remaining left hand swelled with madness, disregarding all others as he transformed into a foul-smelling black streak, rushing towards Chen Jinyou, who stood beneath the shadow of the colossal black rock. Capture the leader first. Master, be careful. Su Wanqing's hoarse warning echoed as she struggled. Ling Shuang strained to channel her spiritual energy, her ice spirit sword morphing into a blue arc in an attempt to intercept. But the recent explosive demise of the purple-scaled assassin had already left her with internal injuries, slowing her movements slightly. A fetid wind rushed forward. Before the venomous claw could reach him, the nauseating stench of toxic gas caused Chen Jinyou's protective aura to ripple slightly. The full force, life or death strike from a Peak Foundation establishment cultivator was unparalleled in its might. Chen Jinyou's pupils constricted, yet his expression bore no hint of panic, only a chilling calmness. He rooted himself, advancing rather than retreating. The 9 turns overbearing body technique surged within him, his vitality roaring like an enraged dragon. His skin gleamed with a dark golden metallic luster, and his bones resonated. No dodging, no evasion. He braced himself for impact. Boom. The pitch-black claw struck fiercely against Chen Jinyou's crossed arms, which he had shielded in front of his chest. The explosive force, mingled with lethal venom, erupted violently. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ear-piercing sound of corrosive friction filled the air. Chen Jinyou's sleeves were instantly reduced to ashes, and the skin gleaming with dark gold was brutally torn, revealing deep purple-black wounds that could be seen down to the bone. The poison raged with fervor. The tremendous impact drove his feet deep into the scorched earth, carving 2 deep furrows. A sweet taste filled his throat, and a mouthful of blood surged forth, which he forcefully swallowed. Yet he did not retreat a single step. The venomous claw assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. This desperate strike was sufficient to severely injure or even kill an ordinary late Foundation establishment cultivator. How could his opponent withstand it purely with flesh and blood? Just as the assassin's old strength waned and new strength had yet to manifest, a cold light erupted in Chen Jinyou's eyes. Die. With a sudden forceful separation of his crossed arms, it was as if an enraged dragon cleaved through water. His right hand, fingers curved like hooks, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, disregarding the venom's corrosion, and with lightning-like precision, seized the assassin's remaining wrist. Crack! The sickening sound of shattering bone echoed. The assassin's wrist was mercilessly crushed by Chen Jinyou. The agonizing pain elicited a chilling scream from the assassin. Chen Jinyou moved without hesitation, his left hand forming a sword-like digit, dark golden vitality coalescing at his fingertips, imbued with a piercing sharpness as he struck fiercely at the assassin's brow. Puff! His fingertip, akin to a red-hot branding iron, effortlessly penetrated the hastily formed protective aura, accurately striking at the center of the assassin's forehead. The violent, overbearing vitality surged into the assassin's sea of consciousness, shattering his fragile soul into oblivion. The third peak foundation killer suddenly stiffened, his eyes dimming rapidly, before he collapsed weakly to the ground, a dark red hole of blood glaringly visible on his brow. The ruins were stained with blood. A triple kill. Chen Jinyou gasped, the purple-black wound on his arm sending waves of numbness and excruciating pain coursing through him. As his vital energy surged violently to combat the potent poison, he cast a cold glance over the lifeless bodies, his icy gaze sweeping past the dozens of flailing evil cultivators within the illusionary slaughter array, who were like headless flies, their souls terror-stricken by the phantoms. Ultimately fixating on the core of the twisted space deep within the canyon, the heart of the 10,000 ghosts' soul-devouring array. If the core remains unbroken, slaying countless minions would be futile. Ling Shuang's voice, tinged with gravity, reached him, her lips stained with blood, as she pointed her ice-soul sword towards the depths of the canyon, where the swirling malevolent energy was thickest, and a vague figure in a blood robe emanating a heart-stopping aura could be seen seated within. The master of the 7 Kills Hall is presiding over the array. Su Wanxing struggled to lean against a broken wall, weakly adding. Lin Xiaoya gazed at Chen Jinyou, drenched in blood, and the 3 bodies of peak foundation cultivators at his feet, then at the terrifying figure sitting at the heart of the array like a demonic god. An overwhelming sense of fear intertwined with the feeling of survival, leaving her utterly drained. Chen Jinyou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes sharp as blades. The brilliance of the one-time illusionary slaughter array had dimmed to its nadir, with fine cracks even appearing on its surface. The array must be broken before the disc collapses completely. Ling Shuang, Chen Jinyou called out, his gaze locking onto her icy yet fervently combative eyes, a silent understanding passing between them through their contract link. Clear the path for me. Ling Shuang took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of her vital energy, as the ice soul sword erupted with a resolute blue light, merging her body and sword into one, transforming into an ice-blue comet that tore through the sea of vengeful souls, charging unhesitatingly toward the core of the swirling evil. Chen Jinyou followed closely, his vital energy roaring anew, the dark golden light in the ruins where the 10,000 ghosts wailed, akin to an indomitable battle flag. The final clash loomed before them. Chapter 38, a desperate counterattack, unveiling the conspiracy, the wailing of 10,000 ghosts. The entire ruins of Black Wind Town seemed to have sunk to the very depths of the blood sea of the netherworld. The viscous, tangible malevolent energy pressed relentlessly against every inch of space, each breath akin to swallowing icy shards laced with thorns. Ling Shuang, united with her sword, transformed into that ice-blue comet, propelled by an unwavering resolve to plunge into the depths of the canyon towards the core of unending evil. A futile struggle against fate. Die for me. At the core of the array, seated upon an altar constructed of bones and vengeful souls, the blood-robed figure of the master of the 7 Kills Hall. From the Blackshaw sect, abruptly opened his eyes. They were devoid of whites, consisting solely of pure darkness, as if capable of devouring all light. His gnarled, ghostly right hand rose, directed towards the oncoming Ling Shuang, and his fingers clenched fiercely. Boom! The void collapsed. A gigantic claw, formed purely from malevolent energy and covered in dark scales, emerged as if from the abyss of hell, bearing a terrifying might that annihilated all, and struck savagely towards that ice-blue comet. As the ominous claws approached, the terrifying pressure caused the ice soul sword domain in front of Ling Shuang to emit a piercing wail, its blade flickering with a frenzied azure light. The might of the golden core crushed everything. The shadow of death loomed as Ling Shuang's ice-cold eyes reflected the monstrous claws that obscured the heavens. Gritting her teeth, the injuries that had just been forcibly suppressed by Chen Jinyou erupted violently within her, her meridians feeling as though they were pierced by countless steel needles. Yet, the determination in her gaze remained unwavering. Her spiritual energy burned recklessly, and the ice soul sword unleashed a final, resplendent blue light reminiscent of a fleeting glimpse into the past. She aimed to seize even a minuscule chance for Chen Jinyou, even if it meant shattering her very being. Ling Shuang. Su Wanqing cried out in alarm, struggling to rush forward, but the overwhelming pressure pinned her in place. Lin Xiaoya, terrified, shut her eyes tightly. Just as the 100-foot demon claw was about to obliterate the ice-blue comet, a roar erupted, a sound not of this world, but a terrifying bellow reminiscent of ancient times. Filled with sovereign dominance and a wrath that could tear the heavens asunder, suddenly erupted from the shadows behind Ling Shuang. Boom! The space where Chen Jinyou stood twisted violently, as if a boulder had been thrown into a lake. An indescribable, primal ferocity, imbued with the scorching heat of annihilation, erupted like a slumbering volcano. The dark golden blood energy surrounding him ignited in an instant, sublimating into a soaring crimson flame. Within the flames, a vague silhouette of a terrifying beast, adorned with a single horn and armored with scales, briefly flashed, trampling the inferno. Ding. Using item, pseudo-divine beast blood, 1 drop. Effect activated. Temporarily gains pseudo-golden core, level combat power. Duration, 10 breaths. Cost, permanent loss of foundational potential. The physical body will endure immense strain. After the duration, fall into absolute weakness. Chen Jinyou's pupils transformed into molten gold. Beneath the dark golden sheen of his skin, countless intricate, crimson patterns resembling divine beast scales emerged. His muscles bulged, and his bones creaked, producing sounds of unbearable strain. A violent power, far beyond foundation establishment and nearing the golden core, surged through every corner of his body like a flood breaking its dam. Pain, a sense of tearing. It felt as though his body would burst from this power that did not belong to him. Yet this power, a force capable of altering the very fabric of reality. Get away! Chen Jinyou roared, his voice infused with an inhuman ferocity. Clenching his right fist, the crimson flames coalesced and compressed atop his fist, forming a blinding orb of light akin to a miniature sun. There were no flashy techniques, only the raw, primal release of overwhelming power. He lunged forward. The scorched earth beneath his feet erupted into a massive pit. His form transformed into a crimson golden meteor, tearing through space and instantly surpassing Ling Shuang's ice-blue comet. Boom! The crimson golden fist collided fiercely with the 100-foot demon claw cloaked in dark scales, without a hint of pretense. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. There was no sound, only the pure annihilation of energy. The resplendent golden divine flames clashed violently with the pitch-black malevolent aura, resembling 2 furious dragons, savagely tearing, devouring, and annihilating everything in their path. The blinding radiance instantly engulfed the vision of all present. A terrifying shockwave of energy erupted like a cataclysmic tsunami, detonating at the point of collision. The entire array of the soul-eating formation, sprawling across the ruins, emitted a mournful cry of unbearable strain. As spiderweb-like cracks swiftly spread across the luminous barrier, the wailing faces of the tormented souls melted away like ice and snow cast into a furnace, shrieking in large, agonizing fragments. The viscous malevolent aura was evaporated and purified by the raging golden divine flames. On the altar, the master of the 7 kills was struck as though by an invisible giant hammer, violently spewing forth thick, foul-smelling black blood from his mouth. The bone altar beneath him shattered piece by piece. For the first time, disbelief and terror flickered in his pitch-black eyes. The bloodline of a divine beast. Impossible. He screamed in a voice distorted by backlash. His famed soul-eating claw had been utterly obliterated by a single punch from his opponent. The overwhelmingly righteous and fierce power made his very soul tremble. As the golden light receded, the figure of Chen Jinyou materialized, maintaining a poised fist in midair. The divine flames on his right fist gradually extinguished, revealing a horrifying wound that was gaping and deep enough to see bone, charred black. With even the glimmer of white finger bones visible, blood had yet to flow out, as it was vaporized by the residual heat. His complexion resembled that of gold leaf. Blood trickling from his mouth and nose, his body quivering slightly, clearly enduring immense pain and strain. Yet, within his molten golden eyes burned a murderous intent and madness more fervent than the divine flames. Fixating intently on the waning aura of the master of the 7 kills atop the altar. 10 breaths. 3 breaths had already passed. Ling Shuang, strike him down. Chen Jinyou's voice resonated with an undeniable command. No further words were necessary, as Chen Jinyou's fist shattered the demonic claw, causing the formation to waver. The moment of backlash allowed Ling Shuang's temporarily repelled ice-blue comet to ignite once more. This time, the light of the ice spirit sword was no longer blinding. It coalesced into near transparency, exuding an extreme chill that could freeze the flow of time. Absolute ice annihilation. The sword light flashed, silent and unseen, lacking earth-shattering might. It was merely a fine, frigid thread of ice blue, seemingly capable of freezing the very essence of the soul, effortlessly penetrating the violently fluctuating protective malevolent aura surrounding the master of the 7 kills, precisely piercing his pure black vertical pupil at the center of his forehead. Time appeared to freeze in that fleeting moment. The astonishment on the master of the 7 kills' face instantaneously solidified. Deep within his pitch-black pupils, a shard of ice blue spread at an incredible speed, freezing him from the inside out. His withered body stiffened abruptly as a thick layer of deep blue ice crystals, exuding an aura of absolute zero, enveloped his skin's surface. Even the swirling malevolent aura around him was instantaneously encased in bizarre black ice sculptures. Life ceased. The soul froze. The master of the 7 kills of the Black Malevolent sect, a malevolent cultivator in the early stage of the Golden Core, had fallen. Su Wanqing, soul binding rope. Capture him alive. Chen Jinyou's commands were relentless, his gaze sweeping over the altar like a hawk surveying its prey. Below, the remnants of the evil cultivators, terrified by the backlash of the Grand Formation and the fall of their leader, flailed about like headless flies. Among them, a figure with a sharp nose and gaunt features, clad in the garb of the Deacon Hall, was desperately attempting to crush a black escape talisman, a particularly glaring sight. It was none other than Zhao Kun, the traitor from the Deacon Hall who had transmitted false intelligence to lead them into a trap. Yes, Su Wanqing, enduring excruciating pain from her severe injuries, felt a surge of deep-seated hatred ignite in her eyes. She abruptly slapped her storage pouch, and a rope woven from countless intricate talismans, crackling with silver lightning, shot forth, the thunder-binding soul rope. This artifact was specifically designed to target the soul, a standard tool employed by the enforcement disciples of the Deacon Hall to eliminate threats. The lightning-infused rope moved with the grace of a living serpent, instantly traversing the space, and just as Zhao Kun was about to shatter the escape talisman, it ensnared his neck with fierce determination. The silver lightning erupted. Zhao Kun let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body convulsing as the gathered spiritual energy dissipated in an instant, causing the talisman to slip from his grasp. Like a lifeless dog, he was dragged by the lightning rope and crashed violently onto the scorched earth at Chen Jinyou's feet. With the fall of the master of the 7 kill hall, the already crumbling formation of the 10,000 ghosts devouring souls finally shattered completely. The ominous crimson light that had obscured the sky shattered like fragile glass, dissipating into the air as a torrent of vengeful spirits. Countless lingering souls released shrill cries of liberation, transforming into flickering lights that vanished into the howling black winds. The oppressive weight that had blanketed the ruins suddenly lifted. Thud! Chen Jinyou could no longer bear the strain and fell heavily from midair, dropping to one knee. Blood gushing from his mouth. The crimson gold divine flame extinguished entirely, and the scarlet scales on his skin rapidly receded, revealing horrific wounds riddled with cracks and charred flesh beneath. His breath became feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. The power of the pseudo-golden core ebbed away like the retreating tide, leaving behind a severely drained, battered shell and an overwhelming sense of weakness. In mere moments, he had reached his limit. Master! Su Wanqing and Lin Xiaoyao exclaimed, rushing forward. Stay back! Chen Jinyou raised a hand sharply to halt them. His molten gold pupils had faded, returning to their deep, dark hue, yet the ferocity in his gaze remained undiminished. He bore the agonizing pain that coursed through every inch of his body, his eyes fixed intently on Zhao Kun, who was trembling and bound by the lightning rope at his feet. Zhao Kun, ensnared by that gaze, felt his soul leave his body, his pants instantly soaked, a foul odor pervading the air. Tears streamed down his face as he frantically kowtowed, begging for mercy. Spare me. Brother Chen, I was forced into this. It was Elder Sun. That old scoundrel Sun Changming pressured me. He took my family hostage. If I don't comply, my entire family will perish. Please, spare me, brother. Sun Changming. Chen Jinyou savored the name, his voice as cold as the winds of the netherworld. He slowly raised his right hand, which was grotesquely mangled and laid bare to the bone. Fingers splayed as he pointed at Zhao Kun's horrified, contorted face. No, don't kill me. I know more. I have evidence of Elder Sun colluding with the Black Fiend sect. I recorded it secretly. Zhao Kun, sensing the palpable intent to kill, was paralyzed with fear, incoherently screaming in a frenzy. Chen Jinyou's movements paused briefly, a chilling glimmer intensifying in his eyes. Speak. The Jade Talisman. I possess the recording Jade Talisman, Zhao Kun exclaimed, clutching desperately at his last hope. It's hidden within the compartment of my left boot. Elder Sun entrusted me with a mission and promised benefits from the Black Shaman sect. I secretly recorded everything with the talisman. Furthermore, I have noted the secret sigils used for communication with the Black Shaman sect. I beg you, brother, spare my life. Su Wanqing stepped forward immediately. disregarding Zhao Kuan's struggles as she roughly pulled off his left boot, revealing an inconspicuous gray jade talisman hidden within. Chen Jinyou took the talisman and probed it with his consciousness. Instantly, a vivid image projected from the talisman, within the cold, stone cave of the Regret Cliff. Elder Sun's gaunt and resentful visage was unmistakable. He was whispering instructions to Zhao Kuan, and the image clearly showed the altered Black Mission Jade slip he handed over to him, along with key phrases about the Black Shaman sect's 7 Killers Hall Master, the soul-eating array, and promises of doubled rewards. Beside the image, several dark red sigils, exuding an aura of profound death, were recorded. They were the unique secret marks for communication between Elder Sun and the Black Shaman sect. The evidence was irrefutable. Chen Jinyou stored the talisman away, his gaze returning to Zhao Kuan, who lay on the ground like a heap of mud. "Brother, I have provided the evidence. Spare me, spare me," Zhao Kuan pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Chen Jinyou's expression remained devoid of emotion. He raised his severely injured right hand once more, and at the tips of his fingers, a dark, profound vortex that seemed capable of devouring souls quietly emerged, the soul-devouring technique. "Your existence is a waste of spiritual energy." Chen Jinyou's voice was flat, yet carried the chilling finality of a death sentence. "In your next life, remember not to act like a dog." "No." Zhao Kuan howled in utter despair. With a swift motion, Chen Jinyou's fingers, like claws, descended upon Zhao Kuan's crown. The dark vortex of the soul-devouring technique, clamping down fiercely. Zhao Kuan's body convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back, foam spilling from his mouth and nose. His spirit, memories, and the last vestiges of life force were frantically siphoned away by the black hole formed by the soul-devouring technique. In mere moments, he resembled a desiccated piece of wood, his body rapidly shriveling, skin adhering to bone, taking on a lifeless ashen hue, devoid of any sound. Only a sliver of the purest yet most tainted essence of his soul was forcibly stripped away, compressed, transforming into a faint black luminescence, suspended in Chen Jinyou's palm. Search the soul, devour the soul, silence the witness. His methods were ruthless and resolute, leaving no room for mercy. Su Wanqing and Lin Xiaoya, witnessing Zhao Kuan's horrifying demise, could not help but shudder, their gazes towards Chen Jinyou filled with deeper reverence. Chen Jinyou's complexion turned as pale as paper, his body swayed, nearly losing balance. Forcing the soul-devouring technique to extract the soul further exacerbated the strain on his already gravely injured body. He persevered, pressing the glimmering essence of Zhao Kuan's memories into his brow. A torrent of information surged into his consciousness, swiftly unraveling every detail regarding Elder Sun and the collusion with the Black Fiend sect, including contact methods and the hidden threads Elder Sun had woven within the sect. "Master." Su Wanqing and Lin Xiaoya hurried to support him. Ling Shuang approached with her dim ice soul sword in hand, though her complexion remained pallid and her breath weak. A flicker of complex emotion shone in her frozen gaze as she regarded Chen Jinyou. The power unleashed by that drop of pseudo-divine beast's blood and the ruthless decisiveness he displayed just moments ago were both formidable. Chen Jinyou waved his hand, declining assistance. He inhaled deeply, forcing down the tumult of his blood and the piercing pain in his consciousness. His gaze sweeping across the chaotic battlefield littered with the remains of 3 Peak Foundation establishment assassins, the frozen statue of the 7 Kill Hall Master, Zhao Kuan's withered corpse, and the scattered bodies of the malevolent practitioners. Clear the battlefield, take away anything that can prove their identities, especially the irrefutable evidence of Elder Sun's collusion with the enemy. He spread his palm, revealing the gray jade talisman that recorded Elder Sun's transgressions, along with several black identity tokens marked with grotesque skulls. Retrieved from the statue of the 7 Kill Hall Master. The cold wind rustled through his blood-stained robe sleeves. Chapter 39. Returning with evidence at the gates of Qinyun's sect. The morning light bathed the surroundings. Yet, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by an overwhelming and inescapable stench of blood and malice. A standard flying vessel, resembling a bloodied predator, careened through the mist outside the mountain gate, crashing onto the vast jade square. The vessel was marred with charred scars, deep claw marks, and frost that had frozen and shattered. Most alarming of all, a gaping hole had been forcibly torn into the ship's bow, its edges stained with a purplish-black residue, exuding a foul and corrosive scent. Thud. The vessel landed with a heavy thud that reverberated through the jade ground, causing it to tremble slightly. The hatch opened. A potent amalgamation of the stench of blood, burnt flesh, decomposing corpses, and lingering malevolent energy surged forth like a tangible wave, engulfing the entire square. The mountain-guarding disciples turned pale, instinctively covering their mouths and noses, their eyes filled with terror. The first to emerge was Ling Shuang. Her moon-white robe was splattered with large patches of dark red blood and a deep claw mark, exposing bone, had torn through the fabric at her left shoulder. The edges of her flesh curled back, though frozen and blood-stopped, still horrifyingly gruesome. Her complexion was as white as parchment, her breath shallow. The once eternally frozen depths of her eyes now bore an unmistakable weariness, yet her spine remained straight. In her right hand, she gripped the dimly glowing ice soul sword, its blade showing faint cracks, while her left hand firmly supported a figure. Chen Jinyou. He leaned heavily against Ling Shuang, half of his body relying on her. His once-fitting moon-white intersect robe was tattered and almost entirely stained dark red. The right sleeve lay in tatters, and the entirety of his arm, from shoulder to elbow, was charred and twisted, revealing the bone beneath. The wound was persistently assaulted by remnants of a purple-black toxin, which eroded the dark golden flesh, emitting a faint, almost imperceptible hissing sound. His complexion resembled that of pale parchment, with dried blood staining the corners of his mouth. His breath was as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, each inhalation exacerbating the horrific injuries within his chest and abdomen, provoking violent coughs and blood-tinged froth at his lips. Following closely was Su Wanqing, whose condition, while somewhat better, was equally dire. Her pale yellow gown bore numerous tears, her face devoid of color, with dried blood at her lips. She limped noticeably, indicating severe injury to her leg. Clutched tightly in her hands was a bulging black cloth pouch, exuding a potent aura of malevolence, with dark brown blood seeping from its edges, dripping onto the pristine jade floor. Lastly was Lin Xiaoya, her petite form trembling slightly, her pale yellow skirt soiled with dust and dark stains. Her face was ashen, her large eyes filled with lingering terror and dread, tightly grasping her diminutive bronze alchemical furnace as if it were her sole anchor. She gazed at Chen Jinyou's injured figure with an expression of indescribable shock and concern. This quartet, akin to phantoms risen from a blood-soaked abyss, instantly captivated the attention of all disciples and stewards in the square, evoking a tapestry of emotions: horror, fear, confusion, and disbelief. It was senior sister Ling Shuang and senior brother Chen Jinyou. What on earth had befallen them? The atmosphere was thick with dread. Chen Jinyou was gravely wounded. Whispers surged like a tidal wave. Oblivious to the surrounding gazes, Chen Jinyou strained to lift his head, his eyes piercing through the crowd, locking onto the imposing, solemn black hall of the law enforcement hall at the square's end. To the law enforcement hall. His voice was hoarse and faint, yet imbued with an unyielding will of iron, each word forced through clenched teeth, saturated with the scent of blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Shuang supported him, her heavy steps resolute, disregarding all questioning stares, as they ascended the blood-stained jadestone steps toward the law enforcement hall. Su Wanqing, clutching the blood-soaked pouch, followed with unwavering determination, limping in pursuit. Lin Xiaoya bit her lip, summoning her courage to hasten after them. As they moved, the crowd parted as if by an unseen hand, leaving a crimson trail in their wake. Inside the grand hall of the law enforcement hall, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. Li Wufeng sat in the main seat, his features chiseled and resolute, brow furrowed, listening to a routine report from a law enforcement disciple below. He emanated an unspoken authority of golden core cultivation, rendering the air within the hall nearly palpable. Flanking him were several robust inner disciples clad in black enforcement robes. 2 disciples stationed at the hall's entrance, weapons at the ready, remained steadfast and unyielding. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the heavy hall doors were flung open by an overwhelming force. The pungent and overwhelming scent of blood surged through the hall like a torrent breaching its dam, shattering the heavy atmosphere instantly. "Who goes there?" barked the vigilant disciples, their hands instinctively resting upon their sword hilts. However, as they beheld the visage of the intruders, their pupils constricted and their hands froze in place upon the blades. Ling Shuang supported Chen Jinyou, who resembled a figure drenched in blood. Su Wanqing clutched a blood-stained cloth bundle, while Lin Xiaoya followed closely behind. The 4 bore the grim aura of a battlefield, akin to 4 bloodied swords piercing into the heart of the law enforcement hall. Masterly. Chen Jinyou abruptly broke free from Ling Shuang's grasp, his body swaying precariously, nearly losing his balance. Yet he forcibly straightened his spine. With his relatively intact left hand, he pointed tremulously yet resolutely at the black cloth bundle in Su Wanqing's arms. His voice hoarse, yet resonant like thunder echoing through the grand hall. The Black Wind Town is not the work of malevolent cultivators. It is the elder son Changming who colluded with the external enemy, the Black Sha sect, setting a trap with the 10,000 ghosts devouring souls formation, intending to annihilate us completely. Evidence and witnesses are at hand. I implore the elders to discern the truth. For our fellow disciples who died unjustly, to seek retribution for this blood debt. Before his words had fully dissipated, Su Wanqing abruptly unfurled the black cloth bundle. With a crash, dozens of identity tokens inscribed with menacing skulls from the Black Sha sect several sinister artifacts imbued with malevolent energy, and 3 severed heads of peak Foundation establishment cultivators, frozen or charred, tumbled onto the cold, hard obsidian floor of the hall, creating a chilling sound of collision. Among these, one frozen head unmistakably bore the expression of horror and despair of the master of the 7 Killings Hall. The air thickened with the acrid scent of blood and malevolence. Subsequently, with a swift motion of his left hand, Chen Jinyou hurled the gray jade talisman, bearing the evidence of Elder Sun's transgressions, towards Li Wufeng, seated at the head of the hall, summoning all his strength. This talisman bears witness. The evidence against Sun Changming is irrefutable, colluding with external enemies, inflicting harm upon fellow disciples. His crimes warrant execution. The talisman traced a graceful arc before Li Wufeng caught it with steady hands. An eerie silence enveloped the law enforcement hall. All the disciples inhaled sharply, staring incredulously at the remnants of the malevolent cultivators and the tokens scattered on the floor. Then turning their gaze to the almost unrecognizable, grievously wounded Chen Jinyou, finally locking their eyes on the small gray talisman in Li Wufeng's grasp. Li Wufeng's expression darkened profoundly upon perceiving the image projected by the talisman, resembling a volcano on the brink of eruption. In the image, within the depths of the penitent's cliff's dark cave, the gaunt and vengeful face of Elder Sun was vividly clear. The task jade slip he had handed to Zhao Kuan, the mention of the Black Sha sect's master of the 7 Killings Hall, the 10,000 ghosts devouring souls formation, and the promise of doubled rewards, all resonated like the hissing of a venomous serpent. The unique dark red seals alongside the image burned into Li Wufeng's heart like a scorching iron brand. Bang! The armrest of the iron chair beneath Li Wufeng was crushed into powder by his grip. A furious surge of golden core pressure erupted like tangible waves of wrath, shaking the entire law enforcement hall violently. Dust cascaded from the ceiling. Sun, Chong, Ming. Li Wufeng's voice was as frigid as the ice of the netherworld. He rose abruptly, commanding, "The law enforcement hall, heed my orders." Li Wufeng's voice thundered like a sudden tempest, imbued with an undeniable aura of ironclad resolve. First squad, seal off the Sigua Cliff. Capture the traitor Sun Changming and all his accomplices. Any resistance shall be met with lethal force. Second squad, bear this secret emblem. Conduct a thorough investigation of the duty hall, the outer duty pavilion, and the spirit mine office. Anyone colluding with Sun Changming or the Black Fiend sect, regardless of their status, shall be apprehended without exception. Third squad, disseminate the image of Sun Changming throughout the sect. Announce his crimes. Anyone who shelters or conceals him shall be judged equally guilty. Fourth squad, attend to the injured. Compile the evidence of their misdeeds. A series of commands cascaded like a torrential storm, carrying the weight of thunderous might. The entire enforcement hall sprang into action, functioning with the precision of a finely tuned war machine. Waves of black enforcement energy surged forth, exuding an icy intent to kill, darting like arrows from the grand hall towards various corners of the sect. Their target was none other than the Sigua Cliff. Li Wufeng himself transformed into a golden sword rainbow, slicing through the heavens with an overwhelming fury, personally charging towards the Sigua Cliff. He was determined to eradicate this malignant tumor threatening the sect. Deep within the shadowy abyss of the Sigua Cliff, Elder Sun sat in a state of decay, his breath more feeble than before, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. He closed his eyes to cultivate his energy, attempting to mitigate the backlash from invoking secret methods to transmit messages. Dried blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, yet a morbid smile of anticipation for the impending doom of his prey creased his face. Let Chen Jinyou and Ling Shuang die, ha ha ha. Chapter 40. Elder Sun, Death Boom. The entire Sigua Cliff trembled as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, shaking violently. Hard rocks cascaded down. A formidable pressure, imbued with the will to kill, descended like a celestial force, instantly locking onto Elder Sun deep within the abyss. Li Wufeng. The malicious grin on Elder Sun's face froze, morphing into boundless horror and dread. He abruptly opened his eyes, the color draining from his withered visage. Sun Changming, traitor to the sect, harmful to fellow disciples. Your crimes are unforgivable. Surrender at once. Li Wufeng's roar, akin to divine thunder, pierced through the heavy mountain rock, striking mercilessly at Elder Sun's consciousness. No. Impossible. How does he know? What about the Black Fiend sect? The 7 killers. Elder Sun, like a serpent with its tail stepped on, descended into madness. He sprang up, his frail hands wildly forming seals, attempting to invoke the secret passage beneath the Sigua Cliff to flee. However, it was too late. Boom. The heavy sealed stone door at the entrance of the abyss, along with the thick, hard rock behind it, was pierced as if made of paper by a fierce, unparalleled golden sword energy, shattering it to pieces. Li Wufeng's towering figure, enveloped in substantial golden sword energy, stepped through the clouds of debris and dust, entering the abyss. His cold gaze pierced through Elder Sun's last vestige of hope, like two sharp blades. Apprehend him. Li Wufeng's voice was frigid, pronouncing a death sentence. Several black enforcement figures, already lying in wait outside, surged forth like phantoms. Specially crafted spirit-binding chains glimmered with sealing runes, coiling around Elder Sun like venomous serpents. Li Wufeng, do you dare to lay a hand on me? I have shed blood for the sect. Elder Gongsuan's eyes bulged with fury as he let out a frenzied roar, his remaining spiritual power erupting like a flash of light. His withered claws, shrouded in dark energy, lunged toward the approaching law enforcement disciples. Unyielding in his obstinacy, Li Wufeng's eyes glimmered with cold light as he pointed his finger like a sword, striking from afar. With a swift motion, a finely honed golden sword aura surged forth, piercing through Elder Gongsuan's dantians with the ease of a hot knife slicing through butter. A harrowing scream escaped Elder Gongsun, so inhuman it resonated with despair. His spiritual energy dissipated like air escaping a deflated balloon, as the ferocious sword aura rampaged within him, shredding his already exhausted meridians. He crumpled to the ground, akin to a dog stripped of its backbone, convulsing in agony and despair. Black blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spilling from his mouth. Deprive him of his cultivation. Imprison him in the Blackwater dungeon. Await your fate. Li Wufeng's cold voice reverberated through the dark cavern, not even sparing a glance at the pitiful Elder Gongsun. As you command. The law enforcement disciples acted swiftly, binding Elder Gongsuan's peepa bone and limbs with spiritual suppression chains, dragging him from the ground like a lifeless dog. As Elder Gongsun was dragged past Li Wufeng, his bloodshot, murky eyes fixed on him with an intense gaze, emitting a sound reminiscent of a wheezing bellows. Filled with endless resentment and curses. Li Wufeng, you will meet a terrible end. That wretched Chen Jinyou bears an evil object and will suffer backlash. The Qingyun sect will inevitably fall into your hands. Silence. Li Wufeng furrowed his brow, a gust of finger wind silencing Elder Gongsuan's voice by sealing his mute point. In the cavern, only the sharp sound of chains dragging and Elder Gongsuan's despairing whimpers remained. In the main hall of the law enforcement hall, when Li Wufeng returned, dragging the now powerless Elder Gongsun who resembled a dead dog, dozens of cultivators, pale as ash, were already kneeling there, escorted by law enforcement disciples. Among them were the stewards of the Deacon Hall, outer disciples, and even two inner disciples guarding the spiritual minds. They were all pawns planted by Elder Gongsun. The atmosphere in the hall was chillingly tense. Li Wufeng unceremoniously tossed the incapacitated Elder Gongsun into the center of the hall, his icy gaze sweeping over the trembling traitors. His voice as frigid as eternal ice. The primary culprit, Sun Changming, colluded with the Black Shaman sect and harmed fellow disciples, with irrefutable evidence. His cultivation has been revoked, and he has been cast into the Blackwater dungeon. You accomplices, having conspired with a traitor, your crimes are unforgivable, considering that some of you may have been coerced. Those who reveal their accomplices and the details of contacts with the Black Shaman sect may be spared death, stripped of cultivation, and expelled from the sect. Those who resist stubbornly and conceal information. Li Wufeng's gaze, sharp as a tangible blade, slowly swept across each terrified face. Uttering 4 chilling words, no mercy in killing. A palpable intent to kill swept through the hall like a cold tide. The kneeling traitors instantly collapsed to the ground, bowing their heads fervently, pleading for mercy, hastily recounting all they knew as if beans spilling from a bamboo tube. Chen Jinyou was settled upon a soft chair in the corner of the hall, guarded by Ling Shuang and Su Wanqing, while Lin Xiaoya carefully dabbed a clean cloth in water, attempting to cleanse the edges of the gruesome wounds on his arm. His complexion remained pallid, and his breath was faint. Yet, as he gazed at Elder Sun, who lay in the center of the grand hall like a mass of mire, at the traitors consumed by trepidation, and at the imposing figure of Li Wufeng, unwavering and stern, his eyes finally fluttered shut. The tightly pressed corners of his mouth curved into a faint, cold, and weary arc victory. In this life and death stalemate, he had ultimately carved a bloody path. Elder Sun was utterly finished. At that moment, Li Wufeng, having dealt with the traitors, strode purposefully toward Chen Jinyou, the elder of the law enforcement hall. Known for his unwavering integrity and strictness, looked upon this youth, who was almost unrecognizable yet had managed to bring back irrefutable evidence that toppled a Golden Core elder, with an expression that for the first time revealed unmasked admiration and a hint of complexity. Chen Jinyou. Li Wufeng's voice resonated powerfully, though it bore less of its usual chill and more of solemnity. The entire hall fell silent, with all eyes drawn to the injured figure in the corner. You stood undaunted in the face of peril, risking everything to battle the demons in the Black Wind Gorge, turning the tide. Furthermore, you returned with undeniable proof, exposing the traitors and purging the infiltrators. This achievement is nothing short of earth-shattering. Li Wufeng's voice echoed throughout the hall like a decree. In the name of the Law Enforcement Hall Elder, I hereby declare, Chen Jinyou, you have accomplished an unparalleled feat. From this day forth, you are promoted to a core disciple. You shall enjoy the privilege of cultivating within the sacred domain of the Qingyun secret realm. A protective golden decree shall be bestowed upon you. With this decree, your status within the sect shall be equivalent to that of an esteemed disciple. You may access certain resources of the Law Enforcement Hall. Moreover, I grant you 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, a low-grade earth-tier protective spirit weapon, the Xiangui shield, and 3 third-grade healing pills, the 9 turns jade marrow pill, to commemorate your merit. Boom. The hall erupted into a clamor. Countless gazes were filled with astonishment, envy, and profound reverence. Core disciple, protective golden decree, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, earth-tier spirit weapon, 3rd grade sacred medicine. The weight of these rewards far surpassed the ordinary. This was the highest commendation from the Qingyun sect for one who turned the tide. Chen Jinyou slowly opened his eyes, observing the golden decree radiating a gentle light. Inscribed with the words protective decree, that Li Wufeng extended toward him, alongside the storage bag presented by the law enforcement disciples and the shimmering Xiangui shield. Along with the fragrant jade vial, he said nothing. Instead, he extended his battered left hand, trembling yet resolute, to accept the weighty protective golden decree. Chapter 41. The Xia Contract. Assistance from Dan piqued the clamor, and the scent of blood in the grand hall of the law enforcement hall had not yet dissipated when Chen Jinyou was placed in the most spiritually enriched quiet chamber atop the Baichao Huichun Pavilion on Danding Peak. This was a sanctuary dedicated to healing by Dan Yangzi, where the walls, smooth as mutton fat jade, emitted a gentle glow, and the air was infused with the fragrance of millennia-old medicinal sandalwood and the vitality of pure herbs. Upon a couch crafted entirely from divine spirit wood, Chen Jinyou lay with his eyes tightly shut, his complexion still as pale as golden paper, his breath weak. The tattered, blood-stained robe he had worn was removed, revealing a body marred by numerous wounds. The injury from the right arm to the scapula is the most horrifying, with charred flesh curling and revealing bone beneath. Remaining traces of a purplish-black venom stubbornly erode the edges of the dark golden flesh, emitting a faint yet disquieting hissing sound. Li Wufeng had bestowed 3 9-turn jade marrow pills, of which one has been consumed. The overwhelming medicinal power transforms into a gentle warmth, flowing laboriously through his myriad of wounds, barely sustaining a thread of life. However, it fails to immediately expel the dreadful poison left by the golden core evil cultivator and the internal injuries inflicted by the backlash of the pseudo-divine beastess essence. Ling Shuang sits cross-legged on the cold jade mat not far from the cloud couch, also with her eyes closed in meditation. The claw marks on her left shoulder have been treated with a specially crafted bone-repairing ointment from Danding Peak, enveloped in ice-blue spiritual energy, slowly mending her wound. Her breath is somewhat steadier than before, yet her brow still bears the weight of profound fatigue and weakness. Su Wanqing sits at the edge of the couch, carefully using a snow silkworm scarf soaked in pure spirit, due to gently wipe away the blood and dirt from the edges of Chen Jinyou's other wounds. Her movements are tender. Observing her master's grievous right arm, her eyes brim with compassion and an undeniable concern. The door to the quiet chamber is gently pushed open, and a petite figure enters, holding a jade platter. It's Lin Xiaoya, dressed in a fresh, pale yellow robe. Her face still lacks color, and the dark shadows beneath her large eyes reveal a sleepless night. The jade platter cradles a steaming jade bowl, containing a semi-transparent emerald green medicinal liquid that exudes an invigorating fragrance of herbs and the pure power of the stars. This is the Starshine life-extending soup she painstakingly concocted, using 5 perfect Starshine herbs as the main ingredient, complemented by a variety of rare spiritual medicines. Brother Chen's medicine is ready. Lin Xiaoya's voice quivers slightly as she approaches the cloud couch, gazing at Chen Jinyou, whose eyes are tightly shut, breathing faintly, causing her eyes to redden once more. The hellish scene from Black Wind Gorge, Chen Jinyou's blood-soaked battle against the golden core evil cultivator and his current fragile state, as if he could extinguish at any moment, intertwine in her mind, creating a profound impact. She cautiously scoops a spoonful of the medicinal soup, bringing it to Chen Jinyou's lips. The medicinal aroma wafts into his nostrils, causing his eyelashes to flutter as he slowly opens his eyes. His dark orbs still carry the weakness of severe injury, yet they have regained their former depth and tranquility. He glances at Lin Xiaoya's reddened eyes and the starry liquid in the bowl, slightly parting his lips. The warm, pure essence, imbued with immense vitality, flows into his throat. A refreshing and vast power instantaneously spreads through his limbs, merging with the medicinal strength of the 9-turn jade marrow pill within him. rejuvenating his nearly depleted meridians and organs. Particularly at the site of the right arm wound, the stubbornly invasive purplish-black venom seems to have met its nemesis, producing an increasingly intense hissing sound, gradually neutralized and repelled by the purifying power contained within the medicinal liquid. Excellent medicine. Chen Jinyou's voice remains hoarse and faint, yet carries a note of genuine appreciation. He can distinctly sense the extraordinary quality of this bowl of soup, as the purifying power of the stars proves remarkably effective in dispelling the sinister poison left by the golden core evil cultivator. Lin Xiaoya's heart soared upon hearing the faint praise, her large eyes sparkling with renewed brilliance, as if all her prior worries and fatigue had been swept away. The radiance within her gaze resembled that of someone receiving the greatest accolade of the world. As long as her senior brother was pleased, she quickly scooped up another spoonful, her movements becoming even more delicate. As the medicinal broth neared its bottom, Chen Jinyou's breath seemed to stabilize slightly. He closed his eyes, silently guiding the powerful medicinal forces within him to combat his injuries and the backlash. Lin Xiaoya sat quietly beside him, resting her chin on her hands, her wide eyes fixed unwaveringly on Chen Jinyou's serene profile, as if she were admiring an unparalleled treasure. In her gaze, there was a sense of gratitude for surviving a calamity, an overwhelming appreciation, but more than that, there was an almost fervent admiration and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. How had he acquired those miraculous seeds? How could he refine perfect elixirs with his bare hands? What was that explosive, godlike power within him? And how did he always manage to see through everything and turn the tides in dire situations? Each enigma swirled around her mind like a vortex, ensnaring her thoughts completely. She felt as though she stood at the foot of a divine mountain, one that housed endless secrets of alchemy and power, with this injured man before her being the sole path to the summit. The allure of exploring the unknown and touching the mysterious was far more captivating to her. A genius alchemist obsessed with the art of pill-making and novel phenomena than any miraculous elixir. Just as Lin Xiaoya's spirit wavered, her admiration reaching its zenith, Chen Jinyou slowly opened his eyes. He did not look at Lin Xiaoya but instead directed his calm gaze towards the shadows in the corner of the quiet room, as if speaking to himself or whispering to some unseen presence. The 9-turn jade marrow pill reinforces the foundation and nurtures the essence, with potent medicinal properties. Yet it can be overpowering for one severely injured, thus increasing their burden. The Starshine life-sustaining decoction harnesses the purifying power of the stars, neutralizing malevolence and nourishing the source. Yet its effects are somewhat gentle, insufficient for generating flesh. If I could obtain a portion of the Earthheart Fire Lotus's lotus seed powder and refine its ferocity with true fire, extracting its purest life force, supplemented by 3 drops of Millennium Cold Marrow Cream to harmonize yin and yang and to nourish the meridians, then combined with the morning dew essence of the 7-leaf resurrection herb to awaken potential, melding these 3 together and extracting their quintessence to integrate with the 9-turn pill fire. His voice was soft, his pace unhurried, as if he were elucidating an ancient recipe or exploring a novel possibility. Each name of the herbs, each method of processing, and each nuance of medicinal integration was precise, directly targeting the core. Lin Xiaoya's hand, which held the empty bowl, trembled violently, nearly dropping the jade vessel. She felt as if struck by a thunderbolt from the heavens, frozen in place. Earthheart Fire Lotus, Millennium Cold Marrow Cream, Morning Dew Essence of the 7-leaf resurrection herb, refining with true fire, 9-turn integration. Each of these herbs was a legendary treasure. The methods of handling were unheard of. But what truly left her soul trembling was the medicinal properties, the deductions, and the fusion concepts that Chen Jinyou articulated. It was an entirely new realm, one that transcended all she had learned from alchemical texts and overturned all her previous understandings, transforming the blazing fire of the extreme sun into pure vitality, harmonizing it with the essence of extreme cold, and further awakening potential through the morning dew, which embodies the very essence of life. Such a concept is both exquisite and audacious, astonishingly akin to opening a portal to the supreme realm of alchemy. This was the voice of Lin Xiaoya, trembling with fervor, her large eyes brimming with profound shock and yearning as she fixed her gaze upon Chen Jinyou. Senior brother, what is this formula? Can it heal your wounds? At last, Chen Jinyou's gaze shifted towards her, as if he could penetrate her every desire and confusion. He did not respond directly, yet a faint, alluring smile graced his lips. A formula? Perhaps. However, this is not a complete inheritance. It is merely the tip of the iceberg within a vast system. He paused slightly, observing the instant illumination in Lin Xiaoya's eyes, akin to twinkling stars. His voice possessed an unusual magnetism, piercing through her final psychological defenses with precision. Junior sister Lin, your talent is extraordinary, and your comprehension of alchemy is remarkable. Would you be willing to sign a contract with me? A contract? Lin Xiaoya echoed in bewilderment, her heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. A contract of equality. Chen Jinyou's voice was clear and enticing. By signing this, you shall share in the supreme truths of my alchemical legacy, including the complete formula for the Nirvana rebirth pill, as well as the long-lost ancient alchemical arts, the essence of pharmacology, and even the genuine secrets to cultivating wondrous spiritual plants akin to the starshine grass. Lost formulas, ancient alchemical arts, secrets of cultivation. Lin Xiaoya's breath quickened, each word striking her heart like a hammer, overwhelming her with a tsunami of temptation. Sharing in the legacy? This meant she would have the opportunity to touch the supreme alchemy that existed only in legends. What must I do for the contract? Lin Xiaoya's voice held a hint of instinctual caution intertwined with immense desire. Very simple. Chen Jinyou's tone was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. You shall voluntarily sign, never betray, and dedicate the full power of the alchemy summit for my use. In return, I shall guide you to ascend to the pinnacle of true alchemy, making you the foremost alchemist of this realm. The phrase foremost alchemist ignited within Lin Xiaoya an explosion of all her hesitations and doubts. To become the foremost alchemist, to master the lost ancient arts, to cultivate the most marvelous spiritual plants in existence. This was almost the ultimate dream she had pursued her entire life. And the man before her possessed the seeds to revolutionize her understanding of alchemy. His casually proposed formulas resounded in her ears like celestial music. He was worthy of her trust, an overwhelming vision, an irresistible temptation, and an adoration that had reached its zenith instantaneously shattered the last bastion of rationality within Lin Xiaoya. I will sign, she exclaimed, almost without thought, her fervor akin to that of a pilgrim. Her large eyes blazed with an inferno fueled by ambition and an insatiable yearning for the supreme alchemy. I am willing to sign the contract. I shall never betray. Please, senior brother, impart your alchemical knowledge to me. In Chen Jinyou's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered, devoid of any surprise. With a subtle shift of his thoughts, the cold and unyielding power of the system within his consciousness began to operate quietly. An indescribable form, a dark golden contract rune woven from the purest rules and chaos, silently manifested before Lin Xiaoya. The rune was intricate and profound, with each stroke seemingly imbued with the ultimate truths of alchemy and the absolute will of the laws. Lin Xiaoya gazed at the suspended dark golden rune, her resolve unwavering. Taking a deep breath, her eyes shone with determination and reverence as she bit into her fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood, rich with her soul's imprint, to seep forth. With a trembling finger, imbued with sacrificial fervor, she slowly pressed toward the center of the dark golden rune. Buzz. The moment her blood touched the rune, it erupted with a soft yet commanding radiance. A torrent of colossal contract information and the will of the laws surged into Lin Xiaoya's consciousness in an instant. Simultaneously, a peculiar force emanating from the core of the contract indelibly marked the most concealed skin on the inner side of her thigh. A glimmer of emerald light ignited, swiftly spreading and growing, transforming into a vividly lifelike green vine imprint entwined with golden contract patterns. The tendrils were slender yet resilient, their leaves lush and vibrant, as if brimming with endless vitality and the mysteries of alchemy. At the moment the imprint took shape, a faint yet profoundly clear connection, linked to Chen Jinyou's soul essence, was established in an instant. Ding. Target successfully captured. Lin Xiaoya. Beauty rating, 91 points. Acquired the heart of a fairy. Exchange points, 9,100 points. Current points, 2,150 points. Cleared overdraft. First surplus. Contract established. Target, Lin Xiaoya. A genius of alchemy at the 6th layer of qi condensation. Contract feedback activated. The host may share partial alchemical insights with the contract target, requires the target's active consent. Target gains contract benefits. Enhancement in alchemical comprehension. Minor increase in mental strength. Almost the instant the contract was formed. Boom. A wave of pure yet gentle, colossal and magnificent power surged through the invisible contract link, flooding into Lin Xiaoya's body from Chen Jinyou's core. This power was not spiritual energy, but rather the essence of life transition and the binding of the contract. Intertwined with a fragment of fundamental alchemical theory obtained by Chen Jinyou from the system. Buzz. Lin Xiaoya's delicate form trembled violently. Within her consciousness, an abundance of profound insights regarding spirit plant cultivation, medicinal property analysis, and control of fire appeared as if conjured from thin air. A dilemma that had long plagued her regarding the balance of yin and yang medicinal properties was instantaneously resolved. Her mental strength felt as if it had been cleansed by a pure spring, becoming more refined and acute. She even sensed that her control over the crimson copper alchemical furnace in her embrace had become more intuitive. An indescribable sense of clarity and power filled her entire being. Have I broken through? Lin Xiaoya incredulously felt the barriers of her peak's sixth layer of qi condensation subtly loosening, just a step away from the seventh layer. She instinctively glanced at Chen Jinyou, her large eyes brimming with unparalleled astonishment and ecstasy. Senior brother, I feel as if so many things I once failed to understand have suddenly become clear to me. Chen Jinyou observed the faint, elusive mark of the vine on Lin Xiaoya's leg, along with her expression of joy, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile once more. His gaze shifted toward the entrance of the quiet room. Unbeknownst to him, Dan Yangzi's slender figure had quietly appeared there. He had evidently witnessed the final moment of the contract's establishment and sensed the extraordinary transformation that had momentarily enveloped his daughter. The expression on this master of Danding Peak was a tapestry of complexity, shock, inquiry, and concern for his daughter's choice, but above all, a dawning realization. The sudden clarity and refinement of the alchemical aura emanating from her caused even this golden core true person, steeped in the ways of alchemy for centuries, to feel a twinge of alarm. He refrained from immediately questioning. Instead, he cast a deep, penetrating glance at Chen Jinyou, as if trying to see through him entirely. Eventually, he slowly stepped inside, his eyes landing on his daughter, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible dryness. Xiaoya, your father. Lin Xiaoya leaped with excitement. Rushing to Dan Yangzi's side, her little face flushed with exhilaration as she pointed at the vine mark on her leg, though obscured by her skirt. Dan Yangzi's cultivation allowed him to perceive it clearly. Look, senior brother and I have signed a contract. He said he would teach me the long-lost ancient alchemical arts and the true secret of cultivating starlight grass. Father, I feel my control over the alchemical fire has strengthened immensely. Dan Yangzi gazed into his daughter's eyes, which sparkled with unadulterated admiration and joy, sensing the undeniable change within her, even carrying a hint of arcane resonance. The tumult of emotions within him finally coalesced into a long sigh. He turned to Chen Jinyou, his expression becoming exceedingly solemn, even imbued with a newfound sense of equality and respect that he himself had not fully recognized. Young friend Chen, Dan Yangzi addressed him for the first time with this title, his voice deep and resonant. I entrust this little girl to you. From this day forth, in the storeroom of Danding Peak, you may freely access any medicinal materials, recipes, or utensils below the earthly tier, using this token. A jade-green token, intricately carved with the patterns of a medicinal cauldron and vines, was gently placed beside Chen Jinyou's pillow. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me. Dan Yangzi cast a profound glance at Chen Jinyou, his eyes laden with unspoken intentions, hopes for his daughter's future, trepidation and curiosity regarding Chen Jinyou's mysterious heritage, and a resolute decision to stake the future of Danding Peak upon him. Having spoken, he did not linger but turned and departed, leaving behind a figure imbued with profound significance. Within the quiet room remained only the two bound by the contract and the witnesses, Ling Shuang and Su Wanqing. Lin Xiaoya caressed the vine mark on her leg, feeling the enlightenment of alchemy within her consciousness, gazing at the Shinnong token beside her pillow, a symbol of the highest authority at Danding Peak, and then at Chen Jinyou, who sat in tranquil meditation yet seemed to possess complete mastery over all. The admiration and sense of belonging reflected in her large eyes transformed into an eternal bond. Chen Jinyou's consciousness delved into the sea of awareness, gazing at the vibrant 2,150 points in his score, feeling the distinct contract link of Taoist insights resonating between him and Lin Xiaoya. A genuine smile, one that belonged to a true victor, finally graced his face. The potential-laden resource channel of Danding Peak had been thoroughly unlocked. Chapter 42. The three beauties shine together in the tranquil chamber atop the 100 Herbs Revival Pavilion. Chen Jinyou sat cross-legged upon the spirit-wood cloud couch, his eyes firmly shut. His form no longer bore the ghastly remnants of destruction. The gaping wounds had been meticulously stitched with fine silver threads, covered with a thick layer of jade-like ointment exuding a refreshing aura. The charred and purplish-black venom on his right arm had receded significantly, as dark golden flesh writhed tenaciously, giving birth to tender pink granulations. The potency of 3-9 transformation jade marrow pills coursed slowly through his battered meridians, where the depleted channels greedily absorbed the medicinal essence. Emitting a faint hum, Lin Xiaoya's bowl of starlit rejuvenation broth, imbued with the purifying power of the stars, performed wonders, neutralizing the golden core's malevolent poison, while its pure vitality nourished the internal organs scorched by the backlash of the pseudo-divine beast's blood. The Xian turtle shield bestowed by Li Wufeng transformed into a concentrated, earthy yellow halo, gently hovering above Chen Jinyou's head, emanating a steady and substantial protective force, isolating him from all external disturbances. His breath remained feeble, far from returning to its peak, Yet the deathly sensation akin to a flickering candle in the wind had vanished. Not far from the cloud couch, Ling Shuang also sat cross-legged on a cold jade mat with her eyes closed, the claw marks on her left shoulder. Under the dual effects of the jade-like skin regeneration balm and her own profound ice spirit power, had sprouted fresh, tender flesh, leaving only a faint pink mark. A thin layer of ice-blue aura enveloped her, resembling an ageless iceberg, her breath steady and reserved. As she repaired the hidden injuries in her meridians caused by the forced eruption of the profound ice desolation, the ice soul sword lay across her knees, its minute cracks gradually mending under the nurturing glow of ice-blue spiritual light, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. Su Wanqing stood quietly beside the cloud couch, clad in a fresh intersect disciple's azure robe. Her leg injuries had healed significantly, and her delicate face had regained its color. At this moment, she carefully cradled a warm jade tablet, her consciousness delving into its depths as she swiftly browsed and organized the report recently delivered by the Law Enforcement Hall regarding the follow-up investigations of Sun Changming's faction and the sect's recent developments. Her expression was focused, categorizing the vast information and distilling the essentials, ever prepared to report to her master. The door to the silent chamber was opened soundlessly, allowing a fragrant breeze, infused with the freshness of herbs and a hint of alchemical fire, to waft in. Lin Xiaoya entered, carrying an exquisite purple sandalwood tray. Dressed in a pale yellow alchemist's short robe, her arms, resembling sections of lotus stems, were elegantly exposed. She moved with light steps, her face radiating an unprecedented vitality and confidence. On the tray, a jade-green bowl brimmed with a luminescent emerald vitality soup, its surface shimmering with twinkling starlight. Beside it lay a delicate copper alchemical furnace, its lid slightly ajar, revealing 3 orbs the size of longan fruits, perfectly round and exuding a soft, warm glow. These were the foundational essence elixirs, gracefully swirling at the base of the furnace, releasing a captivating fragrance that soothed the senses. This was her inaugural attempt at concocting a second-tier spirit pill, utilizing the resources from the Dan Ding Peak storeroom, enhanced by the insights gained from her contract's reciprocation. Senior brother, the medicine is ready. Lin Xiaoya's voice rang out, clear and melodious, tinged with a hint of excitement. She placed the jade bowl on the low table beside the couch and then, with a flourish, lifted the copper furnace. Her wide eyes sparkling as she gazed at Chen Jinyou. And look at this, the foundational essence elixir. I modified the formula from Qing Nong Dan Jia, adding just a touch of morning dew from the Ninglua flower, making the medicinal properties gentler. Even father remarked that my control of the flames was particularly adept this time. Chen Jinyou slowly opened his eyes. His gaze traversed the swirling soup of stars before settling on the 3 jade-like pills, ultimately resting on Lin Xiaoya's eager eyes, which seemed to implore him for praise. He inclined his head slightly, his voice still somewhat hoarse, yet considerably gentler. Well done. The essence is restrained, and the heat is precise. You have made remarkable progress. This simple affirmation instantly transformed Lin Xiaoya's demeanor, her smile blossoming like a radiant flower, as if she had received the most precious of rewards. She hurriedly offered one of the foundational essence pills to Chen Jinyou with utmost care, then cradled the bowl of medicine. Chen Jinyou consumed the pill and drank the soup. The gentle medicinal energy and pure starlight vitality swiftly coursed through him, as he closed his eyes to feel the subtle tingling sensations throughout his body, a sign of burgeoning life, indicative of accelerated healing from his injuries. His consciousness sank into the sea of awareness. A pale blue system interface silently unfolded before him. Host, Chen Jinyou, Realm, Early Foundation Establishment, recovering from severe injuries. Initial stage of body dominance. Points, 2,150, current surplus. Contract targets. Su Wanqing, 6th layer of Qi condensation, Golden Lotus Mark. Ling Shuang, peak of late Foundation Establishment, Ice Crystal Snow Lotus Mark. Lin Xiaoya, 7th layer of Qi condensation, Green Vine Mark. Available resources for exchange. His gaze swept across the vibrant red figures in the points column, stirring an invigorating sense of control over resources long forgotten. 2,150 points. This was the first occasion since binding the system that he had escaped the shadow of deficit. The downfall of the old rogue sun and the successful contract with Lin Xiaoya had yielded bountiful returns. His thoughts instantly zeroed in on the depths of the marketplace, where a dark golden tome, exuding an ancient and primal aura, awaited. The 9 Turns Body Dominance Sutra, Foundation Establishment Volume. Item, 9 Turns Body Dominance Sutra, Foundation Establishment Volume, complete. Grade, Earth Tier. Upper Class, Exchange Points, 5,000. Effects, Forge the Supreme Foundation of Body Dominance, Refine Vital Essence as fluid as mercury, Bones as solid as gold. Capable of withstanding treasures and moving mountains. Upon reaching mastery, The physical body rivals that of a golden core. Contains secret techniques for refining the body and 3 combat skills of vital essence. Warning: the cultivation process requires enduring inhuman pain and demands an immense amount of vital resources. 5,000 points. This exceeds the previous body refining chapter by far. Yet, in Chen Jinyou's eyes, there was no trace of hesitation. The battle at Black Wind Gorge, fueled by the essence of a pseudo-divine beast, left an indelible mark on him and deepened his understanding of his own body's inadequacies. To establish himself in the inter-sect competition and even in the forthcoming Qiongyan secret realm, not to mention contend against the potentially greater forces behind Elder Sun, mastering the foundational techniques of the 9 turns dominant body is essential for him. Exchanging for the 9 turns dominant body foundational chapter, his resolve was as steadfast as iron. Ding. Exchange for the 9 turns dominant body foundational chapter, complete version. Consumed 5,000 points. Current points, 2,850, overdraft. Buzz. A torrent of information, tenfold more vast than the body refining chapter, surged into Chen Jinyou's consciousness. The intricate and profound cultivation paths. The brutal methods of tempering the body with earth, fire, and thunderous winds. The secret arts that compress and refine vital essence to a liquid state, along with 3 formidable blood techniques capable of rending mountains and rivers, were etched deeply into his soul like an indelible brand. The immense impact of this knowledge caused him to grunt softly, beads of sweat forming at his brow, yet his gaze shone with remarkable brilliance. Overdraft? Merely a preemptive investment. With the formidable Lin Shuang, the 94-point Ice Mountain, the newly acquired alchemy prodigy Lin Xiaoya, and the loyal informant Su Wanqing by his side, the trifling 2,850 points would soon be replenished. Wanqing. Chen Jinyou opened his eyes, his voice regaining some strength. Master. Su Wanqing immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully. With my protective gold token, go to the sect's 10,000 Methods Tower, Area B, and procure the text's Thunder Tempering Technique, detailed explanation of Earth Fire Aura, and 100 Refinements Blood Condensation Technique that assist body refinement. Chen Jinyou's tone was unwavering. Having exchanged for the core technique, the accompanying auxiliary methods were naturally indispensable. Understood. Su Wanqing accepted the heavy gold token with both hands, a spark of excitement flashing in her eyes. Providing her master with cultivation resources was her greatest value. She promptly turned and departed with a light step. Xiaoya. Chen Jinyou's gaze shifted to Lin Xiaoya, who was cautiously stowing away her alchemical furnace. Senior brother. Lin Xiaoya straightened her posture immediately, her large eyes brimming with enthusiasm. I require resources to temper my physical body. At least 5 stalks of over 300-year-old crimson blood ginseng with a fiery attribute. 3 pounds of 1,000-year-old cold jade essence with an icy attribute. 10 earth vein purple spirit mushrooms to harmonize yin and yang, and as much blood bodhi as possible to swiftly replenish vital essence. Chen Jinyou listed a series of treasures that could easily bankrupt foundational cultivators in the outside world, his tone as casual as if ordering from a menu. You hold the Shinnong token, go to the storage room on Danding Peak and retrieve them. If they are not available, have your father find a way. Understood. You can count on me. Lin Xiaoya pounded her chest in assurance, her face alight with excitement. To serve her senior brother, and to have the legitimate opportunity to access treasures in the storage room that she could previously only envy was simply marvelous. She seized the Emerald Shinnong order, bounding out of the tranquil chamber like a jubilant lark. Within the chamber, only Chen Jinyou remained, alongside Ling Shuang, who was still with her eyes closed, engaging in quiet meditation. Chen Jinyou's gaze fell upon Ling Shuang. Her moon-white figure was as still as a frigid pond. The ice soul sword resting across her lap, emanating a subtle chill. The injury on her left shoulder had largely healed. Yet the forced eruption of the profound ice annihilation to counter the golden core's consumption, along with the cultivation advancement brought by their contract, required time to stabilize. The ice crystal snow lotus mark on the inner thigh glimmered faintly in the icy blue radiance, exuding a serene luster. Sensing Chen Jinyou's gaze, Ling Shuang's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she gradually opened her eyes. Her frozen gaze remained clear, yet the previously absolute coldness was replaced by an indescribable complexity. Their eyes met in silent communion, devoid of words, yet the contract between them conveyed a profound understanding and a shared will to protect, unspoken yet palpable. She was his shield, the sharpest ice soul sword in his grasp. He, the guide to shatter her frozen fate and unveil higher realms before her. Chen Jinyou nodded gently, closing his eyes once more, immersing himself in the vast profundities of the foundational chapter of the 9 turns dominating body art. The medicinal energy circulated within him, the dark golden blood flowing through newly formed meridians with the resonant rumble of distant thunder, gathering strength for the impending brutal tempering. The chamber fell into silence again. enveloped in fragrant herbs and swirling spiritual energy. Time passed without notice. The door to the chamber was pushed open once more. Su Wanqing returned first, cradling 3 ancient jade tablets radiating an archaic aura, which she reverently placed beside Chen Jinyou's couch. Master, the texts have been successfully transcribed. Following her, Lin Xiaoya also returned, accompanied by 2 disciples from Danding Peak, each bearing several spirit-infused jade boxes and containers. As the boxes were opened, an intense herbal aroma swiftly overwhelmed the original sandalwood scent of the chamber. The crimson, fire-like body of the blood ginseng, with roots resembling blood jade. The chilling essence of a millennium-old cold jade marrow, seemingly flowing within. The umbrella cap resembling purple clouds, the ethereal earth vein purple spiritual mushroom, and the blood bodhi, glimmering like rubies, emanating an alluring sweetness. Each treasure dazzled the eye and radiated brilliance. The sheer quantity and exceptional quality were enough to make any foundational cultivator's heart race with envy. Senior brother, they're all here. I've brought everything from the cool room. Father even contributed his 2 rare 500-year-old blood ginseng kings. Lin Xiaoyao exclaimed, her face brimming with pride. Chen Jinyou opened his eyes, gazing at the towering pile of precious resources beside his bed. He then turned to the 3 enchanting figures standing to his left and right, each distinct in appearance and bearing, yet equally captivating. Su Wanqing exuded a gentle serenity, her pale yellow dress accentuating her delicate beauty, with the golden lotus mark on her leg subtly visible as she moved, embodying loyalty and efficiency. Ling Shuang radiated a cool, lunar grace, her moon-white robe perfectly outlining her exquisite figure, with the ice crystal snow lotus mark emanating an aura of formidable coldness, serving as an indomitable shield. Lin Xiaoya, vibrant and lively, donned a short yellow top brimming with energy, her green vine mark exuding vitality and the profound mysteries of alchemy, representing an inexhaustible treasury of resources. The 3 beauties shone together, encircling him. In that moment, the debilitating sense of weakness from his injuries seemed to dissipate significantly. Very well, he uttered, his gaze sweeping over the amassed resources before settling on a few jade slips containing body refinement scriptures. Chapter 43, The Inner Sect Grand Competition. A display of brilliance at the inner sect of Qinyun sect, on the martial arts peak. The once tranquil place of cultivation was now alive with fervent activity. The grand circular arena had been leveled atop the peak, its ground paved with a rock harder than refined iron, inscribed with ancient runes for reinforcement and force dispersion. Surrounding the arena were 9 tiers of observation platforms, now filled to capacity. Inner disciples, several core disciples, stewards from various peaks, and even some elders who had been in secluded cultivation had gathered here. The air was thick with excitement, tension, and a combustible competitive spirit. Today marked the commencement of the decade-held Inner Sect Grand Competition, the paramount stage for inner disciples to showcase their talents and vie for core disciple qualifications and abundant resources. It also served as a battleground for the subtle struggles among the peaks, a display of strength. On the central elevated platform, several elders with profound auras were seated, with the law enforcement hall elder, Li Wufeng, at the center. His countenance remained resolute and austere as he surveyed the thronging arena below, his innate presence silencing the raucous atmosphere. Beside him, Dan Yangzi stroked his beard while sitting, his gaze seemingly tranquil, yet occasionally drifting towards a specific direction, tinged with curiosity and anticipation. The arena was divided by powerful spatial formations into 16 independent square arenas, each cloaked under a transparent energy barrier capable of withstanding full-force assaults from peak foundation establishment practitioners. At this moment, the 16 platforms were already ablaze with spiritual light, sword energy crisscrossing, and spells reverberating. The elite inner disciples engaged in fierce duels, exerting their utmost for the limited advancement slots. However, nearly all spectators found their eyes irresistibly drawn to the arena labeled C in the northeastern corner. The atmosphere there was distinctly different. A robust young man clad in a fiery cloud-patterned inner sect robe, his aura reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, stood with a grim expression, veins bulging on his forehead. Suspended before him were 3 crimson flying swords, their blades flickering with flames, exuding an intensely scorching aura. Evidently a set of high-grade fire element flying sword artifacts. He was none other than Zhou Yan, a rising star from Qiyang Peak, known for his formidable prowess with the red sun splitting light sword technique, regarded as a contender likely to break into the top 30. His opponent, Chen Jinyou, who merely a month prior had been gravely injured and on the brink of death, now stood calmly at the opposite end of the arena. Clad in a pristine moon-white inner sect robe, his complexion still bore the pallor of recent recovery, yet his jet-black eyes shone with a hawk-like sharpness, exuding an unsettling calm. His aura was repressed, concealing its depths, akin to a tranquil yet unfathomable abyss. Only with careful observation could one faintly sense the terrifying vitality, reminiscent of a lurking beast. Surging beneath his composed exterior. Chen Jinyou, cease your tricks. Zhou Yan, incensed by the seeming disregard in Chen's gaze, bellowed fiercely. Do not think that by luck you can topple Elder Sun and roam freely within the inner sect. Today, I shall show you what true inner sect elite embodies. Fiery sun splitting light, fire clouds devouring the plain. Go. He formed a hand gesture and thrust forward with vigor. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 blazing red swords erupted with blinding light, transforming into 3 long-tailed crimson meteors that sliced through the air in a formation, propelled by scorching waves and fierce sword intent. As they swiftly traversed dozens of yards to strike at Chen Jinyou's vital points. The sword's momentum was ferocious and ruthless, clearly aimed at achieving a decisive victory to reclaim the lost dignity suppressed by the Dark Horse. Its brother Zhou's ultimate technique. What a swift sword. Chen Jinyou, just recovering, is surely at a disadvantage. Let us see how he manages now. Many disciples of Qiyang Peak cheered from below, eager to witness Chen Jinyou's discomfiture. Facing the 3 fiery swords capable of piercing solid steel, Chen Jinyou's response was astonishingly simple and brutally direct. He did not dodge, evade, or retreat. At the very moment the sword tips were about to strike, he stepped forward with his left foot, barely shifting half a step. Boom. A wave of invisible force erupted from the point where his foot met the ground. The Xiangang rock beneath him emitted a deep, resonant hum. His entire presence shifted dramatically, transforming from a placid abyss into a volcano poised to erupt. The 9 turns dominating body technique foundation establishment chapter, mountain shaking stance. His right fist clenched tightly. Without employing any spiritual power, sheer force was compressed to its utmost. The dark golden vitality surged wildly through his muscles and bones. The air around his fist was squeezed, emitting a piercing shriek under the strain. Break. His voice rumbled like distant thunder. Chen Jinyou twisted his waist, propelled his shoulder, and swung his arm. The movements flowed seamlessly, swift as lightning. That fist, imbued with unfathomable power, descended like a battering ram, striking precisely at the tip of the most forceful fiery sword hurtling toward him. Clang! The resounding clash of metal was deafening. The violent sound waves caused even the arena's protective barrier to ripple violently. In the incredulous gazes of all, the fiery sword, imbued with the peak foundational power of Zhou Yan, met Chen Jinyou's fist, and at the moment of contact, it was as though it had collided with an indomitable divine mountain. Crack! A clear sound of shattering resonated through the air. The resilient sword tip was shattered into fragments by Chen Jinyou's sheer physical strength, as if it were delicate glass. The fire-infused spiritual energy within erupted like fireworks crushed by an overwhelming force, exploding in a resounding display. The momentum of his punch remained unabated, striking fiercely against the 2 flying swords that followed closely behind. Bang! Bang! Like swatting flies, those 2 imposing swords, along with the flames clinging to them, were sent sprawling. Their spiritual light dimmed in an instant, lamenting as they embedded into the edge of the arena, their blades trembling uncontrollably. 1 punch. 1 sword shattered. 2 swords sent flying. This was the embodiment of pure physical power, unmatched and tyrannical. With a sudden gasp, Zhou Yan felt as though he had suffered a devastating blow. The artifact that connected their spirits was destroyed, leaving his face ashen as he violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his energy waning instantly. His gaze towards Chen Jinyou was filled with boundless astonishment and terror. Is he even human? Silence enveloped the surroundings of Arena Number 3, so quiet that a falling needle could be heard. The disciples of Qiyang Peak, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, were rendered speechless. Their mouths agape like ducks with their throats squeezed, unable to utter a sound. The battles in the other arenas seemed to freeze for a moment. Countless eyes filled with shock converging upon that figure clad in pale moonlight. In the observation area, Li Wufeng's eyes sparkled with intensity, while Deng Yangzi's fingers paused as he stroked his beard. Both displayed unmistakable astonishment. In just 1 month, from a state of severe injury to such overwhelming physical prowess. What kind of monster is this young man? Thank you for your guidance. Chen Jinyou slowly withdrew his fist, leaving no trace of injury upon his knuckles. He calmly uttered those 2 words, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Zhou Yan, his face ashen and lips trembling, ultimately bowed his head in defeat. The enforcer disciple promptly declared, in Arena Number 3, the victor is Chen Jinyou of Tianshu Peak. The silence was shattered, erupting into a cacophony akin to a roaring tsunami. 1 punch, a physical body striking against flying swords, and shattering them. Is Chen Jinyou a body cultivator? How long has it been since his foundation establishment? A monster. Absolutely a monster. Ignoring the uproar from the crowd below, Chen Jinyou made his way to the resting area. As he passed, The throng parted like a tide, leaving behind gazes filled with awe and shock. This was merely the beginning. In the subsequent battles, Chen Jinyou would epitomize dominance and efficiency to their utmost extremes. In the second match, he faced a senior brother known for his mastery of formations, standing at the fourth layer of foundation establishment. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, his opponent unleashed 36 formation flags, instantly setting up the small 5 elements ensnaring formation, veiling the area in mist and intertwining elemental forces to attempt to wear down Chen Jinyou. However, Chen Jinyou merely cast a cold glance at the seemingly profound formation, and his figure abruptly blurred. Thunderous Step, a profound movement technique acquired from the system. Though not perfected, it paired with his burgeoning explosive power, granting him speed akin to teleportation, leaving only a distorted flash of electricity in his wake. Boom, boom, boom. He made no effort to locate the formation's core. The figure resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus, unfazed by the mesmerizing mist and the incoming quintessence attacks, purely relying on brute strength and speed to rampage across the arena. Each footfall resonated like a meteorite crashing to the earth, causing the Xiangang Rock Arena to tremble violently. With each collision, he struck with uncanny precision at the nodes of the formation flags. Crack, crack, crack. In merely 3 breaths, he had forcefully shattered 18 out of 36 formation flags with his sheer might. The minor 5 elemental formation was instantly dismantled. The brother who had arranged the formation stood in stunned disbelief. Before he could react, Chen Jinyou's figure appeared before him like a wraith, a palm enveloped in a dark golden aura gently pressing against his chest. Bang! The brother was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing against the luminous barrier and sliding down, rendered unconscious. Another instant victory. In the third match, his opponent was a robust cultivator of the 5th layer of foundation establishment, specializing in defense, clad in heavy armor, and wielding a colossal shield. This man was renowned for his extraordinary defensive capabilities, famously immovable as a mountain within the inner sect. Junior brother Chen, though your physique is formidable, you shall find it difficult to breach my Xian turtle armor and mountain-shaking shield, he boomed, attempting to interfere with words. Yet, Chen Jinyou granted him no opportunity to finish. His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow as he lunged forward once more. It was still a simple, direct punch. Mountain Shaker. With a punch unleashed, the dark golden energy coalesced into a tangible fist aura, imbued with the terrifying will to tear mountains asunder. When the fist aura struck the hastily erected giant shield, it resonated like a thunderous bell. The surface of the sturdy mountain-shaking shield instantly caved in, leaving a distinct imprint of his fist. The overwhelming impact surged through the shield, brutally slamming into the burly man. Thud! The man was struck as if by lightning, his vitality surging, and he spewed a mouthful of blood onto the inner side of the shield. His once proud strength and defense appeared laughable before Chen Jinyou's unparalleled and domineering punch. Without a moment's pause, Chen Jinyou followed up with his left fist, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, circumventing the giant shield, and delivering a devastating blow to the burly man's side beneath the heavy armor. Crack! The excruciating sound of bones fracturing echoed. The thick armor crumpled as if made of paper. The burly man let out a heart-wrenching scream. His massive form sent flying like a broken sack, crashing heavily against the luminous barrier, completely incapacitated. 3 matches, 3 battles, 3 victories, each achieved with a single strike. His opponents ranged from the 3rd to the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Whether it was flying swords, formations, or heavy armor defenses, all seemed as insignificant as mere clay dogs before his unyielding, formidable physique and the system-derived skill, Thunderous Step. The entire training ground erupted in fervor. All derision and skepticism were forcefully silenced. How extraordinarily powerful. Is this truly the early stage of foundation establishment? Could his physique be that of an ancient ferocious beast reincarnated? His speed was astonishingly swift, utterly elusive. A dark horse. An absolute super dark horse. Gasps of astonishment, admiration, and disbelief resounded in waves. The name Chen Jinyou swept through the intersect competition like a hurricane. He proclaimed his formidable rise in the most overwhelming and shocking manner. Upon the elevated platform, Li Wufeng's eyes sparkled with intensity as he observed the serene figure of Yu Bai gracefully descending from the arena, enveloped in a multitude of awestruck gazes. In a hushed tone, he remarked to his companion, Dan Yangzi, "This individual is decisively ruthless. His combat instincts are nothing short of extraordinary. What is even more commendable is that this fervor and determination are employed solely for the righteous path." Dan Yangzi nodded slightly, his gaze complex as it drifted towards the edge of the arena, where Lin Xiaoya, clad in a delicate yellow, was exuberantly bouncing and cheering for Chen Jinyou with fervent enthusiasm. He then cast a glance at a distant corner of the spectator stands, where Ling Shuang with an air of cool detachment, maintained her unwavering focus on Chen Jinyou. Ultimately, his gaze returned to Chen Jinyou, and he inwardly sighed, bearing astonishing secrets. Possessing ruthless and decisive tactics, yet attracting a multitude of exceptionally talented individuals to follow this young man amidst the turbulent winds of fate. This is merely the beginning. As Chen Jinyou returned to the resting area, he disregarded the myriad of gazes directed his way, calmly settling into a cross-legged position and closing his eyes to regulate his breath. The dark golden essence within him flowed steadily, mending the subtle damages incurred from the relentless battles. He perceived the gradual accumulation of points, stemming from the scattered admiration and shock of the less than attractive female cultivators in the audience, stirred by awe and even a hint of reverence. Although it was but a trickle, every bit contributed to a greater whole. His consciousness delved into the sea of awareness, where the luminous screen distinctly displayed points 2,851-27, 2723, overdrawn. The overdraw was diminishing. Slowly opening his eyes, he cast a serene gaze over the fierce combat unfolding in the arena, ultimately settling upon a distant platform where a formidable figure, exuding overwhelming strength and dominance, was mercilessly overpowering his opponent, having already reached the 7th layer of foundation establishment. Zhang Quang, Zhao Hu's cousin, a prominent contender for the championship. Feeling Chen Jinyou's penetrating stare, Zhang Quang delivered a decisive blow, sending his opponent crashing down from the platform. He abruptly turned his head, and from across the vast distance, two fierce and unmasked glances, brimming with brutality and lethal intent, pierced through the air like tangible blades, aimed squarely at Chen Jinyou. A subtle smile began to curve Chen Jinyou's lips. The prey was finally within reach. Chapter 44, The Decisive Battle. The admirer of the fairy at the summit of the martial arts peak, the atmosphere was a cacophony of excitement. The 16 platforms had been narrowed down to the final 4, and the intensity of the battles surged dramatically. Spiritual lights flashed, and waves of energy surged. Each clash elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. However, the focus of everyone's attention converged upon the central, grandiose main arena, etched with the ancient character Fortune. This was the battlefield for the ultimate showdown. Upon the platform, two figures faced each other from a distance. On one side stood Chen Jinyou, adorned in pristine intersect robes of moonlight hue. The pallor left from the intense battles had long been dispelled by the surging dark golden essence within him. His expression as tranquil as a deep, ancient well. Only his eyes remained sharp as a hawk's, ablaze with an indomitable spirit that would never extinguish. His aura was meticulously restrained, akin to a volcano poised to erupt with the power to incinerate all in its path. His formidable record of defeating foes in 3 moves had already made the title of brawler of the demonic body echo throughout the inner sect. On the opposite side stood Chu Feng, the esteemed disciple of the esteemed Yunlan Jinren. The leader of the Qinyun sect is recognized as the foremost figure within the inner sanctum. At the pinnacle of the late foundation establishment stage, he possesses a rare lightning root, clad in a perfectly tailored robe of flowing purple and gold. He stands with an air of confidence, his tall and slender figure exuding grace. His strikingly handsome visage features eyebrows that arch elegantly into his hairline, and eyes that shimmer like cold stars, reflecting an indomitable pride that seems to gaze down upon the world, merely by standing there. A subtle flicker of silver arcs of electricity dances around him, filling the air with a tingling sensation that sends shivers down one's spine. Accompanied by an aura of destruction, he resembles a thunder god descended upon the mortal realm, his presence profound and oceanic in depth. Starkly contrasting with Chen Jinyou's reserved demeanor, his power is unrestrained, dominating the arena. A fateful confrontation looms ahead. The Dark Horse prodigy faces the inner sect champion. A colossal disparity in strength exists, from the peak of the initial to the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. Their fighting styles are worlds apart, extreme dominance versus frenzied lightning techniques. And the palpable, frigid hostility emanating from outside the arena cannot be overlooked. Chu Feng's starry eyes are fixed intently on Chen Jinyou, devoid of admiration or curiosity for the Dark Horse. Instead, they reflect an indifference akin to observing ants, coupled with an undercurrent of seething, almost explosive enmity. This animosity does not merely stem from the threat posed by Chen Jinyou's ascent to his position of supremacy, but also from the observation area designated for Tianshu Peak, where Ling Shuang sits quietly. Dressed in a pristine moon-white robe, the scars on her left shoulder have healed, leaving only the delicate sheen of her skin. The Eye-Soul sword hangs at her side, emanating a faint chill. Her breathtaking beauty remains as frigid as eternal ice, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding tumult. Yet, her icy gaze remains fixed on Chen Jinyou in the arena, calm, yet imbued with an unspoken focus. What gnaws at Chu Feng like a venomous serpent is the fleeting glimpse of an incredibly faint, yet distinctly visible ice blue mark that shines briefly between the folds of her moon-white skirt as she shifts her posture. The mark resembles a budding snow lotus, the ice crystal snow lotus mark. Chu Feng's heart feels as though it has been ensnared by a frigid specter. A tumultuous blaze of jealousy, humiliation, and fury surges, obliterating the composure he once took pride in. Ling Shuang, the ice-cold senior sister he has ardently pursued for years, cherished like the moon in his heart, has inexplicably become bonded to this unknown upstart as a soul mate. This is an unparalleled disgrace, a blatant desecration. Chen Jinyou. Chu Feng's voice, akin to ice scraping against ice, resonates with a chilling intent to kill, piercing through the protective barrier of the arena and echoing throughout the venue. Your journey here has been fortunate. However, your luck ends here. He slowly raises his right hand, fingers splayed, palm facing upward. Crackling. A blinding arc of silver lightning suddenly coalesces in his palm, pulsating with energy. The ferocious aura of destruction surged forth in an instant, causing the arena's luminous barrier to emit a dissonant hum under the strain. I shall make you comprehend the true chasm that lies between us. Chu Feng's voice resonated with an air of superiority, making it clear that to defile a presence that ought not to be touched comes at a grave cost. Boom. The moment those words fell, Chu Feng's formidable presence erupted. The terrifying spiritual energy, at its pinnacle in the late Foundation establishment stage, surged forth like a flood that had broken its dam. His flowing purple-gold robe fluttered without wind, crackling audibly. Countless delicate silver arcs of electricity erupted from his being, writhing and darting like living entities, emitting a disconcerting buzzing sound. Within a radius of 10 feet around him, the air twisted and scorched, filled with the violent force of thunder. Thunder spirit root, the majesty of heaven. The mere release of his aura surpassed the combined might of all his previous adversaries. The immense pressure of his spiritual energy bore down like an invisible mountain, ruthlessly crushing toward Chen Jinyou at the opposite end of the arena. Such terrifying thunder power. Brother Chu is truly enraged. Chen Jinyou is finished. Is this for Sister Ling Shuang? This is going to be a spectacle. The disparity between the early and late Foundation establishment stages was too vast. No matter how robust his body, it could not withstand the wrath of heavenly thunder, could it? The spectator stands erupted with excitement, enthrallment, astonishment, schadenfreude, and profound respect intertwined. Everyone felt Chu Feng's unabashed murderous intent. This was no ordinary sect competition, but a reckoning intertwined with personal grievances. On the high platform, the principal elder, Li Wufeng, furrowed his brow, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Dan Yangzi also shook his head slightly. They both sensed Chu Feng's extraordinary hostility, which had strayed far from the original intent of the grand competition. However, as the sect leader, the revered Yinlan Jinren was not present, and with Chu Feng being the sect leader's direct disciple, they felt it inappropriate to intervene directly. On the arena, facing the overwhelming pressure of thunder, Chen Jinyou's body sank slightly, the Xiangang rock beneath him emitting faint groans. The calm demeanor upon his face was finally shattered, his brow furrowed, and his gaze became gravely intense. Pressure. An unprecedented pressure. Chu Feng's might far exceeded any of his previous opponents. That savage force of thunder, imbued with a destructive aura akin to divine wrath, made his proud body and blood tremble instinctively. It felt as though his flesh was confronting the celestial thunder directly. The gap was insurmountable, the chasm of spiritual energy levels, the absolute suppression of spiritual root attributes. Yet, there was not a trace of fear in Chen Jinyou's eyes, only determination and a fervent battle spirit ignited in the face of despair. The price? Slowly lifting his head to meet Chu Feng's murderous gaze. A chilling and sinister smile crept upon his lips, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in every ear. Is this meager lightning of yours truly a threat? A gasp swept through the crowd. Everyone believed they had misheard. Meager lightning. He dared to mock the foremost inner disciple, the sect leader's protege, a genius of the late Foundation establishment stage. Seeking death, Chu Feng was utterly enraged, his handsome visage contorted in fury. He took great pride in his thunder spirit, only to be derisively referred to as leaky electricity by his opponent. Boom. Chu Feng ceased his idle chatter and struck out in fury. With a fierce thrust of his right hand, he unleashed the thunder of 1,000 birds. Crackle. The silver arc of lightning in his palm surged instantly, splitting and transforming into countless silver thunderbirds composed purely of lightning, each one imbued with destructive power. Tearing through the air with piercing shrieks, akin to a silver storm of death, sweeping mercilessly towards Chen Jinyou. The speed was unparalleled, and the coverage so extensive that it nearly sealed off all avenues for Chen Jinyou to evade. The might of thunder, the storm of destruction. Confronted with this inescapable tempest of thunderbirds, Chen Jinyou's pupils constricted. His vital energy surged violently, a dark golden luminosity coursing frantically beneath his skin. Channeling all his strength into the thunder step, a flash of lightning ignited beneath his feet. He chose not to retreat, but rather to advance. Charging headlong into the deathly silver storm, sweat streaming down his brow. The battle had instantly reached a fever pitch. Chapter 45. Overwhelming Dominance Boom. Hundreds of silver thunderbirds rent the air with their shrill cries, as the blinding silver light devoured half of the arena in an instant. The violent power of thunder had yet to reach him, yet Chen Jinyou felt a prickling pain as if pierced by needles, his hair standing on end. There was no way to avoid it. No retreat possible. Come. A low growl erupted like a beast's roar, and a fierce light flashed in Chen Jinyou's eyes. The 9 turns body refinement technique surged wildly, the dark golden sheen beneath his skin solidifying instantly, making him appear as if coated in a thin layer of gilded bronze. He harbored no intention of evading. Instead, he stomped forward with his left foot. Thud! The ground trembled violently. The rock beneath his feet cracked as though woven with a web of fissures. Harnessing the recoil from this force, Chen Jinyou surged forward, like a dark golden arrow released from its bow, crashing into the storm of thunderbirds. Simultaneously, the thunder step was pushed to its limits, creating several distorted, blurred afterimages in his rapid sprint. Boom. Crackle. The first wave of thunderbirds collided violently with Chen Jinyou. The blinding electric light erupted instantaneously. The friction between his dark golden skin and the violent thunder was intense, producing a jarring explosion. Delicate silver arcs of electricity burrowed into his skin like venomous serpents, inflicting excruciating burns and paralysis. Ugh! Chen Jinyou emitted a muffled grunt, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his forward momentum forcibly stymied. The vital energy within him surged like an enraged dragon, resisting the onslaught of thunder, the dark golden sheen flickering erratically beneath the electric onslaught. His moon-white robe was instantly charred to ashes, revealing a physique as tough as steel, now entangled in a myriad of minute electric arcs. Overreaching. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Chu Feng's mouth, his right hand clenched into a fist, and then, boom, boom, boom. The subsequent wave of thunderbirds surged forward like sharks sensing blood, colliding relentlessly against Chen Jinyou, each impact resulting in a series of explosive blasts. The entire arena was instantly engulfed in blinding silver lightning. A furious wave of energy crashed violently against the protective barrier, causing it to twist dramatically and emit a mournful hum under the strain. The ground, composed of hard and resilient Xiangang rock, erupted into shallow pits, debris flying in every direction. Outside the arena, a profound silence enveloped the spectators, all holding their breath, their gazes fixated upon the blinding tempest of lightning. Master. Su Wanqing's complexion turned ashen, her nails digging deeply into her palm. Lin Xiaoya covered her mouth, her large eyes brimming with terror. Ling Shuang remained composed. Yet the ice soul sword resting upon her lap emitted a subtle hum, its icy blue radiance fluctuating erratically. A barely perceptible wave of emotion flickered deep within her frozen gaze. The tempest of lightning ravaged the arena for a full 3 breaths before gradually dissipating. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a solitary figure stood resolute. Chen Jinyou knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed against the searing rock, gasping for breath. His torso was bare, skin charred black, crisscrossed with fine cracks and scorched marks. Several deep wounds, exposing bone, oozed dark golden blood, sizzling under the remnants of the lightning fire. He bowed his head, hair disheveled, breath erratic, appearing utterly disheveled, as if he had just crawled out from the furnace of hell. However, as he slowly lifted his head, his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. There was no fear, no pain, only an intense battle fervor burning to its zenith. Is this your utmost ability? Chen Jinyou's voice was hoarse, tinged with the metallic scent of blood. Yet it resonated clearly throughout the arena. Chu Feng, is your lightning merely tickling me? A collective gasp erupted from the spectator stance. He endured it. He actually withstood the thunderous onslaught of a peak foundation establishment technique. Is he even human? His physical resilience is terrifying. Yet, surely he has reached his limits. Just look at his injuries. The triumphant expression on Chu Feng's face froze instantly, morphing into an even more ferocious rage. The last trace of mockery vanished from his gaze, leaving only pure murderous intent. Sharp-tongued, are you? Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado. Lightning striking heaven's punishment spear. He raised both hands high, unleashing the immense force of thunderous energy within him without restraint. A deep rumble of thunder echoed ominously in the sky. Countless slender silver arcs of electricity converged frantically from all directions towards his upraised palms. A colossal spear, forged from the highly compressed essence of thunder, rapidly took shape. Measuring 3 zhang in length, the spear was entwined with blinding silver serpents, its tip warping the very fabric of space. emanating a terrifying pressure that seemed capable of piercing through all, executing divine retribution. The aura of destruction was several times more potent than the previous storm of lightning. This was one of Chu Feng's lethal techniques, potent enough to severely injure or even slay a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Die for me. Chu Feng's visage contorted with ferocity, his muscular arms bulging as he hurled the enormous thunder spear with immense force. Swoosh! The lightning spear tore through the air with blinding speed. As it passed, the atmosphere was ionized, leaving a distorted scorched trail in its wake. The target was none other than the kneeling Chen Jinyou. The terrifying pressure descended like the collapse of the heavens, firmly locking onto Chen Jinyou. There was no escape, no defense. This was the consensus of all present. Upon the high platform, Li Wufeng's gaze sharpened, his hand poised on the hilt of his sword, ever ready to intervene and forestall the impending tragedy. Dan Yangzi suddenly rose to his feet. In this moment of peril, as the thunder spear was about to pierce Chen Jinyou's skull, he abruptly lifted his head. This was the moment he had awaited. Within him, the long-dormant system interface flickered to life in his consciousness, a chilling mechanical voice resonating with a hint of exhilaration. Ding! Secret technique exchange. Devouring spirit mantra, fragment. Cost, 10,000 points. Current points, 2, 850 to 10,000 minus 12, 850 points. Significant overdraft. Effect, temporarily devour the spiritual essence of opponents within range. The amount devoured correlates with the host's physical strength and the purity of the opponent's spiritual energy. Duration, 3 breaths. Warning, devouring foreign spiritual energy will severely impact the host's meridians. Consequences unknown. A peculiar force, cold and insatiable, as if capable of consuming all, surged forth from the depths of his soul, flooding Chen Jinyou's entire being. Within the depths of his eyes, a profound darkness emerged, akin to a vortex capable of ensnaring souls. He made no attempt to evade the cataclysmic thunder spear. Instead, he stood tall against the blinding lightning, raising his scarred, dark gilded right fist, unflinching and direct, to strike at the spear's most ferocious and concentrated tip. Devour the spirit. Consume it for me. His roar echoed like the bellowing of an abyssal demon. His fist collided unabashedly with the spear's tip. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. No earth-shattering explosion. No annihilating shockwave. Only a chilling sound, reminiscent of a colossal whale siphoning water, reverberated through the air. Buzz. At the moment Chen Jinyou's fist met the thunder spear, an imperceptible dark vortex, seemingly capable of swallowing light, suddenly manifested at the edge of his fist. The thunder spear, which embodied the peak power of Chu Feng's foundational cultivation, sufficient to pierce mountains, found its raging energy flow being violently and audaciously torn asunder and devoured by that minuscule dark vortex. The enormous thunder spear dimmed rapidly, shrinking visibly. The silver serpents entwined around it wailed as they were drawn into the vortex. The terrifying pressure that threatened to obliterate all receded like a tidal wave. What? The sneer on Chu Feng's face instantly transformed into boundless horror and disbelief. He felt acutely that the connection between him and the thunder spear was being forcibly severed by an irresistible, enigmatic force. The pure lightning energy he had painstakingly cultivated for years was being devoured, as if it were a flood breaching a dam. Impossible. My lightning energy. Return it to me. Chu Feng let out a furious, anguished roar, desperately attempting to reclaim his power, only to find that the devouring force clung to him like a parasite, firmly locking onto his spiritual essence and extracting it mercilessly. Frost. In that same instant, Chen Jinyou's consciousness surged through the bond of their contract, piercing through Ling Shuang's spiritual sea like a cold blade. Ling Shuang, who had remained in serene stillness, suddenly erupted with a piercing coldness in her ice-encrusted gaze. With an almost imperceptible flick of her right index finger resting upon her knee, she unleashed a thread of icy blue energy, refined to perfection, as delicate as a strand of hair and nearly transparent. This ethereal chill, traversing the fabric of space itself and bypassing the arena's shimmering barrier through the subtle force of the contract, struck with unwavering precision towards Chu Feng's dantian, where his spiritual energy was tumultuously fluctuating due to his loss of control. This chilling force was not an assault. Rather, it resembled an ice needle plunged into boiling oil, instantaneously igniting the already unstable thunderous energy within him, which had been forcibly extracted. Chu Feng shuddered violently, feeling as though a millennia of frost had brutally pierced his dantian. The thunder energy erupted uncontrollably, transforming what had once been a manageable output of spiritual power into chaos. A torrent of pure thunder essence surged forth, akin to a dam breaking, spiraling uncontrollably toward the dark vortex at Chen Jinyou's fist. A cry of agony and terror escaped Chu Feng's lips as he stumbled forward, his body no longer under his command. The thunder he had once wielded with pride had now become sustenance for his adversary and the source of his own disintegration, devoured, spiraling out of control, besieged from within and without. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, mere moments fleeting by. In an instant, the dark vortex enveloping Chen Jinyou's fist vanished, signaling the conclusion of the soul-devouring technique. Yet, at that moment, the terrifying thunder spear, once 3 yards long, had completely vanished, leaving only Chen Jinyou with his fist still raised. Silver arcs of electricity, now considerably subdued, crackled around his fist, emitting faint sounds of popping. Beneath his once charred and cracked skin, a dark golden sheen shimmered, as if it had absorbed vitality, becoming denser and more formidable than ever before. A force, a fusion of his own vigorous blood and the ferocious thunder essence, surged within him, compelling a low growl of pain and exhilaration to escape his lips. Conversely, Chu Feng's complexion turned ashen, resembling gilded paper, his breath waning to a mere whisper, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. His eyes filled with boundless dread and confusion. In those brief 3 moments, he felt as though the foundation he had painstakingly cultivated over the years had been forcibly stripped away. The emptiness from the plundered power left him in a despair deeper than any physical injury could inflict. Now it was my turn. The ferocity in Chen Jinyou's eyes surged as he unleashed the thunder step once more. This time, his speed intensified and his strength amplified. His form transformed into a dark golden streak entwined with residual silver lightning, swiftly closing the distance between them. After consuming a portion of Chu Feng's pure thunder essence, his speed and power soared anew, even in his injured state. Retracting his right fist to his waist, he concentrated all his dark golden blood energy, the ravenous thunder essence he had absorbed, and his overwhelming battle intent into the tip of his fist. The surface of his fist ignited with a frenzied interplay of dark gold and silver light, intertwining until coalescing into a sphere of destructive energy that twisted and leaped with uncontainable ferocity. It bore no name, no embellishments, only the raw, unrestrained expression of primal, savage power. Thunderstrike? I shall show you what true thunder is. Boom. Enveloped in a tempest of dark gold and silver lightning, the heavy fist descended like a divine hammer splitting the heavens, embodying all of Chen Jinyou's will and strength, crashing forcefully against the thunderous shield conjured hastily by Chu Feng. Crack. The shield, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a late-stage foundation establishment expert, shattered like a fragile eggshell upon impact. The momentum of the fist remained unabated, landing solidly upon Chu Feng's chest. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Then, with a thunderous boom that could halt a heartbeat, a deafening sound erupted. The chest of Chu Feng, clad in a flowing purple-gold robe, caved inward dramatically, leaving a clear imprint of the fist. His handsome visage contorted in an instant, eyes bulging with excruciating pain and disbelief. A torrent of blood, mingled with fragments of internal organs, gushed forth like a fountain. Impossible. His final utterance was laced with boundless humiliation and confusion, his body soaring backwards like a ragged sack struck by a siege hammer, crashing against the protective barrier of the arena several dozen feet away. Buzz. The heavy barrier buckled inward violently upon impact, its brilliance flickering wildly. For a fleeting moment, Chu Feng's form was suspended against the barrier like a mural, before gradually sliding down its surface, leaving a glaring trail of blood on the polished Xiangang rock ground. Ultimately collapsing motionless, only his body continued to twitch involuntarily, blood and frothy liquid spilling from his mouth and nostrils. One punch. Merely one punch. The inner sect champion, the direct disciple of the sect master, the peak talent of the late-stage foundation establishment, Chu Feng, was utterly defeated. Defeated so thoroughly, so decisively, so effortlessly. A profound silence enveloped the entire martial peak. Everyone stood as though their throats had been constricted, eyes wide and mouths agape, yet no sound escaped. Only the mountain wind howled past, stirring up the acrid scent of charred flesh and a faint trace of blood. Upon the elevated platform, Li Wufeng slowly released his grip from the sword hilt, his eyes gleaming with shock and an inexplicable gravity. Dan Yangzi's fingers, poised in midair as he stroked his beard, reflected an expression of utmost complexity. Coughing violently, Chen Jinyou expelled several mouthfuls of dark red blood laced with electric sparks. The backlash from consuming foreign spirit energy felt like countless steel needles racing through his meridians, exacerbated by the strain of forcibly unleashing his power. He wavered slightly. His right arm, entwined with dark gold and silver lightning, fell weakly, skin splitting once more, blood gushing forth. Yet he stood resolutely upright, gradually retracting his fist. He cast a cold gaze upon the crumpled form of Chu Feng below, his voice laced with mockery echoing through the silent square. Do you comprehend now? The villain perishes from excessive words. As his words faded, he could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing heavily to one knee. Supporting himself with his battered left hand against the searing ground, gasping for breath. Sweat mingled with blood dripped from his brow, splattering upon the charred rock, creating small crimson blossoms. After a brief silence, a tumultuous uproar erupted, akin to a cataclysmic landslide or a devastating tsunami. Was it truly a victory for Chen Jinyou? With a single punch, just one punch, he sent Chu Feng flying. What kind of sinister technique is this? He can actually absorb the power of thunder. The dominating body Azura. He truly embodies the Azura. So ruthless, so powerful. Gasps of astonishment, piercing screams, and incredulous murmurs instantaneously engulfed the entire martial arts peak. Every gaze directed towards Chen Jinyou was infused with utmost reverence, shock, and even a hint of fear. Su Wanqing was overwhelmed with emotion, tears glistening in her eyes. Lin Xiaoya covered her mouth, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. Ling Shuang quietly retracted her fingers from her lap, her icy visage betraying no emotion, save for the now quiet humming of the Ice Soul sword. She gazed at the figure on the arena, bloodied yet seemingly capable of supporting the heavens. And beneath her exquisite icy features, a flicker of concern emerged. The law enforcement disciples, as if awakening from a dream, announced with a quivering voice, "The champion of the Qian stage is Chen Jinyou from the Tianshu Peak." As the declaration echoed, Chen Jinyou's consciousness sank into the sea of awareness. On the pale blue screen, the numbers in the score column danced wildly. Score, 12,850 89,127,215, increasing rapidly. From the audience, lowly regarded female cultivator Intense Shock 89. From the audience, lowly regarded female cultivator Al 127. From the audience, lowly regarded female cultivator Fear 215. Current score, 12850, 4387 8,463 points, overdrawn. The overdrawn points were diminishing. Though still considerable, the drastic emotional fluctuations from the crowd transformed into a surging torrent of points. However, in the distance, within the area occupied by elite disciples supporting Chu Feng, a cold gaze was fixed firmly upon him. It belonged to an elderly man, his countenance sinister and aura obscure. Clad in the garb of an elder, unmistakably the inner sect elder behind the arrogant Zhang Kuang. Chapter 46. Attracting the sect master's attention, the deafening clamor gradually subsided like receding tides. At the apex of the martial arts peak, amidst the vast circular arena, the platform inscribed with the ancient character Qian was permeated by the lingering scent of charred remnants, a faint trace of blood, and a suffocating silence steeped in reverence. Chen Jinyou knelt on one knee, his left hand firmly pressing against the scalding Xiangang rock, gasping heavily. Each breath tugged at the meridians within him, akin to thousands of needles piercing his veins, bringing forth excruciating agony. The backlash from absorbing Chu Feng's tempestuous thunder essence, coupled with the terrifying strain of unleashing such a devastating blow, nearly pushed his already grievously injured body to the brink of collapse once more. His bare torso was marred by charred scorch marks, fine cracks, and deep indentations down to the bone, while dark golden blood mingled with sweat, trailing along the sinewy contours of his muscles and dripping onto the blackened rock, blooming into glaring splashes of crimson. Yet, his back remained resolutely straight. The dark, penetrating gaze traversed the disheveled strands of hair, sweeping over the lifeless square below. Wherever that gaze fell, no soul dared to meet it. Whether they were the previous onlookers reveling in schadenfreude or those harboring disdain, all bowed their heads, leaving only shock in their hearts. The name dominating body Azura echoed, forever etched in the depths of their souls alongside the fallen first of the inner sect, Chu Feng, who lay like a dead dog beneath his feet. Master of the arena. The victor is Chen Jinyou of Tianshu Peak. The announcement, delivered by the law enforcement disciple with barely perceptible tremors, shattered the silence, only to summon an even more tumultuous undercurrent. Following a fleeting moment of stillness, a cacophony erupted, akin to a roaring tsunami. He won. He truly triumphed. A foundational stage cultivator overcoming a pinnacle of the late foundation stage with a thunderous lightning root. Is this a myth? The sinister art that devoured the lightning and that final, terrifying punch. Dominating body Azura. The name is well-deserved. Gasps of disbelief, murmurs of discussion, and sharp intakes of breath surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the martial peak. Countless gazes converged upon the bloodied yet unyielding figure standing upon the arena. Filled with awe, fervor, jealousy, and fear, a tempest of emotions swirling chaotically. On the high platform, Li Wufeng abruptly rose. His sharp eyes now concealed a tempest of unprecedented turmoil. Shock, admiration, and a barely discernible hint of trepidation culminated in a weighty resolution. Silence. His voice, imbued with the pressure of the golden core, thundered like a clap of lightning, instantly quelling the clamor of the crowd. His gaze, as tangible as a searchlight, pierced through the air, firmly locking onto Chen Jinyou in the arena. Chen Jinyou. Li Wufeng's voice boomed like a bell, carrying an undeniable authority that resonated throughout the martial peak, proclaiming, "You have triumphed in the outer sect competition, elevating our sect's prestige. In Hafeng Town, you turned the tide, exposing traitors and purging internal spies, achieving an unparalleled feat. Today, as a newly initiated disciple of the inner sect, you have, with your foundational cultivation, vanquished formidable foes and claimed the title of champion in the inner sect competition. Your valor, your wisdom, your accomplishments, they bestow upon you the honor not seen in a century within the Jinyou sect." Each word struck the hearts of all present like the blows of a heavy hammer. First in the outer sect, purging traitors. First in the inner sect, 3 crowns, layered and radiant, by the decree of the sect leader. As proposed by the law enforcement hall, Li Wufeng's voice soared, imbued with a declarative gravity, effective immediately. Chen Jinyou is promoted to the core disciple of the Jinyou sect. You shall have the privilege to cultivate within the core area of the Jinyou secret realm. A jade token shall be bestowed upon you, granting you free access to the core area and the ability to utilize certain sect resources. May you forge ahead, living up to the sect's high expectations. A tumultuous wave swept over the martial peak once more, as the words core disciple resonated from Li Wufeng's lips, plunging the assembly into a state of profound shock. Countless inner sect disciples gazed on with incredulous envy and jealousy. The title of core disciple. It is the staircase leading to the true core power and resources of the sect, a coveted status that countless inner sect elites yearn for yet find unattainable. Chen Jinyou, a newcomer who had only been initiated for a little over a year and had just ascended to the inner sect mere months ago, astonishingly reached new heights. Beside Li Wufeng, an enforcer from the law hall swiftly approached, bearing a jade plate. Upon this plate lay a white jade talisman, the size of an infant's palm, exuding a crystalline transparency and infused with the ethereal beauty of flowing clouds. The front of the talisman was inscribed with the ancient characters Jinyou, while the reverse displayed the character Yu, radiating a warm and powerful spiritual pressure, signifying the identity of a core disciple, the Jinyou jade talisman. Additionally, there was a storage ring pulsating with intense spatial fluctuations. "Junior brother Chen, please accept the talisman," the enforcer spoke with a hint of reverence. Taking a deep breath, Chen Jinyou fought against the tumultuous pain raging within him and slowly raised his battered, bloodied left hand, firmly grasping the warm Jinyou jade talisman. Upon contact, a gentle yet pure stream of spiritual energy surged through his arm, momentarily soothing the agonizing torment within him. An overwhelming sense of weight, representing his newfound identity and status, settled heavily upon his heart. "Thank you, sect, and thank you, elderly." Chen Jinyou's voice was hoarse, yet remarkably clear as he tightened his grip on the jade talisman, his gaze sweeping over the various expressions of the crowd below before finally resting upon a solitary figure in the corner of the observation platform, her demeanor as cold and serene as the moon. Ling Shuang slightly inclined her head, a faint blush brushing her otherwise frosty visage. Su Wanqing and Lin Xiaoya were equally exhilarated, their cheeks flushed with excitement. With the conclusion of the inner sect competition, Li Wufeng declared, "Disperse." The crowd began to ebb like the tide, their discussions still fervent. Yet their gazes remained fixated on the bloodied figure being gently assisted down from the stage by the enforcer. Chen Jinyou did not return to the bustling crowd, nor did he venture to the area where the disciples of Tianshu Peak gathered. Instead, under the anxious concern of Su Wanqing and Lin Xiaoya, and with Ling Shuang's silent protection, he was escorted to a secluded and serene abode on the back mountain of the Wu Yi Peak, shielded by formidable barriers. Designated for the temporary respite of the sect's higher-ups, the elegant sanctuary was tranquil and suffused with abundant spiritual energy. As Chen Jinyou settled onto the jade couch in the quiet room, attempting to regulate the chaotic blood and thunder essence within him, a gentle voice resonated within his consciousness. As if imbued with the will of heaven itself, "Chen Jinyou, come to the Yunhai Pavilion to see me." The tone was calm, devoid of any earthly trivialities, yet it bore an undeniable authority akin to the edicts of the celestial realm, instantly quelling the violent turmoil within his mind caused by the devouring thunder essence. The sect master, Zhenren Yunlan. Chen Jinyou's spirit stirred, forcibly suppressing the surging blood within him. Under the slightly worried gaze of Ling Shuang and the tense expressions of Su Wanqing and Lin Xiaoya, he rose to adjust his tattered robes and opened the door to the quiet room. Outside, Li Wufeng's tall figure awaited him, having arrived unbeknownst to him. He regarded Chen Jinyou with a complex gaze and said, "Come with me." The two proceeded, one after the other, through the tranquil bamboo grove, making their way to the depths of the elegant sanctuary. A delicate 3-story pavilion, meticulously carved from warm white jade, stands serenely, surrounded by swirling mists that give the impression it is suspended above a sea of clouds. This is the Cloud Sea Pavilion. Li Wufeng halts outside the pavilion. Bowing respectfully, Master, Chen Jinyou has arrived. Come in, a gentle voice emanates from within. Chen Jinyou takes a deep breath and pushes open the seemingly ordinary, yet immensely heavy white jade door. The interior is modest in size and simplicity, featuring a cloud-patterned cushion and a low table adorned with an elegant set of celadon tea utensils, the fragrance of tea wafting through the air. A middle-aged Taoist, clad in unadorned blue robes and possessing a gaunt visage, sits cross-legged upon the cushion. He appears unremarkable, akin to a hermit one might encounter in the mountains. Yet his warm, tranquil eyes, seemingly reflecting the birth and demise of stars, instantly reveal to Chen Jinyou the futility of concealing any secrets or thoughts. It is as if he stands beneath an expansive starry sky, feeling as insignificant as dust. An invisible pressure envelopes him, akin to a gentle spring breeze, yet weighs heavier than 1,000 mountains. This is the formidable pressure of a golden core cultivator, an absolute dominance in the hierarchy of life. It is the esteemed Master Yunlan of the Qingyun sect, disciple Chen Jinyou, paying respects to the master. Chen Jinyou suppresses the tumult within and performs the customary bow, his demeanor respectful yet composed. Master Yunlan's gaze falls upon Chen Jinyou, imbued with a hint of scrutiny and inquiry, ultimately transforming into faint approval. Rise. There is no need for excessive formality. His voice remains gentle, yet it seems to encompass the profound truths of the universe, each syllable indelibly etched into Chen Jinyou's consciousness. Regarding the matter of Black Wind Town, you have performed admirably. Your decisive actions in eliminating traitors have greatly benefited the sect. I have reviewed the report from the Law Enforcement Hall. Master Yunlan speaks slowly, his tone calm, devoid of discernible emotion. Today, during the grand competition, your defeat of Chu Feng, claiming victory as a foundation-level cultivator, is truly remarkable. I bestow upon you the status of a core disciple and grant you entry into the Qingyun secret realm, a reward you rightfully deserve. Thank you, Master. Chen Jinyou replies with bowed head, his mind racing with thoughts. The Master's summons is surely not merely for commendation. As anticipated, Master Yunlan shifts the conversation, his gaze deepening like two unfathomable ancient wells. However, do you know why I have summoned you specifically? Chen Jinyou's heart tightens, yet his expression remains calm. Disciple is dull-witted. I beg the Master to enlighten me. Master Yunlan lifts the celadon tea cup from the low table and takes a delicate sip, his movements fluid and graceful. He sets down the cup, his gaze penetrating Chen Jinyou's very being, as if seeking to unveil the deepest of his secrets. I observed your combat abilities. Your imposing physique and solid foundation are exceedingly rare. Your instinct for battle is nearly monstrous. You consistently find a glimmer of hope in dire situations, employing ruthless and incisive tactics to triumph against stronger opponents, which is truly astonishing. Your performance in the bloody battle of Black Wind Gorge, where you, with your chi-refining body, turned the tide against a golden core evil cultivator through your cunning, is both admirable and formidable. However, the voice of Master Yunlan faltered slightly, and an intangible chill, as if capable of freezing the very soul, swiftly enveloped the entire Yunhai Pavilion. Chen Jinyou felt as though his blood was on the verge of solidifying. His body's innate vitality surged in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet it was akin to a feeble insect attempting to halt a passing cart. The atmosphere was heavy with the weight of bloodshed, and the intent to kill lingered palpably. Master Yunlan's tone suddenly turned icy, reminiscent of a frigid spring cascading from the celestial heavens. Zhao Hu, Zhao Kuan, and Sun Changming, along with the nefarious cultivators of Black Wind Gorge and the present-day Chu Feng, may all have paths leading to death. However, your methods are excessively brutal. Your actions resolute to the point of bordering on demonic. To devour the essence of others' spiritual power is an unparalleled technique, tyrannical in nature, yet fraught with the risk of backlash and the potential to obscure one's path, leading to a descent into the abyss of insatiable power. Over time, this malevolent aura may cloud your spirit, making it arduous to maintain your true self. The Qingyun sect, as a legitimate establishment of the mystical path, seeks the longevity of carefree existence, aspiring to attain the tranquil fruits of enlightenment, not to transform into a battlefield of slaughter. Master Yunlan's gaze pierced through Chen Jinyou's consciousness like two invisible blades. I grant you this core position and the opportunity within the secret realm, not out of mere favor, but in recognition of your talent, hoping for your valiant progress to safeguard our doctrine, rather than nurturing a tiger that may turn against us. The last four words reverberated in Chen Jinyou's mind like thunderclaps, accompanied by the immense mental pressure of a nascent soul, true monarch, and an unmistakable warning. The temperature within the Yunhai Pavilion plummeted, and the air seemed to freeze. Chen Jinyou felt his very soul tremble, as if it were about to be crushed by this overwhelming authority. He clenched his teeth resolutely. The vitality within him roared defiantly. The lingering instinct of the devouring spirit technique stirred restlessly, yet it was firmly suppressed by the vast pressure of the nascent soul. He abruptly lifted his head, meeting Master Yunlan's gaze, which appeared to see through all. There was no fear in his eyes, no attempts at justification. Only an unwavering resolve akin to rock and an underlying defiance. The disciple understands. Chen Jinyou's voice was resolute, tinged with the rasp of injury, yet remarkably clear and powerful. In my actions, I seek only a clear conscience. If my enemies wish to kill me, I shall surely retaliate. Should the sect abandon me, I shall not forsake it. This heart, this conviction, is witness to heaven and earth. Power is a blade. Used rightly, it is righteous. Used wrongly, it becomes malevolent. What I seek is merely strength. With this strength, I shall protect myself. Guard those worthy of protection. Eliminate those who must be eliminated. As for the path of the heart, my heart's path is solely my own. I do not seek external validation, nor do I fear demonic obstacles. The malevolence that you worry about is merely the blood of my enemies staining the blade in my hand. When the blood dries, the blade will be cleansed. Upon finishing, the chamber fell into profound silence. Master Yunlan regarded him quietly, his gaze deep and contemplative, as if assessing every word and ounce of will in his declaration. That terrifying pressure, capable of freezing the soul, gradually receded like a receding tide. After a long pause, a faint, elusive expression appeared on Master Yunlan's face. Akin to a sigh, yet perhaps a deeper recognition. What a remarkable assertion of self. Master Yunlan spoke slowly, his voice returning to its prior calmness, yet now imbued with an ineffable depth. I have said all I wish to convey. The Qingyun secret realm will open in 3 days. Conduct yourself accordingly. He waved his hand, and a gentle yet irresistible force ushered Chen Jinyou out of the pavilion. The white jade doors closed silently behind him. Outside, Li Wufeng remained standing solemnly. Seeing Chen Jinyou emerge with a pale complexion and unsteady breath, a flicker of understanding crossed his eyes. Without further inquiry, he solemnly instructed, "Return and recuperate well," preparing for the journey to the secret realm. Chen Jinyou slightly bowed to Li Wufeng, then turned to depart under the latter's complex gaze. Each step agitated his internal injuries, yet his spine remained straighter than when he had arrived. Upon returning to the tranquil chamber of the elegant courtyard, Su Wanqing and Lin Xiaoya immediately surrounded him, their faces etched with concern. Ling Shuang stood by the window, the ice soul sword suspended at her side. Her icy gaze fixed upon Chen Jinyou, silently inquiring. Chen Jinyou waved his hand dismissively, indicating his well-being. He seated himself cross-legged, allowing his consciousness to plunge into the sea of awareness. A pale blue system interface unfolded silently. Host, Chen Jinyou. Realm, initial foundation establishment, severely injured by thunder elemental backlash. Body strengthening in early stages. Identity, core disciple of Qingyun sect. Points, 8,463 to 1,189.6274, overdrawn. Point source, from the audience, low beauty female cultivator, extreme shock, 2189. From sect leader Yunlan Jinren's high attention, special emotional fluctuation 500, hidden. Contract targets, Su Wanqing, Qi condensation level 6. Ling Shuang, peak late foundation establishment, Lin Xiaoya, Qi condensation level 7. The overdrawn points continued to dwindle. The emotional tempest unleashed by a monumental reversal was immense. Even the unfathomable sect leader seemed to exhibit a certain intense emotional focus upon him, which the system captured and converted into considerable points. Chen Jinyou's gaze swept over the points column, ultimately lingering on the prominent title of core disciple and the qualification for the Qingyun secret realm in the status bar. He slowly closed his eyes, the warning from Yunlan Jinren still echoing in his ears. Chapter 47. Journey to the Qingyun secret realm deep within the Qingyun sect. In the core area, Chen Jinyou stepped out from the final radiance of the teleportation array, his feet landing upon the solid yet warm jade stone floor. The expansive vista before him stirred his circulating blood and energy, a result of the teleportation. This was the platform leading to the entrance of the Qingyun secret realm. Devoid of the outer world's clamor and smoke, his eyes were met with an endless sea of clouds, gently flowing and surging beneath him, as though he stood high above the heavens. Suspended above the cloud sea were several floating islands, interconnected by massive chains, their ethereal palaces partially obscured. Waterfalls cascading down like silver ribbons, and exotic flowers and grasses dotting the landscape, enveloped in a visible aura of rich spiritual energy, forming a light azure mist that was refreshing to inhale. Such abundant spiritual energy. Lin Xiaoya followed closely behind Chen Jinyou as she exited the teleportation array, her pale yellow skirt fluttering in the gentle breeze of spiritual energy. She took a deep breath, her wide eyes filled with awe, realizing it was at least 10 times more potent than the gathering formations on Danding Peak. Crafting elixirs here would surely yield perfect results. Instinctively, she drew closer to Chen Jinyou, her small hand quietly grasping the sleeve of his moon-white robe, as if proximity to him could offer a semblance of solace in this unfamiliar and grand environment. Su Wanqing stepped out, draped in a simple yet elegant azure robe, her demeanor exuding tranquility. Her gaze swiftly surveyed the surroundings, and she whispered, "Master, the spiritual energy here is far more abundant than in the outside world. Yet the laws of space appear to be more stable." She attempted to harness a fragment of spiritual power, only to find it considerably more arduous than outside. "Indeed," Chen Jinyou replied, his attention already captured by the environment. The guiding platform was not singular. In the distance, several similar platforms stood, each illuminated by columns of light, from which emerged core disciples or elders, their auras profound, exchanging glances laden with scrutiny and detachment. Just then, a cold figure silently positioned herself half a step in front of Chen Jinyou. It was Ling Shuang, clad in a pale azure flowing gown, immaculate and ethereal, her eye soul sword hanging at her side. She spoke not a word, merely standing there like an invisible barrier. A chilling aura of isolation enveloped the space, effectively severing the distant probing gazes, some tinged with a subtle malice. Among these, one gaze belonged to an elder clad in long robes, a figure lurking behind Zhang Kuang. Upon spotting Chen Jinyou and his companions, he instinctively averted his eyes when met with Ling Shuang's icy, unwavering stare. Chen Jinyou felt a surge of warmth from Ling Shuang's silent guardianship. His gaze traced her serene profile, landing on the delicate outline of her legs beneath her flowing gown, as if he could peer through the fabric to behold the ice crystal snow lotus mark imprinted on the inner thigh, a symbol of their bond. "Shuanger, there's no need to be anxious." Chen Jinyou's voice was low, laced with an intimacy understood only by her, merely a gesture. Ling Shuang's frozen eyes flickered slightly, yet she did not turn, her cold aura slightly receding while still maintaining her vigilant stance. As she shifted, the shimmer of the ice blue mark appeared more vividly for a fleeting moment. Lin Xiaoya remained oblivious to these subtle exchanges, her attention wholly captivated by the spectacle at the center of the guiding platform. Before her lay a vast vortex of spiritual energy, slowly rotating, its depths as profound as the stars. The vortex measured around 10 zhang in diameter, its edges flowing with multi-hued radiance, while the center harbored a darkness so profound it seemed capable of devouring all. Overwhelming spatial fluctuations emanated from the vortex, distorting the surrounding light and producing a deep, resonant hum. "Is this the entrance to the Qiyun's secret realm?" Lin Xiaoya's voice trembled with a mix of tension and excitement, her grip on Chen Jinyou's sleeve tightening, her body nearly pressing against his arm. The gentle warmth of her touch and the faint fragrance of herbal essence wafted through the thin fabric. Chen Jinyou remained composed, allowing her to lean against him, yet his focus was unwaveringly fixed on the profound vortex. He could distinctly sense the ancient, untamed essence emanating from its depths, bursting with vitality, yet laced with an ineffable danger. In the mystical realm of Qingyun, a world unto itself, abundant in spiritual energy and treasures of nature, danger lurks at every corner. The space is unstable, inhabited by formidable beasts, rendering it a natural peril. The cold and austere voice of Li Wufeng resonated above the platform, having materialized in midair unbeknownst to the onlookers. The pressure of his golden core enveloped the entire area as he declared, "The secret realm shall open, lasting for a month. Those of you holding the core jade talisman may enter, but your fate is your own to bear. After 1 month, regardless of your location within the realm, the talisman shall return you to this platform. Should the talisman be destroyed, you shall remain trapped forever. Upon entering the realm, you will be randomly transported to an unpredictable location. Whether it be fortune or misfortune, it relies solely on your own abilities and opportunities. Now, enter the secret realm." With Li Wufeng's final command, several figures, who had been waiting at the vortex's edge, wasted no time in transforming into streaks of light, plunging into the depths of the rainbow-hued darkness, disappearing in an instant. "Master," Su Wanqing glanced towards Chen Jinyou. "Let us go." Chen Jinyou hesitated not for a moment. Opportunities awaited. He could not allow others to seize them first. He stepped forward, his form akin to lightning, racing towards the colossal vortex of spiritual energy. Ling Shuang followed closely, her moon-white figure drifting like a shadow, always positioned at his side. Su Wanqing and Lin Xiaoya immediately kept pace. As they approached the vortex, the force of spatial tearing became increasingly palpable. The fierce winds whipped around them, clinging their garments to their bodies, accentuating Su Wanqing's slender waist and Lin Xiaoya's burgeoning curves. The kaleidoscopic lights swirled rapidly before them, as though traversing a bizarre tunnel through time and space. Lin Xiaoya couldn't suppress a low gasp as the violent spatial energy instilled a sense of dread within her, causing her to instinctively cling tightly to Chen Jinyou's arm. The warmth of soft jade pressed against him, conveying the girl's delicate softness and dependence. Chen Jinyou felt his muscles tense slightly, but did not push her away. Instead, he channeled his internal energy, emanating a steady force that enveloped both her and the nearest Su Wanqing, shielding them from the external tumult. "Hold on tight," he uttered, his voice clear amidst the howling winds. Lin Xiaoya's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she clung on even tighter. Su Wanqing, too, unconsciously drew closer. Ling Shuang, positioned slightly ahead of them, twirled in the fierce gusts, her moon-white skirt billowing, accentuating her strikingly elongated legs. Sensing something, she tilted her head slightly. Her ice spirit sword emitted a soft chime, and a concentrated ice blue sword aura expanded, forming an invisible barrier that swiftly calmed much of the surrounding chaotic spatial currents, greatly alleviating Chen Jinyou's burden. In the next moment, the vibrant lights engulfed their vision. The world spun violently. A powerful sensation of weightlessness struck. It felt like an instant, yet also as if an eternity had passed. The ground solidified beneath them, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy, tenfold richer than that at the platform. Replete with the primal sense of flora and a hint of earthy musk, flooding into their limbs, evoking an irresistible urge to howl with exhilaration. Chen Jinyou abruptly opened his eyes, his innate energy instinctively activating as he instantly entered a combative state. The scene before him had transformed entirely. Towering ancient trees rise from the earth, their trunks robust enough to be embraced by 10 men. Gnarled roots sprawl like colossal dragons upon the ground, while the canopy obscures the sky and sun, allowing only a few sporadic and distorted rays of sunlight to filter through the thick, impenetrable foliage. The air is so humid that it feels as if one could wring water from it, and enormous ferns unfurl their peculiar leaves, adorned with glistening droplets of dew. In the distance, the deep growl of an unknown beast reverberates through the eerily silent forest, exuding a primal intimidation. Beneath foot lies a thick layer of humus, soft and silent underfoot, yet emanating a strange essence of life and decay. Danger. Primordial. Lively. Master. Su Wanqing's voice, tinged with tension, draws near, her gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. A few fallen leaves cling to her azure robe, accentuating her slender figure. "Ah, my hair," Lin Xiaoya exclaims, frantically attempting to tame her disheveled locks, tousled by the chaotic flow of space. A few rebellious strands playfully adhere to her smooth forehead and slightly flushed cheeks, adding an endearing quality to her demeanor. She had just released her grip on Chen Jinyou's arm, yet the warmth and softness of her touch lingered. Ling Shuang has silently settled upon a massive horizontal branch 3 paces to Chen Jinyou's front left, her ice spirit sword poised before her, its tip emitting a cold azure light. Her frigid gaze, akin to the most precise of scanners, slowly surveys every shadowy corner of the dim forest. She is acutely aware of her surroundings, an intangible chill radiating from her presence, causing the edges of nearby ferns to subtly frost over. There is hidden peril here. Ling Shuang's voice resonates, imbued with gravity. She has keenly detected several icy presences lurking in the shadows of the ancient trees and behind the enormous leaves, filled with avarice and ferocity. Chen Jinyou does not immediately respond to Ling Shuang's warning. The moment his feet touch the primordial soil of this jungle, 2 distinctly different, yet overwhelmingly intense sensations, akin to invisible currents, strike his very soul with force. Buzz. Within his consciousness, the dormant system interface suddenly springs to life. A cold, mechanical voice rings out in his mind with unprecedented urgency. Warning. Warning. Detection of ultra-high energy source fluctuations. Location, northwest. Distance cannot be accurately measured. Severe spatial interference. Energy source characteristics analysis. Extremely condensed. Extremely sharp. Contains intense resentment and a will for destruction. There exists a faint resonance with the host's soul wave. 371. Estimated value. Exceeds the current database's upper limit. Strongly advise the host to investigate. Upon the pale blue interface, a glaring crimson arrow flashes wildly, pointing towards the deepest, darkest part of the forest, where the atmosphere is most foreboding and oppressive. Almost simultaneously, Chen Jinyou's heart tightens, as if gripped by an unseen hand. A powerful sense of summons, originating from the depths of his bloodline and the core of his soul, surges forth like a bursting dam, rushing towards him from the direction indicated by the scarlet arrow. The sensation summoned was not merely a sound, but rather an ineffable resonance, a chilling, defiant familiarity imbued with an insatiable thirst for slaughter and annihilation. It felt as though something, sharing the same essence and origin, had slumbered for eons and now awakened due to his arrival. A yearning, a longing for his proximity, a craving for his blood, a desire to merge with him. This feeling surged forth with such suddenness and intensity, far surpassing the tremors induced by the system's notifications, causing Chen Jinyou's blood to seemingly reverse its flow. The energy of his formidable physique surged uncontrollably, with a dark golden sheen flickering violently beneath his skin. He pressed down fiercely on his chest, striving to suppress the near-explosive rhythm of his racing heart. "Master, what is wrong?" Su Wanqing was the first to notice Chen Jinyou's abnormal state. His complexion turned pallid. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and his gaze sharpened to a terrifying intensity as he fixated on the darkness deep within the forest. His body taut like a drawn bowstring. Lin Xiaoya, neglecting to tidy her hair, watched him anxiously. "Senior brother? Did you sustain an injury during the teleportation?" She instinctively reached out to offer support. Ling Shuang's figure descended silently from the branches, landing beside Chen Jinyou. Her icy gaze revealing a subtle concern as it fell upon his hand pressed against his chest. She spoke not a word. Yet the chill exuding from her ice soul sword seemed to dissipate slightly, as if to avoid provoking him further. Chen Jinyou inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the near-rending tremors from the depths of his soul and the shrill alarms of the system. Gradually, he lowered his hand from his chest. His eyes swept over the three ethereal maidens beside him, each possessing unparalleled beauty and distinct temperaments, yet all suffused with worry. Finally, his gaze settled on the depths of the shadowy forest. "Nothing," he replied, his voice low and hoarse, laced with an exhilarating discovery akin to that of a hunter spotting prey, merely having unearthed something genuinely intriguing. He raised his hand to point in the direction of the frenzied crimson arrow flashing on the system's display, the very source of the soul's summons. "Our target lies that way." Chapter 48. The disturbance of the sword tomb deep within the dim, desolate sword burial valley. The air was thick as though infused with lead and mercury, each breath carrying the acrid sweetness of decayed metal and desiccated blood. Beneath his feet lay a thick layer of sword remains, the dust of ages past, silent and yielding, yet exuding an unsettling aura of decay. Each step Chen Jinyou took felt extraordinarily burdensome. The 9 transformations of the dominant body technique reached its zenith. The dark golden sheen beneath his skin flowing like molten lava, while his bones emitted a faint hum under the strain, resisting the ubiquitous, terrifying sword intent that could shred an ordinary foundational cultivator into fragments in an instant. Su Wanqing followed closely behind Chen Jinyou, her delicate features pale, her smooth forehead dotted with fine beads of sweat. As the one with the lowest cultivation, she felt as though she bore an immense weight, despite being enveloped by the residual energy of Chen Jinyou's formidable physique. The invisible sword chi pressed against her organs, each heartbeat accompanied by a piercing pain akin to needles. She struggled to straighten her slender waist and back, her azure robe already soaked with cold sweat, clinging to her form and outlining the budding curves of her youth. Yet her gaze remained remarkably resolute, fixed intently upon Chen Jinyou's broad back, as if it were the sole beacon of hope. "Senior brother, this sword intent is terrifying." Lin Xiaoya's voice trembled noticeably, her grip tightening around the fabric of Chen Jinyou's robe at his waist, nearly pressing her entire form against him. Her pale yellow skirt stained with the ashen remnants of sword powder. The girl's soft figure quivered slightly in fear, her ample chest pressing against the outer side of Chen Jinyou's arm through the thin material, transmitting warmth and a palpable resilience. She buried her small face behind Chen Jinyou's shoulder, revealing only her wide, frightened eyes as she surveyed the monstrous remnants of shattered swords surrounding them, which loomed like beasts ready to devour. "Are we really going in?" Without turning, Chen Jinyou merely placed his hand over Lin Xiaoya's small hand that clutched his robe. It felt icy and slick, quivering with her trepidation. The heat from his palm, imbued with his vigorous vitality, seeped into her, and with a hint of a smile, he said, "Are you afraid? Think of the starshine grass outside the secret realm. Think of those lost alchemical formulas. True treasures are often hidden in the most perilous places." His voice bore an unusual soothing power, and simultaneously, a more profound force of vitality enveloped Lin Xiaoya even tighter. Feeling the warmth and strength radiating from his hand, along with the enticing undertones of his low voice, her fear was strangely diminished, replaced by a warm current intermingled with reliance and yearning. She instinctively leaned closer, her nose nearly brushing against the muscular contours of Chen Jinyou's shoulder, softly murmuring in response, her grip on his robe tightening. Ling Shuang moved silently in front of Chen Jinyou, like a specter under the moonlight. A thin, icy blue aura enveloped her, while the ice soul sword floated before her, its tip exuding a chilling light that continuously froze and dispelled the encroaching, living-like mist of dark sword intent. Her steps appeared light, yet with each footfall, the decayed sword powder beneath would instantly crystallize into small patches of solid ice. only to be subsequently crushed by the relentless sword intent. On the inner side of her thigh, the mark of the ice crystal snow lotus radiated a faint yet persistent chill through the bond of their contract. It continuously transformed her pure ice spiritual power into an invisible mental barrier, mitigating the violent sword intent that threatened to assault Chen Jinyou's consciousness. 100 feet ahead, the source of the sword intent. The space is chaotic. Be cautious, Ling Shuang's cold voice resonated in the stillness, tinged with gravity. The brilliance of her ice soul sword intensified, pointing towards the center of the valley where the darkness churned most violently. Chen Jinyou's gaze sharpened. He too sensed it. Ahead, in that 100-foot expanse, lay the eye of the storm of sword intent, a distorted space where light was devoured, leaving only pure, heart-stopping darkness. Countless visible strands of dark gray sword energy, forged from pure destruction, surged like a colossal serpent of the deep sea, thrashing wildly in the darkness, colliding, obliterating, and being reborn. They emitted a silent, yet soul-rending shriek. Merely making eye contact sent a piercing pain through the observer's eyes, causing their very spirit to tremble. Even more terrifying was the inexplicable force emanating from the heart of that darkness, as if it sought to completely devour all living beings that ventured close, including light and spiritual energy. Stay close to me, Chen Jinyou growled, unleashing his full power. The dark golden essence within him erupted like a dormant volcano. An intricate crimson gold scales shimmered on the surface of his skin, his muscles bulging as if he had grown a full inch taller. He pushed the defensive capabilities of the foundational technique, the 9 revolutions dominating body, to its utmost limit. He charged fiercely into the edge of the distorted dark storm. Boom. It was as if a searing hot iron had plunged into solidified butter. The frenzied dark gray sword energy was instantly stirred, no longer meandering aimlessly. They acted like piranhas sensing blood, emitting a piercing shriek at the level of the soul, and lunged ferociously towards Chen Jinyou, the audacious intruder in their forbidden domain. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The dense rain of sword energy sliced against the dark golden scales enveloping Chen Jinyou, unleashing blinding sparks and a nauseating sound of friction. Each blade harbored a terrifying sharpness capable of rending high-grade artifacts and a violent intent that could corrode the soul. The scales on Chen Jinyou's body flickered violently, emitting a groan under the unbearable strain, as countless fine bloodstains appeared on his skin, dark golden blood oozing forth. Ah! Su Wanxing cried out in pain as a stray sword energy grazed her arm, tearing her azure robe and leaving a deep gash that exposed bone. Blood instantly staining her sleeve. The horrifying sword intent surged into her wound, draining the color from her face, rendering her as pale as a ghost. On the verge of collapse, Wanxing. Chen Jinyou's gaze turned icy as he swiftly extended his left hand, wrapping it around Su Wanxing's delicate yet resilient waist, pulling her sharply into the protective core of his dominating essence. The warmth and elasticity of her body pressed against his side, a subtle fragrance mingling with the scent of blood filling his nostrils. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, concentrating the dark golden essence, and struck towards the incoming sword energies. Bang! The force of his punch collided with the sword energy, both obliterating each other. The violent air currents sent the sword dust swirling several feet into the air. Watch out on the left, Lin Xiaoya screamed, her voice rising in pitch. Being the weakest among them, she was still flustered by several cunning sword energies, despite Chen Jinyou's protection. Her pale yellow dress was torn in multiple places, revealing her delicate skin beneath, with glimpses of the green vine marks on her thigh. In her panic to evade, she stumbled over a protruding shard of a broken sword, falling backward with a startled cry. Humph! Ling Shuang snorted coldly, and the floating ice spirit sword suddenly erupted with an unprecedented icy blue light. She pointed her fingers like a sword towards the direction of Lin Xiaoya's fall, a decisive motion in the air. Frozen ice. Crackling sounds erupted. A wall of ice, as solid as reality itself, suddenly coalesced before Lin Xiaoya. Several streaks of gray-black sword energy violently collided with the ice barrier, producing a dull, thunderous explosion, sending shards of ice flying. The wall trembled violently, its surface instantly adorned with a spiderweb of cracks, yet it resolutely withstood this lethal onslaught. Lin Xiaoya, still shaken, fell to the ground, mere inches from the shattering ice wall. As she gazed at the swirling ice fragments and dissipating sword energy, her eyes turned to the figure clad in moonlight ahead, filled with both fear and gratitude. Frost, clear the way, Chen Jinyou barked, tightening his embrace around Su Wanxing. He could feel the slight tremors of the girl in his arms, her astonishingly soft waist, and the warmth radiating through her thin azure robe. Ling Shuang did not respond, but the cold gleam of the ice soul sword surged dramatically. With a sharp command, she formed seals with her hands, and the ice soul sword transformed into a piercing ice blue rainbow, embodying the ultimate chill that freezes all, fiercely thrusting towards the heart of the dense storm of sword energy. Freeze 1,000 miles. Boom. As the frigid sword light passed, the very fabric of space seemed to freeze. Countless frenzied gray-black sword energies appeared to have been paused. Suspended midair, their surfaces coated with a thick layer of frost. Immediately after, in the clash of extreme cold and the essence of sword intent, they shattered into a flurry of crystalline fragments. A fleeting safe passage, paved with ice crystals, was forcibly carved through the raging storm of sword energy. At the end of the passage lay the core of the twisted darkness. Go. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Chen Jinyou grasped Su Wonking and unleashed his full power with the thunder step, transforming into a shadow entwined with residual ice shards and dark golden light. Rushing towards the passage's end, Lin Xiaoya scrambled to follow closely behind. Ling Shuang trailed right behind, retracting the ice soul sword. Her complexion was slightly pale, clearly indicating that the earlier overwhelming ice freeze had taken a significant toll. The ice crystal snow lotus mark on her inner thigh radiated warmth, rapidly drawing upon Chen Jinyou's robust life essence through their bond to replenish her own energy. In a mere 100 zhong, bolstered by the formidable body and thunderstep, they arrived in an instant. As Chen Jinyou, cradling Su Wonking and accompanied by Lin Xiaoya, broke through the last frozen sword energy barrier under Ling Shuang's protection, they finally stepped into the core of the twisted darkness. Buzz! A terrifying sword pressure, tenfold, even 100-fold stronger than that of the periphery, descended upon the four like the weight of an immeasurable hammer. Puff, puff, puff. Chen Jinyou bore the brunt of it, and even with his body in its fullest might, he felt as though struck by a heavy blow, violently spitting out a mouthful of dark golden blood. The crimson gold scales upon his body dimmed, nearly disintegrating. Su Wonking, nestled in his arms, emitted a muffled groan and fainted, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Lin Xiaoya collapsed to her knees, hands pressed against the ground. Gasping heavily, her delicate face etched with agony, Ling Shuang stifled a groan. Only by embedding the ice soul sword into the ground could she stabilize herself. A trickle of ice-blue blood escaping her lips, her cool gaze filled with horror. The four individuals found themselves ensnared in an invisible quagmire, their every step fraught with difficulty. Yet, Chen Jinyou suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated intently ahead. His heart raced wildly. Blood surged through his veins. His soul screamed. There, at the very heart of the distorted darkness, loomed a colossal rock, towering 10 zhong, as black as ink, seemingly capable of absorbing all light. Embedded within it was a sword as dark as the void, marred by a web of grotesque cracks, appearing as though it might shatter at any moment. This ancient sword, measuring little more than 3 feet in length, bore a design so archaic that it seemed almost rudimentary, devoid of any runic embellishments. With its hilt long since decayed, it resembled a remnant forsaken by the world, half its blade deeply embedded in the obsidian stone, the exposed portion adorned with dark crimson rust and fissures. Yet, it was this seemingly decrepit sword that radiated a terrifying aura, one that made the entire sword burial valley tremble, akin to the awakening of a malevolent deity from the abyss. The limitless, ferocious pressure of slaughter and destruction emanated from it. Within the valley, millions of lingering sword intents swirled around it, as if in fervent homage, wailing in despair. It appeared to be the very heart of this graveyard of swords, the sole and absolute sovereign of this land of death. It was it. Chen Jinyou's heart roared. The frenzied alarms of the system and the irresistible summons from the depths of his soul both pointed toward this shattered black sword. And the moment Chen Jinyou's gaze met the black sword, buzz! The long silent sword, seemingly long dead, suddenly trembled violently. Crack, crack, from the web-like fissures along the blade. A blinding, dark red light erupted, reminiscent of congealed blood. A will, more ferocious, more defiant, imbued with boundless resentment and a thirst for annihilation. Awakened as if an ancient beast from primordial times had opened its scarlet eyes. In an instant, it locked onto the intruder, Chen Jinyou. Chen Jinyou felt as though his head might explode. A torrent of cold, violent intent, saturated with an insatiable thirst for bloodshed, surged mercilessly into his consciousness. It was as though millions of red-hot steel needles were frantically swirling within him. Simultaneously, the system's interface, which had long been dormant in his mind, erupted with an unprecedented blinding red light, as if stimulated by the most intense surge. A chilling mechanical voice, tinged with an almost fervent sharpness, declared, "Warning, warning. Detected extremely high-risk target. Unknown demonic sword remnant. Status, awakening soul. Target energy level, extremely dangerous, surpassing the peak of golden core. Contains intense resentment, intent to kill. Fragments of destruction loss. Soul compatibility, rapidly rising to 68113257. System prompt. Target is non-human celestial being. Capture rules invalid. Extremely dangerous. Strongly advise host to evacuate immediately. Warning. Target's residual soul intent is attempting to invade host consciousness. Warning. The material of the target contains unknown divine substances. Value assessment. Incalculable. Evacuate. The chilling warning from the system reverberated within Chen Jinyou's frenzied consciousness like the incessant buzz of a mosquito. His gaze was fixated on the trembling black sword, its dark red light pulsating with an intensity that seemed poised to engulf everything in its path. The resonance emanating from the depths of his soul had surged to a level that made every cell in his body roar with fervor. The cold, rebellious will that seemed capable of shattering the heavens resonated with his innate defiance and desire for conquest, creating an unprecedented harmony. Of immeasurable worth, the corners of Chen Jinyou's bloodied lips slowly curled into a near-maniacal grin. He disregarded the system's piercing alarms, the unconscious Su Wanqing cradled in his arms, the anguished Lin Xiaoya kneeling beside him, and even the frantic calls of Ling Shuang. In his eyes, there was only the sword, the accursed sword that beckoned him, yearning to consume him as much as he craved to seize it. He stepped forward with fervor, braving the terrifying pressure of the sword that threatened to crush his bones. He faced the wildly vibrating black sword, its dark red light locking onto him like a demon's gaze, and with all his might, he let out a roar akin to that of a wounded beast. Lu Tian, are you calling for me? Chapter 49. Lu Tian soared his voice, though weak amidst the viscous storm of sword pressure, carried an audacious defiance that pierced the very essence of his soul. Buzz, the ancient, broken sword, embedded in the pitch-black, giant rock, trembled with fury. Its blade erupted with an unprecedented, blinding dark red light. The radiance, thick as blood, instantaneously consumed the remnants of light around them, enveloping Chen Jinyou and his companions in a suffocating crimson hell. Ants, how dare you call upon my name? A frail, hoarse voice, imbued with boundless wrath, pride, and a will to annihilate, pierced through Chen Jinyou's consciousness like a myriad of searing steel needles, mercilessly penetrating his very soul. This voice did not traverse through the air. It was a direct assault at the level of existence itself, filled with the fury of being offended and the humiliation of being spied upon by insects. Boom. Chen Jinyou felt as though an invisible hammer had struck his head with tremendous force. His vision was instantaneously submerged in an endless sea of blood and shattered celestial illusions. Countless broken corpses, crumbled mountains, and blazing phantoms of gods and demons frantically flickered within his consciousness. The icy torrent of murderous intent surged tenfold, frantically tearing at his awareness, intent on utterly crushing and devouring him. Chen Jinyou emitted a muffled groan of excruciating pain, dark golden blood seeping from his 7 orifices. His knees buckled, almost collapsing to the ground, his grip on the unconscious Su Wanqing trembling violently. The vitality within him wailed in anguish, the dark golden scales on his skin flickering erratically, as if they might extinguish at any moment. The core of the soul contract quaked with frenzied intensity, relaying an unprecedented alarm of crisis. Master, Lin Xiaoya knelt not far away, pressed to the ground by the suddenly intensified pressure of the crimson sword, her delicate face pressed against the cold sword powder. Struggling even to lift her head, she gazed at Chen Jinyou's pained, contorted visage and the blood streaming from his orifices, her large eyes filled with tears of despair. Junior brother, hold on. She yearned to scream, yet an invisible force constricted her throat, allowing only a hoarse gasp to escape. Chen Jinyou, Ling Shuang, wielding the ice soul blade, braced herself against the ground, desperately holding her ground against the overwhelming pressure. Her once serene visage was now etched with gravity, as icy blue blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. The terrifying will encapsulated within the crimson light caused her inner ice spirit energy to flow sluggishly, as if frozen by tainted blood. The ice crystal snow lotus mark on the inner thigh spun with unprecedented velocity, exuding a chilling aura as it valiantly resisted the destructive thoughts invading her consciousness, simultaneously channeling her purest essence of ice to Chen Jinyou through their bond, striving to stabilize his shattering psyche. However, the will of that remnant soul was far too formidable. Like an ocean, the essence she transmitted was but a few shards of ice cast into a raging sea, instantly consumed and evaporated by the ferocious crimson intent. Just as Chen Jinyou's consciousness was on the brink of being utterly submerged by the boundless illusion of the blood sea, his soul poised to be rent asunder by the rebellious remnant soul, a hum reverberated. Deep within his consciousness, the system interface, which had passively endured the onslaught and radiated a blinding red light, suddenly erupted in an unprecedented brilliance of gold. A frigid mechanical voice, imbued with an irrefutable authority, resounded, warning. Detection of a super high-risk soul invasion. Initiating highest-level defense protocol. Host soul binding. Core authority locked. Source of invasion. Unknown demon sword remnant soul, LT-on. Energy level. Dangerous. Continuously rising. Soul compatibility peak. 372. Continuously declining. Defense mechanism. Reinforcement of soul barriers. Spiritual contamination purification, 10. Preparation for mental counterstrike. Counteraction initiated. Boom. An indescribable force, cold and absolute, as if representing the fundamental laws of the universe, suddenly erupted from the core of the system interface. This power, formless yet imbued with an undeniable order and repulsive intent, collided fiercely with the invading. Ferocious crimson will of the remnant soul, much like the primordial separation of chaos from order at the dawn of creation. Sizzle. Like a heated brand plunged into icy water. The tumultuous blood sea illusion within Chen Jinyou's consciousness, the shattered stars, the burning phantoms of deities and demons, under the impact of this chilling force of law, melted away with a piercing sound, as if ice under the sun. Vast amounts of crimson were forcibly purified and dispersed. Roar. The remnant soul will known as LT-on emitted a howl laced with pain and disbelief. Its tyrannical invading intent was abruptly severed by an invisible celestial blade. In an instant, it was forced back and compressed within the main area of Chen Jinyou's consciousness, ultimately confined to a narrow corner at the edge of his psyche. The viscous crimson light was shackled, still frantically assaulting the golden system barrier and producing a deafening resonance of souls, yet it could no longer act with the same reckless abandon as before. Chen Jinyou felt the agonizing, tearing pain in his head suddenly ease. The sanguine illusion before him swiftly dissipated, clarity returning to his consciousness. He abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the shattered black sword that continued to tremble violently, emitting a defiant crimson glow. Gasping for breath, dark golden blood dripped from his jaw. The oppressive atmosphere suddenly lightened, and the brilliance of the ice spirit sword stabilized once more. She gazed at Chen Jinyou's regained lucidity, a fleeting glimmer of relief flashing in her frozen eyes. Lin Xiaoya also felt a significant reduction in the pressure surrounding her, struggling to lift her head. She looked at Chen Jinyou with tear-filled eyes. The power of the rules. This is impossible. The weak yet fierce voice of the remnant soul echoed once more at the edge of Chen Jinyou's consciousness, brimming with utmost shock and an indescribable sense of dread. How could a mere ant of the lower realms possess an imprint of a contract that transcends the heavenly path? What exactly are you? For the first time, its voice exhibited notable fluctuations, no longer merely exuding disdain and a desire for destruction, but tinged with a hint of uncertainty towards the unknown and an exceedingly faint, instinctual greed. The law that transcends the heavenly path. If it could be devoured, system prompt, mental countermeasure successful. Target's remnant will temporarily suppressed at the edge of consciousness. Warning, suppression state unstable. Target contains fragments of the destruction law, threat level extremely high. It is advised that the host evacuates immediately. Repeat, evacuate immediately. The system's cold notification bore an undeniable warning. Evacuate. The corner of Chen Jinyou's bloodied mouth slowly curled into a smile colder and more sinister than this sword burial valley. His eyes blazed with a madness born from survival, an insatiable thirst for power, and a hunter's keen insight into the weaknesses of prey. Rather than retreating, he boldly stepped forward, braving the oppressive weight of the sword once more. His body swayed, yet stood resolute. He extended his scarred right hand, still dripping with dark golden blood, and pointed at the quivering black sword, his voice hoarse yet imbued with a soul-piercing intensity. What am I? I am the one who can lead you back into the light. He disregarded the remnant's roars and the system's warnings, his gaze like a poisoned dagger, piercing straight into the core of that black sword. Slaughtering heaven? What a grand name. Yet now, you are merely a feeble, lingering soul trapped within rusted metal. Chen Jinyou's voice dripped with unabashed mockery and provocation. Look at yourself. The sword is shattered, the spirit dimmed. You cannot even escape this meager sword burial valley, devoured by the remnants of countless broken blades over the eons. Where is your once ambitious intent to sever the heavens? Where is the inferno that consumed the gods? Has it all been fed to the dogs? Silence, ant. I am the blade of slaughtering heaven. How dare you desecrate me? The will of the remnant soul surged against the golden barrier of the system at the edge of consciousness, unleashing a furious roar. The crimson light swirling violently, yet unable to break free from the cold constraints of the rules. You are the one who should be silent. Chen Jinyou interrupted sharply, his momentum suddenly escalating. He pointed fiercely at the boundless powder of sword remains beneath his feet. Look around you. Is this your former glory? Is this your eternal fate? A heap of neglected rusted iron dross. Even the most rudimentary flying sword would disdain to consume it. Where is the destructive power you take pride in? It cannot even breach the consciousness of an insignificant ant like myself. You are nothing but a complete and utter failure. A wretched creature forsaken by time, whose lamentations go unheard. Roar! I shall obliterate you. I will rend your very soul and chew through every inch of your flesh. The remnant soul of the slaughtering heaven has gone utterly berserk. The crimson light surged violently, causing Chen Jinyou's consciousness to hum incessantly, blood gushing from his 7 orifices once more. Yet, the more frenzied it became, the more it validated Chen Jinyou's words, striking at its deepest pain. Eternal imprisonment. The erosion of power, the obliteration of glory. This is its everlasting nightmare. Kill me? With your current soul, which could disperse at a mere breath of wind. The mockery on Chen Jinyou's face intensified, imbued with a condescending pity. You cannot even break free from this crumbling stone. The only thing you can do is rage impotently here, awaiting your complete obliteration by time. Along with this scrap iron, you shall be reduced to dust. Within the consciousness, the impact of the slaughtering heaven's remnant suddenly faltered. The swirling blood-red radiance seemed to freeze for a moment, an overwhelming sense of profound weariness and despair, emanating from the very depths of its soul, washed over the violent fury like a chilling tide. It was unwilling to accept the eternal decay of its bound existence. It yearned to tear apart this cage. It craved to drink the blood of the living. It sought to unleash the might of the slaughtering heaven. Chen Jinyou keenly sensed this flicker of despair and unwillingness. Unwilling? Want to escape? Chen Jinyou's voice suddenly deepened, filled with temptation, like a devil whispering in one's ear. I can assist you. Assist me? The voice of the slaughtering heaven's remnant was laced with intense skepticism and an uncontrollable yearning. Indeed, I shall help you. Chen Jinyou declared with resolute certainty, aiding you to break free. Depart from this cursed sword burial valley. I shall even assist in reforging your blade, gathering the might of magic anew, allowing you, this blade of the slaughtering heaven, to shine once more, to drink deeply of the blood of the myriad heavens. The immense temptation struck the remnants of the slaughtering heaven's soul like a potent poison, assailing its dwindling reason. Break free. Reforge. Shine anew. This has been its only obsession through countless eons. Its remnant soul trembled violently, the blood light flickering erratically, revealing the turmoil within. Conditions? The voice of the remnant quivered subtly, tinged with urgency. Conditions? Chen Jinyou's wicked smile expanded, exuding an icy mockery of omnipotence. Simple enough. With a mere thought, the cold core of the system within his consciousness activated. An indescribable form. A shadow of dark golden chains woven from the purest chaotic rules and the chilling laws of contracts materialized before him in an instant. The chains were ancient and heavy, each link engraved with unfathomable runes, radiating an overwhelming terror that commanded all. This pressure was so potent that even the surrounding frenzied gray-black sword intent momentarily stilled, retreating in fear. One end of the dark golden chain coalesced into a grotesque contract rune, as if it could devour souls. Sign it. Chen Jinyou's voice was as chilling as the depths of the abyss, imbued with undeniable authority. Sign my contract. Become the blade in my hand. I shall lead you out of this prison, grant you the chance for rebirth. His gaze was fervent, akin to blazing stars, fixated intensely on the battered black sword. With each word he spoke, it resonated with authority. A trade? Certainly, but it requires my contract. The moment his voice fell, the shadowy golden chains, forged from the essence of the system's covenant power, awakened like an ancient dragon of destruction. It bore the terrifying weight of soul-rending pressure and the supreme will of the laws, disregarding the distance and space and the oppressive storm of sword pressure. As it boldly approached the quivering remnants of the black sword and the malevolent spirit concealed within. You insolent wretch! A mere ant dares to attempt to enslave me? Such foolish delusions. The malevolent spirit shrieked with unprecedented fury, humiliation, and a hint of fear. Suddenly, the battered black sword erupted in a piercing crimson flame, a manifestation of an ancient, untamed will of destruction soaring skyward, with an overwhelming momentum that threatened to shatter all chains and incinerate the laws of the heavens. It crashed violently against the encroaching shadowy golden chains of the contract. Boom! The intangible collision detonated at both the soul level and within the fabric of reality. The core of the sword burial valley felt as though it had been cast into a chaotic furnace. The shadowy golden chains of law and the dark red flames of destruction clashed violently, entwining, annihilating, devouring. A terrifying storm of souls mixed with tangible energy surged forth like countless invisible blades, sweeping in all directions. The obsidian rock beneath groaned under the immense strain. Spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading. The myriad remnants of shattered swords in the burial valley wailed in a frenzied lament. Chen Jinyou bore the brunt. He spat out a mouthful of dark golden blood, his body struck as if by an invisible hammer, uncontrollably staggering backward. Su Wanqing, whom he held, was flung away. He forcibly twisted his body, activating the thunder step beneath his feet, shimmering with electricity, barely managing to stabilize himself before colliding with a colossal fragment of a broken sword. His internal energy surged tumultuously, the scales of his body dimmed, and his skin erupted with countless fine fissures. In his consciousness, the collision of the contract chains and the will of the demonic sword reverberated like a tsunami against his soul's core, the excruciating pain causing his vision to darken. Master. Lin Xiaoya was hurled away by the violent shockwave, crashing heavily onto the sword-powder ground, crying out in pain. The Ling Frost Ice Soul sword lay before her, its icy blue shield flickering fiercely, like a candle in a storm, being pushed back step by the wave of rules and destruction. Each step leaving deep ice marks on the hard ground. Her cold visage paled like snow, the icy blue blood trickling more profusely from the corner of her mouth. The crystal snow lotus marks spinning wildly, on the verge of igniting as it desperately resisted the pervasive erosion of the will of destruction. She looked at Chen Jinyou with deep concern, unable to tear her focus away from him. Shadowy gold and dark red. Rules and destruction. Contracts and freedom. At the eye of the storm, Chen Jinyou fixated unwaveringly on the chaotic conflagration. Chapter 50. The Sword Soul's Submission Boom. The core of the Sword Burial Valley felt as though it had been cast into a chaotic furnace. The shadowy golden chains of law and the dark red flames of destruction clashed violently, entwining and annihilating. With each collision, a piercing scream that rends the very soul erupts, accompanied by a tempest of tangible energy. The obsidian monolith groans, fracturing inch by inch, as web-like cracks spread wildly. Countless shattered swords tremble under the horrific pressure, emitting wails reminiscent of a billion lost souls. Roar. Break. Release me. The will of the remnants of the slain souls rages at the periphery of Chen Jinyou's consciousness. Brimming with reckless fury, the shattered black sword emanates an unprecedented viscous crimson light, its fissures resembling flowing magma, igniting an indomitable will from the primordial chaos. A will that shatters all bindings, transforming into a dark red inferno that incinerates all, akin to a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage, fiercely gnawing at the dark golden chains of law that ensnare it. Hiss. The dark golden chains pulse with fervent light, emitting groans under the unbearable strain. The radiant symbols of the absolute contract upon the chains begin to dim at a visible pace under the relentless assault of the destructive flames. Minute cracks appear on the surface of the chains. Thud. Chen Jinyou, as if struck by a heavy blow, coughs forth a mouthful of dark golden blood. His body swaying violently, collapsing to one knee at the edge of the fractured obsidian monolith. His consciousness is battered like a tsunami crashing against his will. The power of the system's contract that stands in opposition to the sword's intent suffers a grievous blow, manifesting as a tearing sensation at the very core of his soul. Su Wanqing, whom he had held, is swept away by the violent gusts, thrown to a distance, her life hanging in the balance. Master. Lin Xiaoya is hurled by the shockwave, colliding against a shard of broken sword, curling up in pain. Her vision blurred with tears as she gazes at Chen Jinyou's kneeling figure, emitting a desperate whimper. The Ling Frost Ice Soul sword leans against the ground, its icy blue aura flickering violently, like a candle struggling in the wind, desperately holding against the terrifying storm of rules and destruction. Blood seeps from her lips, and the icy crystal snow lotus mark on the inner side of her thigh radiates a bone-chilling cold, nearly freezing the surrounding air. Yet it cannot entirely sever the pervasive assault of the will to destroy. Her gaze towards Chen Jinyou is filled with an unprecedented urgency and concern. The contract link transmitting alarms of his soul's core in violent turmoil. How pitiful. Your rules cannot bind me. The will of the slain souls perceives the loosening of the contract chains, emitting a cruel and arrogant shriek, the infernal flames intensifying. Eager to break free from these accursed shackles and be the first to devour your soul, to crush every inch of you. Its boastful words are yet unfinished. On Chen Jinyou's blood-stained visage, a near-manic resolve, as fierce as it is desperate, surges forth. Is that so? His hoarse voice pierces through the storm of souls. Then let us see if you can crawl out of the God Incineration Furnace before you attempt to crush me. The God Incineration Furnace. The will of the slain souls momentarily falters. Even the frenzied onslaught of the dark red inferno hesitates. A primal fear, instinctual to the soul, of a certain supreme force of annihilation coils around its waning consciousness like a cold, venomous serpent. The God Incineration Furnace. A legendary realm where even immortal deities are said to be refined, where souls descend into eternal oblivion. How could this insect know of it? Just as its doubts stir. In the mindscape of Chen Jinyou, the dimly illuminated core of the system's luminous screen suddenly erupted with an unprecedented, blinding golden radiance, akin to the explosion of a supernova. A cold, imposing mechanical voice, seemingly embodying the ultimate will of cosmic annihilation, thundered like a decree from the heavens. Detected targets will resistance level, initiating final deterrence protocol. Simulated concept, God-burning furnace, higher dimensional projection. Concept loading 105-0100. Projection release. Buzz, an unimaginable concept, cold and silent, capable of ending all existence and obliterating all laws, surged forth from the center of Chen Jinyou's forehead. There was no light, no heat, no form, only an absolute void that devoured everything. This void instantly enveloped the frantically trembling, shattered black sword, which erupted with reluctant demonic flames, consuming it along with the surrounding swirling crimson radiance. Roar! No! The remnant soul of the Sky Slayer emitted an unprecedented, piercing wail, laced with sheer terror and incredulous despair. That sensation was more hopeless than being gnawed upon by a myriad of shattered swords for eternity, colder than sinking into the depths of everlasting darkness. It was the ultimate fear, derived from the very essence of life, being utterly erased and cast into the legendary forbidden furnace, said to incinerate even the concept of existence itself. Its raging demonic flames were instantly distorted, shriveled, and extinguished, as if thrown into flames of absolute zero. The magma-like cracks flowing along the sword's body dimmed. All its struggles, all its defiance, all its will to destroy, appeared utterly ludicrous and minuscule before this concept that symbolized ultimate void. It keenly perceived that this was not the true God-burning furnace, merely an exceedingly faint and illusory projection. Yet, the faint essence of the authentic God-burning law contained within that projection was indelibly etched into its residual soul core, causing its very soul to tremble and its immortal will to shatter. Fear, a primal, instinctual dread of total annihilation. Like a frigid tide, it swiftly engulfed the remnants of the Sky Slayer's reason. Stop. Halt. I am willing to negotiate. The voice of the Sky Slayer's remnant echoed with unprecedented frailty and panic. All rage and arrogance had vanished, leaving only the most primal desire for survival. Withdraw that thing. I am willing to discuss terms. Within the mindscape, the pressure of the dark golden contract chain, on the verge of being torn asunder by the demonic flames, suddenly lessened. The system's cold prompt echoed once more. Deterrent successful. Targets will has collapsed. Resistance level reduced to level. Contract suppression restored. Shall the enslavement contract be enforced? Enforce the enslavement contract? A spark of brilliance flashed in Chen Jinyou's eyes. He sensed the fear and weakness emanating from the remnant soul of the Sky Slayer, rooted deep within its essence. And his thoughts raced, forcibly enslaving a proud, ancient demonic sword remnant, harboring shards of the law of destruction. The risks were immense. Should it regain its strength, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Moreover, the value of this remnant soul extended far beyond mere enslavement. Chen Jinyou, despite enduring excruciating pain, slowly rose from his kneeling position. Though his body swayed perilously, an aura of cold composure enveloped him, a stark reminder of his control over the situation. Did you finally come to fear? Alas, it is too late. With a mere thought, the ethereal projection cloaking the dark sword did not dissipate. Rather, it solidified further, exuding a chilling essence of annihilation. Simultaneously, the dim contract chain in his consciousness reignited with brilliance, yet the sinister enslavement runes at its end quietly transformed. No longer did they signify absolute dominance and deprivation. Instead, they morphed into a more intricate and profound emblem, reminiscent of two intertwining chaotic vortices, symbolizing symbiosis, equality, and a deeper form of constraint. Enslavement? I have changed my mind. Chen Jinyou's voice sliced through the air like a frigid blade, piercing the very core of the remnant soul of the Sword of Destruction. Sign this contract. Equal symbiosis. You shall aid me in battle, and I shall provide you sustenance, nurturing your essence to restore your blade. On the day you regain your full might, you may choose your path freely. But until then, he emphasized his words with undeniable authority. The contract dictates that you must pledge your allegiance to me. The direction of the Sword of Destruction will be your path to obliteration. Should you harbor any treachery, his thoughts stirred, causing the ethereal projection surrounding the dark sword to quiver slightly. Roar! The remnant soul of the Sword of Destruction emitted a mournful wail, imbued with pain and terror, as if its very soul were being seared. Halt! I sign this contract. The overwhelming dread obliterated all arrogance and resentment. Equal symbiosis, providing sustenance, restoring full power, choosing one's fate freely. These terms were infinitely superior to the anticipated eternal subjugation and inability to transcend. Especially under the terrifying menace of the divine incineration furnace, this was nearly its sole path to survival. Excellent. A brilliant light surged in Chen Jinyou's eyes. Without hesitation, He activated the core of the system within his consciousness. Buzz. The newly forged symbiotic contract rune, linked by dark golden chains of order, instantaneously detached from his consciousness, defying the confines of space, and precisely branded itself upon the trembling remains of the dark sword, still shrouded in fear. Hiss. Like a searing iron pressed against ice. The dark sword quaked violently. From the web-like fissures, a blinding interplay of dark red and dark gold light erupted. An enigmatic mark, formed by chaotic vortices, was deeply imprinted at the core of the sword, near the hilt. Ding. Special contract successfully signed. Target, Sword of Destruction, Remnant State, Remnant Soul, Symbiotic Entity. Contract type, equal symbiosis, Master-Servant Constraint. Contract terms, the host shall provide blood energy to nurture the sword body and remnant soul. The Sword of Destruction must recognize the host as its master and assist in battle. Upon restoration to full power, the Sword of Destruction may choose its path freely, but must execute 3 unreserved attacks within the contract period, targets designated by the host, during the contract period. The Sword of Destruction shall not betray or harm the host or any designated guardians in any form. Contract established. Current status, symbiotic binding. Buzz. At the moment the contract was forged, an overwhelming torrent of icy and violent intent, imbued with an essence of endless slaughter and destruction, surged into Chen Jinyou's consciousness like a breached celestial river. It was no longer an assault or annihilation, but rather a legacy, an indelible imprint. The 9 swords of slaughtering heaven. The first form, break the army. The second form, greedy wolf. The third form, 7 kills. The fourth form, subsequent fragments. These 4 forms, profoundly enigmatic, encompass the ancient sword techniques that exhaust the pathways of slaughter and destruction. They were inscribed upon the very depths of Chen Jinyou's soul, akin to the most intricate of brands. Each form contained a terrifying will capable of tearing apart the firmament and shattering stars. Each form required the essence of slaughter and the intent of annihilation as a catalyst, with one's own blood and soul as the offering. Simultaneously, fragments of information regarding the essence of the slaughtering heaven sword flooded in. Its core was composed of a rare star-forged iron birth from the depths of the chaotic stellar core, amalgamated with the spines and essences of 9 primordial ferocious beings. Forged over millennia in the 9 nether demonic fire, it inherently contained shards of the laws of destruction. At its zenith, a single sword could slay gods and demons, severing the heavenly paths. It was named Slaughtering Heaven, and it was no mere illusion. The vast influx of information caused Chen Jinyou's head to throb painfully. Yet his eyes sparkled with ecstatic brilliance. It was worth it. Everything was worth it. The value of these 4 sword techniques surpassed his wildest imagination. At that moment, buzzing. The fractured black sword, the Slaughtering Heaven sword, inscribed with the symbiotic contract, suddenly emitted a joyful yet deep hum. From the spiderweb-like, grotesque fissures on its blade, dark red strands of light, pulsating as if alive, surged forth. These strands darted about with an almost sentient grace, weaving and mending. Astonishingly, 1/3 of the blade's cracks began to visibly heal, smoothing out. A sharper, more concentrated, yet even more chilling aura of destruction gradually awakened from the restored sword. Though still damaged, it was no longer lifeless. It resembled an ancient ferocious beast lying in wait, opening its cold eyes. A weak yet satisfied voice, echoing the remnants of slaughtering heaven, resonated within Chen Jinyou's consciousness, imbued with a greedy thirst akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. Boy, I require blood. Powerful blood. Feeling the surging essence of the slaughtering heaven sword within him and the chilling yearning emanating from the sword in his hand, which seemed to be entwined with his own bloodline, a cold smile of dominion curved upon Chen Jinyou's lips. He was about to respond when, boom, the entire sword burial valley, no, the very core of the Qinyun secret realm, trembled violently, as if a massive stone had been cast into a cauldron of boiling oil. Crack, crack, crack. Centered around the obsidian giant rock that housed the slaughtering heaven sword, immense spatial rifts, deep as the abyss, were torn open in an instant. The chaotic spatial currents erupted like a rampaging torrent from the fissures. Countless colossal fragments of swords were swept into the crevices, ground to dust in an instant. The myriad of sword remains within the sword burial valley let out their final, desperate wails, as the ground undulated like waves, fracturing beneath them. This is bad. The secret realm is about to collapse. A chilling exclamation escaped Ling Shuang's lips, laden with unprecedented gravity. Her ice-soul sword erupted with a blinding azure radiance, forcibly creating a minuscule safe haven amidst the tumultuous spatial turbulence, shielding the unconscious Su Wanqing and the injured Lin Xiaoya. Chen Jinyou's expression shifted dramatically. He instantly comprehended that the heaven-slaying sword had acknowledged its master, irrevocably shattering the ancient equilibrium of the sword burial valley. This sword, imbued with the essence of destruction, had become the final straw that could collapse the core space of the secret realm. Without hesitation, he reached into the void with his left hand, conjuring an invisible force that drew the unconscious Su Wanqing toward him. Simultaneously, he gripped tightly the partially restored heaven-slaying sword, eager for blood, and directed it toward the violently rending spatial fissure ahead, channeling the newly acquired power of inheritance into a fierce strike. Heaven-slaying breaks the army. With a resounding clash, a meticulously condensed, jet-black sword aura, entwined with a dark red aura of annihilation, erupted forth, embodying the terrifying will to tear apart all and obliterate legions, crashing down upon the densest chaos of the spatial turbulence. Boom! Remarkably, this blade, infused with fragments of the principle of destruction, cleaved a momentary opening through the violent spatial chaos. On the opposite side of the rift, familiar sights of the guiding platform faintly emerged. Shuanger, Xiaoya, follow me, Chen Jinyou commanded fiercely, cradling Su Wanqing as he transformed into a dark red streak of light, boldly plunging into the forcibly cleaved spatial fissure. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Shuang summoned the icy blue currents of her Ice Soul Sword, enveloping the still-shaken Lin Xiaoya and swiftly following suit. Just as their figures vanished into the spatial rift, boom! The very core of the Sword Burial Valley collapsed entirely, forming a colossal black hole that devoured all in its wake. A tempestuous spatial storm erupted, voraciously consuming everything around it. Above the secret realm's vault, countless massive fissures oozing with chaotic energy appeared, and the air was thick with a sense of impending doom that enveloped the entire Qingyun secret realm. On the guiding platform, the expressions of elderly Wufeng and the other guardians transformed in horror. A disturbance in the secret realm. The space is collapsing. All disciples, evacuate immediately. Li Wufeng's roar reverberated like thunder. In an instant, the guiding platform descended into chaos. The beams of light flickered wildly as figures stumbled out, each one battered and filled with dread, gazing at the apocalyptic scene of the secret realm's entrance disintegrating before their eyes. Chapter 51. Departing with beauty from the sect buzz. The blinding transport beam suddenly illuminated the Qingyun sect's guiding platform, only to dim rapidly amidst violent spatial fluctuations, dissipating into nothingness. At the center of the beam, four somewhat disheveled figures staggered into view. Chen Jinyou knelt on one knee, one hand gripping the ancient sword, heaven-slaying, now marred with web-like cracks and emanating a chilling sharpness and a ferocious aura. With his other arm, he securely held the still unconscious Su Wanqing, whose pallid complexion resembled that of paper. His torso was bare, marred by varying depths of wounds, with dark golden blood congealed upon his charred skin. Ling Shuang followed closely, her moon-white flowing skirt stained with grayish-black sword powder and flecks of icy blue blood, her breath somewhat unsteady, yet her stance remained resolute like a cold pine. The icy blade hung at her side, its luminescence somewhat dimmed. Her cold gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, revealing unmasked vigilance, while her frozen countenance betrayed no emotion. Instinctively, she shifted half a step, positioning Chen Jinyou and the unconscious Su Wanqing behind her for greater safety. Lin Xiaoya appeared to be the most disheveled among them. Her pale yellow dress was torn in multiple places, smeared with dirt and dark stains, and her small face bore traces of gray, her large eyes still reflecting remnants of terror and apprehension. She had practically crawled out of the teleportation halo, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath, her tiny hands patting her heaving chest. "You scared me to death. I thought I was going to be torn apart by the chaotic space." With lingering fear, she glanced at the blade in Chen Jinyou's grasp, her expression a complex mix of dread and awe at the extraordinary sight before her. The platform of summoning had descended into an eerie silence. All the forcibly teleported inner disciples, core members, and even several elders stationed there seemed to be ensnared by an invisible spell, their gazes fixed intently on Chen Jinyou, or more precisely, on the ominous and destructive black ancient sword he wielded. That sword, merely making eye contact, sent chills coursing through the depths of one's soul, as if staring into the abyss itself. It had triggered the collapse of the entire Qingyun secret realm. Chen Jinyou, a low growl, restrained yet filled with shock and fury, shattered the silence. The imposing figure of elderly Wufeng from the law enforcement hall materialized before Chen Jinyou, his terrifying aura at the pinnacle of golden core pressing down like a tangible mountain. His gaze was sharp as a blade, filled with scrutiny, inquiry, and a hint of incredulous gravity, fixated upon the blade of destruction. What manner of weapon is this? Was the collapse of the secret realm instigated by him? The immense pressure rendered the air seemingly stagnant. Lin Xiaoya's face turned pale, nearly gasping for breath. The Ling Frost Ice Blade emitted a soft chime, its icy blue radiance piercing through, struggling to shield Chen Jinyou and Su Wanjing behind her. Chen Jinyou felt as though he were bearing the weight of an insurmountable mountain, his bones creaking under the strain. His innate blood energy surged within, the dark golden sheen laboriously coursing beneath his skin, resisting the mountain-like pressure. He gradually lifted his head, meeting Li Wufeng's penetrating gaze without flinching, instead exuding a calmness born from the trials of life and death, along with a barely perceptible defiance. Elder, my voice is hoarse yet distinctly clear. This sword is called the Blade of Destruction. The collapse of the secret realm indeed stems from the disciples' encounter with the remnant soul of this sword deep within the Sword Burial Valley. After a fierce struggle, I fortuitously formed a symbiotic contract with it. He deliberately omitted the details of the contract and the intimidation of the divine incineration furnace, merely highlighting their symbiotic relationship. A symbiotic contract. Li Wufeng's pupils constricted in shock, coexisting with the remnant soul of a cursed sword that had triggered the collapse of the secret realm. This was unprecedented. The peril involved exceeded all imagination. His spiritual power surged around him, his hand already resting on the hilt at his waist. A glint of murderous intent evident in his eyes. Such a malevolent entity must not be allowed to remain. Just as the tension reached its zenith, and Li Wufeng was on the verge of striking down to suppress him, a voice interjected, "No need for that." A gentle and tranquil voice, seemingly imbued with the will of the cosmos, swept across the platform like a spring breeze bringing rain. In an instant, the oppressive pressure emanating from Li Wufeng's substantial golden elixir dissipated like melting ice and snow, leaving no trace. The atmosphere around the platform relaxed noticeably. The figure of the sect leader, Master Yunlan, clad in a flowing azure robe, had quietly appeared above the platform. His countenance was lean and his gaze serene, as if he could see through all the myriad phenomena of the world. Rather than lingering on the destructive aura of the killing heaven sword, his sight pierced through the surface, resting instead on Chen Jinyou's eyes, which burned with wild fire and indomitable spirit. The rise and fall of the secret realm is governed by destiny. Master Yunlan's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear, carrying a profound understanding of cause and effect, embodying both great karma and immense opportunity. To remain forcibly within the sect would bring neither blessing nor fortune. He raised his hand, and an ancient azure token, warm to the touch and engraved with flowing cloud patterns, slowly drifted from his palm, as if cradled by an invisible hand, steadily flying towards Chen Jinyou. Chen Jinyou, disciple present. Chen Jinyou's spirit jolted as he suppressed the bloodthirsty agitation from the killing heaven sword and the injuries within him, bowing respectfully. He recognized the token, the Qingyun token. It symbolized the sect leader's presence, granting free access to any area of the Qingyun sect, and represented a transcendent identity along with the leader's endorsement. With this token, descend the mountain. Master Yunlan's voice remained calm, yet bore an undeniable resolve, akin to the edicts of heaven itself. The Qingyun sect is too small to contain your karma. The vast world of empires awaits, and the immortal path is long. There lies your place to roam and flourish. His gaze swept over the three women beside Chen Jinyou, Ling Shuang, who stood coldly protective, Lin Xiaoya, still shaken, and Su Wanqing, who lay unconscious. A fleeting, ineffable meaning flickered in his eyes. Take your beloved with you as you embark on your journey. Should you one day ascend to the pinnacle, do not forget the roots of Qingyun. As his words fell, Master Yunlan's figure blended into the gentle breeze, vanishing quietly, leaving only the softly glowing Qingyun token suspended before Chen Jinyou, alongside the countless astonished, complex, and reverent gazes upon the platform. Thank you, sect leader, for your benevolence. Chen Jinyou inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within his heart, and with solemn hands, he accepted the weighty Qingyun token. It felt warm, as if holding the millennia of fortune and the sect leader's hopes. He bowed deeply in the direction where Master Yunlan had disappeared. Li Wufeng, witnessing this scene, gradually loosened his grip on the sword hilt, ultimately releasing a complex sigh. The sect leader had made his decision, and he could speak no further. Yet, his gaze towards Chen Jinyou and the demonic sword he held remained filled with deep apprehension. Chen Jinyou straightened, no longer looking at anyone else. He tucked the Qingyun token into his robes, gripping tightly the restless, bloodthirsty killing heaven sword in one hand, while securely cradling Su Wanqing with the other. Shuang'er Xiaoya. His gaze swept over the two stunning beauties by his side, his voice low yet resolute. We shall depart. Without uttering a word, Ling Shuang's ice-soul sword emitted a clear chime, transforming into a stream of icy blue light that enveloped her. She silently approached Chen Jinyou, her icy gaze sweeping across the stunned crowd, an invisible chill causing prying eyes to avert. Wait for me, senior brother. Lin Xiaoya hastily scrambled to her feet, disregarding the dust on her clothes, and trotted to catch up, instinctively clutching the hem of Chen Jinyou's robe as if it were her sole anchor. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, some filled with shock, others with envy, reverence, and fear, Chen Jinyou embraced his companion, wielding a demonic sword, accompanied by 3 enchanting fairies. As they stepped onto the teleportation array leading out of the mountain gate, buzz, the beam of light lit up once more, engulfing the 4 figures in a singular sword. When the radiance finally dissipated, the platform remained enveloped in eerie silence. Only the mournful wail of the collapsing secret realm echoed from the entrance, reminiscent of a dying behemoth, accompanied by the lingering, cold, and savage aura of destruction emanating from the sword known as El Tion. A name that stirred the winds of the azure clouds had departed. Chapter 52. The Great Xia Dynasty. The Great Xia Dynasty, capital Tianyou City. As the heart of an ancient dynasty that commands vast territories in the eastern domain, Tianyou City's magnificence and splendor far surpass that of the celestial mountain blessed by the Qingyun sect. Towering 100 feet high, the obsidian walls coiled like a great dragon, shimmering with a metallic sheen under the midday sun, stretching endlessly for thousands of miles. The massive gates swung open, wide enough for dozens of riders to pass side by side, adorned with the ancient characters of Tianyou, exuding an aura of imperial grandeur. Within the city, a bustling throng surged, the broad bluestone thoroughfare capable of accommodating galloping horses, filled with luxurious carriages, cultivators riding exotic beasts, and armored guards flowing like a river. On either side of the streets, exquisite palaces and towering buildings stood in splendid array, adorned with flying eaves and intricate carvings, while the flickering signs of shops dazzled the eyes. The air was thick with the aromas of various foods, the fragrance of spiritual herbs, and a unique essence characteristic of a super metropolis, mingling the mundane with the ethereal. Wow, it's so vast. So many people. Lin Xiaoya stood outside the grand gates, tilting her head back to gaze at the towering walls and the endless stream of people thronging within, her mouth forming an adorable A-shape, her big eyes brimming with awe and curiosity. The serenity of Danding Peak and the Qingyun sect contrasted sharply with the lively bustle of the city, rendering her akin to a country girl visiting the city for the first time, both thrilled and somewhat bewildered. She instinctively leaned closer to Chen Jinyou, her small hand gripping the corner of his sleeve tightly. Su Wanqing had awakened shortly after leaving the Qingyun sect. Although her complexion remained somewhat pale and her breath shallow, she could stand unaided. Clad in a simple yet elegant azure dress, her posture was upright, and her demeanor calm as she vigilantly surveyed her surroundings, especially the formidable cultivators riding exotic beasts and the armored guards. The instinct of an intelligence officer compelled her to swiftly gather information about this unfamiliar metropolis. Ling Shuang remained slightly ahead of Chen Jinyou, her moon-white dress untainted, the ice spirit sword suspended at her side, exuding a subtle chill. Her ethereal beauty appeared incongruous amidst the bustling crowd, her ice-cold gaze calmly surveying the surroundings, as if the surrounding splendor held no relevance to her, save for the duty of safeguarding those behind her. Beneath the flowing hem of her moon-white gown, the mark of the ice crystal snow lotus resonated faintly with the azure cloud token cradled in Chen Jinyou's arms, as well as with the somewhat subdued yet still chilling killing heaven sword he grasped in his hand. Chen Jinyou held the azure cloud token in one hand, while the other casually carried the killing heaven sword, wrapped simply in coarse cloth, revealing only its dark hilt. Clad in ordinary black attire that concealed his wounds, he exuded a restrained aura, akin to a weary traveler among common cultivators. However, the sharp glint of his deep-set eyes, combined with the composure forged through harrowing experiences in the secret realm and the underlying edge emanating from the sword's recognition of its master, ensured he stood out in the throng like a crane among chickens. "Let us proceed into the city," he spoke, his tone calm as he withdrew his gaze from the towering cityscape. He led the way toward the enormous city gates, reminiscent of the gaping maw of a primordial beast. The quartet followed the crowd, paying the symbolic entry fee of spirit pearls, stepping into the heart of this grand dynasty. The sights within the city were even more astonishing. The main thoroughfare was as broad as a plaza, its surface laid with neatly cut azure stones, faintly inscribed with flowing runes. Shops lined both sides, offering a plethora of goods ranging from mundane treasures of gold, silver, and silk to essential elixirs, talismans, magical artifacts, and spiritual materials, all aglow with brilliance amidst the wafting aura of spiritual energy. The tantalizing aromas of food wafted from taverns and tea houses, while the towering auction house bustled with carriages and horses. Moreover, a patrol of city guards, riding on swift, ethereal tigers surrounded by spiritual light, galloped by, drawing countless odd gazes. Candied hawthorn, premium spirit fruit candied hawthorn, freshly steamed spirit beast meat buns, 3 spirit pearls each, exquisite Xian iron and golden essence, the finest material for crafting flying swords. Don't miss out as you pass by. The cacophony of hawkers' calls, the sounds of bargaining, the clatter of carriages, and the laughter of cultivators merged into a colossal wave of sound, overwhelming the senses. The air was rich with the mingling aromas of spiritual energy, food, sweat, and even the distinct scent of certain beastly mounts, creating a uniquely potent atmosphere of mortal life. Senior brother, look at that. What a beautiful hairpin, Lin Xiaoyao exclaimed, captivated by a stall selling women's accessories, pointing at a jade hairpin carved in the likeness of a soaring phoenix, adorned with pale blue water spirit jade. Her eyes sparkling with delight. Sister Wanqing, come see. The spiritual herbs in that shop are of excellent age, even better than those in our Danding Peak storeroom. She exclaimed again, directing her attention to a shop in the distance bearing the sign of the 100 Herbs Pavilion, teeming with spiritual energy. Su Wanqing shook her head in exasperation, carefully keeping close to her side to prevent her from becoming lost in the crowd. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang maintained a vigilant stance. The chilling aura of the ice soul sword causing those within a 10-foot radius to instinctively steer clear. Chen Jinyou sensed through the coarse cloth the killing heaven sword's greedy yearning for the vibrant life and potent vitality surrounding them, as well as the gentle power radiating from the azure cloud token in his embrace, his thoughts swirling with possibilities. The resources, influence, and new prey of the great Xia dynasty awaited. He requires an immense accumulation of points to compensate for his considerable losses and to exchange for more formidable power. Here, it is evidently more fertile than the Qingyan sect. Just then, a loud and arrogant voice pierced through the air, demanding, "Make way, all of you. Step aside for this young master. You insignificant creatures." From around the corner of the main thoroughfare, a luxurious carriage drawn by 4 majestic, snow-white unicorn horses, each adorned with a single horn, surged through the crowd with brazen disregard. The carriage, inlaid with gold and jade, swayed with opulent curtains, and was driven by a fierce-looking bodyguard at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Not far ahead, a young girl clad in coarse linen, clutching a basket of fresh spirit fruits, was frantically dodging, perilously close to being trampled by the galloping unicorns. "My dear lady, do not run. It would be a shame to damage you. Return to my residence, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury." A corner of the carriage's curtain lifted, revealing a young man with a slicked-back hairstyle and lewd eyes, none other than Zhao Hao, the third son of the Duke of Zhao. This notorious troublemaker was once again wreaking havoc. The fruit-selling girl was in grave danger. Alas, who would dare intervene in the affairs of the Zhao family? The surrounding crowd rapidly parted like a tide, their faces etched with fear and disdain. Yet none dared to step forward to impede him. The Duke of Zhao's household was among the most powerful elites of the great Xia dynasty, wielding immense authority. Just as the panicked girl was about to be trampled by the rushing hooves of the unicorns, a voice, cold as a spring's water striking jade, rang out. Though soft, it carried an undeniable authority that instantly quelled the surrounding clamor. Ling Shuang had moved. Her figure, clad in moonlight hues, appeared as if by teleportation before the girl. Facing the roaring unicorns and the heavy carriage, she did not even glance at them. Instead, with a finger poised like a sword, she gently pointed toward the void ahead. The air within a radius of several dozen feet around her fingertip plummeted in temperature. Time seemed to freeze instantaneously. The 4 furious unicorns, capable of collapsing city walls, along with the heavy gilded carriage and the leering Zhao Hao, were instantaneously encased in a thick layer of crystalline ice, solidifying in mid-charge upon the broad main road. They resembled 4 lifelike ice sculptures pulling an exquisite palace of ice. The fury remained in the eyes of the unicorns, and Zhao Hao's lewd grin had yet to transform into shock. Silence. An absolute silence enveloped this bustling street. Everyone felt as though their throats had been seized. Their eyes widened in disbelief, gazing at this miraculous scene. With just a single gesture, merely one finger, to freeze 4 foundation stage unicorns and an entire carriage. What level of cultivation is this? The peak foundation level guardian, whose reflexes were exceptionally swift, sensed an impending danger the moment Ling Shuang made her move. He leaped from the carriage just in time, narrowly evading the icy perimeter and landing a short distance away. His gaze fell upon the young master and the vehicle, both instantly encased in ice, and his face contorted with a mix of horror and rage. How audacious! How dare this enchantress strike at the 3rd young master of the Zhao Duke's residence? The guardian bellowed in fury, unleashing the full force of his peak foundation-level spiritual power. His long blade was drawn in an instant, transforming into a gleaming streak of silver as it sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Aimed directly at Ling Shuang with lethal intent. Confronted with such a devastating strike capable of cleaving mountains, Ling Shuang did not even flinch, her gaze unwavering. Her fingers still pointed defiantly. Just then, a playful voice chimed in. "Hee, what an angry uncle. Such fury cannot be good for your health." It was Lin Xiaoya. Unbeknownst to anyone, She had slipped away from Chen Jinyou and wore a mischievous smile on her face. With a flick of her delicate fingers, she launched a pill the size of a longan, radiating a peculiar sweet fragrance, which accurately shot towards the Guardian's open mouth as he shouted in rage. Startled, the Guardian attempted to evade or close his mouth, but it was too late. The pill melted upon contact, causing his forward momentum to abruptly halt. The ferocity of his blade dissipated in an instant, replaced by an expression of sheer terror and an indescribable, bizarre countenance. A loud, embarrassing rumble erupted from his stomach. Suddenly, an uncontrollable, earth-shattering sound, accompanied by an unbearable stench, erupted from behind him. Before the astonished eyes of all present, the once menacing peak foundation-level Guardian's complexion shifted from red to green, then to purple. He clamped his legs tightly together, hands covering his rear, his body trembling uncontrollably. A yellowish-white substance surged uncontrollably from his trousers, instantly soiling his luxurious Guardian attire and the azure stone pavement beneath him. The foul odor permeated the air. With a cry filled with unbearable shame, the Guardian emitted a sound that was both shrill and pitiful, crumpling into a heap amidst the filth he had created, curling up as though wishing to vanish into the ground. A dignified peak foundation master had lost control in public. After a brief, stunned silence, the scene erupted into a cacophony of laughter and uproar. Huh, oh my goodness, did he just soil himself? A peak foundation master, reduced to such a state. What kind of pill did that little girl use? That's utterly outrageous. The Zhao Duke's household had certainly lost all face today. The entire street transformed into a jubilant sea of merriment. Countless onlookers pointed at the guard, sprawled in filth and consumed by shame, and at Zhao Hao, frozen in a grotesque smile within the ice-carved carriage, laughing uncontrollably. The earlier trepidation towards the powerful dissipated in an instant, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the scene. Lin Xiaya, with a sense of triumph, clapped her hands and bounded back to Chen Jinyou's side, her large eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Senior brother, my newly developed grain rebirth pill is quite effective, isn't it? She tilted her face upward, oblivious to the chaos her success had wrought. Chen Jinyou, witnessing the pandemonium and the stench surrounding him, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He ruffled Lin Xiaoya's hair. Yet his gaze drifted over the tumultuous crowd, landing on the fruit-selling girl, who was sheltered by Ling Shuang, her face still pale with shock. His eyes then swept past Zhao Hao encased in ice and the guard, incapacitated in the muck, finally resting upon the opulent carriage frozen in place. With deliberate slowness, he raised the El Tian sword, wrapped in coarse cloth, its tip angled toward the ground. His voice, though not loud, bore a chilling resonance that pierced through the laughter and chaos, echoing across the street. Should you lay a hand on those dear to me, I shall annihilate your entire lineage. The tone was flat, yet it swept through the air like a frigid wind from the netherworld, causing those still laughing to feel as though their throats were constricted, their mirth abruptly silenced. A profound chill, emanating from the depths of their souls, sent shivers through the crowd. Annihilate an entire lineage. All eyes turned to the young man, clutching a tattered bundle, an ordinary-looking cultivator, alongside the ethereal maiden who had encased the carriage in ice, and the girl who had caused a peak foundation establishment cultivator to lose composure in public. Their expressions shifted entirely. Oh, fear. Qingyun's 3 fairies. Someone, trembling in the silence, uttered a name. In the next moment, that name swept through the entire street like a hurricane. The maiden who had frozen the dragon horse carriage. It's her. It must be her. The one who used poisonous pills. How terrifying. And the man in the middle, he spoke of annihilating entire lineages. The Qingyun 3 fairies. It could only be them. There was no mistake.